Things have gotten to the point where they can't be undone. Unfortunately, things far exceeded my expectations. Alas, we can no longer intervene. This child has such a high talent for refining medicine, but he can't enter the realm of the gods for deep cultivation experience. It's a pity, a pity. However, with his temperament, he must not be obediently entering the realm of the gods. In the Alchemist Guild, the three elders shook their heads and sighed. If they were alone in Xianyunyeha, they would be able to help a bunch of Lin Chen. But as the three elders of the guild, they need to be responsible for the refining pharmacists of all the guild. In the face of the last encirclement and suppression by the gods, they can help Lin Chen. But this time facing the behemoth of God's domain, if he made a public statement, there would basically be no place for them under the 5 continents. In terms of Tianyi Divine Kingdom, the eldest prince looked at Zhao Jiuxiao. Zhao Jiuxiao said solemnly, "Let's see, if we make a statement, it is equivalent to putting all the people of the kingdom of God on the opposite side of the God's domain. Now is not the time." In the Wushan mansion, Shenling Shuang was full of anxiety. Wu Changtian patted his daughter on the shoulder, and said very seriously, "Dad will try his best to protect your master, but this incident is no trivial matter. You must not be self-willed." "But." "No but." Shenling Shuang clenched her pink fist and bit her red lips. In her mind, when she was in the sea, the old man in linen gave her advice. Combat power does not depend on cultivation, but on experience. Suddenly, Shenling Shuang's martial god bloodline seemed to be inspired by something, and the light of the god pupil gradually brightened, interpreting a new scene. The high sky outside the island of God. Boom. The sword is majestic and entrenched, cutting half of the battle circle of the God King. Who dares to hurt my Lin Mingxiao's nephew? Ask me about the knife first. With a knife in hand, Lin Mingxiao broke into the battle circle, and his daring and fighting intent made the faces of the God Kings change slightly. The two uncles and nephews, the 7 God Kings who fought against the gods. Have no fear. Lin Chen danced the god of war spear, and the 2 laws of thunder and fire slashed in turn. It's not that the God Kings can't attack Lin Chen, but that Lin Chen's instant killing supernatural power is really terrifying in their eyes. No one knows when he will use it. The only way to fight is to be cautious, so that you can fight with your hands and feet, and no one can let go of Lin Chen. The host opens the attached armament of the Golden God of War set, God of War. Gun, second form. The second form of the God of War spear, incidental feature, strong attack. The host uses the second form of the Ares gun with strong penetrating power. The first form of the Ares gun has the same power, and the second form can produce more powerful lethality. The magic spear opened, the blade shrank, the spear tip was sharp. Lin Chen held the spear to his shoulder, the mighty force of pure power was condensed. And Lin Chen threw the spear violently. Sigh. Boom. The tip of the spear is surging with red divine flames, black thunder wraps around the spear body, and the spear is borne like a mad dragon, until the Thunder Emperor. The light of the sword appeared, Lei Huang retreated, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Mother, can you still shoot with a gun? Lin Chen sneered, my gun is for shooting. At the moment when the God of War spear was hurled violently, the kamikaze suddenly rose, the 6-piece suit of the God of Wind was possessed, and the King of Speed reappeared. All attributes speed increase, 900 times, 1000 times, 1100 times. As soon as Lin Chen made a move, he used all his strength, rushed towards the God of War spear, and turned around in the air, like a superstar falling to the ground, piercing the atmosphere, and a flaming flash from the Fengshen leg armor suddenly kicked the end of the god spear. Boom! 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 The terrifying sonic boom that roared the world was like the roar of all beings. Lin Chen threw the gun and kicked the gun, increasing the throwing speed of the god of war gun by several grades, turning it into a golden aurora, penetrating the sky. The speed was too fast, Lei Huang had almost no time to retreat, and was forced to block with a knife. Now Lin Chen's cultivation base is very different from before. With his current cultivation base and realm, using King of Speed, the terrifying speed is merged into the god of war spear again, and the explosive power is unimaginable. Clang! Boom! The law of thunder bursts, the light of the sword disintegrates, and the divine light of the law of the sword turns into broken light and blooms in the sky. The 6 god kings were stunned, and the superb artifact controlled by Lei Huang's cultivation base was actually smashed by Lin Chen's god of war spear. Lei Huang's figure retreated 1,000 feet, his arms were torn apart, blood was flowing, and a large amount of blood was pouring out of the corners of his mouth. He grinned and said, "You are the first true god who has not yet become a god king, but can hurt this king." He clearly blocked your attack with a god knife, but it still caused you injuries. What kind of strange means did you use? Before he could finish speaking, his face cracked open. The divine wings slapped the scroll. Lin Chen stepped on the divine wind, his face was expressionless, and he said plainly, "I can make countless mistakes. But you can only make one mistake." Lei Huang stared at his gradually cracked arm, divine body, and divine soul in disbelief. He trembled. How is it possible? How can you have the means to kill this king as a low-level trash like you? When Lin Chen lifted the limit Fengshen, he instantly switched to the golden god of war suit, stood proudly in a golden armor, made a move with one hand, and the god of war spear flew back to his palm. Wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth, Lin Chen's expression was indifferent, and his voice was as cold as mysterious ice. "Open your mouth and shut your mouth at the bottom. What are you doing? It's their business not to forgive you, and I'm only responsible for sending you to see them." With a gust of wind, the body of Lei Huang's god king slowly withered and shattered, and everything on his body turned into powder and disappeared. Lin Chen, kill the king of gods first. The host triggers the ultimate natural defiant talent effect, breaking defense, which is instant kill. Massive attribute light balls fell into the void, and the sky's attribute rays of light scattered like raindrops in the direction of Thunder Emperor's demise. 2 attribute beams of light fell. At this moment, witnessing the moment when a generation of god kings vanished into ashes, the countless powerhouses of the 5 continents and god kings of the gods present felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the sky. The cold light piercing the bones, and the scalp was numb. Again, instant kill. But this time it was a generation of god kings. How difficult is it to kill a god king? Lin Chen actually wounded him with one move, shattered the divine weapon, and killed him instantly. He died completely, leaving no trace of his soul behind. The most terrifying thing is that everyone didn't even see how he killed the King of God. It is neither divine power, nor is it a cultivation technique. Nor is it a secret technique, nor does it use any other laws. An invisible fear, like a demon possessed, engulfed everyone's heart. Like an indelible shadow. Those powerhouses who had tried to watch the battle before retreated one after another, and looked at Lin Chen with a heart-pounding look. Oh, God King can also kill instantly. this guy is simply not human. The phantom avatar rushes to the location where the attribute light balls are scattered to run the mind method and collected everywhere. The eyes that were surging with azure blue divine light suddenly turned, and all the god kings who were stared at by Lin Chen suddenly felt as if they were being stared at by giant beasts, and the corners of their mouths trembled. Witnessing this outrageous scene, Qin Shuang's beautiful eyes in the distance flowed with blue waves, and her red lips trembled slightly. This is probably the only human race in the world who has not yet become a god king, but can make the god king tremble with fear with just one look. Looking at the moment Lei Huang disappeared, Lin Chen estimated in his heart. The sky-scratching technique, one shot is sharper than the other, and if it can be used properly, it is no worse than the half-red level technique. After saving for a long time just now, Lin Chen put the last blow at the most suitable time to break the Thunder Emperor's defense in one fell swoop. It's a pity that the best artifact, the artifact used by the King of Gods, is not a defective one. When the clone touches the attribute beam, the two major attribute treasure chests are incorporated into the phantom clone. Obtain the treasure chest of Godhead, open it and get Godding Godhead fragment, June 6th, which has been automatically fused. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the complete energy Godhead, Godding Godhead. A dark and secluded octagonal Godhead was perfectly presented in Lin Chen's mind, exuding a sense of coercion that suppressed the eternity, and the aura of light was more than double that of the Godhead. For the first time, the host has leapfrogged and surpassed the level by a large margin, killing the God King for the first time. This Godhead fragment gains additional evolutionary attributes, Shining Godhead, which reduces the consumption of Heaven's Way when casting it. The strength will be determined by the attributes of the Heavenly Dao value consumed by the host, and each activation must not be lower than 10,000 God-level Heavenly Dao value. Obtain the Divine Product Different Crystals, 8 Desolate Divine Thunder. The Law of Thunder, the sudden destruction of the 8 desolations, called the King of Thunder. Get 90,000 Advanced Suit Essence, 1 million Talent Points, 1.5 million. Thunder Energy, 1.3 million Thunder Energy, 2 billion Essence. Not to mention the massive attribute values dropped by the God King, just 2 attribute beams brought Lin Chen's extremely strong increase. Lin Chen couldn't help but be moved, as expected of a God King, all the good things dropped. The incomplete Godding Godhead is slightly inferior to the God King level powerful, but the complete and evolved Godding Godhead is a killer that can truly threaten the God King. Lin Chen's terrifying combat power even made Lin Mingxiao's battle less stressful. Other God Kings saw that his murderousness was so unbelievable. Consumes 13,500 God-level Heavenly Dao points, and the Immortal Godhead continues to activate. Previously, Lin Chen had 1 pick and 8, and he had accumulated a lot of injuries. Even if he had an immortal personality, he would not be completely immune to the law characteristics. The more God Kings he killed, the clearer his position on the four-dimensional universe. Stepping on the void, the divine light exploded. Lin Chen held the war spear in his hand, and aggressively attacked the second black-shirt God King. Previously, the black-shirt God King had a cold expression on his face, but at this moment it seemed like he had seen a ghost. His second uncle, this kid is staring at me. I didn't hit him hard just now, why did he stare at this king? Boom! A white rainbow swept across the sky between his fingers, and the cold air filled the sky, freezing the sky, and the law of cutting and the law of ice sealed the world. Lin Chen's actions became slow, and he was about to be hit holding the spear in both hands, the red glow of the god of war spear circulated, and Lin Chen turned around in the air and stabbed Bai Hong Shuamong, with it chasing the sky. Sigh. Boom. Ice flowers bloom, red ons overflow, and the sky snows. It seems that even the space is frozen, and frost is everywhere. The strange thing is that the range of the cold air is full of traces of space cracking. The perfect fusion of the law of ice and the law of cutting is silent and almost one. A half-step god king, who was too close, had been delaying Lin Wanxian, but he didn't have time to retreat, and was affected by the battle between the two. The surrounding was suddenly cold, and the cutting law was attached to the cold air, cutting his law. Defense. Then, a shattering red spear light flashed past his eyes like a blade, hitting his right shoulder, causing blood to flow. Gradually, his divine body began to crumble. What? The purple-clothed half-step god king looked down at himself, and a crack slowly spread from the Tianling cover. In less than a few breaths, it turned into a pile of dust, and there was no soul left. Many strong people instantly numbed their scalps. The remaining half-step god king was shocked. Even Lin Wanxian was full of shock. It's just that the offensive has spread to a point, and it can be gone. Not even a root hair is left. What kind of weird trick did Lin Chen use? Today, the king's common sense has been refreshed more than once. The gods and kings of the 5 continents camp were dumbfounded. On the other side, Lin Chen was shaken back 10 steps, smashed the void, and a strong fighting intent flashed in his eyes. Very strong, more than 1 grade stronger than Emperor Lei. Lin Chen only knew that the realm of the King of Gods was divided into 5 levels. This Xing Qianyue is stronger than most of the god kings that Lin Chen has seen. Xing Qianyue stepped into the air and came to the side of the black shirt god king, and scolded, "Be timid before you fight, you are so powerful when you are in the god's domain, look at your bear-like appearance." The god king in black saw that he was wearing 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, a set of divine armor on the outside, a soft armor on the inside, and a top-grade emerald dragon helmet on his head. Mouth twitching. The black-shirt god king scolded, "Oh, you still have the interest to teach. Lousy, when you dress like this. Xing Qianyue is serious, stop talking nonsense, don't let him leave alive, he is a walking feat now, take him down, we can return to God's domain for a lot of good things." Mentioning the God's domain merit, the black-shirt god king's eyes showed a frenzy, staring at Lin Chen's god of war gun, and grinningly said, "I like his gun." Xing Qianyue smiled knowingly, "I like his tricks. Judging from his means, as long as he doesn't get hurt, he can't use that weird trump card. Play a battle of defense and attrition and grind him to death." The 2 old foxes hit it off. Suddenly, Lin Chen clenched the god of war spear tightly, and the golden god of war suit bloomed with divine brilliance, covering 9 heavens and 10 places, and pure power soared again. Boom! 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 The sky and the earth roared, and the golden divine light wandering like a flying dragon surrounded Lin Chen. His power began to approach the limit. Once the limit of tolerance is exceeded, although Lin Chen can forcibly maintain it for a short period of time with the undead godhead, the power of the 2 laws cannot be used. The green and beautiful woman's eyes lit up, "Let's go too. It's okay to hold this kid, don't give him a chance." A young god king sneered, "It turns out that, as long as you don't get injured under his attack, this son will not threaten us." After the 2 god kings, who were delaying with Lin Mingxiao, learned about Lin Chen's ace, they cooperated instantly, and the laws came to the world one after another, bypassing Lin Mingxiao. Including Xing Qianyue, the remaining 8 god kings, Lin Chen and Lin Mingxiao each account for half. Not good. Lin Mingxiao's eyes changed slightly. If it were 4-1, although his eldest nephew could fight, it would be too difficult to hurt the 4 god kings. The combination of the gods and kings can be far greater than the effect of 1 + 1. Suddenly, a vision suddenly appeared, and a strong law of darkness suddenly appeared in front of the 2 god kings. Then, the shadows of the gods appeared in the sky, and it turned out that hundreds half-step god kings appeared out of thin air. The law of shadows? Be careful. The real body inside is not small. The 2 god kings were stopped out of thin air, and the sudden change shocked everyone. At this juncture, there is still someone helping Lin Chen? Wu Chongtian narrowed his eyes. It's finally here, Shadow Team. The law shook, and Wu Chongtian transmitted his voice through the air. Little friend Lin Chen, my Shenfu film team has arrived. I can help you delay the time, and you can escape now. Boom. Unexpectedly, Wu Chongtian's voice transmission just fell, and Lin Chen, whose strength climbed to the top, instantly turned into an aurora, and his fighting spirit surged towards Xing Qianyue. Wu Chongtian's pupils shrank. Good guy, his target is more than 1 god king. In this battle, Lin Chen will bet everything. It's not enough to just kill a god king. His goal is more. Maybe it's all the gods of the gods present. I lost my way. Wu Chongtian sighed. I underestimated his ambition. His goal is actually all the gods of the gods present. The Shadow Team is the most secretive force in the Wushan Palace. Today, it is exposed to so many forces in the 5 continents. Under the watchful eyes of the public, there are only a handful of forces that can come up with such a lineup. The biggest advantage of the Shadow Team is its secrecy. Now, for Lin Chen. The Martial God Palace has put down all this treasure, which is equivalent to breaking an arm. Boom. The God of War spear even pierced through the void. The tip of the spear turned red, the divine flame was burning, and the pure power was stronger than before. The black-shirted God King danced with swords and knives, avoiding Lin Chen's sharpest edge. Xing Qianyue slashed with a fan, and the 3 fought into the most intense battle circle in the sky. The Golden God of War set is approaching the host's limit, and the speed of charging consumption is accelerated. The spear tip sweeps the blade, stabs and picks up Lin Chen's sharp marksmanship, under the deterrence of the ultimate heavenly rebel, forced the black-shirted God King to retreat inch by inch. This is almost the strongest power that Lin Chen can use under the premise that Lin Chen can maintain the law of use at this stage. In terms of combat experience, Lin Chen is far inferior to the 2 God Kings. No matter how hard he fights in tenacity, this is due to the absolute gap accumulated by experience and the application of the law. But as Lin Chen said, he can make many mistakes, but his opponent has no chance of making a single mistake. If you break the defense, you will be killed instantly. As a result, the original strength of the 2 God Kings could not be fully exerted, and they fought timidly. After all, throughout the ages, they have never encountered such an opponent. In God's domain, a single wound can kill you, and you will die completely. Even the Tianyu Poison King, who is known as the God's domain, is not so outrageous. Xing Qianyue shook the fan and waved the snow, swiping the side of the fan. And the cutting laws that danced like flying feathers slashed the sky. Red. Rank exercises. Lin Chen danced with his spear. The golden spear wind revolved, and the two laws of the spear tip converged with a feather-like slash and retreated inch by inch. Clang! Lin Chen was repelled for the first time, his arms were numb, and the upper layers of cold air were frozen. He couldn't even hold the god of war spear and fell into the void. If it weren't for the god of war golden body protection, even if Lin Chen took this move, his arm would have to be disabled on the spot. The cutting law and the ice law are all in the realm of the gods, and they are perfectly integrated. If there is no god of war set, I am afraid that I will freeze and die into broken ice in an instant. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp, almost in an instant, the figures of the black shirt god king and Xing Qianyue flashed behind him and in front of him, attacking back and forth. The fighter they finally created, they are going to hit Lin Chen in one go. Xing Qianyue drank coldly, it's now. Lin Chen sneered, I've been waiting for it right now. Zheng. When the black-shirt god king slashed out a long river-like black moon sword, light at close range, Lin Chen stepped and turned around, wearing a golden armor and slamming it, the palm of his hand was surging with the mighty power of the abyss. Zhou Tian was instantly dimmed, like falling into endless darkness. This darkness, which even covered the sword move of the black-shirt god king, emerged from the top of Lin Chen's head. The twin kings were shocked. Consume 1,000,000 god-level Heavenly Dao points, and the host uses the god-like godhead. The moment the dark and profound divine power barrier unfolded, the weight of the void space suddenly became extremely heavy. Lin Chen stepped in the air for a flash, avoided the sword of the black shirt god king, turned around and broke into the divine enchantment behind him. In the divine power barrier, thunder and fire surged, and the law of fire was like an endless sea of fire, burning into a red divine flame, covering the sky. The law of thunder is like an angry dragon overturning the river, penetrating the world. The power of the two laws merged into the extremely oppressive divine enchantment barrier, which caught the two god kings by surprise. Xing Qianyue has a high level of cultivation, the leader among the god kings. And the protection of the law is even better, and he directly resists the divine power and laws of the divine enchantment. But the god king in black shirt was not so lucky. As soon as he made a move, the divine power of the law was being consumed, and he was stunned by Lin Chen's sudden move. The law of thunder and fire came, and the layers of defense were destroyed. Feeling Lin Chen's monstrous killing intent, the black-shirt god king gritted his teeth, I want this king to die. Lin Chen, do you think this king is a waste like Lei Huang? He swung the sword suddenly, the sword move changed, and the divine power of the law of destroying the world expanded several times. When he was brewing the strongest ultimate move, the divine soul that turned into a burning dragon suddenly appeared, and with a dragon roar toward the black-shirt god king, the divine soul that destroyed the sky and collapsed the world hit him head-on. The black-shirt god king's brain was hit by a strong divine soul, and he lost consciousness for a short moment, and the law of condensing the death defying counterattack was interrupted. Sigh. The sonic boom rolled, the golden divine brilliance flashed, and when the black-shirt god king came back to his senses, the divine fist shining with golden light was reflected in his pupils. It turned out to be a sneak attack by the soul. Boom! Lin Chen's divine fist slammed the head of the black-shirt god king, and the powerhouses of the 5 continents suddenly felt a golden light swept across the sky. Lin Chen directly blew up the black-shirt god king and turned into a headless god. The divine soul of the black-shirt god king instantly separated from his body, and his divine soul turned into a sword light, and he wanted to escape. Only to find that the divine soul began to crack. No way. Immediately leave the body, the soul can't escape, the fate of collapse. The divine soul of the black-robed god king was horrified and desperate, and dissipated along with the headless divine body, leaving only a superb divine sword that fell into the void. Then, 2 attribute beams of light shot up into the sky. The star-like attribute light ball falls into the sky. The host obtains the treasure chest of the highest power technique, open it, and obtain Scarlet Rank Martial Arts Fragment, 4 out of 4, which has been automatically merged, and obtains the Red Rank Power Technique, Shanghai Blue. The host can view it in the system at any time. The host gets the suit attribute treasure box, open it to get Sky God of War. Set parts, Sky Right Gauntlet. The host has obtained 400 million enhancement points, 120,000 God level talent points, 390,000 martial arts spirits, and 650,000 God level rune energy. The war god's armguard shook, shattering the frost divine power, covering his hand. Lin Chen wiped the mark of the divine sword with one palm, and put it into the air transport capsule. With a single move, the god of war spear flew back to Lin Chen's palm again. He turned his eyes coldly, and stared at Xing Qianyue, who broke out of the world with a horrified face. The chief elder of the Alchemist Guild couldn't help but tremble. The first, the second one. Zhao Jiuxiao was amazed. It's really a tyrant who comes into the world, no one can stop it. The god kings of the 5 continents suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Although I had expected it in my heart, the moment I witnessed it with my own eyes, what a shock in my heart. 2 kings perish in one day. The powerhouse of the king of gods, through the heavens and the latitudes, even in the 4-dimensional universe, can reach the 100-year lifespan. The king of the gods, and the pinnacle of the true gods. Today, 2 people died in the hands of a young man. Boom! The wind and clouds shattered, and the road roared. Between Lin Chen and Xing Qianyue, a powerful galaxy sword chi was cut open. This sword is like the Milky Way hanging down 9 days, transforming the mighty power of the stars into the law of the Tao, using the law of the stars to mobilize the infinite interstellar power, and incorporate it into the sword energy, making the law controlled by most of the gods present dim by 3 points. Wu Changtian's expression suddenly changed. Shenling Shuang clenched her hands tightly, and she sensed that an aura that was stronger than Wu Changtian came to the world. Peak God King. Chapter. The breath that came suddenly was the Peak God King, who had previously escorted Yi Hongmeng away and had been hiding behind the scenes of the Wuzhou. Shenhui. The pinnacle of the King of Gods. The sword energy was in the river, and he slowly stepped out of a figure that ignored the world. He was carrying a sword, his robe fluttered, and the sharp aura of the sword was like that of an emperor, and a pair of divine eyes overlooked all living beings. Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanchuan's expressions changed slightly, and he actually came back. The Peak God King said casually and indifferently, "Qianyu, I have only been away for such a short time, and such a ridiculous situation has occurred, and you are primarily responsible for this. As if everything is under control." Lin Chen seems to be unable to get into his eyes. Seeing his return, Xing Qianyue's eyes filled with confidence, and he clasped his fists respectfully. Master Yu Lao escorted Grandmaster Yi away. The Pinnacle God King said indifferently, "The woman's original cultivation base is stronger than mine. If it weren't for the restraint of the Yi family, it would not be so easy to let her out to cultivate offspring." Xing Qianyue pointed at Lin Chen, this son Lin Chen is a descendant of Futian, and this is no trivial matter. Oh? The divine king of the peak looked down at Lin Chen. I have vaguely heard that the guys from Xingzhou mentioned your name in the god race, and the young people who came out of Jiahai didn't expect to come here. He patted his shoulder, the sword energy in the Xinghai surged, the sword light in the divine eyes was sharp, and he declared with absolute confidence. Are you going with this seat, or this seat will take your body with you? Lin Chen suddenly grinned. Aren't you tired of looking down at people from God's domain? Lin Chen slowly raised the God of War spear, and pointed the tip of the spear directly at the peak God King. I'm here to let you go down to earth and experience the suffering of the world. Boom. The surging golden brilliance of the God of War spear suddenly soared, and the divine might was prosperous. Time and space were distorted, and countless rays of light swirled like a vortex, moving closer to Lin Chen. The sharp edge of the spear began to crush the space, breaking every inch. Like a giant python, spreading across the sky. Lin Mingxiao was horrified, just relying on the remaining power of pure power, time and space collapse. The pupils of the pinnacle god king shrank, and the contemptuous expression was instantly put away. This level of pure power is no longer a matter of hundreds of millions of desolate powers, but a harbinger of the birth of the law of power, one of the 10 major laws. This kid actually touched the threshold of the law of power? Zheng. The peak god king drew his sword and unsheathed it. This time, his opponent deserves to be taken seriously. Consumes 22300 God level Heavenly Dao points, consumes 21090 God level Heavenly Dao points, Undead Godhead continues to activate. The host is using power beyond the limit of the body, and the charging speed is accelerated. My lord, this son's methods are strange, and he must not be injured in a fight, otherwise he will die. Xing Qianyue fled in an instant, and dropped a word before retreating. Peak God King's eyes were startled. Is there such a killer move? Next moment. Boom. Lin Chen swung his spear suddenly, and a golden glow swept out from the tip of the spear. Where the gun wind passed, time and space collapsed in an instant, and the edge created by the absolute law of power pointed directly to the peak God King. One force breaks all laws, one force opens the universe. The peak God King slashed horizontally with his sword, and the power of more than 7 laws was condensed on one sword. The power of the God King with the sharp tip of the sword divided the sky, and all the God Kings retreated. Instantly. Sigh. Boom. Boom. The aftermath of the collision eclipsed the sky and the earth, and the sun and the moon sank, like 2 star storms sweeping the universe colliding. The torn-apart island of the gods couldn't bear it any longer. This shock was shattered into pieces all over the sky, and crashed into the sky like a meteor shower. Lin Chen's figure retreated violently, taking a dozen steps back. The divine king of the peak held the sword to block, and stepped back 5 steps in a row to stabilize his body. When the arm holding the sword was slightly numb, the arrogant expression just now disappeared completely, and there was only a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The real law of power, even if it is not as good as it is not far behind. This power is really fucking powerful. It is one of the proud exercises of this seat. He was still afraid of the sword just now, and he used the power of the law as a defense. Otherwise, with that sword, he should be able to gain a little advantage, but if he is injured, he has to be cool. It's not enough. The bloodstains fell into the line of sight, and Lin Chen stepped into the air suddenly, and he took the initiative to kill the peak god. King again. Seeing Lin Chen, who was fierce in fighting spirit and fearless of death, countless strong men felt chills in their hearts, and swore in their hearts that they would not provoke this madman in the future. The killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes was unprecedentedly high. At the very least, he has to kill another god king before leaving. What about the peak god king? Sees the flaws and smash him. Seeing Lin Chen, who was aggressively attacking the corners of the peak god king's mouth twitched wildly. This young man is crazy and strong. As expected from the sea. When several god kings were distracted, Lin Mingxiao broke through with a knife and wanted to fight with Lin Chen. All of a sudden, all the manifested laws of heaven and earth suddenly became silent. Lin Mingxiao's pupils shrank. The law is suppressed, only the Tao of heaven is supreme. There is a power comparable to heaven, coming. Lin Chen, who was rushing towards the pinnacle god king at a high speed, stopped in midair in an instant. The calloused palm rested on Lin Chen's shoulder, and the law of power that erupted from the god of war suit was actually pressed back into the body and was instantly suppressed. System prompt: the host pays attention to the appearance of a strong person outside the rules, and the talent of the ultimate rebel cannot be applied. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. His power was suppressed. I saw a white-haired old man appearing behind Lin Chen. He was like skin and bones, but his dark and deep eyes seemed to hide a mountain of blood and corpses, and people could fall into it for a moment. The strength of the old man in front of him may be ranked among the top 3 among the characters Lin Chen has seen. God Lord. The real God. The white-haired old man stared at Lin Chen, and suddenly grinned. What a terrible young man. He has foresight at a young age. If you are allowed to leave alive today, those powerhouses who are hidden in the dark and inherit the inheritance of Emperor Futian in future generations, it will gather around you, right? While urging the god of war to release more power, Lin Chen pretended to joke and smiled. Old man, you really see a long-term perspective. The white-haired old man shook his head slightly, as expected of the legend of the human race. The thought after death can still have such a long history. The next moment, the old man slapped Lin Chen Tian Lingai with a palm. The seemingly simple and unadorned palm actually wipes the four-dimensional space above the head into nothingness. The golden light of the god of war spear surged, and Lin Chen brewed a death defying counterattack. The old palm stopped suddenly in midair. A young man as white as jade placed his palm on the shoulder of the white-haired old man. The eyes of the white-haired old man instantly became fierce, and he even let go of Lin Chen. The pupil of the pinnacle god king shrinks. Another god is coming? What's the matter with bullying young people? What kind of thing? Practice with me? Echoes with a playful laughter. Lin Chen stepped aside in an instant, and took a closer look. Behind the white-haired old man, there was a young man dressed in commoner clothes, his face like a crown of jade, and his brows were full of vicissitudes and frivolity that did not match his appearance. Lin Chen has never seen this commoner boy who suddenly appeared. He is also a god. Shenling Shuang was overjoyed. Grandpa. Wu Changtian interrupted him immediately. Glancing at his daughter, Wu Changtian scolded, "Don't talk too much." Wu Changtian stared at the commoner boy. "Old guy, are you finally willing to come out?" The appearance of the commoner boy shocked all the god kings. However, the divine king of the divine realm was full of surprise. Why did they never remember this divine lord in their impressions? Could it be outside the 5 continents? Or is it still from the previous era? Young people. The voice of the commoner boy echoed in Lin Chen's mind. That is a kind of sound transmission method that is more clever than the sound transmission of the law, as if it came directly from Lin Chen's soul. Your kindness to protect Ling Shuang in the lower realm, the old man gave it back to you. Today, your goal has been achieved. It is enough to kill 2 god kings in a row. Let's go. This stage is still too early for you. Your physical condition is in a mess. If you fight again, I'm afraid you won't see tomorrow. Lin Chen suddenly realized. It turned out that it was an expert from the Wushan mansion. The only one who can reach this level is the king of the gods of war who reigned forever. No, it might be more appropriate to call it the Lord of the Martial God now. Taking advantage of the moment when the Martial God Lord and Lin Chen communicated, the figure of the white-haired old man shattered instantly, turned into a large amount of divine light, moved away, and stood beside the peak divine king. After the Martial God Lord has both hands in his hands, he does not stop him. He is also a God Lord. Even if he can sneak attack and take the lead, the opponent's desperate counterattack is not a weak one. Thank you, Senior, for calling. The murderousness in Lin Chen's eyes receded by more than half. Not disappearing, but hiding in the bottom of my heart. One day, he will burst out again. The wings of the gods are unfolded, and the extreme wind god set is reproduced. The pupil of the pinnacle god king shrank. Oops, let this kid escape. When the expressions of the god kings of the gods changed. Boom. Click. Time and space seemed to split open without warning, and in the high sky of the island of the gods in Shenzhou, the sky split into an endless abyss. An indifferent voice above the heavens echoed in the sky. The people who killed my Protoss just wanted to leave? The boundless divine might that is as vast as the stars in the sky penetrates out from the crack in that space, and descends to the heaven and earth almost instantly, shocking all the powerhouses. The expressions of the 2 gods changed slightly. The white-haired old man was both happy and fearful, while the god of war was slightly dignified. God Emperor of God's domain, is he out of the border too? God? That's actually the breath of the God Emperor. The corners of the Qin family's strong man's mouth trembled, and Qin Xuanjue bit his red lips tightly. He actually forced the God Emperor out. Sure enough, within his Lin Chen's code of conduct, no one could predict what would happen next. What a vast and splendid divine power. If the law of the God Lord is beyond the rules and is equal to the way of heaven, then the realm of the God Emperor is above the way of heaven. All the God Kings of the 5 continents were shocked. What is the concept of God Emperor? The realm of the God King is divided into 5 levels, and the realm of the God Master is also 5 levels. Above the God Master is the God Emperor, the supreme existence above the heavenly way. Putting it in each clan, the God Emperor is an immortal myth within the clan. And every living being cultivated by the God Emperor is a true 4-dimensional vertex. It is very rare for a god to be born on weekdays, and the God Emperor can be said to be a real work that is hard to find in the ages. The God Emperor has been cultivating for thousands of years. Even if he exits the seclusion, not everyone can see it. Now, for the sake of a young man who has not reached the level of a God King, or even the 9th level of the God realm, he was born in person. Wuchang Tian is like falling into an ice cellar, and the cold light is biting. The person in charge of this martial God mansion is very clear about the concept of the arrival of the God Emperor. He didn't intend to give Lin Chen a 1 in a million chance. Feng Shenyi flapped, and Lin Chen's eyes were solemn. He didn't run away immediately, leaving behind a God Emperor, and committing suicide without a doubt. Above the cracked clouds, a figure leaning on the sky and covering the ground slowly emerged, snow drifting for thousands of miles, and silent heavy snow falling from the sky. He is covered in white armor, and his feet are endless in time and space. Above his head, the divine light of the annihilation of heaven and earth is spinning like a vortex, and his body exudes the starlight that died hundreds of millions of years ago. The 10,000 zhang ray of light of the gods sang the great achievements of the three gods. When a pair of faint blue eyes slowly looked over, it seemed that time and space had also stopped. The true gods of the 5 continents couldn't help but take a step back. Kacha! Kacha! In the space under the island of the gods, every inch of cracks, and even began to show cracks. The sound of creaking erupted from his bones, and Lin Chen felt an unprecedented pressure, as if hundreds of millions of divine dragons were suppressed on top of his head, pressing him firmly, trying to make him unable to move. The fighting spirit in his eyes is getting higher and higher, and he has the determination to die. If it is said that the sense of oppression brought about by the divine power of the Lord of God is like the presence of heaven, it is above the laws of all the gods present at the scene. Then the God Emperor's sense of oppression is like a new universe descending. In the face of a god, one can still feel that the other party is an individual, even if the other party is extremely powerful. The laws are equal to the way of heaven. And facing a God Emperor, it is like facing the vast and endless high-dimensional universe. The Emperor Baijia overlooked Lin Chen and said indifferently, "Young man, this Emperor gives you 2 choices. 1. Join my God race. With your qualifications, it's too wasteful to put it outside. You should get better conditions, come to my God realm, and give yourself a chance. 2nd, this Emperor personally took action, pumped your soul, and refined you into the abyss, so that your life is better than death, and you will be a slave of the gods for eternity." Lin Chen suddenly smiled slightly, the divine wind was swirling, and he looked handsome and unrestrained. "Unless I die, your words are bullshit." Boom. The laws of power are turbulent, the golden light of the God of War shines through the ages, and the golden God of War set unleashes endless divine might. Contemplating the world, Lin Chen once again used the power beyond the limit to break through the pressure placed on him by the God Emperor. The powerhouses of the 5 continents could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths and their scalps tingle. This young man is really hard on the bone. In the face of the God Emperor, it is also a dead end. As if expecting Lin Chen's answer, Emperor Baijia said in a hurry, "Young man, this Emperor knows that you have inherited the practice of Emperor Futian, but all beings in the world have been the prey to the weak since ancient times. This is the principle of the universe, and no one can change it. The strong overpower the weak, and the deprivation of the weak is the principle of all living beings. That's why there is a God's realm, and there are 3 major gods. The Protos is merciful and merciful. It has given all beings great achievements, and has given the people of the human race access to the realm of the gods. Smart people will naturally know how to choose. With your weak strength, why should you be the son of that ignorant sentient being? The people hit the stone with an egg? The majestic light of the Protos, like a long river, illuminates the heaven and the earth like 9 layers of clouds, and the white armor God Emperor is bathed in the divine light of the Protos, looking cold and absolute. His expression was full of arrogance and pride, his eyes flashed, and there was a gentleness in his domineering. He stretched out his hand to Lin Chen and said, "With your talent, your future will definitely go down in history." Why waste time for the ignorant weak people? In this world, there are strong people and weak people, and the strong people must be weak at the beginning. Because of their fighting spirit and with hard work and opportunity, it is possible to become a strong person. Come to the Protoss, come here to write your miracle. The powerhouses of the 5 continents were stunned in place, even the God King was stunned. That supreme God Emperor, bathed in divine brilliance and shining with divine light, actually issued an invitation to a young man of later generations to enter the Protoss. What a supreme glory! To be invited by a God Emperor in person, such deeds are enough to pass on for eternity. The God of War spear pointed at the God Emperor. Lin Chen's voice was like a broken vessel. You are wrong. The laws of nature are the choice for ruthless cosmic competition, but destiny cannot be determined by man. Why are some people born superior to others, and some people born to be exploited? The ruthless universe has made a choice, and I have made my own choice. Lin Chen laughed wildly, entering the Protoss to create a miracle? It is my miracle to overthrow your 3 Protoss. The heartstrings of the powerhouses of the 5 continents were trembling. Reject the God Emperor's invitation. Wu Chongtian was both amazed and regretful. Lin Mingxiao grinned. My eldest nephew is really fierce. He wants to kill the Protoss in front of the Emperor. Even if he dies, I will proudly accompany him on the road. Ugh. The Emperor Baijia shook his head slightly. Young people are young people after all, so naive. There was a killing intent in his eyes. If that's the case, then die. As soon as God Emperor Baijia raised his hand, the time and space tilted, as if he was going to crush Lin Chen's soul. Boom! The divine power suddenly rose, and Lin Chen was facing the seemingly endless vast universe, attacking him. All Lin Chen's ultimate moves are all brewing, and he desperately fights to take out all the trump cards. The 3 invisible soul fires behind Lin Chen suddenly extinguished one soul fire at this moment. Suddenly, God Emperor Baijia's pupils shrank, and the palm raised in midair stopped, and the divine power of the disillusionment of the law was slightly dimmed. A red phantom slowly rose and turned into a human figure, blocking Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's dull divine blood suddenly felt a touch of warmth. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present in the Lin family trembled. Could that figure be the ancestor of the Lin family? Ha 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 ha. The arrogant laughter shook the sky. Ha 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 ha. Well, it's a good one, to overthrow the 3 major gods. I can't. Think of me, Lin Jirelang, and a heroic man who has inherited the will of the Big Brother. The laughter shook the wind and thunder, and all living beings were timid and afraid of the cold. At that moment, the sky was spinning, and a ray of morning light rose in the east, slantingly shone on the figure. It seems that there is only one person who has opened up the world. When he saw the figure, God Emperor Baijia lost his voice in disbelief. You are Lin. To shut up. The scarlet figure said indifferently, you are not qualified to be called this emperor's name. The martial god lord was shocked, and his mouth was slightly opened. That handsome and valiant appearance, that arrogant and uninhibited charm. That overbearing arrogance that defies the heavens. Just like back then. Can't go wrong. This is one of the most legendary god emperors in the human race. Hao Futian's right arm. Lin Tiandi. Lin Tiandi? Lin Chen's heart trembled. He didn't expect that there would be such a strong person's remnant soul consciousness following him. The powerhouses of the 5 continents can be described as eye-opening today. And their souls tremble. Not only did I see the legendary God Lord, but also the God Emperor of the God realm. But only the older generation of powerhouses who were present knew that the most important thing was Emperor Lin Chen. The three elders of the Alchemy Guild were almost in tears, their eyes trembling. When I looked up at them back then, everyone in the guild was still young. If they hadn't left a ray of fire, the Alchemist Guild wouldn't be what it is today. Zhao Jiuxiao's eyes shone with unprecedented divine light. A wisp of Lin Tiandi's remnant soul actually followed Lin Chen. There is no doubt that he has been recognized by the martyrs. A new era is coming. God Emperor Baijia and Wuchen took a few steps back slightly, time and space moved, and he retreated 1,000 feet. Lin Tiandi put his hands behind his back, his eyebrows were like knives, his handsomeness was fierce, and the red divine light all over his body was shining. Lin Tiandi said indifferently, "The three of them are doing well in God's domain, right?" And Wuchen's pupils shrank. It is the real soul, the genuine Lin Tiandi. He and the three supremes of the Protoss are people of the same era. And Wuchen said in a trembling voice, it's okay. Emperor Lin Tian laughed, some people are full of loyalty and bravery, and some people are full of gold and jade. The aspiring people of later generations will see clearly the history of this evil spirit. Emperor Lin Tian pointed in the direction of God's domain, there's another one in there, let's show the original shape, this emperor disdains to play clumsy tricks with you juniors. Boom. 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 In the direction of God's domain, a blue divine light rose, and in a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, an illusory figure slowly walked out. Within the beam of divine light, the man sneered. As expected of Emperor Lin Tian, he can detect the breath of this emperor. The corners of the mouths of the powerhouses of the 5 continents trembled. Actually, there is also a God Emperor. The 2 emperors are coming, where will the situation today go? Lin Tiandi said flatly, this young man, this emperor has protected him. You too, let's go together. Silence. Eerie silence. When the powerhouses of the 5 continents heard the words, it could be said that they continuously retreated unconsciously. If the God Emperor starts a war, I am afraid that this piece of time and space will not be able to bear it, and they will all be reduced to ashes. However, and Wuchen's expression was like freezing ice, and he did not dare to act rashly. No matter how the records of later generations smear him, if he really wants to fight with the deity, even if it is a remnant of the soul, it is definitely not comparable to them. The unparalleled domineering arrogance completely deterred the 2 great god emperors. Without turning his head, his back turned to Lin Chen, Lin Tiandi said with a light smile, let's go, I'm Lin Jirelang, don't forget the teachings of eldest brother. Lin Chen solemnly clenched his fists, Junior Lin Chen, thank the ancestors for saving lives today. Boom. The divine wind swept through, Lin Chen withdrew it with the extreme wind god set, and with the temporary blessing of the 2 major talents, he can now explode at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary god kings. The wings of the gods flickered, and Lin Chen disappeared within the perception range of everyone in Wuzhou in a few breaths. During this period, there are no obstacles. The 5 continents' powerhouses in the distant continental plate suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked up at the figure in the void, domineering, reckless, and looking down on the world. Too good. This is the legend of history, Emperor Lin Tian. The 2 emperors didn't even dare to put a fart, and watched Lin Chen leave. Today, the old man is dead without regrets. It is unique in life to see such a heaven-defying character born. The two dignified god emperors of the gods did not dare to move even half a point. One soul suppresses two emperors. Standing here with only a wisp of remnant soul, the two great god emperors did not dare to act. That is the god emperor of the three gods of the gods. The existence of being in charge of the universe and standing on the top of the four-dimensional, at this moment, can't even save the face of the gods. Ask today's world, who has such courage? Lin Chen stared deeply at Wu Chen and the ghostly shadow in the distance, and said solemnly, "What? The god emperor of the post-era, is he just so daring?" Boom. And Wu Chen and another god emperor were furious. If Lin Chen is let go today, the reputational blow to God's domain will not be a single star. Eternal open heaven finger. The laws of Wu Chen's body are soaring to the sky and the earth are dark, and the laws are chaotic. Blood Azura, 9 absolute / In the azure blue divine light, 9 bloodlines were released like the 9 heavens, sweeping across the sky, time and space reduced to endless darkness. And the perception of all powerhouses was cut off. Powerful and mighty, shaking the continents other than the divine continent. The fighting power of the God Emperor, through the sky and the latitude. Lin Tiandi raised his hand and pressed down, his 5 fingers shattered the mighty power of suppressing ghosts and gods. Then, the attacks of the 2 God Emperors disappeared instantly. It's like being erased from this space and time. The 2 God Emperors were horrified. Lin Tiandi sneered, "Is the power of the God Emperor so insignificant? If you want to fight with me, go and call the best player of your god race." The 2 emperors were so angry that they attacked their hearts. "Lin Tiandi, since you want to fight, this emperor is as you wish. I don't believe this emperor, you alone, can turn the tide." And Wu Chen snorted coldly. "All the gates of the divine realm obey the order, at all costs, chase and kill Lin Chen until he dies." Sigh. Boom. 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 The sonic boom rolled, and countless wind-breaking sounds shattered the sky and the ground, turning into a long rainbow across the sky, descending from the direction of God's domain. The powerhouses of the 5 continents were stunned. Wu Changtian's pupils shrank. It's the God Kings and God Masters of the gods. Those numbers are not only hundreds, but thousands. If they are allowed to catch up with Lin Chen at this time, Lin Chen will never have the possibility to come back. Seeing this, Shen Lingshuang jumped up abruptly and left the people in the martial god mansion. Wu Chongtian was horrified. "Lingshuang, what are you doing?" "I'm going to find the master." "Bullshit." Shen Lingshuang rushed out desperately, and even Wu Chongtian couldn't stop her. Shen Lingshuang could vaguely feel that the master needed her. "If you don't make up your mind now, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Wu Chang's weather was abruptly deteriorating. It's true that women's colleges don't stay. He coldly shouted to the 8 gods guard who had just returned from his return, "Go and protect her." The 8 gods guard took the lead and set off, turning into a streamer and disappearing. The countless breaths that suddenly rose in the divine realm shook the entire divine continent. One after another, vast and terrifying breaths descended on Zhou Tian, attacking from all dimensions, and swept towards Lin Chen's fleeing direction. And Wu Chen sneered and said, "Emperor Lin Tian, if you can stop the 2 of me, how can you stop the many gods and kings of my gods?" Lin Tiandi looked calm, took a step slowly. Time and space were reversed, like a shuttle plane. He opened his arms, full of pride, and laughed sternly. "Masters, Listen, this Futian dragon roar. Lin Tiandi's invincible laughter spread to the 5 continents through the law. Boom. 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 At this moment, there are countless powerful auras in the 5 continents. Awakening. On the continents of the 5 continents, the crimson fire in the sky was instantly ignited from within the 5 continents. The east wind is strong, the loyal soul screams. One after another, the roars that shook the sky and the earth crossed space and time. From the age of awakening, in the human race God realm, they sounded again, shaking the soul. The 2 God emperors were shocked. Came back. They are back. The veteran is not dead, how can I say defeat? Shenzhou, Lingfeng Academy. Tianjiao students came and went, and the freshmen looked at a middle-aged man in shabby clothes in front of the mountain gate from time to time. I heard that he is also the tutor here? Really? It seems that you can't even reach the 3rd level of the realm of the gods. What can you use as a mentor? What kind of mentor is a drunkard? Maybe it's a related household. He drinks every day, and he doesn't see him teaching people in the inner courtyard. He likes a very few idiots in the outer courtyard. The middle-aged man sat in the rocking chair, drinking wine, and sneered at the passing comments. The little doll now. He took the jug and drank. Suddenly, there was a vibration in the distance, his eyes flashed with shock. And he stood up abruptly. A cry that spanned time and space resounded through his soul. Boom. The majesty of the man in sackcloth burst into a radiance, the scarlet light is unparalleled in the world, and the law of the heavens and the earth shrouded the entire academy. At this moment, the academy shook. The students who passed by were dumbfounded and looked at the man in linen, shivering. What a stalwart realm, even their dean is less than 1%. I'm not mistaken, the alcoholics' cultivation is so strong. There is such a senior in our college? The master is by my side. The man in linen covered his pupils with the divine light of the law and looked into the distance. His expression was particularly wonderful, and he couldn't help grinning excitedly. It turns out that you have returned. I knew that in that battle and existence. Like you could not be killed. I failed to fight side by side with you last time, this time I have no regrets. The sackcloth man stepped on the soles of his feet, the academy shook violently, his hands tugged forcibly toward the void, and the law shifted, leaving only a group of stunned students. On the top of the snow-capped mountain, a sculptural woman sits cross-legged. On the top of the mountain, her body is covered with inging white snow, as if it will not change for 10,000 years, and it will always be the same for 10,000 years. The white snow rustled, and suddenly, the figure that had not moved for 10,000 years stood up abruptly, and the red light that covered the stars and the moon appeared all over. The woman's hoarse voice echoed. You taught us that women can hold up half the sky. In this battle, I am willing to give everything to send him away. She stepped and disappeared. In the palace at the foot of the mountain, a beautiful god king opened his eyes, and his autumn eyes were full of shock. The master who has not asked about the world for thousands of years actually left the customs in an instant. What happened? Star continent, great wasteland. The children in the mountains run barefoot and laugh happily. Teacher, hurry up. Hee, the teacher can't outrun us this time. The children laughed. Behind them, followed by a kind and elegant teacher in Xingyi, with a pure smile. Slow down, there are many beasts in the great wilderness. In an instant, a meteor pierced through the sky, and teacher Xingyi froze. For a moment, as if struck by lightning. With deep eyes like a sea of hidden stars, Teacher Tsingy suddenly said. Children, you go home, the teacher has very important things to do this time. The children felt the teacher's change and determination as if they were spiritual, and said worriedly, Teacher, are you leaving? The master in blue robe smiled and said, There is a banquet in the world. The teacher's mentor has conveyed a new will. Teacher, if you don't come back, then it will never come back. On this day, the world's 5 continents, the whole world shook, ushered in an unpredictable day, alarmed too many powerhouses. So much so that countless people felt that a kind of mountain rain was about to come and the wind filled the building. Shenzhou, Falun Mountains. An afterimage of a kamikaze streaks across the night sky. The host's phantom clone is refining a large number of god-level attributes. Please keep the host in the clone state. Consumption of 12.9 million god-level rune energy has begun to make up for the consumption of the phantom clone. The ultimate function pulled the speed to the highest level, and Lin Chen maintained the status of the God Killer and God Rebellion talents. If this talent is removed, his speed will drop by several grades, and he will also be surrounded by the God King. Fear of life. This goal has been achieved, and it is even countless times better than what Lin Chen expected. Of course, the level of thrill and tension has also increased countless times. If there is no Lin Tiandi, Lin Chen is afraid that he will have to explain it. There. Killing the God King and forcing the God Lord and God Emperor to be born is enough to show my position. Lin Chen grinned, as long as I return to Jiahai and the transfer is successful, it will be my complete victory, and all the 3 Protoss will go crazy. Lin Chen still needs to race against time for the duration of the 2 major talents. Godslayer talent cooling time, 59 days. God's Rebellion talent cooldown, 180 days. Ultimate Rebel cooldown, 729 days. The stronger Lin Chen's cultivation base is, the longer the cooling time will be brought about by using the 3 major talents. Boom. 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 Suddenly, countless divine lights emerged from behind, earth-shattering, terrifying murderous aura from a long distance. With the help of the God Emperor, the God Masters, and God Kings who were almost born, locked Lin Chen's position at once. Sigh. The wind roared, and a bit of moonlight was like a piercing sky, crossing the void and pointing directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heartstrings were tense, and he felt the pressure of terror. The kamikaze swept up, and his body slanted. Ripples appear in the space, there is no momentum of the sky, and the latitude, only a flash of silence. Half of the mountain range disappeared quietly. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. God. Lord. That move, released from an extremely long distance, greatly reduced its power and accuracy, but even so, it still wiped out half of the mountains in the God realm. The wings of the god spread again, and Lin Chen's speed was soaring, like a spiral divine wind whistling, rushing across the sky. Even with the 3 major talents temporarily continuing, Lin Chen doesn't have the possibility to turn around now. The system has previously introduced that the effect of the strongest orange rank top talent, Heavenly Rebel, is invalid for those who are outside the law. It seems. Lin Chen's eyes became solemn. It seems that the limit of my Heavenly Rebel talent is to instantly kill an opponent below the God Lord. The level of the God Lord will be a complete watershed for me. Not to mention that the ultimate Heaven Rebel can't break the defense and kill the Divine Lord in an instant, even if it is the Divine King. If the number reaches a certain level, he will have no chance to fight against Lin Chen at all. Lin Chen ran all the way, straight to the nearest position, to Jiahai. Entering the sea of boundary, perception is limited, everything is unknown. Moreover, this time his record is unprecedented, with 100 gods at the 9th level, a half-step god king and 2 god kings. Absorbing god-level fire energy, god-level chi and blood, god-level spiritual power, god-level essence. The accumulated attribute value and the loot obtained, as long as refining is controlled, the obtained combat power will inevitably soar. What Lin Chen lacks right now is still time. Thunder is like a mad dragon, coming across time and space, a god master who controls the heavens and thunder, and the speed is like a monster, and it is only less than 100 miles away from Lin Chen. Then, 3 sword lights blazing came, 3 peak god kings. The 3 of them joined forces, the sword energy was magnificent, the laws were interoperable, and the speed was no less than that of the Lord. Lin Chen had no plans to fight. Unless you can instantly kill the opponent with one move, the battle will be delayed as long as it is. Lin Chen's spirit was released to investigate the approximate location and movement trajectory of each powerful enemy. From now on, it may be a life-and-death struggle every time. It is really difficult to embark on the path that I once denied. Approaching desperation, Lin Chen laughed unexpectedly. Struggling with the sky is a joy. Fighting with God is a joy. The soul was released, Lin Chen felt it. Now the powerhouses in God's domain are attacking in a lineup that is curved on both sides. Some powerhouses are not catching up with themselves, but are about to rush in front of them, trying to intercept him, Lin Chen. Once surrounded by the god kings and god masters of the gods, it is impossible for the godless emperor to escape. Boom! The top of Lin Chen's head broke open, and it was actually the arrival of 2 gods. One person raised his palm and pressed it down, 5 fingers shattered the power of ghosts and gods, and the giant palm that covered the sky crushed it. Another god lord took an arrow and pulled a bow, and when the bow was full, an arrow shot. Almost in an instant, Lin Chen was blocked by the back and forth. The azure dragon's breath suddenly erupted, running at a super speed, and the 100 Zhang spacetime near Lin Chen suddenly seemed to stand still. The wings of the gods flapped suddenly and flashed in the air. Sigh. Boom. The other half of the mountain range was completely shattered, the sky was overturned, and the wolf smoke was rolling, and the veins of the earth were cracked inch by inch. Lin Chen's trace was long gone, and 100 miles flashed out between 1 or 2 breaths. The 2 gods were stunned. Time and space stand still? This sun seems to have used a magical power that temporarily stopped time and space to get rid of our offensive, a bit like a dragon from the ancient universe. It is Lin Chen's divine dragon bloodline supernatural power, Tai Zhou Shan. After strengthening, Tai Zhou Shan has always been one of Lin Chen's trump cards. In terms of speed, Taizhou Flash is slightly inferior to Extreme Function Set. But it has a unique magical effect, it can move time and space, and when moving, part of the time and space where magical powers are displayed is almost static, so that the enemy's attack can be withdrawn before it hits. It is just right for this situation. Just one move, Taizhou's Flash, consumes more than half of the dragon's dragon veins, and it's gone after one more use. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce light is revealed. The 2 laws of thunder and fire are surging faintly, and the 9 robbery stars that condense the divine power of Tai spacetime revolve in his hand. And the killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes is arrogant. Even if he was stopped, he would have to kill a few of them first. A crutch appeared in the void above his head, and another old man in Xing-yi appeared, and he was the God Lord of the divine realm. He stepped on the law of the wind. The law was comparable to the way of heaven. He punched Lin Chen with a punch, the wind roared wildly, and the fist burst into the sky and slashed all around like the sky. Suddenly, the 9 tribulation star spinning in Lin Chen's palm suddenly expanded. The speed of the host's full attributes has been increased 3,910 times, which is the limit speed that the host can withstand at this stage. Lin Chen slammed backwards, the instant light splitting started, and 5 9-color meteors quickly cut through the night sky, setting off a beautiful night. Even the opponent's God Lord did not expect that Lin Chen could unleash such a powerful attack in such a short period of time. 5 splendid 9-color beams of light bloomed in an instant, slightly swirling between the heavens and the earth, overflowing with the aura of destruction. Although the strength is not comparable to the Lord of God, it really delayed the offensive for a while, and competed for precious time for Lin Chen's actions. The other God Master couldn't help but scolded. It's really weird that the mother opens the door for the weird, and the weird is home. The old man was stunned and did not understand. How could this son have so many ways to fight the enemy? Lin Chen's self-created 9 tribulation star was once one of the killers in the holy realm, and it was rarely used after entering the God realm, because other trump cards had far more power than it. But with the blessing of the law, the formidable power of the 9 tribulation stars increased by leaps and bounds. In particular, the Tai Futian art has been completely repaired, and it has obtained the increase of, enhanced, and even the blessing of, function set. The power has increased exponentially. If a God King suffered the blow just now, I'm afraid it would be gone. Lin Chen avoided the Lord for the second time, making more and more powerful people angry. Suddenly, the sky is mighty, and the laws dance like dragons. There are thousands of thunders raging on Zhou Tian, and a big world of thunder shrouds Lin Chen's front. Hundreds of bright moons hang in the sky, and the moonlight shines 1 inch diagonally, which can fill the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, and there is a God standing above the bright moon. The long river of sword energy is like a winding dragon, blocking the sky. The 3 peak sword kings are like gods, and the sword energy is glowing in the flying robes. More than a dozen supreme powerhouses blocked Lin Chen's way. There are obstacles in the front, and snakes in the back. The encirclement was initially formed, and Lin Chen was in a desperate situation. The fighting spirit in Lin Chen's eyes was not at all hopeless, as if he was looking for a breakthrough in this desperate situation. The light of the divine soul flickered violently from his pupils. The strong man in Shenzhou, who was alarmed by the atmosphere of this battle, immediately exited the customs, and when he looked at Lin Chen, who was surrounded, he couldn't help sighing. I'm afraid this child can only get here. I've never seen so many God Lords, and this time, God's domain has paid for itself. In the amazement of everyone, Lin Chen's Fengshen wings suddenly slapped, his body swept away, and he took the initiative to attack. Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouths of many strong men trembled. It's really daring and shocking the world. In such a desperate situation, he dared to take the initiative to attack. Throwing into the net, courting death. Don't be careless, kill him in one fell swoop. Divine kings and divine masters sneered, and dozens of divine laws and even heavenly laws came to the world and attacked Lin Chen. Suddenly, before Lin Chen could react, the monstrous laws erupted by the powerhouses of God's domain turned into smoke and vanished in an instant. The divine light came into the world, spanning time and space, and people from two eras met at this moment. 5 figures flashed in the air, standing tall and proud beside Lin Chen. At this moment, the powerhouses of God's domain were shocked. A sense of belonging emerged in Lin Chen's heart for the first time ever. The 5 were male and female, old or young. The first person, Xingyi, carried the sword, with a graceful demeanor, the sword inciting the sound of the sword that divides the heavens and the earth. 1. The Lord of Kendo. Another sackclothed man turned to look at Lin Chen and grinned. It's really not easy. The little guy at the 5th level of the gods has persisted until now, and he is indeed the person who will save his last remnant soul when he is born. The sword god and Xingyi smiled elegantly. The next thing, just leave it to the seniors. You just need to move forward, set the 4-dimensional universe on fire, and when you return with your head held high, attack the 3 gods. Lin Chen was surprised. Seniors, you are. A snow-clothed woman spoke with a hoarse voice. Like you, Hao Futian's student. Lin Chen's heart trembled. They are all people who used to follow Emperor Futian. The gods of the divine realm who stood in front of Lin Chen took a step back. Subconsciously, they are facing that legendary team. That epic that traverses the 4-dimensional universe. They are back. Even if they are no longer complete, even if the myth of the year is no longer there, as long as one of them survives, no one dares to despise their existence. The sword master in Xingyi secretly said to Lin Chen, the desolate star region, cross the Jiujia mountain, there are your compatriots there. When Lin Chen's heart was touched, everyone gave way. There are only very few god lords with complex expressions. The same is true for the sword master in Xingyi, looking at the gods in the god realm, 2 familiar figures. An old comrade in arms. Today's mortal enemy. The sword master in Xingyi raised his sword and strode, and said sternly, come on, they'll leave it to us. The sword master in Xingyi has 1 sword in his hand, blocking 2 with 1. The 5 people swarmed up, and more than a dozen powerful people in the god domain were horrified in an instant. The kamikaze rolled around. Lin Chen swept across the battle circle, and continued to run fast. At this time, the sun rises, and the morning light comes diagonally. Lin Chen suddenly looked back. Not just the dozen or so god kings and god masters. Those god kings and god masters who came out of the realm of the gods were all stopped out of thin air. On the way to break through, Lin Chen witnessed the arrival of a miracle. The red light floated, and the radiance of thousands of miles came from the sky, and more figures broke into this terrifying battlefield. One after another silhouettes descended on the heavens and the earth, all of them were god kings and god masters. They all have a characteristic, like Lin Chen, they have cultivated the same mentality to the extreme. Their laughter drives out the darkness, and their laws shine in the sky. The lackeys of God's domain, the old man has long wanted to fuck you. On that day, I regretted that I didn't stand in line and let the teacher pass away. This time, I won't make the wrong choice again. Is there only so much the level of the God King at the peak of the gods domain? Is there anything more energetic? Even the warm-up level is not enough. I singled out a group of you. You can do whatever you want. 2 gods just want to fight me? 3 more. The weak only bully the weak, and the strong always fight against the wind. We are different. We like to start a team alone. It's really disappointing. Is there no god emperor from the realm of the gods? This time? No way. Kill 2 god masters, for fun. As if it was their traditional tradition of fighting more with less, each of then blocked multiple opponents, and they did not lose the upper hand, and had the upper hand. The high altitude in the eastern part of Shenzhou completely overturned the sky. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It's too fierce. A fierce man from heaven, how on earth did these seniors develop such combat power? Able to become the king of gods, the master of gods. Which is not a peerless genius who has been passed down through the ages and has been passed down through the ages. The same as the God King, God Lord, the powerhouse of the God realm is not enough to see at all. What kind of experience do you have to go through to reach this height? This team is invincible. The large encirclement formed by the thousands of God Kings and God Masters, temporarily mobilized by the gods, was actually punched out by a road, unimpeded, and no one stopped Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart was surging, and his Fengshen wings flickered one after another. On that day, under the escort of everyone, facing the terrifying siege of the world, Lin Chen completely jumped out of the siege. Wanli Shenzhou sends Lin Chen. And Wu Chen's heart shook when he witnessed the powerhouses of God's domain being stopped. It was the group of very few who survived the battle of God's domain back then, and finally took a firm stand. Even if there are very few people, they still exist, lurking in the 5 continents. If it wasn't for the will of the remnant soul of Emperor Lin Tian today, I'm afraid no one would order them to move. And Wu Chen's face was ugly. I really have you, Lin Tiandi. The powerhouses who released the call before are far from the main force of the gods, the vast gods, and the 3 gods. This led to the fact that the real top powerhouses of the gods' domain rarely gathered together. But even so, God's domain can send out the powerhouses of the major gods and gods at will, which shows how strong the background is. However, whoever the Protoss wants to die must die. A drop of divine blood appeared in his palm, and the might of the Emperor suddenly exploded, turning into an imperial edict, scattered into countless streamers, and transformed into the sect forces of the world's heroes. I ordered in the name of the Emperor of God, and all Wuzhou sects obeyed the order to hunt down this son of Lin Chen, regardless of life or death. Those who achieve the goal will be rewarded for the qualifications of the entire clan to enter the realm of the gods. If the suzerain is above, they will become the gods. 1 red rank exercise, for top quality artifacts, 10 million middle grade divine jades, and 1 million meritorious deeds in the gods. The blood splattered in the sky like a scattered meteor shower, with the coercion and orders of the God Emperor, spread to the land of 5 continents at an extremely fast speed. And Wu Chen said, I want to be an enemy all over the world, and I can't find a place for him in the world. And I can't get out of this 5 continents. Lin Tiandi smiled slightly. Don't underestimate young people. When we decided to change the world, we were also young people. A chill flashed across Lin Tiandi's eyes. If the 3 gods lose 2 god emperors, I'm afraid it will be a big blow to them. The 2 god emperors were horrified for a while, and took a few steps back. This lunatic. As soon as the imperial edict appeared, the heavens and the earth were reversed, and some secret families and top giants who had had a relationship with the divine domain were completely boiling when they received the message for the first time. And Wu Chen engraved all Lin Chen's spirit and soul in the imperial edict. Even in Shenzhou, some old antiques who have witnessed the melee of the gods, true gods, and old monsters who have seen Lin Chen's methods, when they received this message, they were ecstatic, and then acted immediately. It's more than crazy, it's just that the 5 continents are shaken. Under the reward, there must be strong men. What's more, this is no longer a reward. This was bestowed by the God Emperor himself, and it was a heaven-defying opportunity that was enough to achieve a comprehensive class transition. Whoever can kill Lin Chen will gain an endless future and a passage to the top. What's he doing? He's doing his shit. Isn't it a fifth level of the God realm? Lin Chen is a fart. There is a price to pay for the power to go beyond the boundaries. This son's brutal, instant killing method cannot last forever. As long as it consumes him when he is weak, I am not afraid that he will not explain it. No one can ignore the number of true gods, and he, Lin Chen, is no exception. The mantis catching the cicada and the oriole is behind, staring at him and beating hard. Stupid people are still hesitating, smart people have already started to act. A self-righteous person only knows action, and the veteran has gone back to shake people. The divine light was like a rainbow, straddling the sky, and a large number of powerhouses began to act. The situation has begun to develop into even greater chaos. The three elders of the Alchemist Guild looked at each other. Qin Shuangjue of the Qin family and others acted immediately, and the people of Tianyi Divine Kingdom took action and prepared to vote. The border of Shenzhou, the territory of weeping blood. This piece is the border of Shenzhou. Crossing this territory is the boundary of Xingzhou, and then entering the sea from Xingzhou is the fastest route for Lin Chen at present. However, although the weeping blood territory is between two continents, this place belongs to the territory of the demon race, where the demon race is rampant, and the demon god king gathers. An exquisite figure is quietly hidden in a bloody mountain gorge. It was Shenling Shuang. She stuck her head out and released a ray of divine soul to explore the vicinity. Shenling Shuang stroked her hair lightly and exclaimed, as the master said, "There are very few demons nearby." She turned to look at Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged behind her, and Yagami guards guarded him carefully and nervously. A god guard said in a trembling voice, "He is really a god." We almost entered the territory of the major demon kings, and were in the most dangerous place in the territory of crying blood, but no demons found us. 3 days have passed since the great battle. After Lin Chen jumped out of the encirclement, he joined Shenling Shuang. Lin Chen originally wanted to rush to Jiehai, despite his injuries, but as soon as he arrived at the border of Shenzhou, he received an imperial edict from Emperor An Wuchen to hunt down and kill it, which was spread all over the world. Faced with the release of the 3 major talents and the issuance of the Emperor's edict, Lin Chen made a decision that surprised the 8 gods' guard. That is, he broke into the territory of weeping blood. In this ghost place, the god king of the human race did not dare to easily set foot in this place, let alone the injured Lin Chen and a few of them. But Lin Chen, like divine help, avoided the location where the demons gathered several times. Even if his divine soul is strong, it is far from being able to achieve this level. Next to Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, the divine flame entwined with the law of fire lingered around Lin Chen like a vein, and the thunder light slowly appeared, erasing the law characteristics of the remaining Lin Chen's divine body from time to time. A lot of it remained in the characteristics of the law, and was gradually melted away by Lin Chen's 2 laws. If the characteristics of the law are not removed, Lin Chen's injury cannot be recovered with no amount of divine energy. After a large number of law characteristics were dissolved, Lin Chen's divine body, although scarred, has returned to its purity. After recovering with undead spirit, Lin Chen's injuries gradually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, countless essence attributes of divine power are being rapidly refined by Lin Chen, and his cultivation is rushing to a higher realm. In the tiny time and space where the heart is, there is a great power floating around, growing rapidly around the two laws. Not only the cultivation base, but also the realm of the soul, the tempering of the divine body, and even his divine dragon, also have a terrifying growth rate. Killing 100 God level 9th level gods and 2 God kings, a half step. God King is too huge for Lin Chen's harvest, so that he didn't fully settle. For 3 days. Lin Chen's whole body released a strong roar of laws, and the 8 gods were shocked. He's going to advance. The 8 gods' guards surrounded Lin Chen, clasped their hands together, and the layers of law barriers covered Lin Chen's breath. Boom. The powerful aura of the divine soul and the fluctuation of divine power are like the birth of a giant dragon. The dragon stirs the wind and clouds, and rushes straight out from the top of Lin Chen's head. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the initial stage of the 3rd level of the gods. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the middle stage of the divine soul realm. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the middle stage of the 3rd level of the gods. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 3rd stage of the god realm. Yagami Guard's eyes widened. His cultivation is still soaring. This kid's cultivation, is this a ghost? When did the cultivation of the gods become so simple? Sigh. Boom. Boom. An abyss-like skyless thunder leaped from Lin Chen's body, and 2 thunder dragons suddenly rose into the sky, 1 black and 1 red, 2 thunder dragons, breaking through the law barrier of the 8 gods' guard. The corners of Yagami's mouth twitched slightly. His law of thunder has transformed into a new power, and is about to break through the transformation realm. Woo! 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 The sinister, demonic chi and yin wind swept up, and Lin Chen's breath of breaking through the realm instantly alerted all the demon kings in the weeping blood territory. Oops, the power of breaking through the realm is too great, and we can't hold it back. It's been discovered, it's a big trouble now. My uncle's aura of breaking through the realm is too enchanting. Weeping blood territory. Thunder Dragon roared, and the gods were soaring to the sky. The 2 laws rush up around Lin Chen done, and Lin Chen's momentum of breaking through the realm became more and more violent, causing the whole bloody fog-filled territory to gradually riot. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 3rd level of the divine realm. Lin Chen broke through again, unstoppable. Just when the 8 gods' guard finally ended, Lin Chen's retreat has not been interrupted. No way, can we continue to break through? Uncle, this is going to be a day and day. The basic cultivation is 2 level perfection, and it hits the 3rd level perfection. This is already 4 realms in a row. As expected of someone who dares to declare war on God's domain, I am the uppercase server. When the corner of Yagami Guard's eyes cast a light, they were all amazed. The demon domain in the very far distance also began to feel Lin Chen's breath, and the dim eyes woke up from the darkness. The north side of the weeping blood territory. When Shen Lingshuang threw a fist, a blue dragon flashed, surrounded by pure killing laws, and it was invincible. With 1 punch, it shattered 2 middle-level demon gods. The 8 gods' guards formed a lineup in the shape of a pin, and fought a defensive battle to protect Lin Chen, who was breaking through the realm. Broken. Shen Lingshuang stepped into the air, and her tall and slender legs swept across the sky. The dragon-like slaughter law ran over like a knife, slashing 10 huge low-level demon gods. Shen Lingshuang alone blocked hundreds of demon gods. The more she fought, the more courageous she became. Once she entered the fighting state, she seemed to be a different person. Her demeanor was calm and unyielding. He wears a pair of high-grade artifact armors with dragon teeth on his wrist, like a heroic valkyrie, like a sonorous rose blooming on the battlefield. A strange light reverberated in her eyes as she practiced endless martial arts and dismantling moves. The momentum of the surging demon army soared, and they communicated with each other in their unique demon language, and the demonic energy covered the sky. The quantity caused a qualitative change, and the demon gods rushed one after another. Although Shen Lingshuang was able to gain the upper hand, he was gradually unable to kill them completely. The Devil Emperor of the three-dimensional universe is like the true god of the human race, and a devil god is equal to the powerhouse of the fourth level, or above of the human race. A middle-level demon god can match the true god who controls the law, and a high-level demon god can approach the sixth level of the god realm. There are also many top-level demon gods who have poured into this place. 1. Top-level demon god is enough to match the power of the gods and the 8th level of the gods. The form of the gods and demons is far more than the lower realm. The celestial demons with the appearance of a three-dimensional universe have scales and feathers, and their aura is entangled with the energy of the calamity of the universe. There are meteoric fire, sky thunder, blood poison, and other energies possessed, and they have the appearance of the calamity. Demons. The gap between the high-level demons is clear at a glance. Shen Lingshuang is like a raptor that is turning over a river, with fierce moves, and the law of killing skyrockets, breaking into a large number of demons. What is needed is not practice, but experience. She threw herself into the battle with all her heart, and there was no confusion in her eyes. At this moment, the talent of the bloodline of the martial god had been stimulated to its peak, and all the movements and flaws of the demons could be seen in her eyes. Mrs. Bloodline talent has reached its peak ahead of schedule. So strong, the young lady is only at the 9th level of the realm of the gods, and she has beaten nearly 1,000 demon gods in all directions. The 8 gods guard has a solemn demeanor. Boom! At this time, Lin Chen's divine body vision changed again, and a majestic and gorgeous star sea appeared in the space above his head, rolling like a cloud, rushing like a sea, and spreading in a vortex. Infinite energy is gathered in the star sea, and the power is so great that the 8 guards are completely moved. This scene seems familiar. It is the scene of the successful practice of the red rank cultivation technique. Continues to consume 2.09 million god-level exercises, and the host is integrating the red-level low-level exercises blue of the stars. Blue star C, the minimum cultivation condition, the middle stage of the soul realm. Proficiency conditions, eightfold cultivation of the divine realm. The realm of the divine body and the Tao. This exercise is an auxiliary type of exercise, consumes the power of the soul, and can mobilize the power of the vast stars of the heavens into oneself, refining and absorbing the power of the stars at a high speed, used to replenish divine power in wartime, and the speed of replenishing divine power is far better than that of Dan medicines, etc. Note, this practice requires the control of the law of stars, one of the 3,000 avenues, in order to cultivate to perfection. The next moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes were like a sea of stars rolling, and the power of the stars was incorporated into himself. Congratulations to the host, advancing to the initial stage of the 4th level of the gods. All attributes are refined, breaking 5 realms in a row. The anger was soaring to Xiao Han. Lin Chen rose to the sky, and went out of the customs. At the moment of exiting the customs, Lin Chen, who was suspended in the air, didn't say a word. 10,000 thunders surged in his palm, one red and one black. 2 divine thunders bloomed, and Lin Chen slapped it with one palm. LOL. Boom. 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 Thousands of thunder riots, thunderous thunder, countless silver snake-like thunder lights penetrated a large number of low-level demon gods, repelled hundreds of high-level demon gods, and made the 8 gods guard retreat from the battle circle. So strong. Yashinwei's heart trembled. A god guard said excitedly, "Uncle, oh no, Your Excellency Lin Chen, your law of thunder is comparable to the realm of the gods. Not only that, the cultivation of divine power is also equivalent to the 9th level of the divine realm." Lin Chen smiled casually and said, "It's just a matter of seeking wealth, and wealth consumes 120 million god-level rune energy, and the phantom clone has synchronized all the cultivation bases of the host." Lin Chen's shoulders were shaken, and the phantom clone came down, using the clone to cover and completely withdraw from the battle circle with the 8 gods. The Thunder Emperor of God's domain gave Lin Chen a great gift. After refining the second Thunder God grade different crystal 8 desolate thunder, Lin Chen's law of thunder, like the law of fire, has reached the realm of attainments. But with the effect of the Tai Ifu Tianju, Lin Chen can play a destructive force comparable to the realm of the gods. In addition to the laws, the biggest improvement is the realm, the initial stage of the 4th level of the gods. Pure power, Shenlong has broken through the 200,000 barren force, and Lin Chen's body has grown to the realm of 30,000 barren force. The qi and blood attributes obtained by beheading the king of gods made Lin Chen advance by leaps and bounds. The divine soul has entered the middle stage of the divine soul realm. Strongly, and with the blessing of the mind, the divine soul is far beyond the same level. Before participating in the divine meeting, Lin Chen would be very difficult to fight against the god of war in the early stage of the 9th level, based on his cultivation only without using a series of trump cards. Now, based on the laws and realm alone, he can also successfully fight against the 9th level of the god realm. Moreover, it is far better than most of the 9th levels of the god realm. If you use a series of ultimate moves and trump cards, even a half-step god king will not be afraid at all. Now, under the king of God, there are only a handful of people who can threaten Lin Chen. This is the qualitative leap brought about by breaking 5 realms in a row. This kind of leap, if you want to make it in the future, I am afraid it will not be so simple. The price this time is also very obvious. Lin Chen's strongest trump card, the Ultimate Rebel, cannot be used for nearly 2 years. When he and Yashin guards withdrew from the battle circle, suddenly, Shen Lingshuang, who was still fighting on the north side, faced the risk of being surrounded. That smell is. A cyan magic eye opened between Lin Chen's eyebrows. This is the Eye of the Devil, which is an attribute treasure obtained by Lin Chen by killing the wreckage of the Devil King in the 3-dimensional universe. It can see through all the disguise of the devil. Not good. There are demons that surpass the top demon gods, mixed in the battle. Lin Chen rushed over in an instant, and Shen Lingshuang's battle vision suddenly appeared. During the melee, a middle-level demon god suddenly had a surge of aura. The giant crocodile-like blood basin opened wide, blood light floated, and a beam of blood light Changhong shot out, until Shen Lingshuang. The blood light Changhong corrodes all matter in the space, and wherever it passes, it disappears instantly, which is extremely strange. The power far exceeds the 9th level of the God realm, reaching the destructive power of a half-step God King. Shenling Shuang was fighting with more than a dozen top-level demon gods, and was suddenly attacked. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow flashed, stretched out his hand, and pulled Shenling Shuang out of the battle circle, raised his right arm to block. Sigh. Boom. When the bloody Changhong exploded, Lin Chen and Shenling Shuang were unscathed. That demon god's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Even if a creature of the same level was caught off guard, it would not have been unscathed. It stared at the dark arm guard on Lin Chen's right arm. Absolute defense gauntlets. Different from the golden body of the god of war, of the golden god of war set, the characteristic of the golden body of the god of war is to defend with pure power. Although this kind of defense is strong, it cannot completely resist the characteristics of the law after the attack. And the god of war suit is a true absolute defense. As long as it is an attack under the defense of the god of war, the characteristics of the law cannot penetrate the host's body. Lin Chen raised a middle finger at it and smiled politely. Then, the Fengshen wings unfolded, and the two master and apprentice flashed and retreated. The demon gods rioted and chased in the direction the two left. Holding the master's waist, Shenling Shuang said, "Master, what should we do next?" Lin Chen shouted to the 8 gods' guard, "Come with me." The eye of the demon god flickered several times between the eyebrows. Lin Chen avoided the raids of the demon god army several times, and the 8 gods' guards called it awesome. Shenling Shuang wondered, "Master, aren't you very good at fighting? What are you afraid of? Let's go back and fight." Lin Chen was serious. "Ling Shuang, you can't be too arrogant." Shenling Shuang said, "What's the point of being a man without being arrogant?" Lin Chen. Shenling Shuang said excitedly, "Master, can't you kill the opponent instantly? If you can hurt the opponent." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "If your master can do this again and again, I'll be arrogant too." Shenling Shuang pondered, "It turns out that you can't use it again and again. But don't worry, master, you are already very arrogant, and you have never seen someone more arrogant than you. There are high-level and top-level demon gods everywhere in the Weeping Blood territory and the demon territory outside, as well as the demon kings who are eyeing them." The demon king didn't make a move before. It was the demon kings who sent their subordinates to test each other. They didn't want to do it themselves, so as to avoid being taken advantage of by the same clan. Once the demon god king comes back to his senses, the collective team will be no weaker than the group of god kings at the God Conference. Without God's rebellion, or ultimate heaven's rebel, it would be as hard as reaching the sky in the true sense to kill a powerhouse in the God King realm. Even if there is a god of war set, the other party is not a vegetarian. It's like fighting an elephant with a knife. Even if you can kill the elephant, you have to slash it. This is also the reason why Lin Chen killed 2 god kings instantly at the god meeting, which caused such an uproar. What's more, there are still a bunch of people waiting for us outside, so save your energy to fight outside. Lin Chen looked at the distant place where the starlight fell, which was about to approach the location of Xingzhou. When the clone showed, Lin Chen even took the clone with the body and rushed out from 7 different positions together. Phantom and body, true and false, let the enemy not know who is his body. The next day, the border of the stars. Boom. There was a sonic boom in the sky, and Lin Chen appeared alone. The law depends on life, and more than a dozen true gods who are in harmony. With the gods are chasing Lin Chen like crazy. Lin Chen slapped it with a backhand, the thunder light danced, Shen Yan came into the world, and more than a dozen true gods of the 8th and 9th levels were blasted away. It was less than 2 hours after Lin Chen was out of the realm of weeping blood. When he set foot on Xingzhou, his body encountered 4 waves of interception, one after another. This does not count the number of times the clone has been attacked by the enemy. Totally crazy. The powerhouses of Xingzhou have been stimulated by the imperial edicts. Reward to the point of losing their minds. Whether it is a top-quality artifact, a red rank exercise, or ascending to the realm of the gods, or even directly becoming a god race. Every reward, just getting one, is enough to revitalize the entire clan and reach the top, but so many are concentrated at once. The divine light floated, and another group of people appeared. It is a strong man from other continents, who once attended the 5 Continents God Association, and they also came to Xingzhou. The Tsingy God King, headed by him, said solemnly, "Where's Lin Chen?" The dozen or so true gods who were repelled were silent. "Don't speak, this seat will kill you all. Go east." "Did you fight him?" "Yes, he is strong." The Tsingy Divine King's face gradually changed, and ecstasy emerged. After these people fought against Lin Chen, more than half of them were injured. But they are not dead. That is to say, sure enough, his trick to instantly kill the enemy can't be used at any time. Now is the time to take him to get the reward. This king wants to become a god, this sun is the chance for this king. The Tsingy Divine King waved his hand, and dozens of true gods behind him swept to the east with agitation. On the other side, Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, his body was in the sky, blessed by the law of thunder, and he galloped quickly by himself. Not using the function set is to prevent the enemy from distinguishing who is the main body. Lin Chen, who was running fast, couldn't help frowning, since the first batch of raids, the second batch and the third batch came very quickly. Sure enough, these people pinpointed that I couldn't use the ultimate heaven rebel to deal with me again, and sure enough a bunch of old foxes. Lin Chen followed the designated route and headed east. Shen Lingshuang was included in Lin Chen's air planting bag, while the 8 gods guards went to inform the Wushan Palace. The reason is very simple, Lin Chen's unparalleled air transport capsule cannot accommodate so many powerhouses. Lin Chen temporarily changed his route, otherwise, he would be surrounded by more powerhouses. Everyone in the Hidden World sect and family of Xingzhou knows that if they pass through Xingzhou, they need to take the fastest route to reach the sea. However, Shen Lingshuang told herself that Sister Fairy had already prepared a route for him. As long as he led the strong men away first, he would immediately cut into the original route. As early as the moment Lin Chen declared war on the divine realm, Yi Qingguo left the Wuzhou Divine Club and sought Yi Qianqi's help as soon as possible. Yi Qianqi is one of the adopted daughters of the Yi family. The Yi family has a keen eye for talents. Every year, they recruit many displaced orphans in the desolate star territory for training. Lin Chen is an existence that cannot be deduced by any mathematician, so Yi Qingguo specially asked Shen Lingshuang to follow him, and asked Yi Qianqi to deduce Shen Lingshuang's position, so she could naturally know Lin Chen's position. Boom! The Tsingy Divine King used his sword to control the sky, and cut out a brilliant sword light, intercepting it in front, forcing Lin Chen's movement to stop. But let him stop Lin Chen's body. The Tsingy Divine King sneered, "Boy, you are the body, right?" Lin Chen jokingly said, "This is all for you to guess?" It's a pity not to be so smart. The Tsingy Divine King is like Zizhu, this king is chasing him all the way. Although your avatar is hard to tell, but when you attack the opponent, you will deliberately retain your strength, only to repel the opponent, not to hurt others, to avoid exposure. Only you are the only one. The body that respects you, who is trying to mess with your eyes, is eager to act, and you will blast away all those who block you, regardless of life or death. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up, wonderful. After all, it is the king of gods, and no one is a simple generation. Zheng. The encirclement between the conversations has been completed, the Tsing-yi God King slayed with a sword, and the law of Kendo combines the other three laws, reaching the pinnacle, and cutting the sky with the sword. More than that, the sword swept across the sky, beheading the long divine wind, but not beheading the real body. Lin Chen's six-piece blessing of Fengshen, the divine wind is rolling, and retreats thousands of feet away. Before the Tsing-yi divine king could chase after him, the encirclement of the people he led was suddenly scattered. Who dares to rob my prey of Tianyi divine kingdom? This son's head belongs to my Qin family. Two menacing teams arrived, an ancestor of the Qin family and Zhao Jiuxiao of Tianyi divine kingdom. The scene was extremely chaotic, and the four camps fought in an instant. The Tsing-yi divine king slashed horizontally with one sword, desperate to break into the center of the battle circle. In his opinion, Lin Chen, who has no instant kill method, is just that. Clang! Zhao Jiuxiao held the pitch-black divine hammer and swung it away. He was murderous and warned, "You also want to snatch the prey of my kingdom of God?" Boom! 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 Zhao Jiuxiao immediately waved the divine hammer, and the attack, like a raging wave, drowned the Tsing-yi God King. The Tsing-yi divine king kept blocking with his sword, each blow was very heavy, and he always felt that something was wrong. And Lin Chen, who was trapped in the encirclement of the three forces, moved like a snake, and the extreme wind god set flashed repeatedly. Then, he was attacked by the ancestors of the Qin family in the God King realm, and the scene was very thrilling. Suddenly, Lin Chen caught the flaw and punched the ancestor of the Qin family. The ancestor of the Qin family looked up to the sky and vomited blood and exclaimed, "Young people don't talk about martial arts." The kamikaze was turbulent, the wind god wing spread, and Lin Chen flashed out of the encirclement. The men and horses of the Tsing-yi divine king immediately caught up. Unexpectedly, the masters of the Tianyi divine kingdom swarmed up and chased after them. They beat the Tsing-yi divine king and cut off the crowd of the Tsing-yi divine king. Huh? Zhao Jiuxiao was shocked, his expression was very angry. Why did people run away? What are you doing to eat? The eldest prince clasped his fists and said, "Father is angry, let's chase immediately, and we must get Lin Chen's head back." After all, the first prince rushed out again. When he thought that the target escaped and the other party would not make things difficult, he didn't know that Zhao Jiuxiao had not let go of the Tsing-yi God King, and he raised his hand and beat him. The ancestor of the Qin family clutched his chest, trembling, as if he was seriously injured, but his eyes were on guard against the God King and Tsing-yi. Only then did the Tsing-yi divine king react, and shouted angrily, "With his mother's legs, two divine kings can make this kid run away, you bastards, just fucking act hard." Zhao Jiuxiao exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Don't take the chance of my kingdom of God, I'm going to kill him, and God can't keep him." Lin Chen, what I said. After all, he started a bit heavier The Tsingy Divine King almost had a brain hemorrhage with anger. Star Continent, sticks. Lin Chen moved forward at a high speed. Since the position of the main body was exposed, he used the extreme Peerless set, without any disguise. The ordinary, true God ninth layer is simply beyond his reach. Even if he perceives his approximate location, he cannot stop him. Suddenly, the space in the distance broke open, and the two God Kings of the Divine Continent slowly stepped into the air and levitated, and said with a grin. Lin Chen's eyes turned. Did the two kings intercept it? Boom boom boom. The space vibrates, and the divine soul transmits the sound to the sky. The Alchemist Guild hereby announces that it will abolish Lin Chen's position as the guild elder. Lin Chen, the thief, catch him without hesitation. The three elders of the Alchemist Guild suddenly descended, with a chill on their faces, full of murderous aura. It seems that seeing Lin Chen is like seeing a great opportunity. The headed elder slammed out with a palm, but his youthful appearance was full of chilling murderous aura. The power of the soul surged and turned into a big Buddha's palm print, like the sect of 10,000 Buddhas, suppressing 10,000 enemies. The two divine kings were startled. How could the Alchemist Guild succeed? And immediately the law came at the fingertips, directly impacting the shocking palm of the great elder. Another battle between the gods and kings broke out, and Lin Chen, who was trapped in the siege, was very thrilling and dodged one after another. He was in control of the divine wind, and the faint blue divine light flashed. And he seized the opportunity to swept out of the siege. The more and more the two gods of the divine continent fought, the more they went wrong. Everyone has run away. You old guys are really here. The big elder, who looked like a teenager, said solemnly, because you will rob me of the reward from the Alchemist Guild, so we have to get rid of you in advance. The two divine continent divine kings pondered for a while, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Good guy. With so many dramas at his age, he actually played them. Isn't this a blatant fighting the dark gang, shameless? When he escaped danger again, Lin Chen looked back at everyone in the battle circle and sighed. Good guy, a breakout battle, the birth of a live actor. Perceiving Lin Chen's divine soul breath, many true gods swept through the sky and turned into a meteor shower in the sky. That mighty, murderous cold drink spread all over the sky. Follow me, kill Lin Chen, and go to God's domain to receive the reward. The achievement of the Protoss is only in the present. President, he is a ruthless man who declared war on God's domain. I beat a ruthless man. Boom. The kamikaze swept through the air and passed by in a flash, and the encirclement formed by the gods was instantly smashed and scattered by the flashing fire. What happened? Yes, it's Lin Chen. He became the light. President, your head fell off. The gods were in a mess, and they were defeated in one face-to-face. The faint blue divine light pierced through the clouds, and Lin Chen's Fengshen wings flashed continuously, rolling the roaring divine wind. His explosive speed was hard to reach even the half-step god king. Lin Chen, don't think that if you declare war on God's domain, you can leave safely. It's too naive. Two rays of water, fire, and divine light descended slowly, and in an instant, the sky became flooded with water, and the sky burned with fire. Another 20-odd powerhouses have come, none of them are lower than the masters of the realm of God body and Dao. Lin Chen sneered jokingly, isn't the recent God King so worthless? One after another has come. The graceful and beautiful woman at the head covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The chance to become a god is unique. In order to become a god, I am afraid that any god king will be moved by it. The Fire Eyebrow God King said coldly, that trick temporarily boosts your power and instantly kills your opponent's trump card. You can't use it anymore. You should wait for your own death, or fight back and be beaten to death by us and then leave with the corpse. Looking around at the true gods who were in the camp, Lin Chen shrugged, this kind of tactic of blocking other people's retreat while talking, you guys really use it all the time. The Fire Eyebrow God King was unmoved. There is a price to pay for stepping out of the realm of mortals. If you declare war on the realm of the gods, you will surely die. The beautiful woman in the blue dress looked at Lin Chen and asked, curiously, you who have lost your external strength, what is it that makes you so calm now? Lin Chen said sternly, because the ancients often say that experience makes us calmer day by day, so I have been calm for many days. The voice just fell. The extremely gorgeous divine light turned into a beam of light, propping up the heavens and the earth, and the candle illuminated the universe. A group of men and horses spread out in the beam of light, standing behind Lin Chen. Who is it? The majestic king of the martial god, Wu Tian, dressed in a robe, with a face like a crown of jade, scolded with a cold expression. Dare to snatch the prey of my martial god palace, the god king of Xingzhou is really a big dog. The corners of the two god kings twitched slightly. Damn, what's the matter with this martial god mansion, coming out of this juncture? Taking a step back slightly, Lin Chen looked very dignified, and said solemnly, with the addition of two god kings to the martial god palace, it seems that today is very dangerous. The beautiful woman in the blue dress gritted her teeth and scolded angrily. Wu Tian, what the hell do you mean? The merit and status of the martial god mansion back then made him qualified to enter the divine realm. The Fire Eyebrow God King angrily rebuked, if you accumulate it well, your martial god mansion may have become a part of the Protoss long ago, but you already rejected it. Now you are running out to steal our prey? God is also you, and Ghost is also you, what do you want to do? Humph. Wu Tian flicked his sleeves and sneered, you know a basket. Think about it, you took your wife out of the house, drinking a little wine and singing, and your daughter suddenly ran away with someone. The anger came from the heart. The situation changed suddenly. Wu Tian suddenly shouted, so, this King Lin Chen has made up his mind, whoever interferes with this king will be beaten to death. A chill surged in his heart, and Lin Chen thought to himself, why doesn't it look like it's acting? Hidden in the Wushan Palace team, the 8 gods' guards held back their laughter very hard. The pupils of the 2 god kings shrank, and they were even taken a step back by Wu Tian's aura. What a strong determination, this Wu Tian looks really moved to kill. The water and fire were terrifying, and the fighting spirit of the 2 god kings broke down and spread out like an encirclement. At least in terms of the number of god kings, they are dominant. Lin Chen took the lead and broke the defense line guarded by the 8 gods. With a punch, Feng Shenyi flashed several times, accelerated in an instant, and rushed out of the encirclement in a dangerous way. Wu Tian snorted coldly, follow me. The 2 god kings wanted to move, but Wu Tian stepped on a phantom to intercept them. Under the eyes of the 2 full of doubts, a great melee between the gods and kings started again. The 8 gods guard chased Lin Chen and transmitted the sound through the air. The owner ordered, please take good care of Miss Lin Chen. She is determined to follow you this time, and I hope your Excellency Lin Chen will not disappoint Mrs. determination. Miss is the most beloved person in the whole government. Everyone hopes that she will return safely in the end. After receiving the sound transmission, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Yes, I will. Eat it all at once, and I will never let her go hungry." Under the cover of Wushan Mansion, Lin Chen consumed nearly half of the recharge of Fengshan's 6-piece suit, and rushed to the boundary of Xingzhou. At the fastest speed. "Lin Chen, this way." The sound transmission of the law made him stunned for a moment. I saw Yi Qinggu waiting alone in the eye of the hurricane hole below, waving her hand to transmit the sound. Lin Chen landed and appeared with Shenling Shuang. Lin Chen is about to say, "Which way?" Yi Qinggu pulled the two of them. "I don't have time to explain, let's go." Yi Qinggu pulled Lin Chen into the Hurricane Canyon where the wind was raging. The Hurricane Canyon here was not even the half-step God King dared to set foot in easily, which blocked a large group of people from the innate advantage. When Yi Qinggu left with the two of them, she said solemnly, "As you guessed, Zhao Enren sent me a message that they were ambushed in the Triple Realm Sea. The group of 10 God Kings from Xingzhou sent the powerhouses from the sea to surround us." Lin Chen's face sank. "How is the situation?" Yi Qinggu said, "We have a geographical advantage, and the casualties are not large. According to preliminary estimates, the number of enemies exceeds 50,000, and if they continue to stay, the base area may face the risk of exposure." A year and a half ago, the 10 kings of Xingzhou, who were ordered to arrest Lin Chen, belonged to a certain force in the realm of the gods, but now they have taken action again. "It doesn't matter, just what I have to do has been completed." Lin Chen smiled knowingly. "Go back to the sea at full speed, and shift the strategy. Our goal is to hit the desolate star region all the way. Our goal is the Sea of Stars." Lin Chen just escaped danger before the earth-shattering changes occurred in the 5 continents of the God realm. In the realm of the gods, a golden splendid world seemed to come to the extreme realm of the gods. There are hundreds of families in the God realm, and the 3 God races are the highest. And this place is an extremely confidential area of God's domain, and even the high-level officials of the 3 God races can enter. The golden sky and the earth are covered with snow-white light. It looks like it's right in front of you, but it's actually far away. The space law, one of the 10 laws of heaven, has been subdivided and listed, separating the dimensions of space to the farthest. The law of time, one of the 10 laws, is like a still ocean, swallowing everything and turning the passage of time into stagnation. In this space, it seems that time can never be allowed to move forward. However, in the distant golden world, there is a towering tree swaying. It is like the origin of all things, and all the laws seem to flow to it. Cause and effect rotate, time stands still, space changes, power opens up. Seals float. The golden branches and leaves are full of the sky and the earth, the pure white branches like the snow in the spring are as soft as emerald jade, and every flowing vein of the tree root is like the beginning of a new blood. Above the towering divine tree, in the divine river of time and space, pure white energy dances like jade, surging with endless laws, with no end in sight. All of a sudden, 3 consciousnesses awakened in the divine river of time and space. They opened their eyes, like a pair of stars twinkling inside Kamigawa, looking into the distant void. This breath is him. In that battle, there was still a ray of remnant soul left. Did they come back? No, it's just a remnant of the soul. And the very few veterans who don't know the current affairs, it's really a mayfly shaking the tree. Now, what's the point of coming out again? Just in case, I'll go there myself. Wait a minute, now is the critical period of retreat, the main body and the Emperor Soul, cannot leave the divine tree, don't leave easily. Send someone, if the two god emperors let him kill it, it will also be a loss. The three consciousnesses sent out an order to rule the world, travel through time and space, cross dimensions, and communicate to a distant star field. Then, the three eyes slowly closed. They fell into a deep slumber again, as if they had been through the ages. The divine tree swayed and sprinkled an eternal golden light. It has no end in sight, but it continues to thrive in the space-time where time is still, and it is above everything. It is quietly rooted there, forever. Like the end of time, the end of the universe. No matter how many heroes and legends have passed by it in the past, the creatures of all races will eventually turn into nothingness like dust. The cycle of history is eternal, but there is an episode very briefly. Among the people who swept across the four-dimensional universe, there was one person who wanted to distribute it to the people of the tribe. 10 days later, there was a big earthquake that swept across the four-dimensional universe and the 5 continents of the God realm. Even if God's domain wanted to suppress the news, it could not prevent the spread of real information. Throughout the ages, reappear one person and challenge the 3 gods. This person, unexpectedly coincident with a certain piece of history, even came from a 3-dimensional universe. His name is Lin Chen. Instantly killing the God King, jumping away from the encirclement of the God realm, Lin Tiandi's birth, etc., a series of terrifying, heavenly book-like legends spread at an unprecedented speed throughout the four-dimensional universe and all the star realms where the human race exists. Some people laughed, some admired, some regretted, and some waited. A storm is brewing. The godly desolate star territory, the realm of the extreme north. In the snow, a young man in black, with a resolute face was holding a jade slip, and the red glow of Futian shone in his eyes. His name is Lin Chen. Dare to declare war on the 3 gods, kill the 2 god kings, jump out of the encirclement and suppression circle, so bold. The young man in black slowly got up and patted the heavy ruler behind him. It's not in vain for me to go deep here and practice for many years. Finally, I can wait for my compatriots with the same aspirations, so why not the Protoss? We will fight against it for thousands of years, and we will still not lose. As the black-clothed youth laughed, the avalanche rolled and the snow fell. And a group of divine beasts rushed out of the vast snow-capped mountains. There are thousands of years of the vast prison water dragon, Jiuzhong, Xiefeng, Taichu Bingwan, and so on. He rose from the dragon, as if one person could reach the crowd of gods. In the purgatory star territory, countless stars burn a sea of fire like the law of fire, and fire dragons roam the sky, all over the sky. In the world shrouded in divine fire, there are hidden mysteries, as if some ancient divine artifact is lurking in it. Passing through the sea of fire, a group of flame continents hidden in the sea of fire emerged, with no end in sight, and the star was huge. Brother, what a shocking secret! The charming and hot girl jumped and rushed into the hall. The black-armored youth in the hall was discussing important matters with everyone, and his face was calm, his face like a knife was full of stories. He has always been calm, and when he heard his sister's voice, he couldn't help but said helplessly, "Little sister, don't be surprised. Big brother is in the meeting, I'll talk about it later." The girl put her hands on her hips and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Heavy news, I got it from the godly desolate star territory, someone in the god realm declared war on the 3 god races." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people in the hall changed suddenly, and they stood up in horror. What did you say? Little baby, you can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. Declaring the Protoss? How dare you have such a boldness? This is still in the god realm, declaring war on the god clan's territory? The black-armored youth stood up with a fierce expression. His eyes were like knives, looking directly at the girl. Can the news be confirmed? The girl's tender eyes flashed with excitement. It's true, even the legendary Lin Chen, a remnant of his soul, chose to be born to protect him from leaving. What about the others? Break out of the god realm's breakout circle. Ha 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 ha. The youth in black armor laughed wildly. My way is not alone, my way is not alone. Little sister, his name is three-dimensional human race, Lin Chen. Go on and collect all his information. If you know his location, send all the God Kings to come directly to him. The blood-red continent is boundless, suspended in the starry sky, like a vast and boundless star lying quietly in the depths of the star field. The battle that broke out on the blood-red continent caused time and space to tremble from time to time, and the blood of the human race and the Shura race flew wildly. Desolate star territory, one line of heaven, blood Shura battlefield. This place was originally the territory of the Azura tribe. From ancient times to the present, few races dared to set foot here. But recently, there has been a force that has terrified the world and dared to go straight to the continent of blood Shura, fighting the Shura clan. Behind the battlefield, in a military camp, a young man with flaming eyebrows in blood armor was watching the battle situation of everyone under his command. The star map on the table lists the divisions and battle status of the team, and the two mathematicians are calculating the situation and trend of each party. Suddenly, a General Yukong broke in and said with great surprise, Feng Chuan. Good news. Oh? Feng Chuan looked up. The rear one? No, we have certain compatriots in the divine realm and divine continent. There are people like you who practice the Tai Futian art, and they have completely declared war on the divine realm, the three major gods. With the gods as sacrifices, they will kill the two gods in a row. Make a statement. The general's words caused 1,000 waves, and Feng Chuan's pupils shrank. Declaring war on the Protoss territory? How dare a ruthless person have such audacity? The situation is absolutely true. There has been a turmoil in the god realm, and the Emperor's edict of An Wuchen's servant will hunt down this son until he dies. The general handed out a scroll. The information is here, see for yourself. Feng Chuan's eyes flickered when he took it, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising when the soul read it in an instant. What a three-dimensional human race, Lin Chen, who declared war on the three god races. He is truly a hero beyond my generation, ha ha ha. Instructed to go, all the staff retreated thousands of miles. This battle became a tough battle. We are not good at it. Change the attack plan. Also, do your best to find Lin Chen's trace, and make sure to protect him and his people safely to our side. At the end of the four-dimensional universe, there is a plane that opens up a new world. Under the rotating continental plate, three gods hang high, the goddess palace. Inside the palace of the goddess, behind the azure blue screen, a beautiful and exquisite figure stretched out and listened to the information reported by the woman beside her. Not long after, a beautiful and lingering doubtful voice came out, like a cloud of mist, clear water seeping into the heart. Between heaven and earth, is there a human race that dares to declare war on the gods? Three-dimensional human race, Lin Chen? He is also the one who inherited the will of Emperor Futian? The doubtful voice drifted into the distance. Looking around, the plain was prosperous, and the strong were like clouds. This plain is actually all women, not a single man. It seems that there are only women's planes, but no powerhouse of any race dares to break into this place. Whether it is the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, the Azura clan, or the gods, who are equivalent to the human clan, there is no strong person who dares to set foot here easily. The power of the master of this face is so strong that it stuns the existence of all races. With such a heaven-defying existence, no one knows her origins. Since the moment she became famous, it has been the time to stand as the strongest person in the four-dimensional universe. The women under her command are all powerful and powerful, not inferior to the elites of the divine realm. The owner of this face is recognized by the four-dimensional universe, the first queen in the sky and the world. The beauty of the splendid universe has gone beyond the category of charm and stepped into a realm as powerful as the law. Not only the 5 continents of the God realm, but the entire four-dimensional universe set off an unprecedented storm in the name of one person. Whether it is an enemy, a friend, or an unknown force, all, with Lin Chen as the center, start the action. Holy area. The cloud palace in the sky is full of gods. The scene is depressing to the extreme. A peak god king said solemnly, "This sun has completely disappeared in the star continent. I am afraid he has already broken through." With the cover of Fuxiandi's veteran team, he is like a tiger, and we can't stop it. If it wasn't for the top shot, facing Lin Chen, the 2 god emperors might not be as simple as getting hurt. The veterans of Emperor Futian are still secretly blocking our power. Another god king suddenly drank. Time is changing, race against time. Dispatch enough people to go to Jiahai to encircle the sun. Using the original text of the imperial edict, spread the word to the world. Unite all the forces of Jiahai, and use Jiahai to hunt down this sun. The gods looked at each other and immediately made a decision. Led by 2 god masters and 10 god kings, they sent 200,000 true gods into 3 teams to enter the Realm Sea and search for Lin Chen. No matter how many Realm Seas he entered, he must be found out. The rest of you must warn the veterans of Emperor Futian. Xuantian's cold drink resounded through the sky. Swear to kill Lin Chen and never leave a way out. When the mighty army of the gods stepped into the boundary sea area with a destructive momentum, almost no one could stop it, tearing the void at an extremely fast speed. In the space of the first layer and second layer realm seas, god kings and above can travel through the void, but when entering the third layer realm sea, they cannot travel through the space in a large range, and their perception is extremely limited. The army of gods and the gods is composed of many forces in the 5 continents, and it is the 2 gods who are the leaders. Behind the god lord, it happened to be the 10 god kings of Xingzhou who encircled and suppressed Lin Chen. The god king was headed by the red-eyed young god king. The blue-haired old man headed by the law of the stars, moved the void, and said solemnly, "I'm about to enter the triple realm sea, ready to divide into 3 teams." Wait a moment. Another young god lord suddenly fell. The gods were silent for a moment, and the Huanghuang Avenue, which was moving at a high speed, suddenly stopped. In front of the crowd, there is an old man's figure, slowly emerging like a ghost. The old man was holding a whisk in his hand, dressed in linen and plain, and the stars were swirling in his eyes. The red-eyed god king's eyes trembled, resisting the urge to turn around and flee. This old man was one of the monsters who took Lin Chen away a year and a half ago. Although the life force of the sackclothed old man is like a lantern withered, it makes the 2 gods look solemn for a moment. The blue-haired old man frowned. Is he another student of Emperor Futian? The young god lord said solemnly, it's very strong, although life is like a candle in the wind. If we fight recklessly, we must work together to deal with it. The whole army listens to the order. Continue to enter the Triple Realm Sea and join the men and horses of the Realm Sea. The red-eyed boy leads the team, bypassing the old man in linen and continuing to advance. There are only 3 people left in the high sky of the double boundary sea. The old man in linen glanced at the army of gods who had left, and sighed in his heart. Little Lin Chen, this old man can only help you get here, the rest is up to you. The battle of the gods is about to start. Triple boundary sea. The fog is shrouded in fog and the space barrier is solid. One of the 3 islands hidden in the boundless sea, Yunlin Island. On the shore of the island, Feitian's shuttle rode the wind and waves, and Lin Chen jumped and fell into the island. Who? The people on the island were alert and surrounded Lin Chen in an instant. Wait a minute, it's Lin Chen Xiongtai. Shui Jianming fell from the sky and scolded everyone. Lin Chen, Shenling Shuang, and Yi Qingguo landed on the island, and everyone gathered on the island to discuss the battle situation. As soon as Lin Chen landed on the island, he heard that Lin Chen actually went to the divine continent to declare war on the 3 gods of the divine realm. The 3 islands burst into a monstrous fighting spirit and roared furiously. As soon as he made a move, he declared war on the 3 god races. With this handwriting, they really did not follow the wrong person. In the gorge of the island, everyone sat cross-legged, and Lin Chen sat with everyone on the mountainside to discuss countermeasures. Lin Chen said, "How is the situation?" Shui Jianming said solemnly, "Southeast, northwest, all powerful forces from the first and second realm seas are united, only the power in the east is weak, and the number of enemies is initially estimated to be no less than 100,000 true gods. The 3 god kings are leading the team, and the encirclement is shrinking." Lin Chen said solemnly, "The second realm sea also has our enemies, 200,000 true gods and 10 god kings." Everyone gasped slightly. To challenge the 3 gods, you have to pay a price. This time, 200,000 true gods came. Add in the 100,000 true gods of Jiahai, that's 300,000, and 13 god kings. On the other hand, on Lin Chen's side, even if the staff is replenished, the number is only 30,000. After the second layer of the sea, the God King can move through the void, so it is impossible to go backward, only forward. Yi Qingguo, who has always been cynical, showed a solemn demeanor for the first time ever. The ratio of the number of people is 1 to 10, and most of the enemies in this realm are above the 4th level of the God realm, and there are not a few people who control the law. On the other hand, on Lin Chen's side, the true gods below the 4th level of the true God realm occupy most of them, and the true gods who control the laws cannot be counted as few, nor can they be counted as too many. Judging from the apparent number of people and realm combat power, in terms of realm, the opponent is higher, and in terms of number of people, the opponent's crushing number. It was a purgatory-style start, and the opponent could crush Lin Chen and his party to death with their eyes closed. If the enemies are twisted together, even if Lin Chen can reproduce the combat power of the island of the gods once, he may not be able to break through. The number has caused a qualitative change. The 300,000 true gods, plus 13 god kings. If they are united, the god masters may not be able to break the defense. What's more, Lin Chen has been unable to use the trump card of instant killing. In a short time, Lin Chen smiled and asked the crowd, 10 to 1, and there are 13 god kings. Are you afraid? Everyone present was startled, then laughed, surprisingly unanimous. Don't be afraid. Hanging in vertical is a death, and it's a big deal to kill a few of his gods. If you kill a capital, you will earn 2 blood. Everyone's fighting spirit was high, and they were all inspired by Lin Chen's previous record in challenging the god's domain. Lin Chen smiled and said, "This battle may seem difficult, but in fact, we must see the advantages of the enemy and us." Lin Chen pointed to the map and drew a horizontal line. "First, the other party doesn't know our intentions. Our goal of this trip is to cross the Boundary Sea and reach the Dark Star Sea area of the Triple Boundary Sea, where there is a secret that no one uses. Pass, lead to the Desolate Star territory. We are in the Desolate Star territory, cross the Jiujia mountain, and have our compatriots. As long as we arrive there, we can get time to rest." The sword master and Xing Yi told Lin Chen that there are trusted compatriots behind Jiujia mountain, and since this is the case, Lin Chen will target this. Even if there are any variables at that time, he can develop alone in the Desolate Star territory. The sky is high and the emperor is far away, and the God territory's hand cannot cover the Desolate Star territory. Second, we have the right time and the right place, and they don't know as much as we do about the map advantage of the Jiahai Sea. We can always take the initiative. Third, the advantage of the team. Their numbers and realms seem to be very bluffing, but the internal situation is uneven. They are all old fritters from different forces in the world, each with their own ghosts, and different forces in the realm of the gods. Lin Chen jokingly smiled. Sometimes, old fried dough sticks are much easier to deal with than stunned young ones. The reason why they didn't spend a lot of money to search for our location was for fear that their allies would find out. In this way, the situation is very clear. The target of our breakout attack. We must try our best to avoid confrontation with the powerhouses in the gods' domain, and only challenge the people from the Jiahai to fight the forces of the Jiahai. Their own support from all sides will not be active, and even a group of actors is not surprising. As long as we break through this encirclement, all of us arrive at the Dark Star Sea area of the Triple Realm Sea, and go to the gods and Desolate Star Field, then we will win. Lin Chen and everyone made a plan together. The 30,000 to 300,000 breakout war is about to start. Breaking through the encirclement is not a simple matter. Everyone's cultivation and realm are different, and the speed of action is also different. Once the battle begins, even the speed of retreat is different. Each unique Qi transport capsule can hide a true god. Lin Chen has no more than 100 unique capsules, and there are only a few dozen people who can hide with him. The enemies of Jiahai are now encircling everyone in a pin shape, and there is a high possibility that there will be a large number of gods' domain true gods in the central area. At this moment, Yi Qingwu's palm appeared a ball of divine power, the soul condensed, and the stars and moon appeared all over the sky. A large number of starlights were listed like spots of light, and they were slowly extending around the location of Lin Chen and others. Lin Chen, look. Yi Qingwu excitedly said. Sister Qianqi has already preliminarily deduced the position of the Divine Realm team entering the Triple Realm Sea. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. They are divided into 3 teams. Yi Qianqi. This mathematician, secretly trained by the Yi family, is secretly assisting Lin Chen. With her help, Lin Chen and others can more easily know the positions of the gods in the god realm. On the other hand, according to the realm and cultivation base, Lin Chen finally decided to divide it into 5 teams. The fifth team, led by Luo Yu, was responsible for reconnaissance and confusion. The fourth team, led by Shui Jianming, was responsible for covering and detouring. The third team, led by Sheng Guanyun, was responsible for the attack and support. The second team, led by Shenling Shuang, is on standby in all directions. The first team, led by Lin Chen, is on standby in all directions. The 5 teams cover each other, and the ultimate goal is to cross the central area of the Triple Boundary Sea and reach the Dark Star Sea. Lin Chen finally said, "Don't let your hands be tied because of the plan. Our strategic goal has been decided, and the tactics must be flexible. You hit. We hit us, keep the initiative, and let me be the main one. Strategically, we must have the courage to fight 10. Tactically, we must have the flexibility to fight 10 to 1. In a mountain spring, Shenling Shuang was bathing and changing clothes. Shenling Shuang waved her hand like a knife, cut off her long hair, and tied her chest. Her slender figure was changed into a black shirt in men's clothing, and with a wave of her hand, the divine light floated between her cheeks and changed. And her delicate face turned into a man who was as white as jade. This is the camouflage method of the martial god mansion. It is disguised as a different appearance with the blood of the martial god. Few strong people can see through it. If you follow the master to declare war on God's domain, you cannot use the identity of Wushan Mansion, otherwise everyone in Wushan's mansion will be madly retaliated by God's domain. Shenling Shuang looked into the distance. What is most needed is experience and practice, not retreat and cultivation. On the other side, the Triple Boundary Sea, near the center, the Snow Wind continent. A large number of true gods descended, and Jihai and other powerhouses were shocked. It is one of the 3 teams of God's domain. The number is close to 70,000. The red-eyed boy at the head, led by the Chi God King, accompanied by the 2 God Kings beside him. He said solemnly, "From now on, follow the imperial edict, you and I will act together. If you win Lin Chen, the reward will be shared together." A man in a golden robe walked like a tiger, stepped into the air, and smiled casually. "Since everyone from the divine realm is here, I will give you all the responsibility." In the eyes of the golden-robed man, there was a veiled and fierce light. He is one of the fierce and famous god kings in the Second World Sea, Shui Long Dao. This king has concluded that at this juncture, their only way forward is to choose to set foot in the Four-Realm Sea. And our Realm Sea, the 100,000 true gods, have trapped them in the Northwest Sea area, and their strongholds are well hidden. We don't know yet, but the defenses on the east side are weak, and we left them on purpose. Oh? Chi God King raised his brows. "It's interesting, let's go on." Shui Long spread out a pair of jade slips, and the divine power condensed into a star map showing the situation of the Jihai camp. He pointed to the central area of the Triple Boundary Sea. "If you enter from this direction, you will only approach the territory of the Dragon Clan. And their activities will be limited. If they trespass into the territory of the Dragon Clan without authorization, they will only be surrounded by the enemy in front and our army in the back. If he goes in another direction, we can quickly link up with the 3 parties." Chi God King's eyes flickered a little, and said indifferently, "This kind of layout is a bit interesting, but Lin Chen's son rarely plays cards according to the routine." Chi God King waved his hand. "I'll leave the guards in the east to you. This king and his Shui Long sit here in person. This son is cunning. If he encounters him, in order to ensure that he can block him, he cannot be inferior to two god kings. The two god kings of the gods had just withdrawn, and the blazing god king issued orders, and even mobilized the powerhouses of the world to form a line of defense. Shui Long held his stomach full of fire. Oh, the god king of the gods is really able to pretend, saying that you are fat and panting? Also mobilize my people, are you teaching me to do things? A wicked light flashed across Shui Long's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a roar shook the snow-wind continent, the ley lines shook, and the mountain peaks shook. Shui Long was wondering, the true god stationed here is the main force under his command. There are 30,000 true gods who would dare to attack. Clang! The clouds were broken, and in an instant a vast bell fell from the sky, with the word God's domain written on it. Shui Long opened his mouth slightly. Send a bell to God's domain? Who dares to have such courage? The eyes of the blazing god king who stepped in the air changed slightly. This breath, do you mean? It was almost 3 hours after the army of God's domain left, and the moment the big bell fell, the young man's laughter spread all over the place. Today's great gift, you must be full, everyone from Jiahai. From the southwest side of the continent, the fire was soaring to the sky in an instant, and the sky-high killing sound broke into the continent. Rear a hole and hit hard. As long as you're not dead, you're going to die. If you want to rush to them in a close bloody battle, don't give them a distance. The killing sound shook the sky, and the wind broke everywhere. The first team, led by Lin Chen, actually appeared in the snow-wind continent. Wearing a silver robe, stepping in the air and suspending, breaking through many obstacles, almost in a blink of an eye, he came to the two gods of Qi, God King and Shui Long. Shui Long's pupils shrank. Although he had thought that this child would not play cards according to the routine. But it's the first time he's seen anyone who dares to call directly at the door. The Qi God King laughed in anger. You can't use your temporary power increasing moves, right? At this juncture, you Lin Chen dare to provoke my two God Kings and seek death? Shui Long acted cautiously, and immediately said, I'll call the two just now. Back. The blazing God King raised his hand. Hold on. It is difficult to distinguish the true and false of this child's avatar. There is only one way to distinguish it, that is, he uses that strange, mysterious suit. The boy in front of him may not be the main body. Qi God King said calmly, don't let him lead by the nose, let's kill his people first. Lin Chen smiled lightly and said, the king of the gods is the king of gods. And it is always so difficult to deal with. Speaking of this, the Qi God King showed a hideous smile. Lin Chen, all in. Chen, you are really confused, it's not enough to leave them behind and flee to the desolate star territory, but you return to the Sea of Jia, I think. You are bold and fluttering, think of the volcano. Shui Long stepped out, this king wants to see how you can stop my two god kings alone. Lin Chen smiled slightly, the weak only bully the weak, and the strong always fight against the wind. I'm different, I like to start a group alone. Hum. 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 Dragon possessed. Lin Chen Chuan's strength soared, and two divine lights, one black and one white, appeared in his palm. In the snow-white divine light, the idols rioted, and the wind was surging. In the darkness of divine light, the divine lead shrouded, and Qianjun suppressed it. Lin Chen pushed with both palms, and the black and white divine light shone all over the world, covering the two god kings. Consume 1.2 million god-level Heavenly Dao points to activate the divine spirit. Consume a lot of qi and blood to activate the idol godhead. The divine enchantment barrier immediately enveloped the two god kings. The dark and secluded barrier was filled with flames and thunderous riots, as if a thunder world had descended, suppressing eternity. Not only that, the mad spirit barrier triggered waves of divine soul shocks that shook the universe. It was like a storm slammed into the consciousness of the twin kings with a frequency of hundreds of times. While deploying the law defense, Xuelong lost his voice in horror. Is this the fourth level of the god realm? As soon as the Qishan king waved his hand, the divine flame descended, and the law of fire surpassed Lin Chen's, burning through the divine enchantment. His eyes narrowed. Is it the main body, or the clone? Roar. The idol let out a long roar, and the idol of several hundred meters across. The sky rolled in, breaking the mountains and rivers, like a cyclone. When the movements of the two kings were restricted, Lin Chen's figure disappeared like a ghost. Blazing God King's pupils shrank. Such a strange speed, don't you think? All attributes speed increase, 500 times, 600 times, 800 times, 900 times. The next moment, the divine light of Feng Shenyi flashed by, and Lin Chen kicked the blazing God King behind him with a flame flash. The gods attacked with a violent smash, forming a one-to-one offensive with Lin Chen, knocking the two kings into the air. The two suffered minor injuries to varying degrees. This is Lin Chen. For the first time, he did not use the three major talents to cause harm to the God King. Ha ha ha. The Qishan king laughed loudly and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. It's the body. Lin Chen, you are such a brave dog. He and Xuelong looked at each other, and the two of them were almost tacit. Call someone. Run over this kid. The goals of the two instantly changed from Lin Chen's team to Lin Chen, and their primary goal was Lin Chen's body. The two kings crushed the space jade slip, and the blazing God King grinned. How many times can you launch an offensive like this? Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, Oh, are you doubting the lasting ability of my idol? Do you want to try it again? After all, Lin Chen's shoulders shook sharply, and the vast and deep soul power surged like a sea of clouds, reducing a part of it. The divine wind blew up, and the space directly above Lin Chen burst into a splendid vortex of the sea of stars. The Shanghai vortex is like a huge energy storm, extracting the energy of the 9 heavens and 10 places, and even incorporating the power of the stars in the sky into the vortex. Ultimate Eolus set, the speed of all attributes has been increased, and the energy obtained by the host is being rapidly refined. Lin Chen's previously consumed qi, blood and divine power recovered more than half of it in an instant. The Qi God King's eyes were solemn. The red rank exercise restores qi, blood and divine power at the cost of consuming the soul. How can this kid be covered in good things? Moreover, it is also the most difficult auxiliary red level exercise. Auxiliary red rank exercises are hard to find, even if there are few people in the powerhouse of the gods and kings. But the blazing God King held it with one hand, and a piece of blazing God halberd appeared. With a halberd in his hand, his red pupils flashed with a terrifying divine light. He was extraordinary, like the king of fire in the sky, unmatched. Xuelong has a solemn demeanor. This guy is going to take his life seriously. As long as it is confirmed that this is Lin Chen's body, even if he is dragged here, and the powerhouses of the realm and the realm of the world join forces. 13 God Kings, and 300,000 true gods. Even if Lin Chen is a God King, he will die. The true God troops led by the 2 God Kings of the Snow Wind continent who Had just left received a message immediately. Lin Chen's body has manifested himself. The place that was originally agreed to go to was abandoned immediately, and the non-stop back to the original road. At the same time, the true god of the god realm moved in the direction of the snow wind continent as if eager to make a contribution. To the northwest, on Deadwood Island, a green-haired god king led 20,000 true gods to move thousands of miles forward, and then did not move. His subordinates said anxiously, "Sect Master, why don't we go and capture that kid's body?" The green-haired god king sneered, "Lin Chen is a scheming son, I don't believe that he has only this skill, and he shows up immediately, there must be something tricky. Our location is the only way to bypass the dragon territory. As long as he wants to pass through here, he must be intercepted by us." Jade Dragon Sea area, not far away. A group of true gods lurked on the deserted island. The breath disappeared like a dead stone. At this time, Luo Yu returned with more than a dozen true gods from the investigation, and said solemnly, "The other party has no sign of action, and the number is about 20,000. What should we do?" "It is the other 4 teams." Seeing the star map delivered by Yi Qinggu, Shang Guanyun and Zhao Anren had solemn expressions. The enemy's actions didn't quite go as they expected. In the shortest route to bypass the dragon territory, one team did not act. "I can't wait any longer," Zhao Anren said solemnly, as Lin Chen said, "The plan can't keep up with the changes. We will first ensure the highest priority to complete the goal at the moment, and send Lin Chen's clone and the second team into the Dragon Clan's territory." Shang Guanyun said, "Are you sure? The other party has a God King." "God King?" Shui Jianming raised his sword, with high fighting spirit in his eyes. "If he can't beat it, he has to fight, and he has to be dragged down with the number of people." Yi Qinggu said solemnly, "I'll be with you. They are not the true gods of the God realm, and their organization is not so strong. If a clone of Lin Chen and I can hold the God King, we still have a chance." As soon as they said it, everyone hit it off and sneaked into the vicinity of the green-haired God King, without any timidity. Then, when they approached the limit that the disguise could approach, the 3 teams burst into flames in an instant. The green-haired God King, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes, and his hair turned into a green snake spitting out snake letters. He smiled evilly. It really came. Boom. As soon as the sole of the foot steps on the void, the law explodes, and the speed is extremely fast. Along with the chaos, Yi Qinggu and Lin Chen's phantom clones stopped in front of the green-haired God King. The green-haired God King said with a playful smile, "One is at the 4th level of the God realm, the other is at the 9th level of the God realm, and he doesn't even have the cultivation level of the half-step God King, so you want to stop the old man?" He laughed wickedly. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Yi Qinggu smiled slyly, "We want to play some fun games." With a swipe of his hand, the divine light that covered the sky and rotated turned into a colorful divine palm and crushed it. Taking advantage of the main force of the 3 teams to intercept them, Luo Yu lurked in it to observe the opportunity. Then, the high-intensity operation of the origin law, the pupils were like glazed jewels, and Luo Yu stared at the gap between the battles. 1 hour, 2 hours. Finally, when it was confirmed that the green-haired God King was delayed, he suddenly shouted and transmitted a sound. "It's now over. Brush. Brush. Brush." A stream of light flashed quickly, and the speed was extremely fast. Shunling Shuang, who disguised as men's clothes, led the team, rushed through the melee circle, and quickly poured into the territory of the Dragon Clan. Almost the whole team just passed. The green-haired God King is superior, the law is full, and the vision is instantly captured. These little dolls actually entered the territory of the dragon race. In the Snow-Wind continent, the chaotic war suddenly descended violently. If the second step is successful, it means that the third step is stable. Lin Chen smiled knowingly, his palm suddenly slapped, the pitch-black, divine enchantment barrier shrouded two great laws, trapping the two divine kings. Again. Almost at the same moment, Lin Chen stepped on the kamikaze and fled away. Turned around and retreated. Its ultimate function set is used to the extreme, and all attributes have been increased to an unprecedented 1,900 times. As for the people in the first team, Lin Chen selected the most comprehensive group of people from the 30,000 true gods in terms of movement speed and combat power. At the moment when Lin Chen retreated, the two god kings struggled to break free from the spirit barrier. Report, the enemy has withdrawn. Before we formed an encirclement, they ran away. More than a dozen true gods came to report at the same time. Chi God King's expression was uncertain. He sneered, "It doesn't matter, let them escape. The perception in the realm is limited, and if you chase it now, it will be difficult to find the result. If you chase indiscriminately, there may be flaws." Judging from this battle, the Chi God King vaguely felt that Lin Chen seemed to know more about the Triple Realm Sea than them. Shui Long said solemnly, "Our people are surrounded from the southeast, and his only option is to return to the original stronghold." Suddenly, the Chi God King showed a confident smile, "Then let's set up a battle and run over him with a horizontal push. Since he has exposed the position of his body, we will completely strangle him to death." Dragon Territory, Shunlong Tiandao. On an island where lava is tumbling, stands a resplendent dragon palace, which is full of evil spirits, all of which are first-class masters of the dragon race. The Red Lotus Flame Dragon King, headed by him, turned into a human figure and wore a red dragon robe. He looked arrogant, looked down at the visiting guest, and said indifferently, "Human Lin Chen, why are you looking for this king?" Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Naturally there is cooperation to discuss, and the benefits are indispensable to you." This Lin Chen is still holding a book in his hand. The title of the book was, "The Actor, The Unheard of Stories." In the Snow-Wind continent, the divine light appears frequently, and the sky is falling. 3,000 laws came into the world, and the god kings who were as majestic as the emperor appeared one after another, with a mighty team. Ran? I'm your mother-in-law, you two god kings, can't stop a 4-level god realm? What are you doing to eat? I beg you, can you give me some strength, but if you spend half of your energy on women to deal with this kid, you can let him run away? Several god kings from Xingzhou finally arrived, and when they heard the news of Lin Chen's escape, they stinked at Chi God King. The Chi God King said angrily, "Don't force lie, it can be caught so easily. This kid won't be wanted by the emperor. Fuck your mother. If you don't agree, you can try it yourself later." Chi God King and Shui Long started talking trash, and the scene was very harmonious. Then, the kings of the stars regrouped. It is clear that Lin Chen is returning to his previous position. The kings of gods are in control this time. According to Mo Lao Gue, another team has appeared near the Shunlong Islands. Do we want to go there? No, don't fall for this kid's tricks. Just send a team over there, the main force must be here. Now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, this kid can't make waves if he Wants to play any tricks? 10 gods were gathered at the scene, and 210,000 true gods gathered in Xiefeng continent. There are 20,000 real gods in the realm of the gods, and they were sent to support the green-haired god king. And the last 2 god kings and 5 true gods are lurking near the entrance of the 4-realm sea. As long as Lin Chen and his party show up, they will be entangled. This time, it's a complete siege. Although they don't know the exact location of Lin Chen, many forces in Jiahai have already searched for it, and the general hidden scope has been explored. Inside the shrine, the gods are standing tall. A god king scolded, "It's really a fat pig, I can't find it. This child is a unique flower, and there is no way to make a move." The Qi god king rules all directions, and without the presence of the god Lord, he showed his majesty and persuaded the god kings. In order to ensure the maximum search for this child, this formation is used. And it is useless to stun him no matter how fast he is. The fingertips burned with fire, and he pulled a majestic horizontal line from the map, and the fire spread and extended to the map. One word cross snake array. With 12 god kings, plus 250,000 true gods, hundreds of true god realm. 9th level branches check each node in the formation, pushing them all the way. As long as one point is discovered and determined to be Lin Chen's body, other nodes can immediately come to the rescue. On the contrary, if encountering Lin Chen, if it is impossible to confirm whether it is the clone or the main body, each family will respond. Judging from the record, his clone is not a concern for the King of God. The soldiers are very fast, the gods have finalized the plan, and the lineup will be launched immediately. On the other side, one of the 3 islands, Yunlin Island. The fire was burning, and the divine brilliance adorned all the figures on the island. On the mountainside, a wounded young man rubbed the blade with his palm, his eyes flickered with fierce light. "I can't die, unless I cut down 1 or 2 Protoss beasts, my life can't end here." "You also want to fight with people from God's domain?" The slender figure, leaning on the rock, beside her, carried a divine bow, and folded her arms around her chest. The woman said indifferently, "Why is this so?" The young man held the knife and roared, "Xinyu went to Tianzhou to recruit people to join the army, and chose my family. My parents didn't want to hand me over, so they slaughtered my parents, forced me to go to the battlefield, and forced me to drink my father's blood before leaving, eat my mother's flesh and blood." The woman was silent for a moment and said, "What's your name?" "Lu Qixin." "Tang Jianghai." Tang Jianghai said again, "The Protoss is very strong." Lu Qixin put away the magic sword, "Whether it is strong or not, and whether it is one or not, are 2 different things." In the gorge, Lin Chen and everyone in the first team sat cross-legged with a tense expression. The situation was extremely urgent, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams were still fighting with the forces of Jihai. No one knows how many people the opponent will send to deal with these 3 teams, and the most powerful ones are all concentrated in the first team, and more than 2/3 of the true gods are in control of the law. Lin Chen said, "How many people have we hurt?" A Tsingy sword god, with 8 levels of the divine realm, said solemnly, 50 people were injured and 3 were killed in battle, all of whom were compatriots who died to cover our evacuation." "Really?" Lin Chen smiled coldly, "Remember the deceased compatriots, this account will be paid by the dog thieves of God's domain." When Lin Chen made everyone calm down, the star god's soul map in his palm finally changed. It was Yi Qianqi who deduced the battle situation of the opposing lineup. The star map lists a large number of light cocoons lined up, marching in unison, pouring into the direction of Mishima. Seeing the battle set up by the other side, the two god-level 8 layers of the first team showed a solemn expression. Yuan Wujue, whose left eye is engraved with a knife mark, has big eyes and a resolute face, and is one of the 8th level of the first team. He is carrying a sword that ranks among the best artifacts, which was captured by the black-shirted god king, one of the 2 kings of the gods that Lin Chen killed. Lin Chen gave that superb sword to Yuan Wujue. He was the most powerful other than Lin Chen, his clone, Yi Qingguo, and others. Yuan Wujue looked at Lin Chen and immediately said, "They want to sweep us from all sides, Lin Chen, I suggest going west." Most of the true gods agreed with Yuan Wujue. To the west is the Jiahai faction with the weakest defense, with a lineup consisting of a god king and less than 20,000 true gods. Even the weakest line of defense is a tough battle for the first team with only 4,000 people. Everyone has been improved by Lin Chen's enhanced function. The cultivation technique, artifact, and bloodline have certain advantages, but the gap between the realm and the number of people is in front of them, and it is an unavoidable gap. Lin Chen denied, "No, it's too dangerous." Yuan Wujue said solemnly, "Yes, there is no more preferred choice." Sword God and Xing Yi, Jiang Fan said solemnly, "Let's let them advance. If we continue to retreat, the back is the abyss mad sea, the spatial turbulence. There is the same level as the seabed of the Triple Realm Sea, and it is enough to easily smash the half-step god king. Even the king of gods, we have no way out." Lin Chen opened the Starlight God map. If he hits the west side, he seems to be weak, but his left and right sides are full of powerhouses in the gods' domain, and the 2 most west are the 2 god kings. Once they know that I am the main body attack, they can be the fastest. The forces rushing to aid Jihai and attacking us. At that time, there will be a god king in the sea, and there will be 3 god kings on both sides. If we can't break through, we may be surrounded by 4 god kings, not counting the other powerhouses. Even in the most optimistic situation, it is difficult for us to break through here, and it will be difficult to get rid of the 2 tails on both sides of God's domain. Once it is dragged down, our only cost will be folded in. The crowd was silent. Yuan Wujue said, "Then where is the right fight?" Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Lin Chen pointed to the 3 light cocoons in the center directly in front of Mishima. "Attack this front, just hit the 3 main god kings." Everyone? Everyone stared at Lin Chen as if scared to death in the middle of the night. What is the number of ways this is? To fight a god king, you say it is dangerous. Isn't it even more outrageous to backhand the opponent's main force? Moreover, the opponent is the team of God's domain. It's not the real main force of the princes of the realm. And this kind of play? The host gets 450,000 points of God-level fire energy, 90 million points of God-level essence, 70 million points of God-level blood, 290,000 points of God-level rune energy. In the territory of the Dragon Clan, there are quite a few attribute light balls. Lin Chen's clone took away the attribute light balls scattered in the Dragon Palace with a ray of divine soul. After the system is upgraded, as long as you run the mind method and release the soul, the range is very far, otherwise the attribute light ball can be automatically incorporated into the body of Lin Chen or the clone. The Red Lotus Flame Dragon King sat high above the Dragon Palace, the dragon tail swayed, creating a wave of heat. Lin Chen's avatar and the leaders of the second team stood in the Dragon Hall, headed by the avatar, looking directly at the Dragon King who had been cultivated by the God King. Although it has been transformed into a human form, it's crimson jade-like. Dragon eyes are arrogant and contemptuous, revealing a deep disdain. Cooperation? You explain to this king, what is cooperation? It slowly got up, and said with a stern face, with a sneer, explain, what are? You people who don't even have the cultivation base of a god king, what do you use to discuss cooperation with this king? Explain it to me, what's his? It's called cooperation. Between the red lotus flame dragon king sneering, the dragons' roar shook the hall, and the waves of fire rushed towards him. No one budges. Where did you get the confidence to discuss cooperation with our king? A group of dragons broke into the temple and surrounded everyone. The lava riots, the outside world is full of flame cloud-like dragon energy, dancing like flying dragons, and the head of the red lotus dragon carries the fire cloud-like dragon energy, surrounding everyone in the second team outside the dragon palace. The dragon clan advocates the absolute powerhouse, and without the equal strength of the opponent, it is absolutely impossible to talk about the word cooperation. In the palm of Lin Chen's avatar, 9-colored starlight swirls, the dark red law of thunder, and the red violent gods are injected into the center of the stars, and the destructive aura of the 9 robbery stars slowly descends. The red lotus dragon king suddenly became solemn, and it sensed the breath of Lin Chen's clone, which was enough to threaten his god king. Cooperation means that I pay the price, and you act. If you refuse, we will fight to the death. Let's see who will die more. Lin Chen shrugged, I don't mind, anyway, what I play is heartbeat. Since I dare to come, I have enough preparation. Humph. The red lotus dragon king withdrew the dragon's breath that lingered all over his body, and instead of answering Lin Chen directly, he waved his hand. Boom. 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 A red lotus dragon that turned into a human figure jumped down, with a tiger back and a bare waist, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and he looked like a gangster-like human male. If you can win my Xia Yantua, let's talk about the cooperation you said. This divine dragon, Yantua, is second only to the red lotus dragon king, and has a cultivation level comparable to that of the half-step god king. Time counts against every second, and Yi Qinggu from the outside world is still fighting with the divine king, and it is urgent. Lin Chen's clone was planning to take the challenge one step at a time. Suddenly, the black clothes rolled over, and the handsome man beside the clone waved to stop him, and a smile appeared on his fair and delicate face. Master, I'm coming. It was the Xunling Shuang who disguised her identity as a woman disguised as a man. Lin Chen cloned his voice and said, Can you do it? Although Xunling Shuang's cultivation level is in the late stage of the 9th level, there is still a long way to go before the half-step god king. Xunling Shuang said indifferently, life and death are bearish if you don't agree, just do it. Lin Chen's avatar, church apprentice, rebel against master, I'm a straight guy. Boom. Shenlong Yantua stomped on the soles of his feet, his arms turned into dragons, and his claws were torn horizontally, hitting Xunling Shuang. The heat wave in the dragon palace skyrocketed, and the fire was everywhere. When the martial god's eyes are opened and the brilliant divine light covers the pupils, the opponent's movements become extremely slow. Taking one step out, Xunling Shuang pushed her hands horizontally, her 5 fingers grabbed the dragon's claws like lightning, and turned around in the air with a violent throw. Boom. The Xunlong landed on its back and was thrown out of the dragon palace alive. The earth veins cracked and dragon scales bloomed. Pfft. Yantua's dragon pupil was unbelievable. The moment its divine dragon power was struck again, it actually bounced back from the opponent's hand. Immediately afterwards, Nuru Jingtao's fist style mixed with the pure law of killing attacked brazenly. Shen Lingshuang punched violently and smashed the Yantua repeatedly. The thin figure knocked the opponent out of the body first, and knocked it into the sky. Alive. Yantua turned into a dragon and appeared, the dragon claws slammed, but Shen Lingshuang punched it, and blood flowed. Oh? The flames shot, and the Red Lotus Dragon King noticed the clue, this human race has something. With its experience, it can clearly witness the transformation of the fighter plane, and the opponent can fight back the power of the dragon before it erupts. This move made Yantua's own ability become part of the power to hurt himself. Or, after resisting Xia Yantua's offensive, he can counterattack with the original power. It has seen this kind of similar move, but it is the first time that it can be effective against a powerhouse with more than half a step of God King in actual combat. Such a superb skill, if it were divided by the human race's martial arts and combat skills level, it must be the legendary, Qi-level martial arts. Shen Lingshuang, who stepped on the martial god step, slammed her feet on Yantua's dragon back. Get down. The huge dragon of hundreds of meters fell from the sky instantly, stunned countless dragons. In less than 100 rounds, Yantua, who was second only to a few supreme elders, was defeated. If the opponent is of the same level, it's okay to say, but the opponent is 2 levels lower than it. Even Lin Chen's clone was surprised, how could this girl be so strong? The martial god lord once personally taught Shen Lingshuang that if others learn too many exercises, the quality will be affected by the quantity, but the blood of the martial god will not. Mastering powerful ultimate moves is not enough, you must use the most suitable combat skills and exercises at the most suitable time, so that you can attack the enemy with their strengths. After casually swallowing a divine pill to treat the burnt minor injury, Shen Lingshuang fell to the ground and said indifferently, Dragon Clan big fellow. Do you still want to fight? Yantua was still going to resist for a while, but the Dragon King raised his hand. Enough, foreign human race, you have proved your strength. The Red Lotus Dragon King glanced at Lin Chen. Tell me about the cooperation. You said. Lin Chen's avatar flicked his fingers, and a ray of fire shone through and was incorporated into Yantua's body. The Red Lotus Dragon King narrowed his eyes. What did you shoot? Lin Chen smiled and said, shooted something good. Hum. 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 Ah, cool. Yantua involuntarily let out a moan like a dying camel. The fire was shining everywhere, the red dragon energy rose and glowed, rose heavily, and went straight to the sky, and Yantua's breath soared inch by inch. In addition, his bloodline coercion shocked everyone even more, and he actually raised the bloodline grade on the spot. Activate the system transfer function, consume 80,000 God-level Tian Dao points and 300 million holy level reinforcement points to complete the attribute transfer to the designated target. The Red Lotus Dragon King was completely stunned, his dragon pupils shrank. What did you do? Lin Chen smiled coquettishly, I like to shoot first and talk later. Now, let's talk about cooperation. First, the reward I provide is to help you improve your bloodline, and as long as I die, or I want to take it back, I can withdraw your bloodline improvement at any time. Second, I want you to be responsible for contacting other dragons near this territory, cooperate with me, and perform a play, and the reward is bloodline improvement. Thirdly, it is also possible to exchange some of your Dragon Clan's inventory for the quota of bloodline promotion. I need a lot of God-level heaven and earth treasures to restore chi and blood. The quota is limited, first come, first served. At this moment, the Red Lotus Yanlong clan was completely boiling. Bloodline breakthrough. Most of the reason why many dragons stop at the next realm is because the grade limit of bloodline limits growth. Now that you can go a step further, it's worth taking your net worth. A trace of ruthlessness and greed flashed in the eyes of the Red Lotus Dragon King, and immediately fell into silence. Good guy, if you kill this human kid, the bloodline boost he helped will disappear? To forcibly call the dragon, kill him and then decipher his secrets, take a gamble? Or the Dragon King was lost in thought. Lin Chen's avatar smiled without saying a word, and everything was in sight. This wave of acting will not only play the powerhouses of Jiahai and God's domain dragons, too. Triple Boundary Sea, West Side. The sect master of the Kowloon Gate of the World Sea Power, Divine Power, transforms into a dragon and rushes in the sky. A mighty team was lined up behind him, and a true god was arranged almost every tens of meters in space, and the team rolled over all the way. As long as there is a change in any location, at least hundreds of true gods can gather in a split second, and thousands of true gods can quickly gather. The head of 9 dragons snorted coldly, give me 12 points of energy, I'm about to enter the area with the most dense fog, don't give that kid a chance. After the previous melee, the Kowloon sect master knew very well that Lin Chen's group would never confront the powerhouses of the divine realm head-on. He would only pick on their Jiahai forces to start the operation, because Lin Chen couldn't be here all the time. After the fight, their 2-layer Jiahai forces had to develop independently, so the Jiahai forces could be regarded as a piece of loose sand. The 9 Dragon Sect Master naturally knows this, and vice versa, Lin Chen is very likely to use them as a breakthrough. Once encountered, you have to hit hard. Sigh. Boom. A thunderous explosion came from afar, and a figure suddenly appeared on the barren, abandoned island. Wearing a silver robe, stepping on the cloud shadow, and defending the sky. One punch shattered everyone's defenses, and pointed a finger, thunder and fire burst out, and 2 laws burst out from the fingertips. Defense of more than a dozen true gods. With the soles of his feet stepping on the blood, the afterimage soared, and he slanted his shoulders and pushed horizontally, smashing the defense line of the 5 true gods and 6 layers in one breath, with the power of the law. The Kowloon sect master, who received the sound transmission, grinned, Mother. Little devil, have you finally shown yourself to Lao Tzu? Everyone pay attention, this kid is very likely to be the real body, beat him to death, pay attention to the companions around him. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, Zhulongmen and its strong men immediately acted, and Lin Chen drove straight in, breaking through the defense line. The situation immediately became turbulent, and the team of 9 dragons quickly moved around Lin Chen, thus changing the formation. At the other end, Luoshan Wang, dressed in a moon-white robe, penetrated into the Mishima area, surrounded by divine mist. Even if he is a god king, the range that he can perceive in this area is only more than 1,000 feet. Luoshan Wang cautiously said, be careful here, that kid is very likely. Boom. There was a sudden movement behind him, and the gods were like thorns on their backs. Lin Chen appeared. Besides, at the center of the one-word-long snake formation, led by the Qi God King, many true gods in the realm of the gods are lined up. The one-word-long snake formation did not completely cut through the western area of the triple boundary sea, but it was more than enough to intercept the retreating area of Lin Chen and others after advancing layer by layer. And the three god kings placed in the center of the formation are purely for the agility of fighting to aid all parties. The Qixing king was calm and leisurely, striding a meteor, even if he went deep into the area shrouded in divine mist, he still had absolute confidence. From a strategic point of view, Lin Chen's gang must know that the powerhouses in my god's domain are not easy to deal with. He will either return to the second boundary sea, or he can only go to the boundary sea as a breakthrough. Near each team in the realm, there will be a team of God's domain. As long as the main body is confirmed, they can immediately rush to help. They dug a hole and waited for Lin Chen to jump. You must know that in this operation, not only their god kings are here, but also hundreds of thousands of true gods. This power, the deterrent power, is not much lower than 10 god kings. A beautiful woman in a peach skirt smiled lightly. We are the main force in the formation, so Lin Chen wouldn't dare to provoke us. His pupils were like the black-robed old man with a black moon hanging in his eyes, and he said slowly, "Don't underestimate this son. Whoever dares to declare war on God's domain, as long as he still breathes, he is still the most ferocious beast." Reporting to your honorable, the left side of the Zhulongmen team was raided by Lin Chen. The truth has not been confirmed. Do you take action? At this time, there is a sound transmission of the law. The Qi God King was chatting and laughing. Look, this kid is in a hurry. Young people are young people after all. I can't hold my breath. The beautiful woman in the peach skirt smiled and said, "It may be the real body." The black-robed old man said, "Maybe it was a false shot." Before confirming the true body, send a small team to test it. The Qi God King waved his sleeves and smiled confidently. Send the vanguard to take a look. The order had barely taken 2 breaths, and before the Qi God King had recovered, a terrifying sonic boom suddenly shook the sky. The waves were stirred up, the divine wind was rolling, and a bunch of thunderous divine light shot straight at the frontmost blazing God King like a divine arrow. Incredibly fast. The Qi God King Can reacted, and instinctively raised his arms to block. And the law of fire and the law of Yang interacted from his arms into a shield-like light. The old man in black robe and the beautiful woman in peach skirt retreated. Subconsciously. Boom. The laser shot thousands of feet, and the fire burned all over the field. The Qi God King was caught off guard and was kicked flying, causing a surging wave, destroying several deserted islands along the way. God Wind? A dark blue armor? The beautiful woman in peach skirt and the old man in black robe were completely stunned. It's the fucking body. But what kind of way is this? This Lin Chen, let the forces of Jiahai not invade, come to attack their main force? There are 40,000 true gods here, the 3 god kings. To put it bluntly, even if there are 4 god kings of the same realm, they may not be able to rush through here. The black-robed old man was the first to react, and said coldly, "The guy who has thrown himself into the net, no matter what tricks he has, go to send a message and tell the nearest 2 teams that Lin Chen's body is here. Let them give up everything and use the most, come here quickly." Rolling over a huge wave on the sea surface, the Qi God King was blasted away by Lin Chen's flame flash. His whole body was eroded by the law of thunder. His hands and feet were numb, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Lin Chen, who blasted the Qi God King with 1 foot, ignored the Qi God King and rushed straight into the team of God's domain at an extremely fast speed. Lin Chen, dare to touch this king? This is the main force in my formation. You are fucking courting death. Blazing God King stomped on the void, and the waves surged into the sky. That silver robe burst out laughing, young master is the main force. The brows of the true gods from all walks of life trembled, this lunatic is really crazy. Being attacked by Lin Chen and breaking into the team, the Qishan king roared, encircle him all for me, and beat him hard. The beautiful woman in peach skirt and the old man in black robe are in control of the divine light. One person controls the law of the wind like a gust of wind passing by, the other person covers the fog and turns into a cloud of light floating. The law of its cloud is like a fog covering the sky, and once you touch it, you will be deeply immersed in it. The two god kings chased Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen, who fluttered with the wings of the wind god, suddenly turned around, and the nine-color starlight revolved like a vortex. The wind god's armor is wrapped around the rolling god wind, making Lin Chen's full attribute speed soar all the way. With a flick of his hand, the nine-colored starlight flashed across the void. In an instant, the instant light splitting was activated, and the 5 starlights revolved like a star ring. The pupils of the twin kings, who were rushing, shrank. What material is his suit made of? Even if the movement speed is so abnormal, how can the attack be so fast? Feathering divine wind. Dark tide covers the sky. A tornado-like divine wind emerged around the beautiful woman in the peach skirt, and instantly transformed into a pair of 100 divine wings that enveloped the divine body. The law of darkness erupted, and it perfectly merged with the law of clouds into an endless dark tide, rolling up the divine power of the law that was thousands of feet high, and blocked it in front of Lin Chen's 9 tribulations. With a halberd in hand, the blazing god king slashed the bloody Changhong with a halberd like a yellow dragon. 5 beams of 9-color stars turned into beams of light and rose between heaven and earth. The laws of the 3 god kings disappeared rapidly, and the god kings couldn't help but be moved. This guy can actually break out this kind of offensive at the 4th level of the gods. Fortunately, there are 3 god kings sitting here, otherwise, any one god king will face this move alone, and it is impossible to retreat. Even if Lin Chen has the complete Tai Fu Tian art, after the strengthening of the mind, the ultimate move such as the 9 tribulation star can only be used twice in a short period of time. In addition to the recovery ability of Xinghai Weilan, it is already enough to use it 3 times. Limit. The 3 divine kings were moved by the energy of the 9 tribulations stars, and were even pushed back further, unable to act for a short period of time. However, the Qi God King immediately sneered, "This kid, do you think it's easy to fight if you rush into the team?" In terms of the level of difficulty, the true gods of the 40,000 gods are more difficult than any god king. Almost at the same time when the 9 tribulation star broke out, Lin Chen, who had cut through the sky, was the first to meet the vanguard. The divine light that covers the sky and the moon floats in the sky, and the number of true gods in the vanguard team alone exceeds all gods, and more than 80% are true gods who master the laws. A true god of 9 majors shouted, "One shot, don't give this son a chance." As soon as the sound transmission came down, Lin Chen's figure flashed like a star in the sky, and he came to the gods with an outrageous speed. Xingyan is empty. Fengshen's leg armor swept across the sky like a knife. Lin Chen volleyed a whip leg and threw out the divine flames, each of which fell like meteors, and the surface was surrounded by dark red lightning. Boom! 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 The leading team was smashed by a large number of Xinyan star showers, and the scattered team seemed to be bursting with vast fireworks, like a firework surging under the galaxy. Because of the precautions in advance, most of the true gods were only repelled or injured, and few were killed by a single blow. Quantity causes qualitative change, even Lin Chen can't crush it now. King of Speed gave Lin Chen too much first-mover advantage, and the first-mover suppression of speed allowed Lin Chen to seize the opportunity and break through the leading team. As soon as he broke through the leading team, Lin Chen was greeted by the adjusted main team. It's not the first time that the gods have come out to mix, and everyone has an insight into Lin Chen's intention. This guy is the only one by his side, and there is a high probability that he wants to break through alone. That being the case, surround and fight. The boundless divine light that is as vast as the sea is in 9 colors, and the gods stand in many places, or they control the law, or control the divine body, or command the divine power, or follow the law. The tide of prehistoric energy swept through the tide of offensive mixed with destruction. This scene is like a miracle. All directions of Lin Chen, in the sky and the ground, are all true gods. All the true gods approached Lin Chen, mobilized all their divine power, and attacked and beat him furiously, trying to crush him alive with an offensive attack. Lin Chen, to 30,000 true gods. He punches like a dragon, swings his legs like a dragon, uses a series of fingerings, swipes his fists and palms, and uses all his strengths. Boom. 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 The more attacks Lin Chen smashed, but the attacks seemed to bombard him endlessly. This is the absolute suppression of quantity. Lin Chen was able to break up the formation of 10,000 true gods by surprise with his speed, but was suppressed to death by 30,000 true gods, and he was almost unable to resist. The next moment, Lin Chen's extreme function set was lifted. A little red light danced like a dragon, and it appeared around Lin Chen's body. It was the divine light of Taishi. Lin Chen drained all the dragon vein power of Shenlong's Taishi Shenguang magical power. But in the face of such an offensive, it is not enough to watch, and it can only delay half a breath at most. It was this half-breathing time that ushered in a turning point for Lin Chen. The dark light, like a little black light under the sea of stars, instantly emerged from Lin Chen. The host uses the God of War parts, armor charge, 100%, right arm armor charge, 100%. Lin Chen raised his right arm, and the right arm guard of the sky was shining brightly, with the blessing of black light all over his body. Lin Chen did not move like a mountain, turned into a giant who stood up to the sky for eternity, and opened up the world. Boom. 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 Countless attacks fell on Lin Chen, shaking his heart, and the charge of the two-piece set of Qing Tian plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye. 99%, 70%, 40%. The speed at which the charge falls is simply terrifying. This is the combined attack of 30,000 true gods. The moment Lin Chen's soul rioted, he was already ready to go to the sky. Fire at me. The shocking drink is like the roar of a dragon, and the rolling dragon roar shakes the sky and the earth. Then, in the east, west, and south, the flames burst into flames, and the sound of slaughter shook the sky. At that moment, Xingyu's tens of thousands of true gods throbbed, and a cold light pierced his back. Not right. They were tricked. Lin Chen is not alone. Boom. 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 All-round attack, evasive. There are the swordsmanship of the ancient masters, the mastery of the Tao of The sword, the domineering and unparalleled boxing techniques, the sharp marksmanship, and so on. Thousands of laws, all kinds of unique skills, with the trend of destroying everything, completely bombarded. Because of the previous siege and attack on Lin Chen to prevent him from escaping, the 30,000 true gods got too close to Lin Chen, forming an encirclement. And now, they are surrounded by anti-surroundings again. 30,000 true gods surrounded Lin Chen, and the offensive behind them surrounded them. The most serious problem is that they did their best to attack Lin Chen just now. Now is the period of lack of divine power after the move, and they were suddenly attacked. When the Chi God King witnessed the battle in the distance, he was almost stunned. There is still such a play. Isn't this Lin Chen afraid of death? With this kind of tactics, Lin Chen himself killed 1,000 enemies and lost 1,000 himself. His body itself is at the very center of the all-round offensive. The hurricane rolls wildly, and the waves are huge. Within the range of Mishima, the sky was completely turned upside down. High in the sky, a large number of true gods were shot down. When the 3 god kings finally crushed the offensive of the 9 tribulation stars, they witnessed the chaotic battlefield with their own eyes. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, kill with your life. It's all the lackeys of God's domain, kill of blood to earn money. His grandma's, what I killed, was the dog of God's domain. Even if the sword is broken and the halberd is broken, the body of the gods perishes, and even if there is a wisp of the soul must be used to smash them to pieces. The war was full, and an iron-blooded team rushed out of the sea and turned out. The east wind is blowing, and the chants are roaring wildly. At this moment, King Rua God couldn't help but be moved with astonishment. That is a team that is not afraid of ghosts and gods. They were bathed in the pouring blood and rain, and they were killed from the flames of war. 9 days and 10 places, as if they were full of their tall and majestic figures. Even God's domain can't overwhelm their spines. At the center of the team is the silver-robed youth stained with countless divine blood. He walked in the air, holding a golden spear in his hand, and walked to the 3 kings step by step, smiling sternly. No one in this team intends to leave alive. The daring spirit makes the 3 kings horrified. The situation is changing rapidly. 40,000 true gods, 10,000 true gods were briefly blasted away by Lin Chen, and 30,000 true gods besieged Lin Chen and were counterattacked. Almost in this very short period of time, more than 2,000 true gods have fallen in the realm of the gods, and more than 70% of the powerhouses have been injured. This is an instant kill, caused by a leapfrog battle. It can be seen how great the effect of this surprise attack is, and it also smashed the opponent's formation. The light of the knife flashed rapidly, the flames shot into the sky, and the roaring laws of the avenues descended into the critical sea, colliding with each other crazily. Lin Chen's 2 phantom clones rushed out of the team and took 2,000 true gods to slay all the gods of the gods fearlessly. The combat power of 2,000 true gods alone is definitely not enough. In this surprise attack, Lin Chen's 2 phantom avatars participated in the battle, and Lin Chen's phantom avatar was responsible for those who were above the 8th level of the gods. The 6 phantom clones have all appeared so far. 2 clones are scattered on the left and right sides of the nearby battlefield. 2 clones assist a team in rushing into the battlefield. Lin Chen's layer upon layer of the big network unfolds here. Damn, what a big dog. I want to see how this group of people are not afraid of death. The realm is low, and the gap between the number of people is more than 10 to 1. With Lin Chen's 2 clones, I don't believe they can defy the sky. The gods of the gods began to regroup, the divine power was mobilized, and the laws of the 3,000 avenues appeared. Even if the people of God's domain were injured, the gap between the realm and the number of people and the combat power are obvious. Under the suppression of absolute power and quantity, the gods of the gods do not believe that a little trick can make them turn over. 40,000 to 4,000, they can be crippled even with their eyes closed. The scuffle became more and more intense, which alerted more forces in the Triple Realm Sea. Where are the forces fighting here? The battle of the gods, the remaining power of such a law, the number is at least more than 30,000, who has this handwriting? Quickly withdraw, it's the people of God's domain, don't get involved. Hee. I want to go in and pick up leaks. Some hidden nearby Jihai forces quietly emerged, and some even joined the battle circle, making the battle even more chaotic. However, most of the people chose to attack the real god of Jihai, which miraculously relieved the pressure on the first team. The purple-robed middle-aged man who rushed beside the phantom avatar was named Feng Wuchen, who was at the 7th level of the divine realm. Sure enough, as he expected, Jihai's vicious people will not ignore this melee, and will definitely join in. War is the quickest way to get rich. Why would the true god of the Triple Realm aim at people in the realm of the gods? This multiple-choice question is not difficult. Let's ask, when there is a wounded god who is rich and oily and a god who is desperately poor, who will you choose? Definitely choose the former. This is one of the goals of Lin Chen and others. On this trip, 1 move 3. Stabilize. All for this seat to stabilize, a group of rogues from the sea. How can it compare to the heritage of our God's domain? Everyone must not take a step back, and those who retreat will be killed. Go to the right side, focus on the right side, cover the Finghua Tianshan team to eliminate Lin Chen, don't give them a chance to break through. God's domain and others showed their superb background and action, which is really different from the combined forces of the sea. More than 3,000 true gods of the 4th level or above gathered in a dozen or so breaths, and 40 true gods of the 9th level led the team and killed in one breath Xiang Lin Chen's phantom clone. Lin Chen's phantom avatar fell into the siege of many gods at the 9th level. With the invincible combat power of the half-step god king, he can't easily escape. However, just as the main force just shifted over. Boom! The sword light is 3,000 feet in length and width, and a sword light is in the middle of the cold sea. Another team suddenly burst out, and it even burst out from the left side of God's domain. With the sudden change, dozens of true gods thought that support had arrived. And they were overjoyed. Sigh. Boom. The light of the sword slashed the mountains and the waves, and the sword intent of the law of Kendo was pure and fierce, slashing through the stormy waves and smashing dozens of gods from the realm of the gods. What number of ways? Oops, it's not from Jihai. It's fucking coming for us. The true gods of God's domain were horrified. Boom. 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 The wind was raging, and Jiang Fan, the sword god and Xing Yi and a team, held the azure sword and stepped on the brilliance of the sword, killing at a speed like destroying the dead. Behind him, there are thousands of true gods, who suddenly rushed from the right side of the realm of the gods in one breath, disrupting the gods in the realm of the gods who were in the other side's realm with the aura of defending against death. The main force of the 40,000 true gods just turned around on the right side. And the gods descended from the sky on the left side. This is no accident. When Jiang Fan killed the enemy with his sword, his expression was excited. As expected by little friend Lin Chen. This battle has to be fought. Why would a team of people appear on the left battlefield? After a little time, we returned to the cloud-scale island, before the war. The power of the lords of the realm seems to be weak, but in fact, there are all teams of God's domain nearby. Playing the main force is our only option. Lin Chen raised 3 fingers and said solemnly. 1. When the opponent's formation is advancing layer by layer, only the God kings in the main range will inevitably enter the range of Mishima. Using the gods near Mishima as a cover, I will take the lead in charging, and you will fire at me and hit. He was caught off guard. Secondly, my clones are used for 2 battles, and the clones that distract. The enemy can only use 2, one to the left and one to the right. The left side is outside Yunlin Island, where the fog is the thickest and the perception range is wide. Restricted, the opponent's action speed must not be as fast as normal times, maximize the time. Thirdly, the right side is the Jiahai forces. We are going straight to the main force. The support of the Jiahai forces must not be active, because the main credit for winning us is not theirs. There is a hidden mist on the left, and the forces of the sea on the right are passive. No matter which side changes, we have the space to block the enemy and the longest fighting time we can fight for. The first team was divided into 3 forces, and the central team and Lin Chen were done. The team on the right makes a roundabout attack, and the team on the left makes a roundabout surprise attack. The crowd suddenly brightened up and clapped their hands in amazement. As soon as the battle starts, the situation will most likely become, the team on the right will be delayed to receive the support message, and the Shenwu district will be hindered and unable to provide support for a short time, and the team on the left will not be actively supporting. Of course, the princes of Jiahai are not active. Damn, you are one of the main forces of God's domain. We support you? Isn't the life of Laozi's hands not life? After fighting Lin Chen, I still have to hang out in Jiahai. The people will give you support, the main credit is on you. I don't thank you for your efforts, I will fight with you. It's like spending money to buy real estate and marrying a wife, and finally God's domain becomes the old king next door and enters the bridal chamber. But normal people wouldn't work hard with them, and in the end Jiahai would only wait until the battle was almost over, before slowly coming over to pick up some points to show his record. In this way, the main force of the opponent's God's domain has no support at all in a short period of time. This is much better than the situation of playing an ordinary Jiahai team and then being surrounded by 4 god kings. Lin Chen's attack on the main force seemed like a reckless step, but in fact, he stepped on the opponent's weakness in one fell swoop. Remember, only a small number of us know about this matter. The duel between the true gods is still a leapfrog challenge. If we don't fight with our lives, our strategic intentions will inevitably be exposed. The order you want to convey to everyone is, we are fighting to the death. This time, that is, we will fight to the death with them, and we will tell everyone about the retreat after the opening of the siege is opened. Lin Chen's order to everyone is to tell everyone, this time we are with the main force of God's domain, jade and stone burn. Otherwise, it is easy to reveal your true intentions in the duel. As soon as Jiang Fan's team appeared, before the realm of God was adjusted, the team on the right was marked by an arrow, and the killing sound was shocking, and another 1,000-person true God team suddenly launched a surprise attack. The battle situation turned into a mess. The gods of the gods were completely Dumbfounded. When this scene came into view, the expressions of the three god kings were completely gloomy. Two-way roundabout? All of Lin Chen's people? What did our people eat? Hello Lin Chen. With just such a few people, you are still playing with flowers. Two Realms Mountain. A bright sword light swept across the sky, and the sword screamed in the sky. Lin Xingchen's pair of golden pupils circulated infinite sword light, and he was carrying a sword with five-color cloud light surging, and stepped out of the void slowly. Beside him, there was a little girl in red clothes floating in the sky, with beautiful red lips, bright eyes, skin that was better than snow, and there was a vicissitude between her eyebrows that was completely opposite to that of a girl. Lin Xingchen was finally born under the orders of his master. This time, whoever stands in front of him, the king of gods has to die. Xingchen, your bloodline is at its peak, and you have reached the fourth level of the divine realm in less than 2 years. The external situation is changing, and the power is just in case, and you will be born in advance. You go to the Lin family now, and take over the Lin family in full. In addition, the Taihuang galaxy in the godly desolate star territory will be opened in the near future. After you take over the Lin family, immediately lead the Lin family back to the gods' territory, and use my hand to command the Protoss. Bring the team of the Protoss to kill the Taihuang galaxy, everything in the dark will be for you. When the red-clothed girl transmitted the voice, the corner of Lin Xingchen's mouth slightly lifted. The general trend of the world is in my hands. And he, that fake, Lin Chen, this man, must die at his hands. God's domain, boundless sea. The sea of clouds is surging, the space is stagnant, and the flow of time seems to be extremely slow. In the sea stands the temple that has never changed. There are 3 people in the temple. One is an old man in blue with eyebrows like eagles and white temples. One person's skirt is like ice and snow, the stars are shining, the cheeks are beautiful, the temperament is cold and beautiful, and the bright eyes are awe-inspiring. The last one was wearing a black robe and could not see the body, only a pair of ghostly eyes were revealed under the cloak. In front of the 3 of them, there was a chessboard with a 4-color chessboard. Inside the chessboard, the black and white chess pieces are intricate, with only a few scattered spots of crimson, slightly dazzling, like a lonely sail on the ocean. The old man and Xing Yi raised the black chess and put it down, approaching the red chess. The generals of those days still exist in the world. The beauty in the ice skirt flicked her fingers, and the white chess settled. How can the mere wind and waves overturn the vast sea, as strong as Lin Tiandi, and was suppressed by the 3 supreme beings, and the remaining stragglers will be almost scattered by the Protoss. The eccentric man in the black robe and cloak curled his lips and sneered. Repression? Lin Tiandi's remnant soul has seriously injured the 2 god emperors. If they are in their prime, the 3 of them will not be born. The old man and Xing Yi squinted at him. Put away your yin and yang peculiar aura. You can sit in this position without the cultivation of you by the 3 supreme beings. This seat, I have achieved this position by myself. The black-robed eccentric said indifferently, without me and without my lord, how could the 3 god races be today? Okay. The beauty in the ice skirt raised her hand. Today I'm here to discuss Wuzhou's affairs, not to let you guys argue. The old man in Xing Yi said, Lin Chen wants to overcorrect, so he just wants to exchange beams for pillars. The pair of eyes with the sun and the moon swirling, and a faint red light appeared. The old man in blue said indifferently, it is decided to restore all the divine merits, and to increase the number of places to enter the realm of the gods, and to introduce merits other than divine merits. Give a group of shackled people in front of the stage to attract the attention of all the people under the stage, whether it is jealousy, malice, anger, they will only focus on the people in front of the stage. Xingyi raised his chess, and one black chess swallowed the red chess. On Tai Fu Tianju, our Protoss is much more familiar than him, Lin Chen. The beauty in the ice dress showed an unprecedented smile. Elder Zhen and I see the same thing. Suddenly, the black-robed monster got up. He gave a strange laugh. It's nothing to be concerned about. I came here today, not to discuss such little people with you, but to inform you of something. My Protoss is about to usher in a new leader. Boom. The old man and Xingyi smashed the chessboard with one palm, his seemingly indifferent expression brewing anger that swallowed the sky and the earth. The new leader? It seems that you want to court death. Except for the three supreme beings of my god race, who would dare to lie about the leader. The beauty and the ice dress looked at each other, coldly, as if waiting for an answer. The black-robed geek opened his arms. The times are about to change, and he will definitely change the realm of the gods. My Lord God realm is number 1, Lin Chen. The expressions of the two have changed greatly. Lin Chen? Triple Boundary Sea, Mishima Battlefield. The blood of the gods was raging, and the bloody smell full of divinity swept the sea. This battle has never been seen before. Even in the Triple Realm, there has never been so many true gods fighting, even rarer than the Battle of the Gods. Even though Lin Chen had a lot of tricks and a phantom clone to lead the team, the 1 to 10 numerical disadvantage was gradually revealed in the protracted battle. At the beginning, he was able to take the initiative, but the battle situation gradually began to be leveled. However, the winner is also decided in the high-dimensional battle circle. The forces belonging to the Triple Realm Sea are still waiting to see. Because there are 3 god kings in the realm of the gods, some forces do not dare to loot the gods in the realm of the gods too recklessly. On the contrary, if there is an irreparable loss of the 3 kings of the gods, there will be more experts from the sea to join the melee. The Golden God of War set is continuing to increase the power of the host. 110 million waste power, 120 million, 130 million. The host obtains 6.4 billion points of God-level essence, 120,000 points of advanced suit essence, 50,000 God-level heavenly points, 1.2 billion God-level blood. Zheng. Clang. The spear and halberd swayed, wielding an inch of divine light, and between the thunder and fire, there was a thunder snake-like electric fire. Lin Chen is wearing the God of War suit, his feet are shining with golden light, and the God of War spear is like a mad dragon. The beautiful woman in the peach skirt flicked her fingers, her divine power transformed into a dragon. The cloud dragon spewed mist and bursts of cloud light enveloped Lin Chen. The black-robed old man clasped his hands together, and a huge black knife appeared on the top of his head. The blazing God King seemed to have a consonance in his heart. Lin Chen was immediately surrounded by dark clouds, and the dark clouds turned into poisonous snakes and locked Lin Chen. The 2 laws are like maggots on the Tarsus, entangling Lin Chen's whole body, making the Wanjun divine power seem unusable, and the golden light of the God of War is like a quagmire, limited by the blockade of the 2 laws, and he can't break free for a while. The God King teamed up, especially powerful. Lin Chen's current state does not have God Killer, God Rebel, Ultimate Heaven Rebel, and he can't reproduce the combat power of the Isle of Gods with the God of War suit. With the golden god of war suit and the trump card of the godhead, there is still a chance to win against two gods. If you want to face three gods, it will be full of variables. On the premise that there is no ultimate rebel, none of the god kings who stand on the top of the gods is enough to look down on. Don't play cards according to the routine, right? This king will kill you. You little bastard. Let you deliver it to your door. The blazing god king grinned, raised the halberd high, and slashed down with one halberd. That halberd opened up the heavens and the earth. The blade of the divine halberd cut through three blood moon-like divine lights, and the sharp edge reached the sky. Wherever it passed, the space was burning with fierce fire. The Qishan king's fame and unique skills, the low-level combat skills of the red rank, the Qishan three absolutes. This life-threatening blow instantly became the focus of the melee, scaring off many strong men to retreat in an instant. The red rank exercises used by the King of Gods, and their full strength strikes, are enough to attract attention in any battle in the first level C. Boom! Lin Chen's pure power suddenly soared, and his divine body blew blood, exceeding the limit. The host opens the second form of the God of War gun, current charge, 49%. Taking a volley, Lin Chen swept across with a spear, and the second form of the God of War spear swayed the sky, and the divine radiance swept through, breaking the potential of the dark cloud. At the same time, the deep and pitch-black divine enchantment barrier was entangled in the palm of his hand. Lin Chen slammed his palm towards the sky, and the divine enchantment barrier unfolded on the spot, intercepting the shocking blow of the blazing God King. The universe flashes. Lin Chen took time out of all the dragon veins of the dragon in his body. The time and space stagnated a little, a ray of blue divine light passed by, and at the moment when the divine enchantment was broken, Lin Chen just avoided the blow. Boom! 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 The huge waves exploded, and the waves abandoned thousands of feet high, disturbing the space flow under the sea. Empty? At the moment when the Qi God King was moved, a vision suddenly appeared. Hum. Hum. The divine enchantment barrier unfolded again. This time, the beautiful woman in peach skirt and the black-robed old man were enveloped in it. The two divine kings were caught off guard and were suddenly delayed by the divine enchantment barrier. Boom! The sea surface shattered, Lin Chen hurried away, turned into a golden flash, the God of War spear held high and smashed angrily, and smashed towards the head of the blazing God King. The Qishan king was attentive and unafraid. When he swung his halberd to face Lin Chen, at that moment, his back became cold and his hair stood upside down, as if there were two deadly poisonous snakes crawling behind him. When his soul subconsciously scanned, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Yuan Wujue. He rushed forward with a single knife, holding 3 unparalleled Qi transport capsules in his hand, and instantly released the Qi transport capsules. Nanku divine light bloomed, and 3 silhouettes turned into divine light and descended from the sky. Even Lin Chen didn't expect this scene. Lu Qixin, Tang Jianghai, and Jiang Fan appeared at the same time, holding their swords, drawing their swords, and aiming their bows, each brewing the strongest blow. The blazing God King's pupils shrank slightly. What a joke! This seat is the King of Gods, and a few crooked melons, and jujubes who don't even have the 9th level of the God realm, dare to attack this seat. Crazy killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 4. The expressions of everyone seemed to be saying, God King? God King is a fart. Even if the King of Heaven is here, I have to pluck a few hairs from him. Princes and generals, I would rather have a seed. Boom. Lin Chen's god of war spear swung down suddenly, smashing the top of Qi God King's head violently, forcing him to block with both hands. It was also at this moment that the gap created by Lin Chen gave the four of them an opportunity. Everyone resisted the pressure of the God King, just getting close to the God King. The bones of the whole body burst into a rattling sound, as if they were about to be crushed by a heavy object. The dark red blade is like a bath of blood, and the top-quality artifact Blood Knight draws a bloodline. The sky is slashed. Yuan Wujue did everything he could to slash at the shoulders of the blazing God King. With the sharpness of a superb artifact, he split the last line of defense of the God King, and the blood of the gods overflowed. The radiance of the gods condensed like a spiral, the arrows soared, and Tang Jianghai pulled his bow and shot at the heart of the blazing God King. The sea of stars stirred, and a sword light appeared in the extremely gorgeous starlight and stabbed straight at the blazing God King. Lu Qixin was even more desperate. He slashed with blood in his hands, and swung the knife, cutting off the head of the Qi God King. Led by Yuan Wujue, the three of them exploded into a sky-high offensive, burning up everything in their lives. Chi-Chi's tearing sound was like a poisonous snake swimming its back, causing the scalps of countless strong people present to go numb. When everyone came back to their senses, their mouths were slightly open, and cold sweat poured out. The body of the Qixin king was torn apart, blood surged from his right shoulder, his heart was torn apart, and the flesh and blood were separated. The most terrifying thing was Lu Qixin's knife, which cut his neck out with a bull-sized wound. 2 of the 8th level of the gods, 1 of the 7th level of the gods, and 1 of the 6th level of the gods. These 4 people almost killed the God King. Lin Chen exerted force every inch, the fire dragon-like law of fire scorched and burned, the tip of the spear was pressed down, and the law of the blazing God King was crushed one by one, the blood of the gods was soaring, and even the divine power of protecting the body no longer existed. The next moment, Lin Chen suddenly gave up the gun, and stepped forward, the golden light of the divine fist soared, and a punch slammed into the heart of the blazing God King. The gust of wind suddenly rose, and the aftermath of the fist wind was lifted like an explosion, and the halberd of the Qi God King fell off his hand. He didn't even give Qi God King a chance to blow himself up. Lin Chen threw his fists like a gust of wind and rain, punching into the flesh, beating violently all the way. The divine body of the blazing God King, which is the God King, exploded, cracked, and the heaven and earth fell into a bloody storm. The divine blood sputtered wildly, every drop of divine blood was red with gold, shining with the brilliance of a divine king, pure and flawless, concealing the power of the law, like a bunch of broken stars blooming into pieces of nebula. The corners of the mouths of countless people trembled, and very few old monsters realized what this would mean. Even Lin Chen saw this scene for the first time. That is the blood of the God King, and it was beaten out alive. The previous, ultimate heavenly rebel, talent broke the defense and instantly killed, so that Lin Chen had never seen such a scene. I was actually attacked by these little minions? Damn it, damn it. The blazing God King roared with remorse in his heart. He had just attacked Lin Chen with all his strength, but he was avoided by Lin Chen's Taizhou Dao, causing him to focus all his attention on Lin Chen. And he didn't notice anyone approaching him at all. He is the body of a God King, and the 9th level of the God realm is not enough to see in front of him. Who would have thought that these lunatics would dare to risk their lives to approach him? Jin Hui flashed in succession. Lin Chen punched like a dragon roar, his fists slammed furiously, punch after punch, and there was no intention to relax at all. This guy is the king of gods and must not be underestimated. I don't have the instant kill of the ultimate rebel, I must fight to the death. Lin Chen's eyes flashed fiercely, and under everyone's stunned gaze, he pursued and fought furiously. Kacha! Boom! The body of the Qi God King was torn apart and burst open at once, and, together with the spirit, it burst into the sky like a fireworks, and was shattered by Lin Chen alive. God King, dead? This kid actually killed the King of God. My lord, this is the first time I see someone who is madder than me. What kind of realm are these four guys? They dare to kill the King of God. Can't afford to offend. Confirmed eyes, these lunatics, can't afford to offend. The powerhouses who picked up the leaks in the triple world sea felt chills on the soles of their feet, and even subconsciously stayed away from Lin Chen's team. The gods of the God realm, witnessing the fall of the blazing God King, their confidence was severely damaged. 10-to-1 number difference. Plus 3 God Kings. With this level of lineup, let the opponent kill a God King? The seemingly long process actually took less than 3 breaths. At the moment when the 2 God Kings broke free from the enchantment of the gods, Lin Chen stepped on the sea with the soles of his feet, stirring up layers of waves and stabilizing his body. He was panting, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit, full of surprise. This result, even he did not expect. The God King is not so easy to kill. If Yuan Wujue, Lu Qixin and others did not risk their lives to create a chance, Lin Chen would hit him seriously and, at most, the 2 God Kings would have to break free. His God-level Heavenly Dao value is very low, and the number of times that God-inspired Godhead can be activated is long ago. If the 3 gods and kings join forces, there will not be many opportunities to create. It can be said that it was Yuan Wujue and the others who risked their lives to sneak in, creating a chance for Lin Chen to reverse the ending. Lin Chen quickly took down all the attribute light balls. Congratulations to the host, killing the King of Gods by leaps and bounds. Acquired 18.9 billion God-level essence, 11 billion God-level blood, 900 million God-level rune energy, 30 million God-level Tian Dao points, 500 million God-level fire attribute points, and 80 million God-level talent points. Obtain the treasure box of different crystal gods, divine product different crystal, flame god blaze. Obtain the treasure chest of the suit, open it to obtain Optimus equipment. Parts left armor. For the first time, the host killed the King of Gods in a non-ultimate rebel state by leaps and bounds, and additionally rewarded the highest talent treasure chest. The highest talent treasure box, open it and get 1 red rank talent fragment, 1/20th. Crimson rank talent fragment. Lin Chen couldn't help but be moved. Known as the strongest orange level talent, the ultimate heavenly rebel is an instant kill that breaks defenses. Then, what is the concept of a higher order red rank talent? The god level Heavenly Dao value has been supplemented. Although Lin Chen is injured, his grasp of breaking through is even greater. The most important thing is that there are only 2 God Kings left. 2 God Kings joined forces and 3 God Kings joined forces. It's a 2-level battle situation. Now they want to fight against me, it's not that simple. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly, and the god of war was instantly lifted, and the god of ultimate function reappeared. Lin Chen raised his hand, and the gods were everywhere. With one hand, the Qishan King's superb artifact, the Qishan halberd, was bound by his divine wind, and in a single thought, he pocketed it out of thin air. Lin Chen didn't look back, and laughed loudly. Everyone, you did a great job. And I'll give you a big credit when I look back. Yuan Wujue and others retreated violently. Tang Jianghai was dignified. Are you all right? Lu Qixin's arms were full of blood, the right arm holding the knife was bent into a strange arc, the arm bone was almost broken, and the blade of the mid-grade artifact even cut the rolling blade. The God King is respected as the pinnacle of the gods, the power of the gods is mighty, and it is extremely difficult to get close to the usual true gods. Lu Qixin even swiped a knife on the neck of the God King, but he did not chop it to death. It can be seen how powerful the body of the God King is. The order is to kill the King of Gods, unless it is compensated for by quality. It will be extremely difficult. Lu Qixin grinned. It's okay, it's worth it to be able to kill a God King. His heart is like a polished rock. This battle, the tempering and baptism of the four are extraordinary. Tang Jianghai was relieved, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and he quickly put it away. Let's withdraw first, and leave it to Lin Chen. The law rose, and two figures stopped at the opposite side of Lin Chen. The beautiful woman in peach skirt and the old man in black robe have dark eyes and gloomy expressions. The Qi God King has fallen, and the two of them are left, and the battle against Lin Chen will be full of variables. Moreover, I'm afraid that before their support arrives, it is the most troublesome for Lin Chen and others to break through. Outside the three islands, some supergiants in the three realm sea have already noticed this war. Even, there is already a God King who has insight into this battle circle. An old woman in gray sighed slightly. So young, he actually killed a God King. A black armored God King stood outside the three islands and looked at the battle circle with a special secret method. I can't believe that the human race has such a hard character. We should not interfere in this battle. It is not worth offending or supporting arbitrary. Aside. Remember his name, Lin Chen. Everyone from Jiahai present, if anyone helps me win Lin Chen, the old man will reward 500,000 middle-grade divine jade and 1 high-grade artifact. The black-robed old man made a decisive decision and called upon the forces of the Triple Realm Sea with a heavy reward. Unexpectedly, there is no one to ignore him at all, and the forces of the Three Realm Sea are addicted to the gods who rob God's domain and cannot extricate themselves. It's the fool who kills him. 500,000 mid-grade divine jade is tempting, but Lin Chen's ability to kill the Divine King is obvious to all. What's more, there are so many fighting generals around him who can't think of provoking such a lunatic. Secretly refining the divine jade and mobilizing the immortal spirit, Lin Chen jokingly said, "Stop shouting, at your price, even chickens won't come. Not everyone can keep their promises like I did to your divine realm." Seeing Lin Chen delaying the time, the beautiful woman in the peach skirt could not ask for anything. She raised her eyebrows. Oh? To what extent do you keep your promise to my divine realm? Lin Chen smiled slightly. If you ask for it, you must be hard. Beautiful woman in peach skirt. When the divine soul was running, the stars were shining everywhere, and the massive divine power was like a treasure in the world, refining it into Lin Chen's body. His divine power has recovered a lot again. But at the same time, almost 2/3 of Lin Chen's soul was consumed. Boom! The divine wind rolled up, the divine wings flashed, and Lin Chen turned into a faint blue divine light and flashed towards the two kings instantly. Clouds and mist flew across the sky, and the downpour suddenly came. The dark shadow tide covered the sky, and the sharp sword lights were swirling and hidden in it, and the cutting law was attached to the dark tide like a sharp blade. This time, the two no longer have any reservations, and they are going all out to make a move. Once this kid beats or wounds any of them, the battle will be no suspense. With this sun's speed, a god king can't stop him. However, the next moment, the pupils of the twin kings shrank, and the nine-colored starlight overflowed with the aura of destruction, divided into 5, and shot towards the twin kings instantly. Can this trick still work? Damn, this kid is hiding so deep. The 9 robbery stars in the palm of the hand suddenly burst out, and 5 beams of 9-colored starlights attacked the 2 god kings at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of all attributes. At the same time, Lin Chen transmitted the entire battle circle with his soul. Everyone obeys the order, prepares to break through, and rush west. The hearts of the 2 kings were trembling, but Lin Chen's 9 tribulations stars, under the blessing of the extreme wind god set, did not give them a chance to avoid it at all. With a slap of the Fengshen wing, Lin Chen turned abruptly, and the falling 9 robbery stars bloomed into 5 extremely gorgeous 9-color beams of light. The beam of light penetrated the sky and the earth, the sea surface stirred, and the 5 beams of light were like 5-pointed stars, trapping the 2 kings in the middle. Lin Chen flashed a flaming flash in the air, blasting several gods into the 9th level, breaking the siege and destroying the dead. A god-level 9th level god who stepped on Kang shouted angrily, "If you stop them, you will stop them even if you die." The dragon robe was rolled up, and the dragon robe, true god, whose pupils were flashing with dragon shadows, said coldly, "They are already at the end of the battle, and they are not our opponents at all in a protracted battle. Drag. To the west, all to the west. You have to stop these thieves with your life. If we let them withdraw today, it would be a great shame for us, and the adults who have given us meritorious deeds shamelessly." The team of God's domain erupted with murderous aura. With a flaming kick in the sky, a punch to open the sky, and between the kamikaze and the rage, Lin Chen destroyed all the way. Unstoppable. Lin Chen's phantom clone is also heading west to help the main body. And with thousands, tens of thousands, 20,000, more and more true gods are approaching west. Aside from the true gods who were entangled by the forces of the Triple Realm, almost all the main forces approached westward. At the moment when the true god of God's domain was transferred, a team pretending to break out to the west suddenly assembled, and suddenly turned around to break out to the east. Don't worry about them, take down Lin Chen first. With the sound transmission of the law, more true gods ignored Lin Chen's team and surrounded Lin Chen. His goal was always Lin Chen. As a result, the east side, which was weak in defense, was broken through in one breath. When the gods of the gods came back to their senses, a team had already traveled hundreds of miles away. What's the situation? The true gods of God's domain were dumbfounded. They left Lin Chen and left? Do not. Wrong. Sound east and west. It's another move immediately after a faint shot. Boom. Lin Chen smashed the world with one kick. The speed of all attributes was 2,000 times. The 2 laws skyrocketed, and between thunder and fire, Lin Chen and his clone blasted away and surrounded them. I'm someone, Lin, I like the show most. Lin Chen grinned and snapped his fingers. Hum. 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 The divine light fell, and 2 more phantom clones descended. Consume 240 million points of God-level rune energy, use level 10 phantom runes, and the phantom clone has been cast. In total, 4 phantom clones gathered around Lin Chen. Previously, he sent 2 phantom clones to induce the true gods on the left and right. Now, they already know the position of the main body, and if they approach here, then the phantom avatar, which is the bait, can naturally withdraw. Then transform into combat power. Lin Chen's 4 phantom clones rushed into the chaotic battle group with an aura that was not afraid of death, and the 4 invincible clones under the half-step God King intercepted a large number of God's domain true gods. Brush. The sonic boom roared, the kamikaze shuttled, and Lin Chen turned into a kamikaze and swept across the sky. At this time, the beam of light of the 9 tribulation star was smashed into pieces, and the 2 God Kings broke out and chased Lin Chen wildly. However, Lin Chen seemed to have expected it long ago, smiled slightly, and pushed his hands in the air. Consumes chi and blood, and the host activates the idol godhead. Consumes 9 million god-level Heavenly Dao points, and the host activates the divine enchantment. The pure white divine light from the left palm rushed out of an idol, the dark black light of the right palm blocked the sky, and the divine enchantment isolated the sky. Boom! With the divine wings unfolding, Lin Chen turned into a super-fast divine light, whistling with the infinite divine wind. The 4 phantom avatars, the power of the 2 godheads, completely completed the mission for him and the first team. Damn thing. How can you let him run away? 40,000 true gods, you can't even catch Lin Chen, what are you doing? To eat. The team of God's domain was completely chaotic. After the 2 God Kings broke the rush of the idol and the barrier of the gods, Lin Chen had disappeared without a trace. The expressions of the 2 God Kings were gloomy. If they were in the outside world, they would definitely be able to chase. Even if Lin Chen ran fast, his team couldn't beat the God King. However, in the Triple Realm Sea, the God King can neither travel through the void, and the range of perception is very limited. As soon as Lin Chen and others broke through, it was like a dragon returning to the sea. I don't believe it, Lin Chen, can turn the sky over. In the battle of the blazing God King, he is already at the end of the battle. Inform all the God Kings to pursue and surround him in the opposite direction. This battle will never end. The 2 God Kings almost roared out orders. One team, complete the most important breakout mission. Riding the wind and waves, Lin Chen, who broke through the siege, hurried all the way, without any pause to catch up with the team. His eyes stared into the distance, and he let out a sigh of relief. Next, it's time to show the operation and decide the outcome. All the introductions and preparations that were buried before were all released for this moment. Lin Chen, who caught up with the team, looked directly at Jiang Fan and Yuan Wujue, and said solemnly, "How many people have we hurt?" Yuan Wujue said, "All were injured, more than 1,000 were seriously injured. And 300 people were lost. Some fighters hit the end and directly blew themselves up to give us a chance to break through." Jiang Fan sighed, "It's all good, no one chooses to step back. This time, under the premise of such a huge disparity between the enemy and us, we will still kill 8,000 enemies. Destroy 8,000 true gods, 1 God King. This record, under the premise of such a huge disparity in combat power, can still achieve such brilliance. It is really survival from death. Those who can survive this battle, whether in terms of state of mind or cultivation, will gain huge tempering, far exceeding the benefits obtained by ordinary closed-door cultivation. Lin Chen said, "We can't stop, everyone, go to the Dark Star Sea at full speed." With their injuries, everyone rushed to the direction of the Dark Star Sea. While refining the divine jade and swallowing the medicinal pill, Lin Chen turned to look behind him. The clone was wiped out so quickly. The two God Kings really didn't cover it. Consuming 600 million points of God-level rune energy, the phantom clone has appeared in the number 6 phantom position. Remaining runic power, 560 million. In a flash, Lin Chen cast the phantom rune again, and the 4 phantom clones reappeared. However, this time the phantom avatar did not appear beside Lin Chen, but appeared beside Yi Qingguo. Deadwood Island. Boom! It flashed like a flame of dragon, the divine flame filled the air, and the dark red thunder light swept the green-haired God King. Suddenly there are 4 more Lin Chens? Where's the trick? I'll give this old man one too. The green-haired king stared, and suddenly stepped back. With a flick of his sleeve, the silver snake danced, and the divine flame that shattered the clone filled the sky, stirring the sky to burn with flames. Brother Lin Chen is here. It's a clone, a signal to withdraw. Counting the original phantom clones, there are 5 clones present. It's enough to block a God King, and even a little more powerhouse is competent enough. Zhao Enren floated to the sky, and secretly said with the law, "Everyone, cover the retreat of the 5 teams." Her realm has actually broken through to the 8th level of the divine realm. The realm of the divine body and the Tao. She had received the guidance of the old man in sackcloth, and this battle had maximized her potential and achieved a new realm. His dress was stained with blood, and the heroic Shang Guanyun waved his hand and was seriously injured and still stood in the front of the crowd. Luo Yu and the others in the 5th team clasped their fists deeply and then retreated. Yi Qingguo gently stroked the blue silk, and the pale Jiao, too, smiled slightly. "Why, do you still want to fight?" The green-haired God King laughed in anger. "Little girl, don't be too arrogant, the outcome is uncertain." The bloody battle broke out again. But this time, the battle situation is no longer disparate. With Lin Chen's phantom clone pressing the field, the forces of Jiahai are terrified. Jiahai's old fritters are not as hard-working as God's domain. When they encountered Lin Chen's clone's aura, that he was not afraid of death, the first to fight lost more than half of them. This made the 5 teams responsible for the survey evacuated safely, and rushed to the Dark Star Sea at full speed. The Dark Star Sea area, located in the extreme west outside the territory of the Dragon Clan, is completely opposite to the position of Yi Qingguo and others. Everyone thought that Lin Chen and the others were going to bypass the Dragon Clan's territory and go to the 4th Realm Sea, but it was not at all. As long as they reach the Dark Star Sea, they will win. The next day, the 5th team and the 1st team arrived outside the Dark Star Sea to meet at almost the same time. Brother Lin Chen. Luo Yu's expression was excited, and when he saw the crowd break through, how could he not be excited? Lin Chen nodded. "I need your 5 teams to open the way for everyone, can you do it?" "Can." Coming all the way, Lin Chen can be said to be refining attribute light while rushing. No way, after killing the enemy in the past, the attribute values obtained are all refining for him by the clone. Now his phantom avatar is fighting with his life, only he can get the attribute light ball after absorbing the battle himself. Everyone set foot in the Dark Star Sea area, the waves directly above their heads were turbulent, and the sea surface stirred up space debris. The islands in the sea are flickering like dim starlight, and the fog is heavy, as if there is a crisis lurking in every place. Everyone marched forward in the sky. The dark star sea area was stronger than the Shenwu of Mishima, and the perception was extremely limited. Lin Chen led the crowd forward and came to two dark storms. The pitch-black storm lined up in front of everyone like a tornado, stirring up the dark starlight like broken awns, like a black dragon lying on top of it. Dark Star Storm, the most terrifying sea disaster in the Dark Star Sea area, is famous for this, and there are not many strong people willing to approach this ghost place. Don't move, I'll explore the way first. Black light bloomed, wearing two armors and one armor of the god of heaven. Lin Chen raised his arms, the two beams of black light spread out like a cube. Lin Chen showed a posture of absolute defense, and slowly set foot in the dark storm shimmering with stars. Step by step, the steps of the devil are approaching. The dark star storm, that was enough to devour the God King, didn't even hurt Lin Chen. In the end, Lin Chen walked through the dark star storm without any risk. A silver-white space channel extends all the way down from the distance, like a bright silver light spread on the sea, very mysterious. As expected on the map, Lin Chen's expression was excited. The center of the dark star storm was the most violent, and it was the place that all the strong did not want to approach. But unfortunately, in the most violent central area, the power of the dark star storm is the smallest, and the ordinary third level of the gods can also pass through, and the natural energy tide is a blind way. Lin Chen made a sound transmission, and everyone rushed in. Lin Chen released the second flying shuttle. The giant ship floated on the sea, and the 5 teams boarded. Then, a team of seriously wounded people all boarded the ship, and there were 3,000 people left to follow Lin Chen. Luo Yu was startled. Brother Lin Chen, why don't you leave together? Lin Chen smiled casually. It's okay, you go first, we have to go back to meet them. Lin Chen pointed to the end of the space passage, and said solemnly, don't be careless. Although according to the direction indicated by the map, the opposite side leads to the desolate star territory, but it may not be without danger. The road ahead is unknown, you still have to play all the teams. Scouts, there are still wounded on board to protect. The task of the 5th team is only starting now. A gleam of light flashed across Luo Yu's eyes. Luo Yu understands. Watching thousands of people from the 5 teams leave, Lin Chen laughed proudly. Everyone, let's go back to meet everyone. The 5 teams evacuated and crossed the boundary sea, and you're done. When the gods of the gods returned to defend and pursue Lin Chen, the high-level gods and kings converged. The reason why half-bus god kings are so rare in the team of gods domain is because on weekdays, half-bus god kings basically belong to the state of retreating and attacking god kings, and few half-step god kings will come out to fight expeditions. If there are a few more half-step god kings in this trip, maybe the fighters will be completely different. The blazing god king was killed? One of the divine kings of the star continent to which god domain belongs, Lu Dingxing, his tiger eyes widened slightly. You 40,000 true gods fight 4,000 true gods, and 3 god kings fight 1 Lin Chen. 10 to 1, 3 to 1, can he kill 1 and eliminate 8,000 people? His grandmother's, this kind of outrageous record is said to be unbelievable. Before Lu Dingxing could scold him, he immediately sent a voice transmission from a strong man in God's domain. Your Excellency King Yi received a message from Jiahemo Wuxing, and found the traces of Lin Chen and others outside the territory of the Dragon Clan. Also, Mo Wuxing also said that Lin Chen and his party were still in the Dragon Clan's territory. Report. Another true detective came to the news, and the god kings in the sky were shocked. The 8 sages of God's domain went to investigate, and Lin Chen and his party appeared in the Dragon Clan's territory, and they were active and arrogant. The god kings looked at each other, and their hearts were like a thunderbolt. The beautiful woman in the peach skirt opened her red lips slightly. Could it be that? First, Lin Chen's body broke through the main force and went in the direction of his accomplices. Second, the figures of Lin Chen and others appeared in the Dragon Clan territory. What does this mean? Represents a relationship between the two parties. Thirdly, with the combination of the previous two, Lin Chen took such a big risk to break through, in order to merge with the Dragon Clan. That's right, this guy wants to unite with the Dragon Clan. I want to use the hands of the Dragon Clan to help them break through the encirclement and enter the Four-Realm Sea. Ha 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 ha. Humans are nothing compared to the sky, everyone. The death of the Chi God King was not in vain. Everyone, the territory of the 4 dragon races is the goal, the whole army will march. The God Kings almost locked in Lin Chen's intentions. This guy is looking for cooperation with the Dragon Clan. On the edge of the Dark Star Sea area, Lin Chen and others were still lurking near the sea area after coming out of the Dark Star Storm. They thought we wanted to cooperate with the dragons. Actually, we are indeed looking for cooperation from the dragon race. But I'm not mainly working for the Dragon Clan. Lin Chen confused everyone. Fighting with the Protoss doesn't happen overnight. As long as we break through the first wave, there will be a second wave and a third wave. So, strategically, we have to fight them for a long time. Tactically, we have to fight them. Blitz. If he wants to surround us and force us to break through, we will withdraw. If he wants to force us to retreat, we will fight. Never follow the opponent's train of thought, be quick, accurate, and decisive. Lin Chen drew a circle on the star map. Men, you can't be stubborn, you have to be soft and hard, like a 1 at the beginning, and a 0 at the back. The amazing thing is, not long after, the Protoss team listed on the star map from the one long snake formation actually slowly turned into a circle. Everyone's mouth became a 0 shape. The enemy team has also become a 0 shape. Everyone looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. He actually predicted the change of the opponent's team. At which level is this wave predicted? Brother Chen, you are very arrogant. Lu Qixin swallowed the next divine pill and said excitedly, Brother Lin Chen, what are we doing? Lin Chen smiled and said, you guys are here to recover and prepare for the remaining battle. I'll be in charge of the 3rd and 4th teams. Your mission is the final battle. Lin Chen also sat cross-legged, refining a huge amount of attribute values, so he must not be in a hurry. The enemies of God's domain changed their formations, which did not fully mean that they had acted according to their own ideas. A total of 900,000 high-level suit essences are consumed, and the 3 pieces of Optimus gear are charged, 100%. Boom. Almost at the same time, a nebula shrouded Lin Chen's head, and his divine power surged to Xiaohan. The stars are illuminated by the sand, and the dark red thunder light flashes all over Lin Chen's body. The fire of the divine flame is swaying in Lin Chen's divine pupil. His realm is a whole new realm. Congratulations to the host, reaching the middle stage of the 4th level of the gods. When there was only a short distance left in the later stage of the 4th stage, the divine power in Lin Chen's time and space slowly stopped growing. Xinghai Weilan really deserves to be a red-level exercise. Not only can it mobilize the power of the stars, but it can also help the cultivator to quickly refine a huge amount of energy. Lin Chen was amazed in his heart and looked regretful. It's a pity, it's still too little to get to the late 4th stage and kill a god king. Yuan Wujue, who was beside him, was about to scold. Killing a god king, is it too little? People say no. Seeing Lin Chen's rapid cultivation, everyone's fighting spirit was aroused. Everyone sat cross-legged on the sea reef, letting the wind and waves beat like a rock, sharpened, standing still, and continued to enter the state of cultivation. If there is time to refine the divine grade variant crystal, the improvement of Lin Chen will definitely be improved by leaps and bounds. The greatest benefit of the Peerless crystals and the gods of different crystals to Lin Chen is that it saves time to comprehend the laws, and it can speed up the control of the laws and the degree of mastery and manipulation of the laws. Lin Chen worked hard for a year and a half before he tempered the law of fire to the realm of enlightenment. After he obtained 2 divine grade thunder variant crystals, the law of lightning in his control came later, which shows the importance of divine grade variant crystals. The team completely surrounded the dragon's territory, and it seems to be stable. Lin Chen got up, nearly 90% of his injuries recovered. The Fengshen wings unfolded, and Lin Chen transformed into a faint blue divine light that swept across the sky. On the other side, the green-haired god king Mo Wuxing was attacked by Lin Chen's 5 phantom clones. After a long battle, he finally chose to evacuate. Teams 3 and 4 had more casualties than Team 1. Boom! Mo Wuxing and other realm sea forces had just left, when the divine wind swept through and the waves were turbulent. Lin Chen swept across the sky, reached the position of Deadwood Island, and lifted the limit wind god set. Captain Lin Chen. It's brother Lin Chen, here. The crowd cheered, and some were relieved, and their fighting spirit was high. He is like the backbone. As long as he is still there, the morale of everyone will never drop. Lin Chen looked around, spread out his palm, a divine ring appeared. The divine ring shone with light, and a bottle of jade bottle engraved with a seal contained a large amount of divine elixir. With a flick of his finger, the dense pill bottles were distributed to Zhao. Amren, hurry up and distribute the pills to everyone, and take pills to heal your wounds. Yi Qinggu said in astonishment. Lin Chen, that was reserved for you by Auntie. Lin Chen smiled casually. It doesn't matter, my life is my life, and everyone's life is also my life. There was a hint of doubt on the pale and charming face. The little goblin stared at him for a long time, reached out to take a medicinal pill, and suddenly smiled. You have changed. When you were in the holy world, you were not like this. Lin Chen said sternly, those who know me, Qingwu too. It seems that our relationship has escalated, from being hard-hearted to being a friend of Guan. Bow. Yi Qinggu, you're still the devil you used to be, and you haven't changed at all. Lin Chen. A beautiful shadow floated in the air. Shang Guanyun covered the wound on his left shoulder, and frowned. The 3rd and 4th teams lost nearly 1,000 people, all of them were injured, more than half of them were seriously injured, and they encountered more than one Jiahai force. There are not many people we can fight. Lin Chen nodded. Don't worry, they won't send the main force to deal with us. Next, I'll open the way for you. The long eyelashes trembled, and the beautiful eyes were flowing. Yi Qinggu looked at Lin Chen, and asked curiously, you come to open the way in person? The opponent's goal is Lin Chen, and if Lin Chen came to open the way, Wouldn't he attract all the others god kings? Lin Chen smiled slightly. I opened the way myself, is there any problem? Of course, the one without a condom. Everyone was puzzled and didn't understand what medicine Lin Chen was selling. In the gourd. Everyone quickly cleaned the battlefield, set off from Deadwood Island, and rushed towards Mishima without stopping. Before half a day, he ran into one of the teams of the encirclement and suppression forces, the demon phoenix sect belonging to the second realm C. The number of true gods exceeds 20,000. Looking at the 5 Lin Chen who were in the front line, the demon phoenix sect master was dressed in a golden yellow robe and carved a phoenix. Didn't it say that Lin Chen, the thief, went to the dragon's territory? Why did he appear here? Suddenly, one of them, Lin Chen, stood up and said loudly, the old thief of Jiahai, I am Lin Chen's body. The curvature of the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Lin Chen smiled and said, someone, come and catch me. Lin Chen waved his hand, breakthrough. Those who are not seriously injured. Follow me and beat their mothers. Sect Master. The male pet under his command asked, to fight or not to fight. The demon phoenix sect master's eyes were dark and his brows furrowed. Don't play with these lunatics, hold on and don't let them pass. You. The demon phoenix sect master pointed at a male pet, notify everyone in God's domain to determine whether to support. Boom. Lin Chen's team launched an offensive. 5 Lin Chen surrounded the demon phoenix sect master. Without using a suit, there was still a long distance between the phantom clone and the god king. Multiple clones could join forces and still be able to contain the god king. The wounded Yi Qingguo and Zhao Anren were covering the wounded in the team, and the battle was especially intense. At this moment, the battle didn't even last for a quarter of an hour. When the male pet under his command sent back the order, the elegant and fair face of the demon phoenix sect master showed a strange smile. Stay away, leave these guys alone. Go ahead, move on. The entire demon phoenix sect received the order and immediately left the battle. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, and there was a bit of panic between his eyebrows, and he was completely seen by the demon phoenix sect master. Immediately, he smiled and put on a very awkward smile. Everyone, are you not interested in me so soon? I am a reward for walking, don't you want it? The sect master of the demon phoenix looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The play is good, Lin Chen's avatar, if it wasn't for the comparison between the sect and the people in the realm of the gods, it would really be your way. Xuanzong, don't waste time, move forward at full speed. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths slightly. Zhao Anren's pupils trembled slightly, and Shangguan Yun was thoughtful. Lin Chen hurriedly said, Don't go, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Why don't you beat me? It's annoying. When will an honest person like me not be discriminated against? Come and hit me, I'm really Lin Chen. Why don't you trust me? The most basic trust between people? Are other avatars as handsome as me? Yes. Lin Chen chased after them and shouted, the faster the demon phoenix sect slipped away, for fear of missing the dining hall meal, the kind that the 9-headed idol couldn't pull back. The crowd was messed up in the wind. Why in the end, they wouldn't even fight? Lin Chen shrugged. It's really hard to be an honest person these days. The corner of his mouth raised, Lin Chen waved his hand. What are you doing? Let's go, and tell everyone that I am the real Lin Chen. I'm Lin Chen's body, hit me in the face. This brother, why are you walking so fast, are you finishing work? Why don't You just take home my handsome face with a reward? Just 99.8. I, Lin Chen, my body, itchy skin, please beat me. Ask the vast galaxy, the vast four-dimensional, who can give me a death. Lin Chen laughed out loud in the sky, and asked the various princes with a smile, begging for death one by one. Teams 3 and 4 were in a cold sweat. Be yourself, brother. Brother Chen, really, marriage is not as high profile as you are. Lin Chen was serious. You don't understand, a high profile is necessary. As long as Lin Chen doesn't show people in a suit, no one will really believe him no matter how he shouts. It can be described as opening the way, and without a cover. A man who can do whatever he wants. On the way to the Dark Star Sea, Lin Chen and the 3rd and 4th teams encountered several enemies one after another. Whether it is the True God team of God's domain or the team of Jia forces, Lin Chen and the others will all be ignored. Some even said meaning and let Lin Chen leave after a few moves. Some of them didn't even mean it, and when they saw Lin Chen, they avoided it. On the way, Su Qiqing, the most powerful of the 3 teams, sighed, Your Excellency Lin Chen is a god, I'm very convinced. Zhao Enren couldn't help but said, did you bribe God's domain? Or do you have someone of your own in it? Lin Chen was serious, because it all depends on my charisma and handsome skin. My charm all depends on my face, and my skills all depend on picking up Shangguan Yun, I see. Lin Chen gave her a satisfied look, as expected of someone who once held a script in his hand. He can be taught. Everyone focused on Shangguan Yun, looking forward to it, urging her to tell the reason. But Shangguan Yun insisted that the announcement would not be made until the Dark Star Sea area. On the way, everyone still needs to concentrate on taking care of the wounded who take the pill. The large team of encirclement and suppression continued to approach the territory of the 4 major dragon races, forming an encirclement that was blocked by the entire line. Time moved forward a little, and an hour ago, after the Demon Phoenix sect encountered Lin Chen, they kept telling the team of the Divine Realm. Until, Lu Dingxing, the Wing King of the Straight God territory, heard it. A black-armored god king with a tiger-backed waist. When he heard the news, he clenched his sharp spear instantly, his eyes lit up. Go, prepare to turn around and fuck him. Wait a minute. Wing King Lu Dingxing stopped by sound transmission, and smiled slightly. If you are Lin Chen, what if you disguise yourself inside and jump out of this siege? The gods were startled. Indeed, after finally breaking through the siege, and walking backwards, it is really incomprehensible. Lu Dingxing turned to look at a spy god, in the territory of the dragon clan. Lin Chen can still be seen. The spy replied respectfully, it's still there, a special emergency divine power communication has been set up. If he leaves, the space jade slip will send the message back as soon as possible. The gods were startled, their eyes twinkling. Lu Dingxing laughed loudly, that's right. Even if he jumps to the south, too. The encirclement of the emerging stage, things have returned to the original point. If you want to lead to the Four-Realm Sea, there is no such route in the south. If you want to escape to the Four-Realm Sea, they must cross beyond the territory of the dragon race and rush through the guard line specially arranged by us. Breaking out to the south, from a strategic point of view, completely fails to achieve the purpose. This move must be an attempt to divide our main force, and then unite with the 4 dragon clans, and use the dragon clans' combat power to hold us back. The main body must still be on the territory of the 4 dragon races. Pass on this king's order and tell all the teams that the team to the south is a pretense. Meeting them will delay the time at most. The main force of each team must surround the territory of the Dragon Clan, and always prepare for the battle there. This is the inevitable answer. Lin Chen's retreat to the south is not good for the body at all. Could it be that he dared to return to the double boundary sea? No, he doesn't have the guts. In the second layer realm sea, the God King can tear apart the space, and even if he has 6 pairs of wings, he can't fly out. Therefore, even though his body was mixed in with the team over there, the situation did not change for him at all. On the contrary, his operation will only cause the subordinates who followed him to attack the 3 God King teams to lose in vain. This move is basically determined to be a blindfold. As everyone knows, King Yi's idea is right in the middle of someone in Lin's way to give them a good set. The gods agreed that he would ask the dragons for help. In fact, the cooperation of the Dragon Clan has always been a pretense. False and false, true and false. In the Dark Star Sea area, Tang Jianghai's beautiful eyes opened instantly. And he started with the magic power on his back, aiming outside the sea area. She breathed a sigh of relief when the 2 teams poured into the Dark Star Sea. It's Your Excellency Yuan Wujue. It's Team 3 and Team 4. Good guy, both teams are back. A stroke of genius, it seems that Lin Chen and Xiongtai worked again to bring them back. When the 3 teams met, many people cried with joy, and when they hugged each other, they showed a strong camaraderie. At the same time, many people still have grief and anger in their expressions. Everyone. Lin Chen faced everyone in the 3 teams who had survived, and said solemnly, everyone who died was sacrificed by those who planted fire for our future. If we act blindly, we will betray those who have passed away. This battle, alive, we will win. Lin Chen pointed to the space channel in the sea area. Teams 3 and 4, take care of the wounded and transfer them first. Team 5 still needs your strength. And leave the rest to Team 1. Everyone pack up their emotions and step into the secret space of the sea. When parting, Zhao Enren suddenly looked back and looked directly at Lin Chen. Remember to come back alive. Lin Chen nodded, I'll leave it to you over there. Looking at this scene, Shang Guanyun shook his head and sighed, silently. Walking at the front of the team. Sending off the 2 teams, the second crossing the boundary sea is completely over. Lin Chen turned his eyes to Yuan Wujue, Yi Qingguo, and the others. Can you still fight? A team of people, a total of 3,000 true gods, looked at each other and smiled, and everything was silent. Next, the second team led by Shenling Shuang, the most dangerous part of the mission center in the remaining Dragon Clan territory. To get them out is a perfect evacuation. The flames are mountains, the mountains are undulating like a blue dragon, and the altar of the dragon family is as high as a cloud. Lin Chen's avatar and Shenling Shuang, who disguised as a man, met the dragon kings of the major dragon clans here. What did you say? The red eyes of the Red Lotus Dragon King soared, and he questioned the dragon guards under his command. There are signs of the human race outside the territory of each clan. Is there a god king approaching? It's absolutely true, it's an old-fashioned force in the second layer realm. Plus the true god of the human race. Hearing the report, the Dragon King sitting at the head of the hall looked at each other thoughtfully. Lin Chen's avatar smiled indifferently and said, since they appear, our cooperation will stop here for now. The rewards given to various ethnic groups before should be a gift for meeting, and there is no need to return it. Good one, a descendant of the human race, do you also count my dragon race? The fire-brow old man sitting in the highest position spoke slowly. The red Jade-like dragon horns on his head, the old face covered with dragon scales. With long beards, and the dragon tail swayed under the seat. He is the old dragon king of the Red Lotus Yanlong clan. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Counting dragons? Could it be that this son, the Comer, is not good? The elites of the dragon clan of all ethnic groups immediately surrounded Lin Chen. With his fingertips tapping on the front, Lin Chen raised his glass with one hand. The general situation was completed, the wine was more suitable. He toasted the glass and drank it, and laughed loudly, happy. An unprecedented smile appeared on the old Dragon King's aged face. Young man, why are you so happy? Lin Chen put down the wine glass and said with a light smile, because prostitution makes me happy. The dialogue between the two sides completely aroused the contemplation of the Dragon Kings. The Red Lotus Dragon King frowned. Old Dragon King, what do you mean by that? The old Dragon King stroked his beard and smiled. It was his intention to attract them here. Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, Jiang is still old and hot, so the old gentleman can see through it. The old Dragon King smiled and said, it's a good move that coexists with reality and reality. Even if you see through it, you won't be able to jump out of your predictions. Little clever tricks conspiracy, big wisdom only uses conspiracy. Your move can be said to be impeccable. Lin Chen laughed. The old gentleman is joking, there is no impeccable strategy in the world. There are no more than 4 words, man will definitely conquer the sky. The old Dragon King's eyes were full of admiration. A good person will definitely conquer the sky. Your demeanor, appearance, and thoughts remind this old man of his past memories, very similar to that group of people. The jade-like dragon eyes evoke a trace of memory and emotion. The old Dragon King had also seen a team similar to him. The conversation between the two sides instantly made the Red Lotus Dragon King's eyes narrow. Is it Lin Chen's purpose to lead the human race of God's domain here? Could it be that? The expression of the Red Lotus Dragon King was gradually startled, and he was extremely terrified when he thought about it. Bang! The wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. The wine was sprinkled all over the ground, and the hot ground rock burned the wine into a plume of smoke that floated up, reflecting the unbelievable expression of the Red Lotus Dragon King. When the old Dragon King saw that the Dragon Kings realized the problem, he talked about it. From Lin Chen's entry into the Dragon Clan's territory, to discussing cooperation, and then to the intention to convene all clans. When the old Dragon King was broken one by one, the elites of the dragon race showed a very magical expression for the first time. Their mouths twitched and their brows twitched wildly. Damn it, can it still be like this? That kind of expression looked like someone who had been prostituted for nothing and couldn't resist. It is more uncomfortable to resist, but it is more comfortable not to resist. From the perspective of the second team, the intention is clearer. When the first team attacked the main force, it happened to be the period when Lin Chen entered the Dragon Clan to discuss cooperation. At this time, facing the cooperation proposed by Lin Chen, the Dragon Clan has 3 options. 1. Choose to cooperate with Lin Chen. 2. Betray Lin Chen and inform God domain. 3. Start a war from the dragon territory, kill Lin Chen, and swallow his secrets. From the point of view of the time node, if the second choice is made, it will take a certain amount of time for the Dragon Clan to communicate to the divine realm. And no matter which choice the Dragon Clan chose, when the people of the divine realm knew Lin Chen's location, a team had already broken through. At that time, Divine Realm received 3 possible messages. Lin Chen broke out of the siege and then appeared in the Dragon Clan territory, or had a good laugh with the Dragon Clan and wanted to cooperate. Either fight in the Dragon Clan's territory, or the Dragon Clan personally informs the gods of the gods in private. Whether it is Lin Chen playing the Dragon Clan, or the Dragon Clan and Lin Chen playing the army of the gods together, or the Dragon Clan playing Lin Chen, these 3 choices will ultimately lead to only one result. That is, all teams in the domain of the gods will definitely aim at the scope of the Dragon Clan's territory, and all members will advance. Naturally, the formation will change from a 1 to a 0 surrounded trend. And this is exactly what Lin Chen wanted. The change of the lineup will naturally create a reversal fighter for the second crossing of the boundary sea. When Lin Chen came to the door, no matter what choice the Dragon Clan chose to deal with Lin Chen, the brewing result was the same. The Dragon Kings of the 4 tribes stood up abruptly and looked directly at the young man with particularly wonderful expressions. Good guy. From the moment he came to visit the Dragon Clan, he won. A good move coexists with reality, and it is indeed impeccable. As soon as the Red Lotus Dragon King raised his hand, the elites of all ethnic groups who had surrounded Lin Chen a moment ago slowly receded like a tide. Now, there is no real benefit to fighting Lin Chen or tearing his face. His strategic goal has been achieved, and it is no good to tear up his face with him. Since they have all been prostituted for nothing, why not take back a favor and get a little reward? Hum. 5 phantom lights came, and Lin Chen's 6 phantom clones gathered here. The phantom clones are between each other, and casting the phantom rune can make other clones move to the location of the clone that cast the rune. Seeing that Lin Chen had transformed 5 Lin Chen out of thin air, by means that even the Dragon King could not detect, it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false, which completely moved the elites of the 4 dragon races. The 5 phantom clones stand on each side, running the mind method, and the Tai Futian art runs for several weeks. The gust of wind blew up, and a vortex of red divine power rose above the head of the phantom avatar. Like the sea, the attribute light balls scattered in the mountains all flew towards each avatar. Acquired 1.9 billion god-level chi and blood, 3 million holy-level enhancement points, 69 million god-level fire energy, 30.9 million god-level talent points, 6 million god-level Tian Dao points, 1.1 billion god-level chi and blood. This flame mountain, but the area where the dragon broke through the Dragon King once, has a lot of attribute light balls left. With the new version of the system, the operation of the mind is enough to draw all the attribute light spheres in a part of the space. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. He was still the happiest prostitute, and he earned so many attribute light balls after playing the Dragon Clan and the realm of the gods. This time, the old Dragon King suggested instead, "Little friend Lin Chen, you need more cooperation than us in the current situation, don't you?" "Oh?" Shen Lingshuang replied instead of Lin Chen, "What do you mean by senior?" "My Dragon Clan of the Triple Realm Sea, to help you fight and give you a ride. The reward is very simple, you have to let all the Dragon Kings get your bloodline to improve, how about it?" Lin Chen shook his head, "All Dragon Kings can't do it. It's not easy to improve the blood of a Dragon King." Lin Chen's remarks are true. To upgrade a Dragon King who exists on the same level as a God King, the strengthening point that needs to be consumed is not a small amount. In order to improve the combat power of the 5 teams, he has strengthened a Lob from artifacts to exercises. Even if he kills a god king, the strengthening points he has now may not be able to strengthen the blood of the dragon kings. There were a few rays of light in the eyes of the old dragon king. Not only was he not angry, but he gently stroked his beard and smiled. It's okay, even if you can't do it now, you can make it up later. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The old dragon king means. The old dragon king nodded slightly. Just treat it as if you owe the dragon clan a favor, and you can pay it back later. A favor? The expressions of the elites of the dragons are particularly wonderful. Dragons like treasures, whether it is cooperation or trading, they seldom cooperate with human feelings. This means that this Lin Chen's human race represents enough weight for the dragon race to help first and then talk about the reward. Lin Chen raised his glass and drank, and said with a light smile, it's because of that teacher, or because the old dragon king really values me. Lin Chen. There was hope in the eyes of the old dragon king, and he laughed, both. It is good. Lin Chen jumped up and fell in front of the old dragon king. The two sides hit it off. Shen Lingshuang and others couldn't help but be overjoyed. The dragons can really help them block the team of God's domain, which is completely unexpected for them. Shen Lingshuang, who was disguised as a man, raised the corners of her lips, looking handsome and unpretentious. Originally, the master was only here to act, but I didn't expect to make the fake drama real. The waves were surging, and the dim sky conveyed a terrifying depression. Tens of thousands of true gods stepped on the divine light and obeyed the law. The great avenues and gods showed their might in the sky, and the northwest position of the three realms sea completely rioted. Boom! The huge divine wings cover the stars and cover the moon, and the light of the wings emerges with faint starlight, as if a slight roll can sweep the world and destroy everything in front of the wings. The dragon clan of the four directions obeys orders. This king is the god, king of the human race's divine realm. He chases and kills the evil pirate Lin Chen. If the dragon clan does not make friends, this place will be moved. Today, the Wing King Lu Dingxing transmitted his voice from all directions, and the terrifying thunder sound swept through the territory of the Red Lotus Flame Dragon like an overwhelming sea, and spread to the territory of the major dragon clans. Boom! Immediately, a stream of fire descended on the sky. The flame dragon was flying, the flames flourished, and the Red Lotus Flame Dragon King turned into a dragon. A super divine dragon roaring into the sky angrily roars into the sky, and the divine flame that burns the world silently burns on every inch of its dragon scales, like a 10,000 zhang volcano, eternally immortal. The Red Lotus Dragon King breathed out a long dragon's breath, and said in a loud voice, "What the hell is Lin Chen? This king has never heard of it. It's you people from outside who dare to personally enter our clan's territory." Long? Lu Dingxing sneered, "This king is here to inform you today, not to discuss with you? Notify your mother." The Red Lotus Dragon King scolded his head, his eyes blazing with blazing dragon light. "This king orders you to withdraw from the territory of my dragon clan, otherwise within 10 breaths, you will declare war on my dragon clan." The Dragon King let out a long roar. "My Red Lotus Yanlong clan is not afraid of challenges." Thousands of miles away, countless dragon roars responded immediately, as if the army of the dragon clan was rushing to the battlefield at any time. Lu Dingxing snorted coldly, "Red Lotus Yanlong, this king will also give you 10 breaths, otherwise it is equivalent to declaring war with my gods domain." The Dragon King sneered, "Just because you still represent the human race What are you? Lu Dingxing's eyes were sharp, and he said coldly, 1. The Red Lotus Dragon King took a sip. Don't give a fuck, this king will count. For you, 10. Lu Dingxing's expression was instantly gloomy. This king sees that you are looking for trouble on purpose. Fight. The sect master of the 9 Dragons Gate and the sect master of the demon Phoenix looked strange. It's not quite right. Although they are not the forces of the Triple Realm. See, they have also dealt with the powerhouses of the Triple Realm. See a lot. Generally, the dragon family will not risk the risk of facing 10 gods and the realm of the gods. The Dragon King roared, these humans dare to invade the territory of my Red Lotus Yanlong clan, our warriors, swallow them. Boom. 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 The aura of the dragon that moved Yun Tian rose to the sky, and Wanlong was born. Not only the Red Lotus Yanlong clan, but also the dragon clan of the Extreme Prison Water Dragon, Huangquan Minglong, etc., all of them sent their elites to participate in the battle. The major dragon kings appeared and fought with their bodies in person, and the scene was particularly chaotic. Something I don't know. It doesn't matter to the shameless dragon clan, this seat has long wanted to see what the Red Lotus karmic fire of the Red Lotus Flame Dragon is capable of. It can be seen that they want to kill Paul Lin Chen and others. The gods of the gods are in battle, and this battle is particularly terrifying, far surpassing any previous time, shaking the forces of all parties in the Triple Realm. See. More than 200,000 real gods in the realm of the gods are assembled in a radius of 100,000 miles, surrounded by many. This force will not be weak in any realm. See. Several dragon kings and the god kings of the gods declared war head-on. The other party seemed to be aggressive, but in fact they kept their hands when they were fighting. Everyone is very clear about their goals. The domain of the gods is for Lin Chen, and the dragon family is to delay time. Boom. At this time, at the extreme east of the battlefield, a team suddenly burst out, attracting the attention of all the powerhouses. The law of slaughter circulated in his fists like wind and jade, and the slender fists concealed a terrifying murderous intention, which smashed the divine might with a single punch, and the man dressed in white surpassed the snow. The youth in white hooked his fingers at Lu Dingxing, who was not far away, raised his eyebrows lightly, and raised a very beautiful and extremely arrogant arc at the corner of his mouth. The second team took advantage of the melee and began to rush out of the west side of the position with the least number of people. It seems to be the team next to Lin Chen. No, don't act rashly, you haven't seen Lin Chen's position yet. Report. Lin Chen's figure appeared in the east and south at the same time. There is also in the north. The sound transmission of a bunch of laws suddenly disrupted the various gods and kings, as well as the powerhouses of the world. Damn, why does Lin Chen appear like a conjurer? As soon as the teams of all parties in God's domain appeared hesitant, the offensive of the second team was like a broken bamboo. With the huge dragon body of the dragon clan moving in the midst of the gods, the second team's breakout momentum was like a broken bamboo. Everyone, spread out. Take Captain Wu Shuang as the direction, open the distance and fight with them, take out the strongest offensive in an instant, and rush after the fight. Everyone in the second team roared. More than 5,000 true gods were divided into 100 teams, each broke one side, and attacked the opponent alternately, like a group of smart dragons, involved in the sea, like entering a no-man's land. The battle situation intensified, especially when it was found that Lin Chen's clones elsewhere could not withstand the siege of the gods and began to perish. Again and again, the time had been delayed for a long time. Lu Dingxing had a vague feeling that the divine wings spread out in anger. And the feather light lashed away like a downpour, blasting away the red lotus. Dragon King. At this time, the five-colored brilliance of the origin law covered his divine eyes. The law of origin can open up the sea of source knowledge within the soul. The origin of the great Tao, the insight into the essence of the four dimensions, look through time and space, and see into the autumn hair, without exhaustion. Even, the source law that has been cultivated to the realm of Tani, can be returned to the essence of the law, which is the most widely used law, whether it is fighting or finding enemies, it can play a great role. Not to mention, using the God King's means, if it weren't for the mist of the gods, Lu Dingxing could even see through a large area of the sea in an instant, which is terrifying. He understood the battlefield in a blink of an eye, and he sank into deep thought. All directions appear at the same time. Before this kid didn't use his strange armor, he couldn't tell who was the main body and who was the clone. Is it in that team? But, no, according to the route, to go to the fourth realm C, you should go in the opposite direction? Wait a moment. A thought hit Lu Dingxing like thunder. What if Lin Chen's goal at the beginning wasn't the four realms C? The King of Gods cannot tear space in the three-layer boundary C. The boundary C is already vast, and even the first layer and second layer boundary Cs have no one to say that they have explored all of them, and there are still many unknown areas. What if it is assumed that Lin Chen's goal at the beginning was somewhere in the third layer C, not the fourth layer C? Especially after thinking that Lin Chen's body would bring his team with him. Every time he moved, Lu Dingxing came back to his senses. Team. Yes, that's right, it's his team. If this king's assumption is true, he's going to the trouble of trying to cover the evacuation of the team around him. Fuck you, you've been tricked. Lu Dingxing was furious. Jiahai kings, stop this dragon king, for this king. And offer 500,000 divine jades. All teams listen to this king's order, let this king capture Lin Chen's team. And fight to the death. The sound transmission of the law spread all over the world. Lu Dingxing slapped the wings of God, the law of the wind and the law of shadow. The speed of the two laws increased to the extreme, and rushed to the second team. The teams in God's domain immediately turned their attention to the second team that broke through to the periphery of the encirclement. Ignoring the attack of the Dragon Clan, thousands of true gods risked their lives to surround the second team. Bang! Boom! Suddenly, an unprecedented loud noise reverberated in the sky, and hundreds of God's domain true gods were knocked into the sky. In an instant, the sound of killing was loud, and the momentum was magnificent. A fire came from the opposite side of the second team, alarming countless true gods. What is that? The gods of the gods saw a behemoth break into the line of sight. Fire. The endless divine fire suddenly erupted from the east. Shenhua bruised the law of fire, shrouding a giant ship. A gigantic ship burning with flaming flames, riding the wind and waves, was born, and at an extremely fast speed, it smashed away directly from the encircling circle. Above the bow of the ship, a golden armored hand held a god of war spear, shining like an undefeated scorching sun, illuminating the dim sky. He stepped on the giant ship, waved his magic spear, and thousands of true gods were swept away by him, and broke into the battle circle with an indomitable momentum. Damn it, hell in broad daylight. It's Lin Chen. How did this guy come out from behind us? Boom. 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 The burning flying shuttle of Xinyan is like a giant ship, rushing away from everything, crushing countless true gods along the way, and it is like a no man's land in the outer circle of the encirclement. His uncle, what's the situation? Golden god of war. Could it be that that's Lin Chen's body? It's not right, it's messed up, it's all messed up. When did he get behind us? Isn't he supposed to be in the Dragon Clan's major territories within the encirclement? Why is he here? I saw a ghost in broad daylight. The true gods on the periphery of the encirclement are horrified, and there is no god king in the outer battle circle. Without the combat power of the god king, who can stop a lunatic Lin Chen? It's the big brother of the first team, ha ha ha, we rushed out. What omnipotent god's domain is not being walked like a dog by us? Everyone, follow brother Lin Chen, to kill all the lackeys in the god domain. Everyone looked up to the sky and laughed, full of pride, and the momentum of breaking the siege was like a broken bamboo. When the battle was at its most intense, the divine light was terrifying, and from time to time there was a new generation of divine power. In the second team, some people started to break through on the spot. You must know that the second team is facing the most dangerous task among the 5 teams. If we act according to the plan, it is equivalent to being in the most dangerous encirclement, with the risk of the Dragon Clan turning his face in front, and the encirclement of the gods of the gods. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is walking on the tip of the knife. Under the unprecedented pressure, everyone broke through one after another. During the melee, the feathers of the divine wings fell, the heaven and the earth were like snow with goose feathers rolling up, a pair of divine wings flickered, and the strong winds rolled up. It was the Wing King Lu Dingxing. His face was hideous, and he felt the breath emerging from a distance, and only then did he realize that his conjecture was true. Lin Chen, who has suffered thousands of knives, if this king beats you to the death, I won't call you Lu Dingxing. The wings of the gods flapped, and the speed surged. Lu Dingxing crossed the battlefield, and together with the 2 god kings, quickly approached Lin Chen's position from different directions. Lin Chen jumped out of the flying shuttle, and officially joined Xin Lingshuang. The 2 of them had a heart-to-heart connection, and they smashed the opponents who surrounded each other with one move. The master and the apprentice were back to back, and Lin Chen immediately said, "Quick, lead everyone to evacuate first, and I'll cut off their tail." Let everyone quickly board the flying shuttle, but Shen Lingshuang said, "Let everyone go first, my master, and I stay here." Lin Chen yelled, "You are making a fool of yourself. If you don't leave, it will be too late." Shen Lingshuang said, "No, I want to fight side by side with the master." The handsome Shen Lingshuang in men's clothing looked directly at Lin Chen. Those bright eyes that showed the fighting spirit of breaking the boat. "Master, you are always so crazy. I didn't have a chance before, and now I'm going crazy with you to the end." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The apprentices taught by oneself have to carry them down with tears in their eyes. The moment the wounded boarded the flying shuttle, the first team and the second team completed the confluence and finally gathered together. The whole team began to break out to the south and rushed to the Dark Star. See. Lin Chen and Shen Lingshuang, the 2 and the 6 phantom clones, formed a living line of defense that cut across all the true gods on the south side, and even had a tendency to fight back. Boom! Feather fluttered, snow white as jade brilliance dyed the sky, thousands of auspicious aura rose into the sky, and the flying sword tiger was borne across the sky. The 3 gods, headed by Lu Dingxing, arrived first. Lu Dingxing didn't smile. "It's really a good show, Lin Chen." Lin Chen said indifferently, I've won the award, I'm not talented, and I'm just the so-called chief director of the performing arts world, the chief technical director of the actor's technical guidance, and the chief showman of the gods. Shenling Shuang patted her chest, the corners of her mouth raised, I am the director's proud assistant. Which supervisor? Lu Dingxing sighed, it doesn't matter what kind of abacus you are playing. Today's head is yours, and this seat has to be decided. The wings of the gods spread furiously, and the wings of the gods, which gradually became huge, glowed with the law of sharp blades that cut thousands of miles, like 1,000 blades that were brushed straight at Lin Chen. God storms the world. The wings of the gods suddenly slammed, and the sharp cutting rules, mixed with the domineering power to cut everything, turned into a storm of thousands of feet, and swept towards Lin Chen and Shenling Shuang. Starting the red level exercise, I really looked down on me, Lin Chen. Lin Chen bumped Shenling Shuang away with a shoulder, blocking her in front of her. The divine brilliance of the god of war spear in his hand skyrocketed. Lin Chen suddenly waved towards the sky, and the power of the god of war, which exploded with pure power, turned into a round of golden flashes. Sigh. Boom. A shot ripped apart the opponent's offensive, but the bursting storm scattered the sky and burst into bloom. This is a technique that cannot be resisted even if it is broken. It has the same effect as the god tears that Lin Chen once practiced. Lin Chen danced the god of war spear with both hands, turning the god of war spear to bounce off countless divine feather-cracking blades. His body was retreating step by step, his arms were numb, and the golden body of the god of war could not resist too much damage, wave after wave of agitation, shocking. Lin Chen instinctively blocked this move more stably, but in order to protect Shenling Shuang, he had to do his best. Zheng. A sword roar came out of the scabbard and turned into a dragon whistling. Call out. Another arrow came faster than the former. When Lin Chen turned the spear, he swung the spear and swept the spear. With a flash of golden light, the spear tip showed a spear that snaked like a dragon, smashing the offensive of the third god king. Oops, behind you. When Lin Chen was startled, with a bang, the sky shook, and the shattered sword light was like a heavy snow of goose feathers, and the brilliance of volatile silver light fell. What? The three god kings were shocked. In the silvery shattering sword light, the handsome and evil Wu Shuang, dressed in white, surpassed the snow, with his hands staggered, majestic and heroic. I'm no longer the one to be protected by the master, now it's my turn. Boom. Shenling Shuang's breath continued to rise, and finally stopped at the realm of a half-step god king. His eyes were glowing with red radiance, apparently using some powerful bloodline secret technique. This feeling. Lu Dingxing's heart throbbed. He always felt that he had seen it before, but he couldn't remember it. There is no doubt that this young and handsome young man is now comparable to a god king. Around Lin Chen, a group of monsters really gathered. The leap forward challenge is far from being as simple as one might imagine. Lin Chen stood with her and smiled without looking back. I haven't raised you for so long in vain. Shenling Shuang squinted at him. Who wants you to raise him? Lin Chen made fun of the bitterness, and smiled casually. You can still fight very well when you grow up and cultivate with your heart. Shenling Shuang said arrogantly, of course, I'm not too young. Immediately, Lin Chen said sternly, I'll give you the God King with the sword, no problem. Shenling Shuang nodded, no problem. Then fight quickly. Lin Chen stepped abruptly and shot directly at Lu Dingxing, the god of war Spear danced in a circle, and the tip of the spear smashed down in the sky. Shen Lingshuang raised her hand and pointed blankly, the gray-white killing. Law was like a deadly arc across the void. Stop them. The dragons don't dare to fight with us. Once the other gods are free, they will surely die. Lu Dingxing tried his best to roar. Master and apprentice face the three god kings. The final procrastination battle. In the fast-running flying shuttle, Yuan Wujue and Jiang Fan rushed out of the flying shuttle almost at the same time when the wounded were settled. There are enemies chasing, covering everyone. You go first. You go first. The two spoke in unison, then shook their heads and laughed. Then let's fight together. In the battle circle, Lin Chen's 6 phantom clones alone cannot stop more enemies. Lin Chen's god of war spear swept across the sky, and the sharp-edged golden spear pierced the sky like a long rainbow, destroying thousands of true gods who were trying to chase down the flying sky shuttle. The divine feathers in the sky are scattered, and the falling moon-like feathers cut across Lin Chen's retreat. Between the flying feathers in the sky, it seems that every feather exudes the sharpness of the cutting law, even the God King dare not despise it. With a roll of divine wings, Shen Yu's sharp brilliance enveloped Lin Chen at once. Lu Dingxing laughed in anger, fighting against the two kings, he still has the mind to attack the enemy who is pursuing him. Tian Yushan Wang Xiao Chuha pulled his bow and aimed an arrow at Lin Chen. Boom! Laugh! The heavens and the earth are shrouded in the laws of the two god kings. Jin Xia is 10,000 feet tall, divine light is dazzling, when Lin Chen holds the gun, his momentum is soaring, pure power soars all the way. The host opens the second form of the god of war gun, the host is accelerating the speed of using the golden god of war set to increase the power, and the charging consumption is accelerated. 300 million barren force, 400 million barren force, 500 million barren force. Lin Chen swept away with a spear, and the golden spear that destroyed the world and the sky swept up, tearing apart all the laws. Immediately, Lin Chen stepped out one step at a time, shaking the world with a fist like an aurora, and punched head-on to the shining starlight of the divine arrow. Boom! The world seemed to explode, and the battle between the two kings intensified. However, Lu Dingxing's speed was far faster than that of the blazing god king, and the fighting in the battle was far more difficult to kill than the blazing god king. There's no time. Play with these guys. If you drag it on, you'll have to be rescued by other god kings. Suddenly, Lin Chen's god of war spear spun, he threw it towards the sky, the spear pierced the sky, and turned into a brilliant golden light that stabbed at the stunt of the god king Tianyu. The corners of Xiao Chuha's mouth twitched, the magic spear was actually used to shoot. This kid's fighting is outrageous. The sharp spear shot towards Xiao Chuha, he retreated violently, and was forced to set up a battle to avoid this shot. In an instant, he shot another arrow, but was shocked to find that Lin Chen had already disappeared in place. The faint blue divine light turned into a divine wind that swept up the clouds. All attributes speed increase, 500 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times. The upper limit has been reached. The divine wings snapped, and Lin Chen instantly changed to the extreme Peerless set. Boom! He swept across the sky like a straight aurora, and swept towards Lu Dingxing. What a fast speed! This child is really the body, and it will make some strange artifact suits. Lu Dingxing raised his brows, and the corners of his mouth showed disdain. Playing with him at a speed, this guy was a little short. Like lightning, Lin Chen punched Lu Dingxing's Tianling Gai, and the speed was so fast that it bent the dimension of space. Lin Chen, this king is famous for his speed, you show off your speed in front of this king, courting death. Lu Dingxing's divine wings exploded at a strange speed, and he came to Lin Chen's back in an instant, and took a picture with his palm over his head. Boom! Boom! The two of them turned into two divine lights in the sky. It was just a split second, as if they had fought for thousands of rounds. The diffused divine lights were like fireworks surging under the galaxy, and even the heavenly Yushan King could barely keep up. The fighting speed of the two. Lin Chen's body was cracked, covered in blood, and he lost the enhancement of the God of War suit. With his fourth-level realm of the gods and the king of the gods, even if he had the ultimate wind god suit, it was slightly worse. After all, the Fengshen suit is not like the God of War suit, and there is only one piece needed to complete it. Die. Lu Dingxing's divine wings, gathered Huang divine power, transformed into a giant blade, and violently slashed Lin Chen. Suddenly, Ling Tong's profound black heavy armor appeared without warning. Lin Chen raised his arms, and his body was blessed by black light. The host uses a three-piece suit of the God of God, recharge, 100%. Boom! The blow that condensed Lu Dingxing's full strength fell like a qingyue, and Lin Chen was knocked back every inch, but he was unscathed. However, his three-piece charging suit of the God of God has evaporated 90% of the charging. Lu Dingxing's pupils shrank slightly, fighting hard on the front, without any damage? What the hell is this, so hard? Lu Dingxing's killing intent skyrocketed. Strength, defense, speed, this child all has trump cards. If he is allowed to grow up in the future, he will only be afraid of the cultivation level of the God King, and even the God Lord will not be able to help him. Such an enemy is too damn dangerous. If you don't kill him, you won't be able to live in seclusion and practice. Pa. At this moment, Lin Chen changed into the Fengshen suit again, and actually grabbed Lu Dingxing's arm at close range. He grinned, I've caught you, Lord God King. The next moment, in the palms of Lin Chen's hands, the dark and secluded divine enchantment swept across the 9 heavens and 10 places. The powerful divine energy was not inferior to the power of the law, and suppressed Lu Dingxing's law at once. Even the king of God of Yu was separated, and the Goding barrier, suddenly, stopped in front of the other party. And this trick? Lu Dingxing's heart trembled, and he found that he couldn't even mobilize the laws of operation. Save me. Lu Dingxing sent out a secret voice transmission, and Xiao Chuha was furious. Damn, I can't get in. This is much stronger than the divine lead barrier that the Qi God King faced before. Consume 30 million God-level Heavenly Dao points to activate Goding Godhead. This is Lin Chen's strongest divine enchantment since he possessed the divine personality. Almost in an instant, Lin Chen switched to the golden God of War suit. Lin Chen, who was in the enchantment, moved freely. The golden leg armor covered the fusion of the law of thunder and the law of fire. A flash of flame slammed into Lu Dingxing, piercing his defense. Pfft! Lu Dingxing vomited blood, and at the next moment, Lin Chen grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and the pure power surged all the way, breaking through a billion barren power, exceeding his tolerance limit. Lin Chen ripped his hands out fiercely, his flesh and blood split open, and his blood was mad. Sigh. Tear. The dignified generation of Wing King was torn in half by Lin Chen, and his soul was imprisoned and shattered by the law. The arrogance of King Wang disappeared in front of Lin Chen. Slaughter the God King again. At the moment when the massive attribute light ball fell, a beam of cyan attribute divine light shot up into the sky, and the suit attribute treasure box fell into Lin Chen's palm. The host gets the suit attribute treasure box, and after opening it, he gets extreme function suit parts function feather helmet. Congratulations to the host, collect all the parts of the suit, complete the fusion, the king of speed, the ultimate wind god, automatic fusion. Boom. Lin Chen's body erupted with endless azure divine light, covering the stars and covering the moon, and dignified the universe. The overwhelming divine wind swept across the 9 heavens and 10 places. The wind roared furiously, and howled fiercely, stirring up the universe of the galaxy. At that moment, the triple boundary sea shook. Extreme function, descending to the critical sea. The Red Lotus Dragon King, who transformed into a dragon on his body, soared across the sky, and when he looked in the direction of Lin Chen, he couldn't help but be moved. This son actually killed a god king in such a short period of time. The dragon kings of all races couldn't help but feel a little fortunate, and they were afraid. Fortunately, I didn't turn my face with this child at the beginning. Defeating the God King and killing the God King are two completely different things. Not to mention, under such a heavy siege. God King Tianyu was horrified. This son really killed a God King in such a short period of time. The blade was sharp, the sword energy was vertical and horizontal, and 3 God Kings appeared from the west. They were the 2 God Kings who originally guarded the entrance of the 4th realm sea, and a suzerain of the demon Phoenix sect. The 2 God Kings guarding the entrance to the 4-fold realm sea left the team at the fastest speed to help, so there were only 2 of them. When the demon Phoenix sect master came to Xiaochuhe, he saw the divine wind tornado that reached the sky, stirring the sea of the world, exuding a divine wind power far beyond the law of ordinary wind, as if the eternal annihilating meteoric wind came to the world. The demon Phoenix sect master said sternly, "What is this? Why do you feel like you are being seen through your entire body?" Xiaochuhe said solemnly, "It's Lin Chen, there may be something wrong with our intelligence. This son still has a trump card." The 4 God Kings launched battles in different directions, bringing together tens of thousands of gods from the realm of the gods. Lai divine wind is like a ray of blue light that opened in the beginning of the world, splitting the chaos. The wind is rising, and the vicissitudes are not over. Congratulations to the host, collecting all the parts of the suit, completing the fusion, the king of speed, the ultimate wind god. Get 6 billion points of god-level chi and blood, 1.2 billion points of kung fu essence, 2 million points of god-level Tiandao value, 120,000 points of advanced suit essence, 12 billion points of god-level essence, 300 million points of god-level wind energy. Ultimate function suit, charge, 1%. Starting to consume the host suit. Essence, fast charging, 2%, 5%, 10%, 15%. The speed of all attributes has increased by 3,000 times, 4,000 times, and 5,000 times, and is about to reach the limit of cultivation base tolerance. The situation changed suddenly, turning into a vortex like a sea of stars. Surrounding the divine wind, Lin Chen's divine soul power disappeared in an instant, but the law and divine power were completely restored by half. Surrounded by the divine wind, the galaxies above his head lingering, stepping on the storm and spinning, Lin Chen stepped out of the blue light beam in front of everyone's eyes. A pair of 5-foot-long azure wings stretched out from behind him, almost Transparent, dazzling light, as thin as cicada wings, and when the divine wings flapped, bursts of gust of wind blew up the wind and clouds. He has blue armor on his body, and the light and agile arm armor extends too. Divine patterns, intertwined, like flying phoenixes all over the green armor. And the leg armor is carved with 2 pairs of long-winged divine urns, and each divine rune blooms. The law of the wind is comparable to the realm of the gods. Like a winding dragon whistling fiercely around Lin Chen. The dark blue Fengshen feather helmet is not so much a helmet, it is more like a pair of feathers painted with 2 pairs of hooked jade, spread out from both sides of Lin Chen. The blue light dancing on the feather helmet is like a light moon dance. Lin Chen's temperament has undergone a great change. He is handsome and elegant. If you don't ask the world's divine sword, once it is unsheathed, its edge will surely run through the world. Lin Chen looked at the whirlwind covering the palm of his hand. With this absolute speed of divine power, he clenched his fists, a little intoxicated, unwilling to remove the suit. Extreme Fengshen, absolute speed. As its name suggests, I really want to wear it like this, and never take it off for the rest of my life, ha 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 ha. The 4 god kings suffocated. They felt a completely different sense of oppression from Lin Chen. If the posture of the golden god of war gives them a kind of power to suppress, then the appearance in front of them is more like an extremely strong edge, which will pierce the laws of the world as soon as it is born. The Demon Phoenix Sect Master unfolded the Demon Phoenix divine body, the black energy filled the air, and the 100 phoenixes danced, condensing into a huge demon phoenix phantom that covered the sky, with an aura like that of an emperor. He said solemnly, "Everyone, be careful of this sun's tricks." Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Junie came out of the dust, and his figure was slightly blurred. Boom! Before the Demon Phoenix Sect Master could finish speaking, the towering and terrifying phantom of the Demon Phoenix suddenly collapsed. The Demon Phoenix Sect Master instantly fell into the realm sea at a speed that the Divine King could not catch, and a divine wind stomped on his face, carrying his head all the way through the Jiahai Sea and rowing waves. The Fengshen wing suddenly slapped, the divine wind was rolling, and Lin Chen stepped on the face of the Demon Phoenix Sect Master and smashed all the way in the Sea of Jiahai. Roar! Damn dog thing, stepping on this emperor's face to row waves. The Sect Master of the Demon Phoenix jumped up, causing the waves to roll, and swung his claws in front of him, trying to tear Lin Chen apart, but only crushed an afterimage. Lin Chen's figure seemed to disappear again. The 3 kings of the gods were astonished. Empty, space shift? Can this child move the space in the Triple Realm Sea? No, this kid is too fast, it looks like he has used space shift. Sigh. Boom. A streak of divine light crossed the high sky of the Jiahai Sea. Wherever it passed, the strong wind howled and the hurricane roared. In an instant, thousands of true gods surrounding Lin Chen were blown away, and the sky was beaten all over the place. Xiao Chua turned around abruptly and said in a cold voice, "No, Fei Yue, he rushed to you." The divine light shone like a shuttle, and a fist swirling around the divine wind hit the face of the Fei Yue Sword King, who was fighting against Shin Ling Shuang. Fei Yue Sword King was attacked and retreated in a whirling manner, his blood was soaring, his facial features were distorted, and his eyes were unbelievable. Immediately, Xiao Chua's voice transmission entered his mind. The Fei Yue Sword King, who was shot down into the sea, covered his mouth and nose with blood flowing, and scolded, "Your mother is a pity, this kid's speed is faster than your voice transmission speed." Xiao Chua's mouth twitched wildly. As soon as Shenling Shuang, disguised as a man, escaped from the battle, the dense red light faded away. Her spirit was exhausted, she was shaky, and was swept away by a ray of divine wind from Lin Chen, breaking through the army of gods who encircled and suppressed the two. Shenling Shuang said confusedly, "Is that the master?" Lin Chen pulled her to the direction where the team left, and said with a smile, "Otherwise, someone will come to rescue us." For rolls of the god's wind and Zhou Tian rolls around, no matter how fast the army of gods behind him can't catch up with Lin Chen. Holding Shenling Shuang, Lin Chen said, "You fought beautifully in this battle. You stopped a god king with your cultivation of the 9th level of the god realm, and you didn't embarrass your master." Only then did Shenling Shuang see Lin Chen's appearance, and exclaimed, Are you really a master?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Why, you can't recognize it if you change it." Shenling Shuang seriously looked at Lin Chen at this time, and said seriously, "My master can't be so handsome." Lin Chen. The ridiculously fast kamikaze swept the Jiahai into a huge wave of thousands of meters, blowing Shenling Shuang's face almost deformed. I saw that the 3 divine lights behind him were like maggots attached to the bones, closely following Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned. "Burning the blood of the gods also chases me. These old foxes are really haunted." Although the speed of the ultimate wind god is outrageous, the speed at which it can consume divine power is just as terrifying, and Lin Chen has no time to waste it with them. A azure light disillusioned from Lin Chen's palm, and the Yuqing divine bow appeared like a full moon and fell into Lin Chen's palm. The host uses the ultimate function complete set. Auxiliary armament. Function bow, charge, 25%. The blue light disillusioned from Lin Chen's palm, and the secluded green divine bow appeared like a full moon, with feathers on the front and back sides, and the dark green divine jade inlaid on the bow body turned into a bright jade embellishment. The host uses the ultimate function complete set. Auxiliary armament. Function bow, charge, 25%. Characteristics of the Peerless suit, the gift of the god of wind. In addition to increasing the speed of all attributes, the host can control the direction of the kamikaze of the Peerless suit. The bowstring was like a light blue arc of light, and the arrow formed itself. Lin Chen leaned over to draw the bow, put the arrow on his finger, and released his fingertip. The arrow screamed in the air. The curved space-time dimension swept past the azure arrows sheltered by the kamikaze, and the speed was so fast that the 3 god kings were shocked. "What is this?" "No, it's different from ordinary arrow skills, spread out quickly." Boom! The arrow of the wind god suddenly exploded, rolling up a spiral storm that pierced the sky and the ground, and the god wind raged, exuding a black hole like suction. With the characteristics of the ultimate wind god, Lin Chen's arrow will control the flow of the god wind, attracting the 3 god kings together. "It's now." Lin Chen put away the function bow, and shouted to Shenling Shuang in his arms, "Hold me tight, I'm going to speed up." Shenling Shuang, is something wrong? Boom! Lin Chen swept across the sky, and the sky was rolling with strong winds. Shenling Shuang was blown so delicate her cheeks were about to deform. "Yeah. Slow down." The sword swept the sky, the demon phoenix roared into the sky, and when the 3 god kings broke Lin Chen's arrow, he had already disappeared without a trace. The demon phoenix sect master roared angrily, "This can make him run away? It's ridiculous. What are you doing in the god realm?" Feiyue's sword king's eyebrows were sharp. "Yin and yang people, pay attention to your words. Who the fuck is calling intersex?" It's you who is scolding, don't do your best when you should, and what's crazy now when something bad happens? Too much deceiving, let this king climb. Come on, if you don't accept it, you can do 2 tricks. The 2 sides were in chaos, and Lin Chen's withdrawal, completely defeated their last trace of fighting spirit. The Red Lotus Dragon King looked at the direction Lin Chen was leaving. Lin Chen, you owe this king a favor to the strong men of all ethnic groups. Dark Star Sea. Flying Tianxua rode the wind and waves, and just arrived, less than a quarter of an hour later, a divine light pierced the sky and rushed into the dark star sea. Landing on a sea reef, Lin Chen was out of breath, patted the little head in his arms. How long do you want to hold it? Shenling Shuang raised her fair face and said seriously, I want to see such a master for a while. Lin Chen, what time is it? Hurry up and do business. Shenling Shuang snorted a few times, supported Lin Chen, and swept into the depths of the dark star sea. Is it brother Lin Chen? Wu Shuang is back too. It scared me to death, I thought they really couldn't get away. Everyone rushed up, but Lin Chen immediately said, everyone, I don't have time to talk, go to the secret way first and go to the desolate star territory. Yuan Wujua couldn't help laughing, ha ha ha, I guess they are still jumping. Jiang Fan was serious, 300,000 to 30,000, and we also annihilated 40,000 true gods and killed 2 god kings. They are afraid they are going crazy. Lu Qixin laughed and said, Brother Lin Chen took them on a leash the whole way like walking a dog, ha ha ha. Tang Jianghai glanced at Lu Qixin, don't be too happy, the real battle has just begun. Lu Qixin sternly said, I can't ask for anything. After all, it's really running with people from God's domain, ha ha ha. Brother Lin tells them to go wherever they go. Every time you cross the sea, it means the last battle. In the first breakout battle, the main force was specifically selected to attack, and a psychological game was played so that the enemy had no support. Crossed the boundary sea, and sent 5 teams away perfectly. In the second suspenseful battle, he left with the highest profile and played a reverse suspicion, causing the enemy to misunderstand the trend, cross the boundary sea twice, and hide the third and fourth teams to withdraw. In the third virtual and actual battle, the layout was buried in advance, and the first step was used to take the lead so that the enemy could only choose to help 3 crossing the boundary sea. After this battle, everyone's morale was prosperous and their determination was laid. Zhao Enren said, it's not the time to be proud if it wasn't for the help of the Dragon Clan. If we wanted to break through, I'm afraid the price would not be so simple. Zhao Enren reminded everyone that if it wasn't for the help of the Dragon Clan, they wanted to kill them. I was afraid that the second team would survive, perhaps not even 1/10. In this battle, the 5 teams sacrificed nearly 7,000 people, and more than 2/3 of their compatriots were injured. Those who sacrificed will remain in the Triple Realm Sea forever. Stepping into the flying sky shuttle, the huge divine ship poured into the secret passage, and Lin Chen and others officially left the Jiahai 3 crossing the boundary sea, the perfect end. A few days later, the double boundary sea. A bright red island is high in the sky, and 3 figures stand still. In the 10,000 miles of space, no one is complete, all are broken and exploded, as if the world has been broken and reorganized. It was the linen-clad old man who had helped Lin Chen before, and the 2 gods of the divine realm. The 3 of them were neatly dressed, calm as if nothing had happened. However, only the powerhouses who are divine masters can feel that the divine power of the 3 people has been consumed to a terrifying level. This old thing is dying, and it's still so strong. As expected of those who have followed Emperor Futian, there is not a single soft-footed shrimp. If we let him reach his prime, I'm afraid we won't be his opponent even if we double the number. When the two god masters communicated through voice transmission, the two god kings quietly emerged. The old man in linen narrowed his eyes. People from the god's domain, come back. The two god kings secretly sent voice transmissions to the god masters about the battle situation of the Triple Realm Sea. Ran? How could you tell me to let them run away? The old man has given so many teams, you can't even catch a fourth level of the gods? The two gods provoked monstrous wrath. A god master shouted suddenly, go to this seat immediately, even if the three-layer sea is turned upside down, I will find him. Yes. The two god kings were ordered to leave. Hearing the words, the old man in linen stroked his beard and smiled, ha ha ha. As expected of the teacher's student, God's domain, the good show has only begun now. What about the beginning? None of the three god races who want to kill can escape. Desolate star territory. The gray and gray earth seemed to be lifeless and dead. The towering gorges on both sides and the Wulong-like mountains seemed to hide some terrifying existence. Luo Yu quietly lurked in the forest, and immediately withdrew thousands of feet behind him. Luo Yu said, Brother Lin Chen, there is no danger here, but there is a hurricane in front of you, so you can't move forward. You may have to take a detour. Lin Chen said, there's no time, we can't detour, who knows when they will catch up. Everyone looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Hey, does he want to? 94,000 years ago, a team came here. And 940,000 years later, a team headed by Lin Chen set foot here again. Lin Chen put the map together. It will take at least 2 more months to make a detour and go around a snake's skin. Single vertical is dry, and time is life. After discussing with everyone, Lin Chen said loudly, everyone rested in place for 4 days. I left a clone to lurk in the dark star sea. They won't be able to catch up for at least 4 days. 4 days later, we passed through the Xinsha hurricane zone and went directly to the number 590 domain of the godly desolate star domain. Everyone's eyelids jumped wildly and sighed, sure enough. It's really crazy, a Xinsha wind blade is enough to easily penetrate the defense of the 7th layer of the gods, and a bunch of thousands of Xinsha hurricane area. I don't know how many Xinsha wind blades, as soon as they appear, it is a large-scale world-destroying storm. It is almost an area that the King of Gods does not dare to set foot in easily. Lin Chen said that he would rush. It's not just a high-altitude tightrope walk, it's simply a high-altitude tightrope dance, which is outrageous from the inside out. However, it is also the safest method of all risks. Although the divine desolate star territory is vast and almost endless, the space barriers are strong, and the divine king is difficult to destroy. But there is only one point: most areas of the godly desolate star region are not like the Sea of Boundary, with the god's fog that persists all year round, which can block the perception range of the god king or even the god master. That is to say, the desolate star territory must keep a sufficient distance from the enemy. Otherwise, once the divine domain team catches up, they will hardly be able to get rid of it if they want to throw it away. Even if it can be thrown away for a while, the other party can always roughly know the movement of the team, and the energy consumption alone will kill them. The team that can get rid of God's domain in the 3-layer realm sea is largely dependent on the shield of God's fog. If it is in the godly desolate Star domain, there is no such possibility at all. Sandu Jiahai has turned everyone from passive to active. Now is the time to race against time. If you drag it here. 3-layer sea of relying on the right place and the right people. Now there is no right time and place here, only people rely on people. If there is no harmony, it is time to recover from the injury and practice. Everyone in the 5 teams understood and raced against time to practice. Lin Chen cleaned up the spoils again and again. From the spoils of the blazing God King and the Wing King, there were a lot of good things, and there were even 2 superb artifacts. But so far, the most important thing is the resources of Shindan, and the magical tool is not in a hurry. Lin Chen sighed, a mother's child is like a treasure. Fortunately, before Lin Chen set off, he went to the Wuzhou Shenhui to meet Yi Hongmeng, and he received some support from a mother from a medicine refining giant. The casualties and the battle situation of the team were even more severe. But at this moment, we can't take it lightly. Even if we fight to support the war, and the magic pill that Yi Hongmeng gave to Lin Chen, it is still not enough for everyone. In the final analysis, the cultivation base is too weak. And the proportion of casualties in battle is too large. In the Silver Moon Canyon, the spiritual energy is swirling, as if the sun and the moon are spinning, and in the dead silence, there is a terrible momentum brewing. Everyone healed and cultivated, and adjusted their status as quickly as possible, leaving only a few people on guard. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain, and the remaining 5 phantom clones sat cross-legged around him. The phantom clone is responsible for the attribute values obtained in the refining battle, while Lin Chen's body spreads out his palm, and a half-slap sized orange-red crystal is shining brightly, like thousands of volcanoes. Hidden, the endless flame world is disillusioned, divine fire, holy fire, heavenly fire, cosmic flame, colorful and gorgeous, birth and death in the different crystal. Divine grade different crystal, flame god blazing flame. This divine grade variant crystal was obtained by Lin Chen after killing the Qi god king. One word, fierce. Lin Chen took a deep breath, this thing is almost among the different crystals I have obtained. It is of the highest grade and the best condition. Qi god king, don't let me down. Running the mind method, a star-filled red vortex appeared in Lin Chen's palm, swallowing it into time and space. Sigh. Boom. The unprecedented hot and scalding temperature ignited at once, as if igniting Lin Chen's divine soul, burning Lin Chen's divine power, forcing Lin Chen to suppress it with all his strength. 2 terrifying energies converged. One side was the god-level essence obtained from the battle, and the other was the energy of the god-level variant crystal. The thunder and fire rioted, the thunder rolled in the sky, and the divine flames galloped, forming an energy storm spontaneously around Lin Chen, covering him. Time passed minute by minute. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Desolate star domain, domain 588. A tall building with flickering silver light, surrounded by enchantments, seems to be suppressed by the strong. This place is owned by the god Venerable Earth Demon sect, and its subordinates are powerful like clouds, and the 2 sect masters are masters of the half-step god king. Today, the 2 sect masters are working hard, empathizing with the women in the sect, even working hard and sweating profusely. Suddenly, a faintly flickering divine light shone from a distance, and the female disciple in the sect, who was exercising suddenly shouted, "Hey, it's a vision that breaks through the realm." Old Demon's deputy sect master disdainfully said, "Isn't it a vision that breaks through the realm, Baudet is short-sighted. After all, when he freely released a ray of divine power perception, one after another terrifying divine light shot up into the sky, as if splitting the sky. Damn it. Old Demon's deputy sect master was stunned. Then, a more terrifying divine might swept across the 9 heavens and 10 places, and came out from the dangerous hurricane. The condensed divine power seems to crush the entire starry sky, and most of the powerhouses in the 600th to 550th domains have felt it. Countless powerhouses looked up at the starry sky. At first, they were disdainful, then solemn, and finally shocked, and even frightened. Fuck. Yeah, your mother. This is going to turn the sky upside down. My day. In broad daylight, Lao Tzu isn't an illusion? What's the situation? What's the fucking situation? My God, my old man is not dazzled, right? 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Several thousand true gods broke through the realm at the same time? The endless vision frightened countless powerhouses. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal, the sword light flashes rapidly. And the wave of sword energy that covers the stars and covers the moon covers the sky. The hurricane roars, the gods fill the sky, the water fills the nebula, and the gold is full of energy. Thousands of laws descended on the heavens and the earth, some turned into golden dragon energy and wandered the universe, roaring in the sky, the ground swelled with golden lotuses, and the sky was falling. Crazy. Totally crazy. The vision of breaking through the realm seems to be free of money, stirring Jiaoxiao and shaking the star field. Some hidden god kings were even scared to go out in person, released their souls, mobilized the laws, and set their sights through the distant hurricane area of the gods and cast their sights into the Silver Moon Canyon. More than 20,000 true gods stayed here, and they raced against time to cultivate, as if draining the spiritual energy of the nearby time and space, and accumulating a large amount of divine jade burning. The divine jade quickly disappeared, and turned into galloping energy into their bodies. The hidden god kings were completely shocked. Let's set off fireworks here? What kind of freaks are these people? This old man has never seen such outrageous. What a fun. What kind of team is this? What kind of monsters have come from the godly desolate star territory? No, look. The crowd looked intently. No matter how many visions bloom, they will not come within 1,000 feet of a silver-robed youth. It seems that a more terrifying storm is brewing on him. What number of ways? Thousands of true gods have broken through the realm. This is the first time this old man has seen such a battle after living for so many years. Where did these people come from? It's the area of the hurricane, but there are those crazy people in the area. Could it be that the visitor is not good? The bigwigs in various regions of the godly desolate starfield went out one after another and raised the alert. A team of more than 20,000 true gods is still a group of monsters that have broken through the realm. No one dares to say that they can win steadily. On this day, a shocking news began to come out from the desolate star territory. This team from nowhere has ushered in thousands of true gods breaking through the realm as soon as they set foot in the desolate star field. This battle is rare in history for any clan. Zheng. On the third day, in Inui Canyon, Yuan Wujua opened his eyes, and his body was surrounded by majestic sword energy, like a coiled dragon. The bottleneck of the next realm. The 8th level of the divine realm is complete. Tang Jianghai, Jiang Fan, Lu Qixin, all three broke through a whole new realm. And Lu Qixin and others risked their lives to fight against the Qi god. king, and the tempering and accumulation they got made leaps and bounds. Zhao Enren even jumped to the middle stage of the 8th level of the god realm. Shang Guanyun stepped into the 5th realm of the gods, and Shui Jianming was even more terrifying, breaking 3 realms in a row. However, the most enchanting ones were the goblin Yi Qinggu, Shenling Shuang, who disguised as a man, and Lin Chen. The cultivation efficiency of these 3 people is outrageous. Until now, they have not left the customs, but they have grown at an amazing speed. Yi Qinggu took a golden elixir. The grade was so high that everyone present had never seen it before. In the area of the hurricane of the gods, there are strange glances, which are extremely hostile. In front of the galaxy-like waterfall, Zhao Enren dipped his clothes in water and tied his temples. She didn't look back, but smiled slightly. Miss Shang Guanyun, what are you looking for from me? Shang Guanyun stared at the silver-robed youth on the top of the mountain for a while, and suddenly said, I haven't had a good chat with you yet. You're staying well in Tianyi Divine Kingdom, why should you risk your life and follow this lunatic? Zhao Enren said with a smile, if the god of the human race is in the lower realm, he can become a ruler of one party, but in the realm of the gods, he is nothing. God should not only be obsessed with power, but should see a farther civilization. I follow him, just because he's the closest to that person. Zhao Enren asked back, what about you? Shang Guanyun pondered for a while, then smiled, because he opened up my heart and cognition. Zhao Enren wondered, Earth? Dead-hearted. You and that Yi Qinggu girl have a fight. Shang Guanyun stroked the blue silk in her ear, her eyes wandering, I used to be stronger and dash into the realm. I have seen the hell in the realm, but I never thought about whether there should be other ways for all beings in the world. Therefore, I want to see more the world and the possibilities in him. I see that possibility, even though he acts like a lunatic every time. With picturesque eyebrows, Shang Guanyun smiled sweetly, I don't have the talent and bloodline as strong as yours, so if I have any accident, please take care of me. Stop. Zhao Enren interrupted her, you can take care of yourself. The 2 women looked at each other for a long time before smiling. Boom. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion, the sky and the earth roared, and Lin Chen, Yi Qinggu, and Shenling Shuang all ushered in the vision of breaking through the realm at the same time. The colorful martial gods are shrouded in absolute light like a nebula, and Shenling Shuang's breath has actually stepped into the half-step god king. And Yi Qinggu has entered a very mysterious state. She is not like a half-step god king, but she is better than a half-step god king. She is very close to the complete god king realm. It was the divine elixir that Yi Hongming left her. If she perfected the medicinal power of the elixir, she would step into the realm of the god king without hindrance. And Lin Chen rose out of thin air, the starlight was hidden, and the hell-like fire law emerged from his body, turning into a sea of fire, burning the sky. In the shuttle of the fire dragon, the dark red thunder was interspersed, the stars were shining, the sea of stars hung upside down, and the vortex of the sea of stars converging into 1,000 feet condensed the top of Lin Chen's head. A faint starlight overflowed from the nebula of the godly desolate star territory, like a meteor shower, piercing the sky and incorporating it into Lin Chen's body. A little bit of starlight bloomed, illuminating the universe, and included in Lin Chen's eyebrows. Congratulations to the host, comprehend the laws of the stars. The red level exercise, the azure sea of stars, can perfectly exert its power. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, 2 rays of starlight suddenly shot from his eyes, his shoulders shook suddenly, the power of the landslide and the ground fissure shook the space of the Inui Canyon, shivering. The foreplay has been brewing for so long, let me feel the power of the perfect red level exercise. Lin Chen grinned, broken. The sea of stars scrolled above his head, and there seemed to be a little bit of starlight in the endless starlight that became the backbone, causing the rolling divine power to be refined into Lin Chen's body. In time and space, a brand new divine power and a new law emerged, breaking through a new realm in one go. In the late stage of the 4th stage of the God realm, the 4th stage is complete. It's not over yet, the energy brought by the 3rd fire element crystal, coupled with the blue sky of the sea of stars called by the law of the stars, broke through the boundaries in an instant. The fire dragon held, the dragon danced, and Lin Chen's dragon rushed out, assisting Lin Chen to rush into a new realm with the strongest momentum. The host has advanced to the early stage of the 5th level of the gods. The power of the explosion of the dragon of fire, such as the billions of millions, has alarmed the hidden old monsters in the desolate star field. This young man is actually at the 5th level of the divine realm? The 5th level of the gods has such a terrifying power, what's the origin of this kid? It's no wonder that this young man can become the leader of that team, and it really is a monster. However, as if Lin Chen was not astonishingly dying, the stirring Xinghai just stopped. Boom! With a loud explosion, a spear condensed by the law of fire broke through the nebula. Lin Chen's time and space has an additional law of fire that is as bright as Qiyang, and the quality is high, surpassing all the powerhouses that Lin Chen has encountered before. The fire burned some of the soul consciousness that was trying to spy on Lin Chen's details, and directly burned out the prying eyes of many strong people. Hiss! The powerhouses of all domains took a deep breath of cold air. The law of fire of the gods' realm. Just at the 5th level of the gods, he has mastered the law of fire of the gods. What kind of freak is this? No, this law of fire is several times stronger than most of the laws of divine attainments that this old man has seen. This young man is definitely not simple, and he has a lot of backgrounds. He is not comparable to those second-rate geniuses in the desolate star region. 1 month, this king wants to know all his information, give me a thorough investigation. The comers are not good, and a new king has been added to the desolate star field where the kings gather. Those hidden old monsters who have been cut off from the perception of their souls are all shocked. Lin Chen stepped out 1 step at a time, his anger rushed to Xiao Han, and he held the magic spear of the law of fire wrapped around the divine flame. The fire of the gods, the 5th level of the god realm. Lin Chen's combat power has finally risen to a new level after 3 crossing the sea of boundary. With his feet on the top, the vast sky shrouded by the hurricane of the gods. Lin Chen's eyes are deep, and he looks at the entire gods and desolate star field. At present, Changjing is in hand, when will you tide Songlong? The Xinsha hurricane area, the center of the gorge on both sides, is an abyss-like space, surrounded by hurricanes. The hurricane swept away the cataclysmic nebula, but itself became a catastrophe and stagnated there. 2 young voices echoed in the gorge. The last time I found a sacred Ganoderma lucidum here, it must be very suitable for you. 2 immature figures sneaked in here quietly. Xingzhou, a towering tall building. The star skirt fluttered and rolled up, the beauty was flying with blue silk. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and she quietly stared into the distance. That's all I can help you, Lin Chen, the rest is up to you. Yi Qianqi sighed quietly, her pretty face pale. Silvermoon Canyon. Zhao Enren was amazed. His breakthrough in cultivation is like a broken bamboo. Shang Guanyun pondered for a moment. Originally, based on the combat power of his clone, even if he achieves the 5th level of the God realm, the clone is not enough to single out the God King. But, however, Lin Chen's law of fire has been upgraded to the realm of the gods. And he has obtained the heaven-defying blessing of his mind and talent, an increase of more than 10 times, plus an additional law of stars. The divine power has entered a new realm, and the law has broken through new attainments, almost leaping 2 stages of combat power at once. Consuming 3.6 billion God-level rune energy, the host's cultivation base has been assimilated into the avatar cultivation base. The brilliance of the 3 laws emerged in the palm of his hand. The thunder was born and died, the stars were twinkling, and the gods were like a scorching sun. Lin Chen said with satisfaction, under the premise of 1 phantom clones and ordinary god kings, even if they can't win, they are almost the same. The previous Lin Chen was still a long way from the God King. If it weren't for the God King of Jihai and the Phantom Avatar's hard work, his avatar's combat power would be a long way to equal the God King. Now, without using trump cards such as Godhead, Lin Chen's single combat power is approaching the level of a God King in all aspects. This wave of improvement in combat power can be called a leap. Lin Chen's 6 Phantom clones are now firmly equal to the 6 God Kings. In addition to his body, his team will not be afraid if they encounter 10 more God Kings. However, if the number of true gods on the other side is large enough, it is still a big threat. After all, the godly desolate star region does not have the divine fog of the realm sea. As soon as the topic changed, Lin Chen's 3rd sentence when he left the customs was, "I'm short of money, I have to go somewhere to get some divine jade. This practice is too expensive." The attributes dropped in the battle, plus massive divine jade, plus divine grade variant crystals allowed Lin Chen to break through multiple realms in a row. His 2 billions of low-grade divine jade were running out, so Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang sponsored him a few times. You don't have too much divine jade left. Although battle is the fastest shortcut to breaking through the realm, it is always the fastest shortcut to consume. Lin Chen said sternly, "You have to find a place to make a fortune. Do you want to sell yourself a few more times? It's not too risky, you still have to find a way in the desolate star region." The dragon roared in the sky, and the breath of the ancient dragon of the universe was released. Lin Chen's ancient dragon, the pure power has broken 1.8 million barren force. And the body has broken 400,000 barren force. On the battlefield, too many true gods have perished. Tens of thousands of true gods in the realm of the gods, and the god-level chi and blood after their death are all owned by Lin Chen, making them advance by leaps and bounds. When possessed by a divine dragon, Lin Chengwang can break through 2 million desolate powers with pure power. And when he uses the Golden War God suit, he is not comparable to ordinary God Kings. It can threaten Lin Chen's existence. At the 2nd, 3rd, or even the 4th level of the God King, Lin Chen still has a chance to survive in a desperate battle, but the price that must be paid is that the charge of the Golden God of War suit is greatly reduced. Now Lin Chen's team is not what it used to be. There is always a shortage of artifacts, and the suit must reach 100% charge to never drop. If he continued the life-threatening battle as before, Lin Chen would never accumulate dissatisfaction and recharge. As far as the complete set is concerned, Lin Chen already owns 2 sets, and The essence of the set is very lacking. Therefore, in the next battle, unless it is a battle of life and death, he will only use it to a minimum, not only using the God of War set, but also the minimum consumption. For example, the previous Lin Chen used the God of War set to increase to billions of barren power. After fighting for half an hour, the energy consumption was 2%. Now, Lin Chen uses the God of War set to increase the power of billions of devastations. After fighting for half an hour, the charge consumed is even less than 1%. Shen Lingshuang fell from the starry sky of the God of War, and the breath of a half-step God King was very intimidating. She finally knew what the old man in linen said, what you need is experience, not cultivation. Its implication is not trivial. Shen Lingshuang said happily, Master, I have made a breakthrough again. Lin Chen touched his chin, it's really fierce, catch up with me soon. As soon as he stretched out his hand towards the sky, Lin Chen's palm gathered bright starlight, and with the help of the law of stars, Lin Chen explored the situation in a large number of areas ahead. The law of stars, in addition to using the power of refining the stars in the heavens for one's own use, can also use the stars as eyes, and the places illuminated by the stars will be reflected in Lin Chen's laws. Shui Jianming and Luo Yu landed beside Lin Chen. Shui Jianming said solemnly, Lin Chen Xiongtai, are we sure we want to enter the hurricane domain of the gods and evil? It is said that this is the land of the Lord. Lin Chen said, there's no time. If you don't take risks now, the efforts of Sandu Jiahai will be useless. Brush brush. Everyone in the 5 teams stood up immediately. With the foundation of the true God of the divine realm and the divine pill support provided by Yang Meng, most of their injuries were basically healed, and they all had the strength to fight. Lin Chen, Shen Lingshuang, Shang Guanyun, Luo Yu, Shui Jianming, the 5 led their teams to form a pin formation. Lin Chen's first team took the lead, the second team was last, and the third to 5th teams were on both sides of the middle. Everyone began to fly into the vast Xinsha hurricane area. Whoops! A massive hurricane rolled in, like an ancient giant beast, a huge hurricane of hundreds of feet, spinning the gale force blade, flashing like a knife, and the edges sharp. Avoid! The fire was entangled. Lin Chen pushed the crowd away. One person took the lead, raised his hand and punched it, breaking the hurricane of the gods. This group of gods and evil hurricanes is comparable to the full blow of the 9th level of the gods. It is quite terrifying. If there are more, I am afraid that it will not be so easy to escape. The crowd continued to move forward, encountering hurricanes from time to time. Along the way, but with the strength of the crowd, they were subdued alive. After crossing 1/3 of the distance of the Xinsha hurricane domain, there is nothing wrong with everyone, but no one dares to be careless. The vast four-dimensional universe, these energies born at the end of the four-dimensional universe, no one knows what kind of changes will be ushered in. Boom! All of a sudden, the fire was everywhere. This is the territory of the Huai clan, intruders, leave quickly. Several cold shouts came through the sound transmission of the law. As soon as the words fell, the overwhelming hurricane of the gods rolled in and surrounded Lin Chen and others from all sides. Hearing the name of the Huai clan, Yi Qingwu's face changed slightly. Lin Chen clenched his fists and said solemnly, my friends here, in Xiaolin Chen, passing through the desolate star territory, I want to take advantage of your homeland area, and there is no malice to pass through here. Lin Chen took a step forward and was about to negotiate. One step further, the Huiguai formation will start. From the top of the mountain shrouded in the hurricane of the gods in the distance, an indifferent female voice came. Luo Yu, Shui Jianming and Shen Lingshuang voiced at the same time, "We are surrounded." Lin Chen frowned. "Everyone, don't we have to discuss it?" "No, it has to be negotiated." Suddenly, a cold and ruthless female voice echoed. "Discussion is to discuss how you will die. You people, and those big devils in the Protoss cultivate the same mentality. And you will die. Activate all the formations, concentrate the power of the gods on them, and don't stop until they kill the last person." Boom! The overwhelming hurricane of the gods stirred up the gray-white wind blades. And with a sharp edge that was equivalent to the cutting law, it enveloped all. Lin Chen's team at once. "Go straight to death?" Lin Chen frowned, and when he savored it, his expression suddenly changed. The big devil of the god race. Cultivating the same mentality as us? At that moment, Lin Chen seemed to understand something, and this sentence was like a chill, and it climbed up Lin Chen's back like a poisonous snake. In the formation space in all directions, one after another silhouettes are looming. They have feathered wings and a human shape. Some are covered in scales and feathers, some have long tails and claws, and some have human faces and animal bodies. But the similarity between their appearance and bloodline undoubtedly shows their human identity. The stars are bright and the 9-star twinkling formation space, a large number of gods and evil hurricanes are artificially controlled from the formation space, like arms waving. Hundreds of divine hurricanes whizzed past, like a tyrannical wind whistling. And like huge beasts slaughtering around the crowd, the people who were able to move forward before, the speed of flight has become very small. Shen Lingshuang said in a deep voice, "Let's fight it out." Yuan Wujue nodded, "I agree too. If we hesitate any longer, we will be trapped in this ghost place." At this time, Yi Qinggu transmitted a voice through the air, "Lin Chen, once we attack, we will have a deadly feud with the Hui clan. This feud cannot be solved." Lin Chen said, "Why, give me an explanation." Yi Qingwu's voice transmission said, "The Hui clan used to be a part of the human race. The star domain where their hometown is located is the closest to the gods' domain. Later, the 3 gods gained power, the Hui clan was enslaved, and even the patriarch of the Hui clan was arrested. Going to the realm of the gods to publicly show the ravages of the public, the head hangs in the sky, and the blood splashes in the realm of the gods. So far, the Hui clan has completely become a plaything of the god clan. Only a small part of the Hui clan has broken through the siege and wandered into the desolate star field, becoming a declining race. The Hui clan's powerful bloodline talent makes them born with divine bodies, and some people it can innately manipulate special energies born in the four-dimensional universe, such as this divine hurricane. Lin Chen's eyes flickered several times, and when he looked up at the figures in the distant formation space, he said sternly, "Everyone, listen to me for the next action, I know what to do." The stars are suspended, and on a continent suspended under the starry sky, dozens of figures stand, all of them aura tyrannical, not lower than the 9th level perfection of the gods, and some are even half-step gods. The first 2 are the gods and kings, 1 man and 1 woman. A woman in a phoenix skirt with a pair of azure blue dragon horns, jade bones, and ice muscles, crescent eyebrows adorned with daisies, her red lips parted lightly, and she said coldly, "Open all the formations, and kill this gang of thieves for this elder, so that there's no going back." Wait. The gray-robed man raised his hand, his brows were calm, with clear outlines, and there was a rock-like perseverance between his brows, and he said solemnly, "Wait for the deputy patriarch to come back and have a look." This group of people doesn't seem to be the same. No malice. Innocent. The woman in the phoenix skirt sneered, "They are not malicious, it is purely because they have no strength. Look at their team, there is not a single god. King. If they have enough fighting strength, will they still talk to you about sincerity? They would have killed them long ago. Haven't you seen the face of God's domain?" As soon as you mentioned God's domain, the faces of the Hui clan seemed to burn the world's anger. Elder June is right. This group of people cultivated the same mentality as the big devils of the God clan. How can we let them go with peace of mind? It's better to say that we have to do everything in our power to deal with them. The blood feud of the Protoss against us is still vivid in our minds. If we let them go today, how will we face the ancestors of the Hui clan, and how will we face the martyrs who made a bloody path for us in the divine realm? I suggest that when they step into the central area, they will activate the heavenly demon formation set up by the deputy chief. If they are not God lords, they cannot break through, and the peak god kings may not be able to escape. With their combat power, the entire army will inevitably be destroyed. The people of the Hui clan, who are located in various stars and continental plates in all directions, hate the sky, and their murderous aura is so strong that it is terrifying. Hum. Hum. The space violently rippled, and all the people of the Hui clan in the formation space tried their best to urge the formation. The storm-like hurricane of the gods was like a group of gray-white nebulae. When it approached, it was discovered that it was a world-destroying storm, and gathered everyone in Lin Chen's team at once. Sigh. Boom. A loud bang resounded, 5 phantom lights descended into the sky, and Lin Chen stood alone at the front of the team. The phantom clones stood at the front of each team, slamming their palms in the face. The ninefold fire seal was like a fire dragon soaring into the sky, and the ninefold burning sky palm shot out. The huge palm of Baizhong Xinyan burns into the sky, and the instant light and shadow-splitting talent divides the law of divine achievement into 5 and collides with the hurricane of the gods. The phantom clones slammed their palms one after another, the gods swarmed everywhere, the thunder light soared, and the palms of the palms smashed the gods and hurricanes. Hey! What a terrifying combat power! What is this guy? The 5th level of the god realm, can it actually crush the power of the great formation I'm waiting for? His avatars are hard to tell if they are true or false. And each one's strength is close to that of the King of God. The people of the Hui clan were horrified, and at the same time, their killing intent was even worse. Such a character, if he is allowed to escape from the formation, it must be a great disaster. The host has obtained 3.2 million, 2.99 million, and 3.1 million points of God-level wind energy. The blasted hurricane of the gods, instead, dropped a lot of wind-type God-level attributes. In Lin Chen's Tai time and space, a ray of divine light belonging to the seat of the law is slowly brewing. The blasted wind blades turned into aftermath, and in the 5 teams, everyone deployed their defenses and tightly protected the team. Each person becomes a part of the collective, and the divine powers communicate with each other to form a barrier to protect each other. Don't care what tricks they have, keep attacking. The woman in the phoenix skirt gave an order. The offensive was even more violent, powerful enough to tear apart the King of Gods, and the phantom clone, which was as strong as Lin Chen's, was also a bit lacking. The defenses of the crowd were faintly unable to resist. The black light flashed, the thick and powerful jet-black, divine armor appeared. Lin Chen raised his arms, and his hands faced the void with a horizontal pull, pulling away the black light flickering in the sky. OM. The dark black light covering the 9 heavens and 10 places is like an endless abyss, and the black light blooms, protecting the entire team. Absolutely defend and protect everyone, but Lin Chen's goddess charge is rapidly depleting. This scene made the Hui clan collectively stunned. No, they are already very close to the Array Eye. Why don't they destroy the Array Eye and kill the Hui people in the Array Eye? Instead, let's fight back. The Hui clan people in the eyes of the formation were even ready to fight. But the other party just didn't come. With such combat power and means, why not plan a war? The woman in the phoenix skirt sneered, if you want to play tricks, you are nothing. Prepare the Tiansha formation in the central area, and let them die. With the phantom clone and Lin Chen's absolute defense clearing the way, the 5 teams rushed through the central area and came to a sky-like abyss. The woman in the phoenix skirt gave a cold drink, opened the big formation. Elder June, wait a minute. A woman rushed over and said anxiously, I beg the elders to suspend the formation. 2 of my family members accidentally sneaked into the vicinity of the formation and were trapped and could not get out. What? The people of the Hui clan were suddenly startled. The woman in the phoenix skirt touched her hand, and the divine light rippled, showing the situation near Tianyuan in front of her eyes. Under the cliffs of Tianyuan, 2 immature young children were hugging each other, with a divine Ganoderma lucidum in their arms, with tears in the corners of their eyes, shivering, and the outside of Tianyuan was full of divine hurricanes. The woman in the phoenix skirt frowned. Where did these 2 kids go? These 2 bears must be trying to secretly harvest that divine Ganoderma lucidum. The heavenly demon formation has never been activated during normal times. The surrounding divine evil forces will not approach there, and must have sneaked in. Oops, that group of aliens is approaching. Elder June, please order, it will be too late. The Hui people around him exclaimed. The woman in the phoenix skirt suddenly shouted, open a big formation. Above the abyss, a great formation with the sun and the moon hanging upside down rose up. It's a very powerful formation that can mobilize most of the hurricanes in the condensed formation. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. It hasn't stopped for 2 days, I just broke through the realm and I have to use the maximum golden god of war set. In order to deal with that great formation, the combat power of the god king alone is not enough. At least the peak god king, Lin Chen, must bring out the maximum pure power of the golden god of war set. With his current background, he may not have the power of a battle, but the god of war suit will be farther and farther away from the 100% charge. The anxious woman knelt down on the spot. No. Elder June, these are the last 2 children left in my family. When they were killed in the god's domain, my old man and husband even took their lives, just for these 2. Baby. The woman in the phoenix skirt said sternly, if you stop now, let this group of aliens pass through here, and declare war on us, we will pay a heavier price. Your baby died for the Hui clan, and the ancestors will bless them. No. No. Elder June, killing the descendants of your colleagues, how is this different from the Protoss? That is the last bloodline of my family. The woman burst into tears, crying her heart out. Damn. With a low voice, the woman in the phoenix skirt dropped a word and disappeared instantly. Boom. She turned into a ray of divine light and flew away, and broke into the heavenly demon array by herself. I don't know if I can catch up. Responding to the call of the great array, a group of divine hurricanes suddenly swept through Tianyuan, attracting the two young children. Oops, I can't catch up. When the woman in the phoenix skirt lost her voice, in an instant, the two young children who were caught in the hurricane of the gods disappeared, and a ray of divine wind flashed by. The azure divine wings, that flickered with faint green divine light, fluttered, rolling up the vast divine wind. At that moment, the woman in the phoenix skirt saw an unimaginable and incomprehensible scene. The silver-robed youth was wearing a faint cyan light armor, his long eyebrows were high, and his face was handsome. When the light armor was attached to his body, his divine wings spread out and tightly protected the two young children. In his arms, his fingertips circulated the dark red law of thunder, and when he raised his fingertips and swiped in the air, the divine thunder appeared, and the divine wind was entangled, tearing the divine hurricane. When hugging the two children, Lin Chen couldn't help but be moved. A child is covered with crocodile scales, but he is not born with blood. This child was artificially inlaid with crocodile scales. The flesh and blood of the skin was cut off and attached to the scales of the crocodile. When the flesh and blood continued, the crocodile scales with strong vitality of the crocodile would permanently adhere to the child's body. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth moved slightly, and he told the two children a word through voice transmission. The children who were still shivering a moment ago, their eyes brightened immediately, and they stared at Lin Chen curiously like a new life. When the wind blade exploded, the eyes of the two met from the void, and the woman in the phoenix skirt stagnated for a moment. This alien actually saved their white people? Wrong. The girl in the phoenix skirt froze, her murderous intent soaring. Want to take the people of my Hui clan as hostages? Looking for death. Brush. Suddenly, the divine wind blew up, Lin Chen pushed his hands horizontally, and two divine lights shot at the woman in the phoenix skirt. The speed was extremely fast, she subconsciously reached out to pick it up. And they were two bear children of the Hui clan. Woman in phoenix skirt? She was dumbfounded. What is this situation? Why doesn't this team play cards according to the routine? The divine wings slammed, and Lin Chen stepped back 1,000 feet. The two faced each other, but never said a word. The woman in the phoenix skirt hesitated for a moment, then immediately withdrew from the formation. With tears in her eyes, the woman rushed up and took her child back. Not only did the two children not cry, but they said sorry very quietly. Even the Hui clan members took a few breaths. This group of aliens saved their Hui clan's child? The opening of the heavenly demon array came to a standstill, and everyone was in shock, completely unaware of the current situation. Stop. The man in gray immediately raised his hand and quickly transmitted sound from the God King cultivation base. All teams, withdraw from the formation and make way. This order was caught off guard, and the people of the Hui clan all turned their attention to Elder June. When Elder June was hesitating, Lin Chen led the crowd to smash Wang Long, and he was invincible, rushing towards the central area like a broken bamboo. Forget it. With long hair flying, the dragon horns are blue, Elder June waved his hand and said sternly, get ready for battle. The girl said timidly, that big brother is not a bad person. The woman tapped her on the head, don't be too busy, child. The vast Shinsha hurricane formation slowly stopped rotating. The Shinsha hurricane condensed to a point in advance, which made Lin Chen and others rush out of the Shinsha hurricane area. At the moment when the last ounce of recharge was exhausted from the God, Lin Chen's whole body burst into black light, protecting the entire team from rushing out of the area of the hurricane. Boom! Tens of thousands of members of the Hui clan emerged from the sky like a sea of clouds, and they formed a battle carefully. Zhao Enren showed a hint of anxiety, someone is injured. When entering the battle, Lin Chen's defense stopped for a moment in order to save the two children. Although everyone's cultivation base broke through, some people were still injured. The god wind whistled, the wind god wings unfolded, Lin Chen protected the rear of the team and immediately said, "Let everyone go first." When Lin Chen and the others began to evacuate, the Hui clan members stared at each other with big eyes. Gone? Didn't do it? Judging from the way they entered the battle, even if they faced the Hui clan, they would have the strength to fight. Suddenly, the boy's breath in the woman's arms skyrocketed, and a divine lotus slowly bloomed around him. The sky was falling, and the brilliant green brilliance shrouded the boy's body, and the people of the Hui clan were moved. I saw that the boy in the crocodile skin on his body, slowly began to fall off. The color was gradually gray, and it was reduced to waste skin, and the blood that had been burned into a blur gradually healed and recovered. Elder Jun Shuiyu was slightly stunned. This is. The problems and situations of boys abound in the Hui clan. Everyone has been ravaged by the God clan. Most of the thorny problems that even the deputy patriarch could not cure were suddenly solved. The girl jumped up and cheered happily. It's the medicine pill given by the big brother. After the big brother eats it, it will be fine. Big brother? The Hui people raised their eyes to look at the young man in silver robes and blue armor with wings. He looked at this side calmly, without any hostility. His eyes were like an endless starry sky. Everyone looked at each other and said in unison, "High-quality rare divine pill." Elder Jun put down the divine sword, clenched tightly in his slender hands, his eyebrows curved, and there was disbelief between his brows. This alien not only saved their clan, but also cured the stubborn disease left by the God clan to the Hui clan. They also cultivated the same line of mind, why their behavior is completely opposite to the gods of the gods. Elder Jun's eyes were lost. That's a team. What team? At this moment, the boy jumped up and said, "By the way, that big brother has something for me to pass on to everyone." The people of the Hui clan all looked sideways and focused on him. The corners of the boy's mouth were raised, his eyes were sincere and simple, and there was a smile on his tender face like the morning sun. Big brother said that his own people don't beat their own people. The people of the Hui clan who were present shuddered. God's domain, the 14 islands of the western regions. Suddenly, the sword light in the sky skyrocketed, and the infinite law of the sword poured down like a rain of swords, suppressing the multitude of gods. And the strong men on the island all changed their colors. The sword energy exploded, and more than a dozen figures were blasted away. Thousands of feet away. The golden-eyed youth carried the divine sword, shrouded in 5-color clouds, and slowly strolled through the sky. His eyebrows were arrogant, facing the heroes of the Protoss, and his voice was indifferent. Who else has an objection? A large number of God's domain powerhouses were silent. An old man with white eyebrows slowly got up and said loudly, without objection, "Today this seat announces that the head of the Lin family, Lin Chen, won the top spot on behalf of the Lin family, and is the first family under the Protoss to return to the realm of the gods. And here, the Lin family is the representative, leading young heroes from all Sex in the divine realm, to the tomb of the Emperor Shihuang in the number 100 domain of the divine desolate star territory. Lin Chen retracted his sword and stood proudly. His eyes were deep as he looked at the distant Protoss territory. Protoss? One day I will personally step on it, and let all beings bow their heads and become ministers, with my Lin Chen as the only leader. In the godly desolate star domain, in domain 580, the dragon city was cast like a flying dragon iron cable, and a huge city of divine iron was unfolded, engraved with the name of Kowloon. Kowloon City. An inspection team of true God came from the sky, stopped the two handsome young men, and asked, "What are you doing here?" A handsome and fair-faced young man clasped his fists and smiled, "Xia Wushuang, this is my elder brother Chen Lin, we are just here to do a little business." The black-clothed true look of the team leader turned colder. "We have no shortage of business groups in Kowloon City, hurry up and get out." Wushuang patted his chest, pretending to be frightened. "Yeah, think about it." Again. Black-clothed true God said coldly, "Don't hurry up and get out." Boom. At this time a mighty team rushed to the outskirts of Kowloon City. The silver-robed young man smiled slightly. "These are all my caravans buddies," which made your excellency laugh. "This Nima is a caravan? I believe you are here to attack Kowloon City. The only weakness is that this team doesn't seem to have a god king, but with this terrifying number, it is enough to dominate one side in the desolate star territory." The silver-robed youth approached the black-clothed true God, and smiled meaningfully. "We are a small caravan after all, give me some face?" Express the most ruthless attitude with the most cowardly words. When the black-clothed true God hesitated, a law sound transmission sounded in his mind. "General Liu, let them in." Is it the voice of the mayor? But why? The city owner would let in a force that was enough to threaten Kowloon City? Black-clothed true God said, "Your Excellency, please." Kowloon City, the highest attic. In the lobby, 6 tyrannical and ferocious Azura tribes were discussing with the city owner of Kowloon City, hiding their knives with laughter. The city lord in the brocade and jade robe was smiling on the surface, but his heart was full of hope. "This site, an order has been handed down from above, and we want to take it with our lives." A bright and charming Azura woman smiled and said in a meaningful way, "Kowloon City Lord, you are a smart person, you should know how to do it. We Azura people have never missed anything that we want to get. Nyobi is quite capable. When Emperor Futian was alive, did you dare to move?" The Kowloon City Lord cursed in his heart. The city lord of Kowloon tapped on the table, and then showed a polite smile. "Alright, I've worked for so many years, and it's time to abdicate and let the sages." The Azura woman smiled softly. "I just like talking to smart people. With the city lord's awareness, I can keep you safe and sound, and the news of my family is in place. I hope you keep it secret and don't make it public." The city lord's eyes narrowed. "Don't you want to take the powerhouses of all ethnic groups in this domain?" The Azura woman laughed playfully. "Otherwise, what are the powerhouses of my clan doing here? What a black eat black, these guys." It seems that the Ashura tribe has made a big move recently. The world has been suffering Azuras for a long time. The city owner sneered in his heart. "I have been in the mix for so many years. And it is not something you can scare me. It happens that there is a new force outside the city, so I will let them in and let you fight with one tiger and more wolves. I will sit on the shore and watch the fire." "No problem, city lord." "Of course it's fine." The two sides just hit it off, knowing each other's smiles, full of each Others' calculations. Outside of Kowloon City, the moment one stepped into Kowloon City, the fragments of the Godhead in the system space began to rotate, and the majestic and vast energy poured into the body like a surging river of gods. Lin Chen, who had disguised his appearance, raised his brows lightly. The Azure Godhead shards are turning rapidly, and there are indeed a large number of Azures in this 9-dragon city. The little caravan slowly entered Kowloon City. People came and went, and there were many strong men of other races stranded here. There are a lot of fish and dragons here. There are strong men of the human race walking on the tip of the knife. There are masters of the Phoenix clan. Hidden, the real dragons of the Dragon clan, the insect gods of the Zerg clan, the Devil King of the Devil clan, etc. In Kowloon City, the auction venue, the masters of all parties gathered together. An old man in a gray robe pushed out a pair of flaming phoenix claws as huge as a hill, and the scorching aura was like a sea of hellfire, igniting the void, and blazing from time to time. The old man said through a voice transmission, "The divine claw of the king of the true phoenix was left over from the battle between the two worlds 30,000 years ago. Friends of the Phoenix family naturally know its value." Mid-grade. Shinyu starts shooting. 30,000 middle-grade divine jades are equivalent to 300 million low-grade divine jades. Immediately, a handsome man from the Feng clan bid 32,000, and the increase was decisive. But soon there was a strong exporter of the Dragon clan raising the price. This thing has little effect on the dragon race. But bidding for things, sometimes you don't necessarily need to be useful to yourself. It is also very important whether your opponent has this thing or not. Well, competition, it is normal to make a point of indiscriminate or heart-wrenching means. Even if you can't dig it out in the end, it's worth making your opponent pay a little more. In the end, the Phoenix clan won the true Phoenix Claw at the price of 50,000 mid-grade divine jade. The best artifact, the Polestar Tianqian sword, the auction price, 188,000 middle-grade divine jade. 7 absolute insect god armor, belonging to the insect race, can resist 50% of the attacks of the God King, the auction price, 175,000 middle-grade divine jade. Huangquan kills the gods, the arrow leads the yellow spring, destroys the galaxy, 1 arrow can break 9 days, and take the life of the God King thousands of miles away. Human race red level low level exercise, auction price, 1.27 million mid-grade divine jade. The scene became more and more popular. Many treasures in the desolate star region were all black goods of unknown origin. Although they were not as crazy as Shanghai, their resources were very rich. Those quoted prices are even more astronomical. What a price that a true god cannot touch in his entire life. So many babies. Lu Qixin, who had been disguised in the audience, sighed. Tang Jianghai leaned against the wall, folded his arms around his chest, and raised his glamorous red lips slightly. What if there are too many babies? What does it have to do with you? He touched his shriveled pockets and said with a wry smile, "We are poor and short-minded." Lu Qixin looked at Lin Chen. "Brother Lin Chen, what are we doing here? Is this a tourist or a business trip?" Lin Chen said indifferently, "We came here to take off." Everyone was startled. Take off? Why are you flying? Is it possible that you can't grab it? Not to mention that you can't beat so many masters of races. Robbery is not everyone's code of conduct. Lin Chen smiled slightly. These treasures are commodities now, we definitely can't grab them. But He smiled meaningfully. It would be different if they became the enemies. Spoils. Special emphasis is placed on enemy. Oh. The crowd suddenly realized. Showed a knowing smile. Since it's all here, right? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he felt that the energy of the Godhead fragments of Shura natural enemy was constantly overflowing and turning extremely fast. Sure enough, there were still quite a few Asuras hidden in the 9 dragons city, even more than he expected. My foundation is too solid, and the 5th level of the gods controls the laws of the gods. The general Asuras have been unable to let the Asura natural enemy Godhead fragments provide me with too much energy, but however, the Asura clan hidden in Kowloon City are equally terrifying. 3 days ago, just after Lin Chen broke through the Hui clan's territory, he was worrying about where to go to replenish resources. Unexpectedly, there would be a wave of Asura clan gatherings, so he simply planned on it. Lin Chen said with a playful smile, "This time I'm going to grab the grass and beat the rabbits." Zhao Anren, if you can compare the Asuras to rabbits, you are really a ghost. In Kowloon City, Luo Yu led 5 teams to be vigilant everywhere. If a strong man stepped into Kowloon City, he would be notified by voice transmission as soon as possible. Shang Guanyun led the 4 teams to quickly raise funds to buy a large amount of natural treasures and medicinal materials, exhausting the last net worth in the team to ensure that the supply of refining medicine pills will not decrease. In the auction venue, the hands of the gray-robed old man were shaking. Today's auction surpassed any previous one, and the total turnover was simply astronomical. Lin Chen TSK amazed, as expected of the godly desolate star territory. The red rank exercises that are so hard to find in the 5 continents of the God realm are even put up for auction here. Just as the gray-robed old man was about to close the closing ceremony to thank him, suddenly, a wisp of saber aura swirling through the clouds came in. Not like a law, but more powerful than a law. With a flash of sword light, the gray-robed old man's head fell to the ground. The auction venue was silent for a moment. Lin Chen and others were calm, and the strong man of all ethnic groups quickly glanced around. Someone take action? This old man is the owner of Kowloon City. Who would dare to be tough here? Someone is going to smash the field? No one of the powerhouses here has seen the wind and waves, and none of them were easily frightened. Boom. The ceiling of the auction venue was lifted by the sword energy, and a group of towering and fierce figures stepped into the venue. They are either 3 heads and 6 arms, ferocious, or charming and tall, all of them are masters of the Asura clan. Everyone, hand over everything on your body. Today's treasures in Kowloon City belong to my Asura tribe. A blue-haired female Shura smiled and said, including the lives of everyone here. Escape. Among the powerhouses here, who has not seen strong winds and waves, and who have escaped with few brushes? I'm a straight guy. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Is the name of the Asura clan so fierce? Tang Jianghai Shuatu was cold, showing a hint of disgust. After all, these guys are standing up again. They are also known as the beacon of the 4-dimensional civilization. Lu Qixin touched the hilt of the knife and said excitedly, could it be that the enemy Lin Chen mentioned is the Asura tribe? Yuan Wujue smiled and asked, are you afraid? Afraid of an egg, do it. What are we to be afraid of? The Asuras, who are also flattering to the 3 major gods. Boom. 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 The auction hall was instantly overturned, torn apart, and a large number of Asuras appeared, and the Asura king, who was headed by 3 heads and 6 arms, slapped it with a palm, crushing several strong phone people. Fuck, where did the Lord of 9 Dragons go? This guy, I'm afraid he would have escaped long ago. Lift a stone and hit himself in the foot. Come on, we don't have a choice. Great Insect King, please protect your descendants. The powerhouses of all ethnic groups burst out with roars, but the Asura tribe's offensive rushed forward and beat them to rout. Although the Asuras are the gods of battle, they are almost invincible in the same realm. In terms of strength, the strong people of all ethnic groups present are not weak, but when they fight, they are scattered. It seems that all of them have a great fighting spirit, but in fact they are fighting and paddling. In the great melee, the various clans were defeated, and the 9 Dragons city was in chaos. A large number of powerhouses wanted to evacuate but were unable to evacuate, so they were forced to face the Asura clan. Lin Chen joined the crowd and looked at the enemy's strength in the melee in Kowloon City. 20,000 Asuras, and there are 12 Asura kings, 2 of which are more than ordinary first-level god kings. Lin Chen observed the situation and did not take action immediately. Lu Qixin and others around him set up a line of defense, and the Asura tribe could not threaten them in a short time. Half of the 5 teams were still hiding outside Kowloon City, ready to support at any time. Shang Guanyun said solemnly, the other party came prepared, the outside world is blocked, we need to break through from the inside, and the outside support can come, how about it, fight or not? This battle was carefully planned. The goal of the Asuras is to take down Kowloon City and occupy the northwest area of Domain 580, with the goal of expanding the territory and swallowing up the powerhouses of all races here. And the treasures purchased by auction itself cannot be converted into combat power immediately, so it is okay to temporarily buy them for the strong of all ethnic groups. But without the support of the divine jade resources, the battle will not be able to withstand consumption. Using the divine jade to restore the divine power is the first choice for the true gods. Lin Chen sternly said, fight, you must fight. You are responsible for breaking the defensive line of the city gate, and my 2 clones will cover you. After the inside and outside are combined, we will fight a battle of annihilation against the Asuras. Zhao Enren narrowed his eyes, what about you? Lin Chen turned to look at the group of Asura kings in the void, the corners of his mouth raised. I'm in charge of single-handedly picking up a group of them. If it were 12 god kings, it would be tricky. But there are 12 Asura kings here, don't blame him. Lin Chen's Asura natural enemy is full of firepower. Sigh. Everyone swarmed up and divided into 4 directions, thinking about the defense line at the huge gate of Kowloon City. A 2-headed and 4-armed Asura clan wielded an artifact, swept away the strong men of all clans, and sneered, as expected, as the king said, these soft-footed shrimps will be defeated at the touch of a button, and no one can beat them at all. Streaming light like a blade, Lu Qixin picked up the knife and stepped forward, and suddenly slashed. Clang! Clang! The double-headed Asura swung the hammer to block it, and roared angrily. Huh? Where did you come from? I'm from the Asura family. We are fighting the Asuras. Double-headed Asura? Lu Qixin slashed obliquely with a knife, the light of the knife curled wildly, and the momentum was magnificent, and the 2-headed Asura clan was repelled between the vertical and horizontal lines of the knife. He actually faced an Asura tribe that was no weaker than the 8th level of the gods, and the fight was inextricable. Boom! A red lotus-like arrow shot, bursting into a starlight to force the Azura's back. Tang Jianghai covered the team's surprise attack, and while the bow was drawn, the sound of killing was loud. The mighty team, more than 10,000 true gods, came as if to break the cauldron and sink the boat, repelling the Azuras one after another. Many Azuras were stunned and stagnant. How could the human race, who had been killed before, suddenly rushed out of such a brave team? Ha ha ha. 1-on-1, the advantage is on our side. Since crossing the boundary sea, it's the first time my brother and I have fought such a battle of wealth. Stay active and kill them with a blitzkrieg, don't mess with them. The laughter of the people in the 5 teams shocked the wind and thunder. Like a god descended from the earth, and their momentum was indomitable, completely shocking the powerhouses of all ethnic groups. This group of teams that did not even have a god king, but they were extraordinary brave, and they fought a bloody road from the battle circle of the Azura tribe. I'm obedient. Where did these ruthless people come from? Originally, the one-sided battle turned out to be a sudden team, which intensified the changes in the battle and changed all the situation. This group of teams that did not even have a god king, but they were extraordinary brave, and they fought a bloody road from the battle circle of the Azura tribe. There was no stage fright at all when it came to the Azuras, and they even had an advantage. How is this possible? The Azuras, who are invincible, in the same realm. Even my dragon clan, a first-class genius, can be on an equal footing with them at the same realm. Which force has such a hand? Honey, what the hell is going on in the daytime? 1-on-1 still has the upper hand? Forget the individual, the whole team has this level? Where is this team sacred? The joining of the 5 teams instantly stabilized the battle. The strong men of all ethnic groups recovered from the onslaught of the Azura tribe. All of them were dumbfounded and looked horrified. The 12 Azura kings, who were besieging the buyers of various races, when they noticed the change, their expressions were solemn. What team is this? How dare you attack their Ashura clan? Human race? Could it be from Georgia Mountain? The situation has changed, and a quick solution is needed. This human team feels familiar to this king. The gray-white fighting chi rose to the sky, like a dragon flying. Do Chi, also known as Do God's power. It is the Azuras who have cultivated the power that surpasses the major races. The powerful Azuras can also cultivate the power of the fighting gods into various forms of fighting gods. With their feet rolling and fighting chi, the 12 Azura kings each showed their magical powers, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, some without heads and eyes, and when the eyes opened and closed, there was an energy storm that devoured the stars, and there were artifacts armed with swords, halberds and hammers. The kings of all ethnic groups are dignified and worthy of being the gods of battle. They are also creatures in the realm of gods and kings. The Azura tribe is far beyond the same level. Not to mention that the other party is now twice as many as them. Boom! An Azura king swung the divine hammer, the sonic boom raged, and the spiritual energy below the divine hammer exploded like a molten melt. The phoenix wings covered the sky, and the sky was filled with feathers. The Phoenix King of the Fire Phoenix family flapped his wings and set off a phoenix flame storm that burned the mountains and rivers. He tried to drag the 2 Azura kings, but was torn apart by the blue-eyed Shura's claw. With the aggressive attack, the blue-eyed Shura giggled and said, "You all want to leave today without paying a price. I'm afraid it's not that simple." Thinking about 1-on-2, it's not that simple. Shenfeng shouted angrily, "Damn Ashura, this king is fighting with you today." The momentum seems to be broken, but in fact, Shenfeng's heart has already retreated. The big deal is that he will grit his teeth later, throw away the treasure that was bid at the auction, and take the opportunity to run away. Boom. 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 As the sun and the moon hit the sky, 18 God King level powerhouses started a war. The entire Kowloon city shook violently, the crust was cracked. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, and when the light was dim, it seemed that even the nearby stars were pale. It was like a shocking battle that took place within a vast nebula, and it was transmitted all the way from Kowloon City, shaking in all directions. The King of Gods is in a scuffle, now. The black and white divine light all over his body was disillusioned, and the law of yin and yang was spinning like a hole in the eye. When an Azura tribe was bound, Zhao Enren slammed it away. Boom. The city gate was smashed through, and the enchantment inside and outside was overwhelmed, and finally a hole was pierced. More than a dozen Azuras grinned and said, "Humble human race, do you think you can escape by breaking through a gap? Want to ruin your brains? Do not." Zhao Enren smiled slightly, brightly, and sternly. Escape? Our goal is your Azura. Boom. 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 Thousands of divine lights swept in from outside the city, and terrifying power rushed in from the outside world, as if to crush the world. 20,000 Azuras, everyone, let these grandchildren see our strength. This time, God race or Shura. Today, I want to fight, not to leave alive. We dare to fight the Protoss, and the Azuras dare to fight, one-on-one. The advantage is on our side. A wild song laughs to the sky, dare to teach Shura to be afraid of the cold. Thousands of true gods rushed into Kowloon City at an extremely fast speed. And more than a dozen Azuras were horrified. Laugh. The fist style was like a dragon, swallowing Zhou Tian, Shin. Ling Shuang smashed several Azuras with one punch, carrying the red flag on her shoulders, and when they joined the second team, they rushed towards the center at the fastest speed, and went straight to the top of the Azuras. Leader. Since the master will not let me fight the God King of the Azura clan for the time being, then I will capture some of its leaders. A smile appeared on the fair and handsome face. Shen Lingshuang's team was like a sharp gun, straight into the opponent's high-level battle circle. And there, it happened to be the leader of the Azura tribe who collected all kinds of treasures in the 9 Dragon City auction, second only to a group of generals from the God King of the Azura tribe. Is there an increase in the number of people? The giant fist rushed, and the Azura King Guiyu, who had repelled a dragon king, suddenly looked back with a solemn expression. He has 4 arms and 6 eyes, each of which is like a vortex, and penetrates into the vast void. King Guiyu's pupils shrank, and in a battle circle, in the distance, a ray of divine wind broke through the battle circle, blasting the Azuras flying all over the sky. The King Guiyu was stunned. What is that? When the attention of the 6 gods immediately focused on one, the perception, range and accuracy were suddenly raised several grades. What a speedy fist, blessed with divine wind, thunder, and fire, punching as fast as a teleportation strike, impossible to guard against, it seems to be coming to me. Boom. The kamikaze-wrapped fist struck in an instant, and the Ghost King was blasted away with a punch, and his 6 eyes protruded. The blood was soaring, and King Guiyu subconsciously released his fighting spirit to protect himself. He cursed angrily, "Who the hell hits lousy, this king hates other people's eyes, despicable and shameless things. Then I'll change it." The young man's playful voice transmission made the King Guiyu slightly Stunned. Laugh. The divine wind turned into a blade, fell down at an extremely fast speed, and penetrated the defense of the Ghost King. The leg armor stepped on the Guiyu King's 6 eyeballs fiercely, and his face continued to ooze blood. He stepped it under the ley lines of Kowloon City, causing the crust to vibrate. It widened its eyes, and could only vaguely perceive a pair of silver-robed youths flapping their cyan wings. Then, the silver-robed youth instantly threw his palms and punches, pressing the position of his heart and beating wildly together. Boom. 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 The terrifying offensive is like thousands of gods' dynasties he launched in attack, and the Ghost King did his best to defend, and he didn't know how many bombardments he suffered in one breath. It gave birth to an idea, since he became the king of gods, all the beatings he didn't take have been taken at this moment. Roar. This king is fighting with you. The jet-black blood flame ignited at once, and the divine arm of the Ghost King's sword swung upwards aggressively, crushing everything within 1,000 feet. Unexpectedly, the other party was ridiculously fast, and the light and graceful wind shadow armor protruded out, and when he grabbed its divine arm for a moment, he slammed it into the sky. King Ghostyu suddenly felt the world spinning, and the whole person was thrown out from the depths of the earth veins like a cannonball. When it reacted, it was thrown into the sky again. The left hand throws the Ghost King, and the right hand overflows Xinghua. With 9-color starlight spinning in the palm of his hand, Lin Chen threw it towards the sky. Ghost? How did you burn the blood of Shura? Seeing the ghostly eyes devastated and covered in blood, the Azura kings were horrified. King Guiyu was so angry that he vomited blood. How the hell do I know? I don't know where the madman came from, and this king was punched 10,000 times. As soon as he recovered. Brush. 5 9-colored starlights cut through the sky, pierced through the clouds. In an instant, overflowing with the aura of destruction, and shot at a speed that the Azura kings could not avoid. The 5 9-color beams of light that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly bloomed and rotated at an extreme speed. The 9-color beam of light is entangled with stars, thunder, divine fire, and the 3 laws in the most violent energy posture, releasing divine light that shatters all things in the world, shrouding the 4 Azura kings headed by the Ghost King. The hurricane rolled up, and a majestic dragon king quickly retreated, staring at the 5 beams of light, sweating coldly. If it is involved in it, I am afraid that the dragon clan, with strong vitality, will also have to rest. The dragon king turned his head suddenly, looked at the green armor plundered from the ground, and said in a trembling voice, "Big boss, how did you do it?" The fragments of the godhead revolved at an extremely high speed, constantly injecting new divine power. Lin Chen clapped his hands and smiled casually. Without him, only Shure. Where is this team sacred? That young man in the lead is so fierce that he is not inferior to the Azura kings? Kowloon City Lord stepped on the starship and watched the fire from the other side, still feeling outrageous for Lin Chen's fighting power. It seems that he only has the 5th level of the God realm. The 5th level of the divine realm against the Azura kings? This Nima people have such monsters? And the people in that team are all ruthless people. In the same realm, they are indistinguishable from the Azura clan. If it wasn't for them wearing ordinary clothes and using low-grade artifacts, I would have thought that they were people from the God realm. The city lord of 9 dragons didn't expect it either. He originally thought it was a group of hungry wolves, but he didn't expect it to be a group of fierce tigers. The mobilization of the tigers is really tingling. The city lord of 9 dragons shook his head and stepped aside. That's it. This fisherman won't do it, wait any longer, I'm afraid I'm going to have an accident. The mayor runs away. Time and space are constantly being injected with new divine power. Lin Chen sighed, it's cool to have so many Azura kings, the godhead fragments are full of firepower, and it is not polite to use the 9 robbery stars. The Nether Dragon King Wang next to him almost scolded his mother when he heard his words. What does it mean to have so many Azura kings? Is this what people say? Yes, you Azuras have this account, I have written down the Zerg. See you next time, I will eradicate you with an army. Seeing the change, the God King level powerhouses of all ethnic groups immediately threw away the auction items they had obtained from the auction to distract King Azura's attention. When the swirling beams of 5/9 color aurora slowly dissipated, the power of the fighting god broke through the sky, and the figures of the 4 Azura kings appeared in the air. All the Azura kings were wounded, and shock remained in their eyes. Among them, King Guayu was the most tragic. His divine arm was cracked, his flesh and blood were blurred, and there was no good skin all over his body. He was on the verge of death, and he was hanging his last breath. A blue-eyed Shura shouted angrily, "You old ghost, please don't underestimate the enemy. Light your mother's leg." King Guayu spit out blood and scolded, "The speed of this human race is not an ordinary god king at all, and it can be defended. Don't underestimate this king, I can fight very well." Brush. 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 The pitch-black vindictiveness was crisscrossing, and the 8 Azuras stepped forward first and surrounded Lin Chen. The blood-eyed Shura with red hair on his shoulders asked, "This king will not kill the nameless people, the strong people of the human race, register their names." Obviously, after the previous move, all the Azura kings recognized Lin Chen. The kamikaze whistled, the sky was like a giant beast roaring, and Lin Chen was pedaling on the kamikaze tornado spinning like a grinding disc. There was a domineering that did not lose to the king, and he proudly faced the kings of Azura. Human race, Lin Chen. I have everything in this Kowloon city today. Lin Chen smiled slightly, including the lives of the Azura kings. The blue-eyed female Shura's lips twitched, a good trick to learn and sell. Now, the blood-haired Shura said coldly, this king expects you to have the same strength, otherwise it will be too boring. Boom. The blood-haired Azura stretched out 3 heads and 6 arms, holding 6 Ninth Order knives in his hands, and suddenly slashed with his knives, and the 6 god-level knives swung a whirlwind of knife light that enveloped the stars. Blue-eyed Shura put his hands together, and the Dochi demon snakes covering the sky appeared, rushing towards Lin Chen like an endless tide of snakes. In addition to the 4 Azura kings who are still suppressing the powerhouses of various ethnic groups in the outer circle, these 8 Azura kings are almost the highest-end combat power. Among them, the blood-haired Shura and the blue-eyed female Shura are equal to the powerhouses of the 2nd level of gods and kings. Lin Chen is not worried at all, his phantom clone is hidden and secretly collecting attributes. If the 4 Azura kings want to act, they must pass the level of his clone first. Unexpectedly, the dazzling 9-color star light overflowed slightly, and the 9 robbery stars with a destructive aura and violent aura appeared again in Lin Chen's palm. What? In a terrorist attack involving the source of law and the source of divine power, how could he shoot once again so quickly? The Azura kings were horrified. The speed of all attributes has been increased to 4,000 times, which consumes the limit of the minimum charge. If the host increases again, the speed of charge consumption will be doubled. Lin Chen raised his hand and waved, and the starlight of the 9 tribulations pierced the night sky. The speed was too fast. At the moment when the light split into shadows, the 9-color aurora tore apart the attack of the kings. Boom! Boom! The space trembled, Kowloon City was crumbling, and everything in the world seemed to be evacuated by 5 9-color beams of light. Quick decision, kill one, count as one. The god wind flashed, the wind god wings flapped extremely fast, and Lin Chen's figure was as fast as moving. If there is no increase in the godhead of Azure, natural enemy, Lin Chen really does not dare to start greeting with the stars of 9 tribulations. Although the ultimate function suit consumes a lot, the fragments of the Azura godhead can be restored as terrifying. Only when the two are matched, can Lin Chen's ultimate function suit be truly full of firepower. Extreme function is the most suitable to face this kind of leapfrog group battle, which can maximize Lin Chen's ability to avoid a large number of attacks. The Azuras are the gods of battle, and even with the god-defying costume, Lin Chen couldn't block the attacks of so many Azura kings at once. When the 9 tribulation stars delayed several Azura kings, the Ghostyu king retreated violently. It is unable to fight again, and if it does not retreat, it will have to worry about its life when it encounters an ordinary god king. Sigh. Xinyan was like a dragon, and instantly bombarded the king Ghostyu, who was about to retreat. Pfft. King Guiyu vomited blood again, and Lin Chen grabbed its head with one palm. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Didn't you say that you were very good at fighting?" The Ghost King roared, "This king will fight with you." Tear. The golden divine brilliance flashed, and the divine spear pierced through the body of the Ghost King, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. The latter did not know when to switch to a golden armor, and the pure power soared hundreds of millions of barren power, and there was no pressure to rival the king of gods. How could there be such a human race? King Guiyu was full of unwillingness before his death, and dropped a large number of colorful attribute light balls and 2 suspended attribute treasure chests. Boom! The endless fighting god's power is like a ghost, turning into thousands of ghosts covering the stars and covering the moon, blowing up a violent storm of fighting chi, alarming countless powerhouses and people of the Azura clan. Ghost King Zun has fallen? Is it the leader of that team, human race? The king of my clan actually died at the hands of the human race? The Azura tribe's team was in chaos, and the god kings of various tribes who had not yet withdrawn were completely moved. How long has it been since the war started? This son actually beheaded an Azura king? There is another ruthless man in the godly desolate star region. Lin Chen ran his mind and incorporated all the attribute light spheres. The host has obtained 50 billion god-level essence, 89.2 billion god-level chi, and blood, 2.18 million Heavenly Dao points, 1.9 billion god-level talent points. The host opens the suit attribute treasure box and obtains Heavenly God suit. Right leg armor. The host opens the rare attribute treasure chest and obtains 10 million points of advanced set essence. You didn't disappoint me, the king of the Ashura tribe. Seeing the newly obtained suit parts, Lin Chen smiled sternly. Boom! The 5 9-color beams of light were torn apart, the faces of the 7 Azura kings were ugly, and the fall of the Ghost King was definitely a huge loss to them. Blue-eyed Shura scolded the voice transmission, "Stop all plans, concentrate." your strength, and do your best to deal with this human race. Almost as soon as the voice fell, the divine wind rose again. The nebula in the high sky of Kowloon City surrounded the sky. Above the vast clouds, the crescent-like azure divine light turned into a divine bow. The bowstring was like the wind. The charging is completed, the ultimate function suit reaches 35% charge, and the host opens the attached armament, ultimate function bow, second form, and obtains the characteristic, absolute hit. Kenrua Changhong's ultimate function bow shrouded in cyan brilliance, the bow body suddenly unfolded 4 pairs of divine wings, the divine light skyrocketed, and the bowstring actually had a fist-sized divine wind lingering. With the divine bow in his hand, the divine wings slapped a fierce divine wind, and Lin Chen smiled knowingly. If I don't shoot you guys so cool today, even if I, Lin Chen, lose. The ultimate function bow spreads out its 4 wings, the body of the bow is as graceful as a wandering dragon, and Lin Chen holds the bow in his hand, as if he is holding the whole world. Function bow, second form feature, absolute hit, every arrow and every move that the host uses the divine bow to shoot against the designated enemy, it will have the characteristic of absolute hit, which can lock the enemy across the void and track, transcend the dimension, and cross the 4-dimensional universe. Inexhaustible, until death, until the arrow's divine power is exhausted. Let's try it today, to see what an absolute hit method this is. Lin Chen laughed loudly, opened the bow and pulled the string, the divine wind suddenly rose, and when the divine arrow was generated, it disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the Azura kings changed greatly. So fast that you can't even see the trajectory of the arrow. The blood-haired Shura stepped out in one step, and with a wave of the divine sword, a blood-colored sword light was cut out, draining the energy that eroded the world, straight to the center of the world. When the blood-colored sword was cut out, it swirled like a vortex, and the kamikaze energy of the divine arrow exploded with a bang, spilling out in all directions. Blood-haired Shura said, "It's not very difficult, we should be able to work together." Boom. 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 The kamikaze roared, and the heavens and the earth exploded. Countless shadows of arrows suddenly erupted in Lin Chen's direction, and his arm shooting with his bow seemed to dance with countless afterimages, and the speed was terrifyingly fast. The strong man in the distance outside Kowloon City suddenly felt hundreds of divine arrows breaking through the nebula and crushing all the enchantments in Kowloon City. Thousands of arrows of divine sword dashed out of the universe, mixed with the momentum of inexorably penetrating through the universe, sweeping the starry sky, shooting towards the Azura kings in an incomprehensible trajectory. Hiss! The kings of the Azura clan gasped, and their legs almost softened. Isn't this Nima name tricky? Quickly withdraw. The vast arrow of divine light penetrated the majestic Azura Dochi, and the divine arrow lingered around the divine flame that devoured the world. Thunder and fire intertwined. God body. Boom. 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 The kings of the Azura tribe were shot back constantly, and the blue-eyed Shura waved his hand to release the huge Shura palm that covered the sky, and was shot through in less than a blink of an eye. The 8-armed Shura king burned the blood of the gods, used the power of the fighting god and turned it into a divine arm. The 1,000-zhang divine arm slammed down with a punch. The starlight was dim, and ripples appeared in the space. Wear it, shoot it instantly. The divine storm shrouded his body like a haze, the 4-eyed Shura stepped in. A gang fight, the blood under his feet rose, and the blood leaped 10,000 feet in one step. Just when he thought he had escaped, his four eyes turned into cross-eyed, witnessing an unbelievable scene. The divine arrow that smashed through the sky and rolled in, actually avoided it because of its magical power, and then continued to switch directions and shoot in the opposite direction. Damn this Nima in the daytime, it's just that the crotch adjusts the ballistics, pulling a few eggs. Four-eyed Shura cursed loudly. Its fighting god power turned into a war halberd waving, and the four-eyed Shura was forced to wield the halberd to face the battle. Where its body? When he vomited blood, the four-eyed Shura was so aggrieved that he was about to go crazy. Outrageous, so fucking outrageous. You Azura kings have fought in all directions, and have never seen any big scenes, any strange tricks, and complicated and varied laws. Only those who have never seen this kind of attack have their own tracking? This is too ridiculous. It's okay to track, if there is still room for reaction. The problem is that the speed is so outrageous, whether it is response or defense, it is far from enough, and there is no time to react. Unless you have the combat power close to the peak of the God King, you can absolutely prevent all his attacks, otherwise you will grind to death by him sooner or later. The other four kings of the Azura tribe didn't care too much. When they tried to catch up with the support, they were intercepted by four figures. Separate? How is it possible? At our level, the clone should pay a huge price to have the strength of the main body. This human race has four clones of such strength? The four kings were throbbing, and they became more and more aware that they were in trouble. The host uses the Fengshen Bao and generates a phantom Fengshen arrow. The host uses the Fengshen Bao and generates a phantom Fengshen arrow. The wings of Fengshen flapped and flashed, the blue light was shining. Lin Chen descended like a god, the wind was fierce, turned into a stream of light, and flickered the sky, moving back and forth, constantly shooting arrows, and at one time beat several kings of the Azura tribe to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. If it was an ordinary fight against the god of war, Lin Chen would definitely not dare to play so big. The more the Fengshen Bao is used, not to mention the recharging, the more terrifying the divine power it consumes. Lin Chen, who is only at the 5th level of the divine realm, cannot afford to waste it, and the cultivation realm is still a shortcoming. But with the Shura natural enemy, Godhead, it's different. As long as the Azuras are strong enough, the energy provided by the Godhead is inexhaustible. Facing the attack like a rain of arrows, the blue-haired and blue-eyed female Azura completely lost her calm and coquettish charm before, and some were just flustered and frightened. I don't know which Azura king was resisting, and was pierced by dozens of divine arrows, screaming, "Damn, he can shoot too many." When this scene of being suppressed by firepower fell into the eyes of the strong people of all ethnic groups in Kowloon City, the morale of the 5 teams increased even more. See, this is the strength of our captain Lin Chen. Azuras, climb for the Lord. Come on, I want to play 7, count the best among you guys. The aggressive killing power of the team shook the heavens and the earth, and some Azura clansmen were so shocked that they kept retreating, and there was an unprecedented sense of timidity in their eyes. The powerhouses of the Dragon and Phoenix tribes witnessed this scene, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The Azuras, known as the gods of battle, have their fears one day. Different, this team is really different. The powerhouses of all races have never seen such a team in the human race. And the Protoss, as strong as they were back then, did not have this kind of toughness. They have seen ruthless people who are not afraid of death, but this is the First time they have seen a team with such high fighting spirit and unity, without losing agility and mobility. Huh. Lin Chen, who almost exhausted 90% of the divine power in time and space, shot the last arrow, and the loss of divine power was particularly terrifying. Seeing that the rain of arrows finally stopped, the 7 Azure kings stepped into the air and suspended their figures, crumbling. Their bodies were devastated, and the Azures under their command were horrified. They had never seen kings so badly wounded in such a field. Even in the battle with the 9 dragon kings of the dragon clan, it was not to this extent. The blood-haired Shura smiled wickedly. After shooting for so long, the divine power is exhausted, right? Lin Chen grinned and said, "It's alright, I like to have more sets. 1 set is not enough for 2 sets. When the power is exhausted, I use pure power." The dazzling divine brilliance appeared out of thin air, and the 4-dimensional universe was constantly illuminated. The golden god of war bathed in golden light, strode forth with a spear. Lin Chen's pure power skyrocketed, and with the help of the Azure godhead, it soared to billions of barren power. Boom! The god of war stomped his feet, walked on the sky, and threw his gun. The sonic boom destroyed the sky, and the god of war gun turned into a golden flash and disappeared. Guns are also used to shoot? At that moment, a few long-lost emotions emerged in the hearts of the Shura kings who had fought all over the godly desolate star territory, that is, regret. I regret why I didn't escape just now. Boom! The god of war spear pierced through the sky like a flash of gold that shattered the rotten tree and pierced through the blood-haired Shura's vindictive blade, and the body of the god was split inch by inch. The strength of the blood-haired Shura is equal to the 2nd level of the god king. If it is in its heyday, it will definitely not be afraid of this gun. But just now it had been shot by hundreds of divine arrows in a row, and it was seriously injured before it even had time to retreat. The scar the size of the mouth of the bull was bleeding constantly, and Shura's face was hideous. A divine fist shining with golden light smashed the blood-haired Shura's face with a bang, and a punch flew away. Lin Chen flickered with golden light step by step, and his fists bombarded Shura poison tide. The blue-eyed female Shura opened her mouth and released the ancient poisonous python, which turned into a poisonous tide that covered the stars and the moon. She shouted coldly, "Hurry up and pass the rest of the grudge to me." The 6 Azure kings have a consonance in their hearts, and they output the remaining fighting chi. The power of the Shura poison tide rose again, blocking Lin Chen's direction, and even the armor set feature, golden light of the god of war, was visibly diminished. Lin Chen stepped back thousands of feet, waved his hand, and the god of war gun returned. With a wave of the gun, the vast poisonous tide was swept away with one shot. However, the poisonous mist seemed to grow in an instant, and a large number of poisonous tides swept in again. Some of the nearby powerhouses of various ethnic groups accidentally got a little stained, and instantly corroded so that not even bones were left. This poison is very terrifying, comparable to the 3,000 great Dao of the human race, no less than the law of the gods. Right now, withdraw. Seeing that Lin Chen was stopped, the 7 Azure kings immediately mobilized the last few points of Do God's power. Do Chi stretched across the sky, and the Azure divine light passed through the curved space and time, and they began to run in 2 different directions. 7 Azure kings escaped from Kowloon City. Wang, they ran away. This? Your Majesty, they don't care about us? The Azures were dumbfounded. The many dragons of the dragon clan were stunned. For the first time it was the first time they saw King Azura flee. The other 4 Azura kings saw the situation was not good, and after shaking off Lin Chen's phantom clone, they immediately got out, not even caring about their subordinates. Azuras actually began to take the initiative to run away. This is a historic moment that Nima is even rarer than the Japanese volcano. Lin Chen's 4 phantom clones were not chasing after him, but chased in the other direction with his backhand. The injured King Azura was much easier to fight than the other 4 King Azuras who were in perfect condition. Boom! At this time, the dark and profound divine light traveled thousands of miles, escaping into the void, and swept straight to one of the directions. The blood-haired Shura lost his voice. He actually passed through the Shura poisonous mist that we jointly created. I saw that Lin Chen was wearing a 4-piece suit of the God of God, and his arms were spread out. All attribute speed increase, 2,000 times, 3,000 times. The function wings flickered, and Lin Chen's speed increased sharply. A golden-eyed Shura who was fleeing with the blood-haired Shura gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry, big brother." After saying that, he slammed the blood-haired Shura into the distance with a palm and flew in the completely opposite direction by himself. The blood-haired Shura roared, "Are you a jerk? Really, good brother, adversity sees the truth." Unexpectedly, when the blood-haired Shura thought that he would definitely die, Lin Chen slapped it with a palm, and the divine enchantment broke out, imprisoning the blood-haired Shura, and then turned to chase the golden-eyed Shura. The latter was completely dumbfounded. "Good guy, this kid needs all the feelings. Is he going to kill all the Azura kings? I fought with you." Golden-Eye Shura knew that he and Lin Chen couldn't compete with each other in speed, but he burnt his blood and counterattacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen used the palm of his hand to evoke the Godhead again, imprisoning his actions to prevent self-destruction, and when the Fengshen Bao came out, an arrow shot through the golden-eyed Shura. Boom! Golden-Eye Shura was shot with an arrow, dropping a massive attribute light ball and an attribute treasure chest. Lin Chen raised his bow, his arms burst out like afterimages, and shot a series of Peerless divine arrows, with the characteristic of absolute hit, intercepting many Azura kings. How many can you kill? What about the Azuras? Sooner or later, they will be beaten, so it's better to charge some interest now. The fighting spirit in Lin Chen's eyes was overwhelming. He stepped up, and the God of War suddenly flashed golden light. Lin Chen switched to the golden God of War suit again, and shot the blood-haired Shura's head with one shot. With a spin of the God of War spear, the desolate power erupted, and Lin Chen threw the God of War spear violently, swept away thousands of feet, and pierced through an Azura king. It vomited blood and bones, roared before dying, and finally turned into a sky-attributed light ball. Throwing the spear with one hand, and slamming the power of the divine lead with the other, the divine lead barrier unfolded again. Lin Chen strode into the shooting star, thumping his fists violently. The blows were violent, the sonic boom resounded through the sky, and he smashed an Azura king alive. An Azura king saw that the situation was over, but instead swept towards Lin Chen, actually locked Lin Chen. His blood was burning violently, and he wanted to take Lin Chen and blew himself up? Consume 32 million Heavenly Dao points to activate the Divine Spirit. Lin Chen takes his body as the center, activates the Divine Spirit, and when the Divine Enchantment binds the opponent's actions, he immediately breaks free, and at the same time switches to the Extreme Aeolian set, instantly moving and dodging to avoid it. Boom! The self-destruction of an Azura king is so terrifying that even the powerhouses of the third level of the God King dare not underestimate it. Evaporating a large area outside Kowloon City into nothingness. Lin Chen walked in the air, frowned and said, as expected of the Azura family, it's ruthless. It's crazy that he was almost changed by his limit. That wave of self-destruction at close range, if Lin Chen hadn't avoided it, he might have been forced to rest. The strength of the Azura tribe's fighting gods is different from that of ordinary god kings. Although Lin Chen's combat power is strong, he is only at the 5th level of the gods. Looking back again, one of the Azura kings who escaped on the other side was desperately killed by the phantom clone, and 3 clones perished, but the strongest blue-haired and blue-eyed female Shura let her escape. Including the Ghost King, Lin Chen killed a total of 7 Azura kings this time. The record is outstanding, it is simply unprecedented. Boom. When Lin Chen lifted the Fengshen suit, his breath soared, and his cultivation began to break through. Congratulations to the host, advancing to the middle stage of the 5th level of the gods. On the other side, when the Azura kings fled in the battle in Kowloon City, their morale plummeted and they declined steadily. They were beaten by the 5 teams led by Shinling Shuang. The last few batches of powerhouses of all ethnic groups who had not yet had time to escape can be said to be an eye-opener. Witnessing the scene of King Azura's defeat and the defeat of the Azura tribe was simply addicting. However, this team seems to have vowed not to be alarmed and die endlessly. Boom. 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 The tidal energy of Zuntian Hiti's divine power rolled and surged, and the divine light that opened up the world led to a new generation of laws to come. To Kowloon City. The powerhouses of all ethnic groups were stunned and gasped. Today, they really refreshed their cognition again and again. It is actually a continuous breakthrough vision, and there are hundreds of people continue to break through from the battle. Yi Qinggu complained while harvesting the spoils. You guys hurry up and keep up, okay? The old lady can't be too busy by herself. Breaking through the realm all day long, it's annoying. Clan strongman? Then, Yi Qinggu snorted coldly, can you make a few breakthroughs less? It will delay the team's travel time, you can do it in a quarter of an hour. Don't waste the time of the large team, isn't it just breaking through a realm? It's a bit tricky, there are still a bunch of good things waiting for you to count. Zerg Powerhouse? Phone Clan Strongman, meow meow meow? Dragon Strongman, it sounds like human words at first, but it doesn't sound like human words. Continue to consume the Heavenly Dao value, activate the immortal spirit, and recover the host's injuries. The host has advanced to the late stage of the 5th stage of the gods. The host's promotion to the 5th level of the gods is complete. Lin Chen's realm did not stagnate until it soared to the 5th level, and was blocked in front of the bottleneck of the 6th level of the divine realm. With abundant divine power, Lin Chen felt that the vast divine power, like a nebula, was even stronger than before. Now, he should be able to compete with the powerful god kings with pure cultivation, using all his trump cards, even if he doesn't have God, rebellion, and ultimate heavenly rebel, he will not be afraid of most god kings. It is only after so many Azura kings that I can reach this realm. If it is a 7 human race god king, I might be able to try to hit the 6th level of the god realm by acquiring attribute values. Lin Chen pondered, it seems that the powerhouses of the same level, the powerhouses of the human race drop most of the god level essences, and the Azuras get the most attribute values, but the talent points and heavenly values that I lack the most. Running his mind, Lin Chen raised his hand and grabbed it, and all the attribute treasure chests dropped by the dead King Azura belonged to Lin Chen's hands. Obtain the talent attribute treasure chest, open it and get 1 red rank. Talent fragment, 2/20. Obtain the treasure chest of energy godhead, open it and get 1 shard of the godhead of Shura's natural enemy, 4 out of 6. Obtain the elemental energy treasure chest, open it and get 80 billion points of god level wind energy. Obtain the soul treasure chest of Shura, open it and get 400 billion points of god level spiritual power. Obtain the treasure chest of energy godhead, open it and obtain godhead fragment great destruction, 1/3, take the host's body as the boundary. Absorb the energy of all forms of existence such as the divine power, soul, power, and vitality of the hostile target. This godhead requires the host to be close, can only be activated after direct contact with the enemy. Obtain the treasure chest of energy godhead, open it and get 1 shard of Shura's natural enemy godhead, 5 out of 6. A brand new piece of dark red godhead appeared in Lin Chen's mind, like a group of godheads buried in the abyss of the sea of blood. Once approached, even consciousness would sink into it. Lin Chen TSK amazed, good guy, there are quite a lot of good things to fight the Azura tribe by leaps and bounds. The divine power in Tai spacetime skyrocketed like a tide, and suddenly, in addition to the law of the gods, the law of stars, and the law of thunder, a new law emerged, the azure light floated, and the storm danced. It was actually the law of wind. Lin Chen's 4th law. In killing King Azura, the god-level wind energy obtained is too rich. In addition, after rushing through the Shinsha hurricane area before, he also obtained a lot of god-level wind energy, which made Lin Chen condense the law of wind in one breath. A new godhead, a new law, and breaking 3 realms in a row, Lin Chen's gains in this battle are truly terrifying. With a flash of divine power, Lin Chen withdrew into Kowloon City. At this time, more than 20,000 Azuras were annihilated, and more than 10,000 Azuras abandoned the battle and fled. Everyone did not pursue them in order to clean up the spoils. Yi Qinggu came from the sky, and when she saw Lin Chen, her red lips parted slightly, and she was a little shocked. You have broken through a new realm and mastered new laws? Lin Chen smiled and said, I broke through accidentally. Yi Qinggu exclaimed, you are really not a human being. How long did it take you to break through the 5th level of the gods, and you actually reached the 5th level of the gods? Yi Qinggu sometimes really wants to strip him naked to see what secrets he has, to this extent. When she was in the Holy Realm, she couldn't even break through several realms in a few days. Whether it is sanctification or deity, Lin Chen has always been the one with the most monstrous growth arc. If this goes on, maybe it's really possible to catch up with that. Excitedly, Lin Chen, I found something good for you. Lin Chen said, how many casualties do we have? Yi Qinggu was startled. Currently, there are 570 people killed in the battle. And the number of wounded people is unknown for the time being. The Azuras are the gods of battle. Even if the team's strategy, tactics, and momentum in the battle have an advantage, they still can't make up for this gap. Lin Chen said, we only have so much capital. These compatriots are gambling with us. If we gain a firm foothold in the desolate star region, we still need to expand our team. Yi Qinggu thought for a while, I'm afraid, it needs the strength of the God Lord. Although the God King is strong, he can only dominate one side in the Godly desolate star region and be the leader of a small place. By the way, we found this. I discussed it with everyone, and you are the most suitable candidate for it. Yi Qinggu stretched out her palm, and in the treasure box filled with spiritual light lay a blue-green precious jade, as beautiful as the most beautiful gem in the world. The only difference was that when you approached it, you even felt that time and space stopped. Seemingly harmless and beautiful on the outside, there is an endless storm of time and space hidden inside. The majestic energy of blood seems to make the sun and moon still. The nebula is silent, only the cosmic light lasts forever. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. The blood of the ancient dragon in the universe? I grabbed it from the auction. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan gave it to the Azure clan to save his life. Yi Qinggu smiled playfully. Furthermore, it is said that this is an ancient dragon from the ancient universe who participated in the War of the Ancients. The Dragon Master level, and it should be equal to the realm of the human race. God Master, before his death. The goblin's unparalleled charm showed a touch of excitement. What if you refine it and touch the supernatural powers and even the laws of the ancient Dragon Clan in the universe? Lin Chen was greatly moved, and without further ado, he immediately released the dragon. I leave it to you, my great dragon. Opening the sealed jade box, the blood essence dragon jade of the Taizhou. Ancient dragons seemed to be spiritual, and it took the initiative to shoot at Lin Chen's dragon and merged into its body. Lin Chen's dragon is more like the ancient dragon of the universe and the ancient dragon of Taishi. After becoming a dragon, the influence of other dragon bloodlines on it has become less and less. In addition to Lin Chen's combat power, the powerhouses in the battle are either leapfrog or big leap every time, resulting in Shenlong's blessing on Lin Chen's combat power with almost only one move, Taishi Shenguang and Taizhou Flash, as well as the incidental when possessing the body. Pure power. The Shenlong obtained dragon blood and entered the body, and the tide of azure energy spread all over the Shenlong veins in the body, and it closed the dragon's eyes, as if falling asleep. Lin Chen touched his chin. I'm afraid it will take a while to refine. Although I can't release the dragon to fight, I can still control pure power with the dragon's possession. The azure dragon blood seemed to flow through every inch of the flesh and blood of the dragon's body, and Lin Chen felt as if the dragon's blood in the dragon's body began to fall into stillness. Dragon blood is still, brewing new life. I also found this for you. You can shoot so well, it's the most suitable for you. Yi Qinggu threw a scroll to Lin Chen. I found it on the Ghost King you killed. When Lin Chen spread it out slightly, there were a few big characters written on it. Yellow Spring Tai Gong. The arrow draws the yellow spring, the bow transforms the Tai, and the arrow captures the 9 heavens. It is divided into yellow spring, shattering soul, and dead silence. 3 types, targeting 3 different types of powerhouses, enemies of different types and races. Lin Chen was moved and said, Red rank cultivation technique? This scroll was one of the most dazzling treasures at the auction at that time. Yi Qinggu smiled sweetly. Everyone's cultivation base is not enough, and those who are used to using bows have not yet reached the critical point of this cultivation base. I highly recommend it to you. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, It's you who gave me another bow technique, which reminds me of when I was in the holy world. The little goblin was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes flashed, and when the smile bloomed, the pear vortex was shallow, and her eyes gradually softened. Consumes 4.8 billion god-level rune energy, and the phantom clone synchronizes with the host's cultivation, consumes 13 billion souls of God-level exercises, and integrates the cultivation memory of Huangquan Taigong. Lin Chen's 5 phantom avatars sat cross-legged, fused with massive cultivation memories. The divine desolate star territory in the extreme daytime ushered in a silent darkness, like a night that came quietly, crawling under the Kowloon city. While everyone rested almost in place, some entered the cultivation, some broke through the realm and stopped. Everyone took stock of the spoils. This battle had a great harvest. On average, there were 400 middle-grade divine jades, which was equivalent to 4 million low-grade divine jades, which was enough to last for a while. However, because of the urgency of the battle, everyone seems to have given up their future potential, constantly forcing the divine body to absorb more divine jade. No one knows if the next battle will be able to survive, abandoning the comfortable cultivation environment. For everyone, every battle in the desolate star territory may be the last battle. Suddenly, Lin Chen, who was still cultivating desperately, opened his eyes. And his eyes flashed sharply. Have you been found? Triple Boundary Sea, Dark Star Sea. Sure enough. The 2 Lord Gods guessed right, there are other secret passages nearby. A mighty team poured into the Dark Star Sea area and discovered the secrets of the Dark Star Sea area. It's the team of God's domain. It's no wonder that such a huge team of Lin Chen and others disappeared like nothing, which will inevitably lead to key suspicions. As far as the powers of God's domain are concerned, what they lack most is manpower. Hundreds of thousands of powerful true gods are used to search for them in a carpet-like way. Although the sea is vast, if it is a limited area, it will be found sooner or later. It came so fast. A playful laughter echoed, the dark tide surged, the silver robe was rolled up, and the young and handsome figure stepped out of the storm tide. The expressions of the 4 god kings changed slightly. It's you? Lin Chen. One of the god kings responded very quickly, no, it may not be the main body. The team around him is missing, maybe it is a clone. Lin Chen smiled, the old fox's eyes are really old-fashioned. This phantom clone was specially left here, by Lin Chen, to stalk him. Other phantom avatars are still racing against time to practice new red rank exercises. If more phantom avatars are transferred to fight here, it means that they have to interrupt their practice. Lin Chen's avatar narrowed his eyes, and his soul probed the surrounding situation. These old foxes are really cautious. Even if they searched, they brought so many people and transferred other avatars. They can win, but cannot wipe them out. More than 40,000 true gods poured into the Dark Star Sea, and as long as one escaped, they basically had to give up all their efforts. In the case where the ultimate function suit cannot be used, all 5 phantom clones can be transferred, and it cannot be completely wiped out in an instant. Exposure has become a fact, and there is no need to give up the time to practice a red rank exercise for them. In that case, let's delay it for a while. Boom. Lin Chen pointed at one another, the stars were embellished, the wind was blowing fiercely, and 100 Zhang fire dragon intertwined with lightning came out. A green-robed god king pushed his hands horizontally, and the divine power of the law turned into a mad dragon, and slammed head-on. Boom. The green-robed god king was repelled a little, with a horrified expression. For laws, the fire of the gods, and the 5-level perfection of the god realm? Hearing this, the faces of the 3 kings were full of astonishment. Where did the monster come from? Is this really Lin Chen? Damn it, how long has it been since this kid has reached the 5th level of the god realm? Although his clone was strong before, it wasn't enough to take on the god king one-on-one. Without that weird artifact, how could he be able to compete with the king of gods? With such a monstrous growth arc, this kid really has to catch up with Emperor Fu Tian in time. The confidant is in serious trouble. If they don't kill Lin Chen, they will feel uneasy. Suddenly, a ninth level of the gods that stepped on the law of darkness appeared, and he said solemnly, "Several adults, find out that space secret path leads to the gods and desolate stars. Quick, take this information out and pass it on as quickly as possible." The four god kings formed a group and surrounded Lin Chen's clone. "Would you rather fight than escape? 1-on-4, these guys have been beaten by me for the sequelae." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. "Then let's have another closing battle. It would be better if we could change one by one." The crazy killing intent in his eyes actually frightened the four god kings to the point where the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, this group of people is really fighting for their lives all the time. The desolate star domain, the number 601 realm, the nether sea. The sea of underworld churned, and the clouds and water stirred. In the sky and the ground, the supreme capital of the city is cast, full of fighting chi and divine power. The bloody smell and murderous aura seemed to permeate every inch of space. There was a natural struggle here, and every city had the battle of the Azura tribe. "Green Demon King, are you back like this? What about the good stuff? Didn't you mean to copy Kowloon City?" When the blue-eyed Shura returned to the capital of the underworld, several Azura kings asked suspiciously. She angrily scolded, "Mother, there is a ruthless character of the individual clan in the godly desolate star territory, and he led the team to annihilate more than half of our clansmen." As soon as these words came out, the sea of the underworld shook. Blue-eyed Shura said solemnly, "Where is the Blood Master? I want to see it. The deeds of this human race must be reported to the top, and it needs to be obliterated in advance. Go to Taiyang Xinjiu on number 577? Shui Jianming and Yuan Wujua looked at Lin Chen in shock. The handsome and fair-faced Luo Yu pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "Brother Lin, are you sure? We finally got to Kowloon City to get some resources. Everyone has just experienced the bloody battle and has just begun to recover. Are we going to attack the Taiyang Xinjiu? You should take a detour from the direction of Domain 579 and head to Jiujia Mountain. It's too far." Lin Chen shook his head. He pointed to a dim mark in the star map. "We don't have time. The people from the divine realm have discovered the secret way of the dark star sea, and in a short while there will be an army chasing us. Later, these Oldine are not stupid, and this time I am afraid that there will be a god leader leading the team." Zhao Enren blurted out subconsciously, "Then there's no need to hurry. Do you know who is the master of Taiyang Xinjiu? It's a person from God's domain, and there are strong people from the god race sitting in it. Protoss." If you think about it carefully, Lin Chen has never really played against the Protoss. Except for An Wuchen and another god emperor who didn't show up during the Shenzhou War, Lin Chen has not met the third god clan specifically. The enemies encountered in the World Sea before, although they were called the Team of the Gods, were actually cultivated by the forces recruited into the gods from the 5 continents. The same is true for the 10 great god kings. Although they belong to the god realm in name, they are actually promoted from Xingzhou. The real gods are the rulers of the gods, and they are a very small number of human races in the gods, but they are the existences that absolutely suppress the hundreds of sects in the gods and the 10,000 families in the 5 continents. Lin Chen said solemnly, we don't have many choices, if we choose another route, starting from domain 579, we will not reach Jiujia Mountain by then. It is very likely that the pursuit team from Jiahai will arrive first, and once we meet Tianqing as soon as the power of the gods in the domain converges, we have to be attacked from the left and the right. His eyes were full of fighting intent, and Lin Chen coldly shouted, before they know our position, let's strike first and fight to the death. Really dare to be the first in the world. In everyone's heart, there is a surge of pride. They have beaten the Azuras, are they still afraid of the Protoss? Assault the Tiang Xinjiu. Hit it right. God realm, God realm. A sky loft. The jade bed shook for a long time, and when the movement stopped, a girl's lazy voice came. Xingchen, you take this thing. Lin Xingchen, who had just got out of bed, took a precious jade the size of Longqing. Lin Xingchen asked curiously, what is this thing? The beautiful snake-like slender waist stretches slightly, the sweat slips off the ice muscles, the hands rest on the cheeks, and the legs are swaying, which is really a national beauty. The girl smiled tenderly and said, this is one of the gifts specially prepared for you as a teacher. The relic of the sword master of the 8 desolations of the divine realm can open up his divine soul space and obtain his divine bones before his death. Lin Xingchen couldn't help but be moved. God bone. There is a certain probability that the supreme powers above the God Master will undergo a qualitative change when they cultivate to the extreme, which is comparable to the way of heaven. Once a powerhouse of this level falls, the remains will produce a unique divine bone, and the divine bone will contain some of the exercises that its master has practiced, as well as the laws he has mastered, and there are seeds of laws left in it. Once refined, not only will you be able to master the cultivation technique of the God Bone Master, but you will also have some of the laws that he has practiced and even the cultivation base. The girl in the silver skirt combed her clouded temples and said sternly, the desolate star region has a long history, and the Emperor Shi Huang's tomb is very important to you, so don't be careless. You can't show up as a teacher. Otherwise the dragon and Ashura will send strong men to deal with it. As a teacher, this time it's up to you to do it yourself. This is a killer edition for you. She was solemn, and said with the law, you remember, Emperor Shi has a piece of ancient treasures in his hands, and the teacher wants you to take it away, and it must not fall into the hands of others. In the worst case scenario, and you can't get the ancient treasures, destroy it. After destroying it, collect its fragments for the teacher. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes, and Lin Xingchen said, Master, is this thing? Yes, it is related to the last emperor's mausoleum left by the Qin emperor, and the secret treasures of the 12 god emperors under the Qin emperor's command. The teacher has 60% confidence, only this treasure is missing. If you can get it, you can make sure to figure out where the 12 emperors, Tibetans, and Emperor Qin's tombs are for you. The golden pupils suddenly brightened. Inside Kowloon City, when the order was given, the crowd was hotly debated. We finally conquered Kowloon City, and will we kill the Tiang Xinjiu? Kowloon City is rich in underground resources, it's a pity to leave like this. Stupid boy, brother Lin Chen's move is called saving ground and losing people, and everyone saves ground. We don't have the ability to defend Kowloon City, so we might as well give up. The best offense is the best defense. Xinxia is like a rainbow, and the clouds are steaming Xia Wei. In Kowloon city, sky-high visions appear from time to time, and the number of people breaking through the realm is still increasing. Outside the city, the flames were burning. Yuan Wujue, Jiang Fan, Lu Qixin, Tang Jianghai, Sheng Guanyun, and others, together with Lin Chen, guarded the law for the soldiers. The night before heading to the Taiyang Xinjiu, this is a time when everyone can take a break. Lin Chen rested his head on his hands, lying on the floor, looking up at the starry sky. The vast astrolabe with beautiful stars and clouds was like a giant beast hanging in the sky. There were countless dangers hidden in the magnificent majesty, but he couldn't help but indulge in it. Lin Chen sighed. The starry sky in the godly desolate star territory is so beautiful that I don't get tired of watching it for a long time. Sheng Guanyun glanced at him. If you didn't make this choice, you could easily watch it here for the rest of your life. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. Some things have to be done by someone. Yuan Wujue took a sip of strong wine and said with a grin, Lu Qixin, have you ever thought about what happened after the protoss? Leaning on the rock and holding the knife in his arms, Lu Qixin's eyes were bright, and a smile appeared on his indifferent face. With my saber intent, I will protect all beings and people until there is no more oppression in heaven and earth. Yuan Wujue laughed. Good boy, have ambition. I toast to you. What about you, brother Yuan? Lu Qixin asked. I have long forgotten about the world. I just want to open a winery and let the world taste the world's fine wine. Yuan Wujue smiled proudly. Lu Qixin looked at Jiang Fan, who was resting with his eyes closed. Where's big brother Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan opened his eyes, his sword energy was glowing, and said indifferently, I was born in the oppressed realm, and my life is only for the ultimate in swordsmanship. If I can live to that moment, I would like to open a sect and teach the world sincere swordsmen and people. The sword of man enters the gods. Turning his bright eyes, Lu Qixin stared at Tang Jianghai. The beautiful lady raised her eyebrows. Why, you want to ask me too? Lu Qixin nodded. Flicking the divine bow lightly, Tang Jianghai said indifferently, I don't have the grand ambitions of all of you. I just want to kill the protoss. I hate the protoss and eradicate it from history. It is my life's destiny. Tang Jianghai turned his eyes. Where's Miss Ran? If I'm not mistaken, Miss Ran is the princess of the kingdom of God, and she has the inheritance of divine power. Even if she has to go for a while, she doesn't need to do it herself, right? Picking up the blue silk, Zhao Enran smiled sweetly. I only came here to follow the footsteps of history and the truth. After defeating the protoss, I hope that someone can suppress the Ashura. All the ethnic groups in the world have long been harmed by the Ashura to the brink of death. While Yuan Wujue raised his eyebrows at Shui Jianming, Brother Shui, you were the first to contact Brother Lin Chen. Do you have any other goals besides resisting the protoss? Shui Jianming looked serious. Yes, a goal that makes me very eager. Everyone looked at him curiously. Find a good wife. Everyone couldn't help laughing, and they couldn't help but smile as indifferently as Tang Jianghai. Instead, Shui Jianming said, it wasn't me who first contacted Brother Lin Chen, it was Miss Yi. Everyone looked at Yi Qinggu. Yi Qinggu said seriously, the reason I follow the team is very simple, to witness the birth of the King of Trouble. Wait a moment. Shunling Shuang, who was disguised as a man, put her hands on her hips and said dissatisfiedly, as for the first contact with the teacher, Brother Lin Chen, I am much earlier than the fairy sister. Obviously I came first, why did she become her? Yi Qinggu smiled, but not a smile. It's not about marrying a daughter-in-law. It doesn't matter whether it's sooner or later, what are you anxious about? You will come first. With a faint blush on her fair face, Shenling Shuang said sternly, anyway, I came first, and you all came later. Lu Qixin suddenly looked at Lin Chen, speaking of which, what about big brother Lin Chen? If you lose some of the protoss, what else will big brother Lin Chen wish for? Turning their eyes, everyone looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen poured a glass of wine on his own, and raised it, as if to respect the world. Overthrow the protoss, establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for all living beings, create unique skills for order, and create peace for all ages. On that day, everyone treated wine as a song, and they were full of enthusiasm, like pure and flawless precious jade. Until Kowloon City's momentum of breaking through the realm gradually disappeared, Lin Chen stopped drinking the wine in his glass, and everyone looked at each other with high fighting spirit. Go to the Taiyang Xinjiu. Go to the Protoss, and charge a little interest. First, Taiyang Xinjiu, an ancient giant tower left in the ancient times, faintly appeared. The top of the tower goes straight into the nebula, and the surrounding stars revolve around the giant tower, like the sun and the moon, like an eternal existence standing between heaven and earth. The dome of the star tower, dressed in a crimson robe, the young man's face is white, his lips are red, his teeth are white, his sword eyebrows are picturesque, and he is unparalleled in beauty. He was carrying a long spear, facing the vast starry sky, standing alone on the top of the tower. His demeanor was indifferent and arrogant, and he held a space jade slip in his hand. The three old men behind him knelt down on one knee, bowed their heads, and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to act rashly. For a moment, the young man in the red robe crushed the jade slip and sneered. The gang of star-studded dogs in the god's domain, come to teach me how to do things? It's really a man wearing a skirt and messing up a few clothes. Boom. 3 statues of gods rose above the head of the young man in red robe. The illusory and vast phantom god cast unparalleled, suppressing the eternity, causing the gods in the sky to crawl, and the apex of the heart trembled. A sharp gun sings without wind, conveying the divine might of splitting the sky. The upper levels of the Taiyang Xinjiu were moved. Master is angry. A brocade-clothed old man trembled, shaking his hands, and said, yes, but what the god said is the truth, that Lin Chen thief seems to have passed the secret path of the sea, and appeared in the gods and desolate stars. The corners of his lips raised a beautiful arc, and the young man in the red robe smiled handsomely and coldly. You mean, you want to hunt down and kill a maggot that only dares to crawl in the dung water? No, I don't dare. They are just worried about the safety of the young master. After all, the enemy can call out the last ray of Lin Tiandi's soul. Don't be careless. Maybe it will come to the young master by surprise. They just hope that the young master will send some troops too. Before the old man in the brocade clothes could finish speaking, blood oozing from his neck and neck tilted, his head fell to the ground, and the divine blood sputtered out. The remaining 2 people's scalps numb instantly, and they are horrified. A god king was killed instantly? They didn't even notice when the young master made his move. Grabbing the remaining spirit of the old man with one hand, the young man in the red robe looked arrogant and said indifferently, what my god clan can give you, you can also take it back at any time. Go back and tell that group of lackeys that this young man's soldiers are only for my use. If you want to order me, go and call those 10 bastards over. Yes, yes. Let's go to convey the order of the young master. The second old man stepped back in fear, and left with the spirit of the old man in brocade clothes. After the young man in the red robe folded his hands, the divine spear throbbed, and the 3 statues of the gods slowly disappeared. He sneered, surprise attack? The Taiyang Xinjiu is surrounded by a sea of stars. There is a sea of extinction stars, composed of the extinction of the sky and the earth, and there is also a young master, and even the Asuras dare not attack. A maggot, how dare you dare to invade my domain? There are blood lights flashing in his eyes, as if recalling the past. The young man in red robe waved to the starry sky, and the situation has changed. The remnant soul of Emperor Lin Chen, what's the use of jumping out now? The loser is the loser, carrying the infamy of history, and forever engraved in the abuse of the world. Taiyang Xinjiu, take Sing. The vast river of gods condensed by the spirit of Gengjin, a rolling river with no end in sight, hangs in the sky. Between the gathering of the strong Gengjin aura, the center is shrouded by a large extermination starlight. If the Gengjin aura is equal to divine power, the extinction starlight is as powerful as an extraordinary law. A little bit of starlight, this vast extinction starlight like a nebula, is almost endless. 2 divine guards guarded the place. One of them chewed the medicinal pill and used the holy pill as a sugar pill, and kept pouring it into his mouth. Suddenly, another divine guard was shocked, and said, I think I saw a figure in Shanghai? The golden armored guard, who was chewing on the holy pill, waved his hand. Okay, don't catch fish on duty. What are you pretending to be doing? Seriously, this piece of extinct starlight, the God King entering, is also a dead word. Who will die? Come here. Wrong. The silver-armored guard was gradually stunned. Look, use the divine power, too. Look carefully, it seems that there is really a figure. Jin Jiashenwei clapped his hands, got up impatiently, and when he looked at it, his eyes widened. The turbulent Gengjin divine river is like a star ring, and the surging divine current is like an angry river. A divine ship is brave and fearless. The dark divine light is like an absolutely indestructible sun and moon. Brilliance. When it rotates on the divine ship, Miexingguang cannot break through its defense. I rely on. Jin Jiashenwei was so frightened that his limbs became weak, and the corners of his mouth quivered. On the divine ship, there are 27 figures standing proudly, rushing towards them with a destructive momentum. Who the hell ate the guts of a leopard, and dared to forcefully cross the sea of extinction? The silver-armored guard was drenched in cold sweat. Quick, let me know. He knocked over the silver-armored guard with one punch, and the golden armored guard scolded angrily, What are you talking about? Calm down for me. A fierce golden light flickered in his eyes. We are going to send this wave. These people have a lot of backgrounds, and they dare to call when they know who is in Taiyang Xinjiu. If there is a fight, we will go to the vault. As soon as you rush, you get the baby, you get rid of your famous position, and you go far away to form a few small forces in Jiahai. Why won't you take off? But you are tall. Didn't you see how those high-ranking dogs of the Protoss treated us? These guys didn't plan to reuse us. Jin Jiashenwei's eyes flickered. It's my turn to be a fisherman in this wave. When we fight, the more intense the fight, the better. There are only 2 guards guarding against Shanghai. After all, this is the strongest line of defense, and it is the unique divine defense line of Taiyang Xinjiu. Who will put the main force on the strongest line of defense? Moreover, with the name of the Protoss, almost no one thinks that there will Be enemies coming, and they will still come from the extinction of the Xinghai. No matter in theory or idea, it is equivalent to courting death. For a time, apart from the two divine guards, no one saw the flying shuttle. Again. Star Tower. The young man in the red robe was about to move his body and bones, just before he descended the tower. The god wind rolled up, and the sky was cloudy. A silver robe descended from the sky like frost, and landed directly in front of the young man in the red robe. At that moment, they looked at each other. The blood of the young man in the red robe throbbed inexplicably, and his time and space actually had a strong sense of hostility. He stared at the silver-robed youth in front of him, and said in amazement, Tai Fu Tian art? The silver-robed youth smiled slightly and was gentle. Just now, who did you say is the loser of history? How do I think it's just the beginning? At the moment of falling into the Star Tower, what Lin Chen didn't know was that when the two people's Tai Fu Tian art was running, there were only two groups of soul fires left behind him, one of which fluctuated violently. It seems that the will hidden inside caused a particularly violent ups and downs, and after a while, it slowly returned to calm. Thousands of blood of poor heroes, in exchange for the old world of the present. The magic spear sang without the wind, and the azure-colored magic spear flew into the hands of the young man in red robes in an instant. This person is also a practitioner of the Tai Fu Tian art, and it made me instinctively alert. Could it be that his spiritual attainment is higher than mine? The young man in the red robe narrowed his eyes. Boy, register your name. Boom. The peerless mighty power that opened up a vast universe skyrocketed in an instant. The golden light of the god of war slanted on the top of the tower, and when a golden cloak rolled around, the world roared. The host uses the golden god of war set, current charge, 65%. The pure power of the host is being raised, 5 billion waste power, 10 billion waste power, 15 billion waste power. Lin Chen didn't talk nonsense at all. Jin Kin Shenhui slammed it with a punch. The Tsongqing divine spear spun in an instant, swept towards Lin Chen, and flew. The golden fist. The two immediately stepped back a few steps, the barren force exploded, and the Star Tower was shaken, and the space seemed to be distorted and collapsed, shaking the entire Tianxinjiu. What's going on? It's the mutation that happened inside the star field. It's the direction of the young master. Who dares to break ground on Tai Sui's head? The first time to confirm the safety of the young master. Hurry up, come with me above the king. In the star territory, all directions were shaken, and the might of Lin Chen's punch caused a large number of powerhouses to move closer to the Star Tower. At the moment when the Tianxinjiu was in a brief panic, the powerful God King just left, and under the starry sky of the Tianxinjiu, a silver warship burning with divine flame was born. The pupils of some of the guards, who were still in a confused state, shrank. What kind of team is this, dare to attack the Tianxinjiu? There was a loud laugh that shook the wind and thunder from the battleship. The fighting spirit was high, and the pride was soaring. Ha ha ha. The base camp of the enemy, everyone, close your eyes and cut. One exchange for one guarantee, one exchange for 2 blood to earn. Thanks to brother Lin Chen's absolute defense, even Mia Xinghe was able to resist. Come on and stab them in the back. I've seen them unhappy for a long time. God's domain is a hare, so what about the gods in the sky? 26 figures swept out of the warship and broke into the heavenly star region. After a short period of confusion, there was a voice transmission of Shenwei coldly shouting, "Don't be afraid, the opponent doesn't even have the cultivation base of the God King." There are only a few thousand people inside us, and 26 of them are far from enough to worry about. Boom. Lu Qixin drew his sword and waved, and the majestic sword intent slashed over the inner boundary of the Taiyang Xinjiu. Everyone was shocked. This is so special. Is it the attack power that the 8 layers of the gods can have? The 9th level of the god realm may not have this level. A sneer smeared on the corner of the mouth of the captain, who was wearing the cape of the beast god. Do you think you are invincible, or do you really not understand the importance of quantity? The captain of the gods slapped it with a palm, and the big hand of the stars, which covered the sky and the sun, was mixed with the laws of the vast stars, suppressing Changu, and facing Lu Qixin head-on. Lu Qixin raised the knife and slashed horizontally, the light of the knife rolling like blood. Call out. A ray of arrow light attacked with him, shooting through the enemy. Tang Jianghai Yukong was stagnant, and voice transmission said, "Don't be careless, the enemy is not a soft-footed shrimp." Lu Qixin said indifferently, "I'm tougher than them." 26 people, all of the top fighting strength of the first and second teams, attacked together, used the phantom clone to clear the way with Shen Ling Shuang, forcibly cut a bloody path, and went straight to the front line. City of the Taiyang Xinjiu. Seeing their travel route, the captain of the gods was stunned for a moment, and then shouted angrily, "Stop them to the death." Suddenly, the sound transmission of several laws came. "Shenwei, there is a report from the outside, and there is a team of 3,000 people storming the defense line of the star field." Shenwei, a team of 2,000 people appeared in the trading area on the east side, and interspersed behind us. God, there are a large number of true gods in the Kaoxinghai area on the lower and middle 3 sides of the star field. The number is unknown, and the location is uncertain. More and more voice transmissions are coming. Although there are more than 100,000 true gods stationed in the Taiyang Xinjiu, listening to a large number of voice transmissions, the more the captain listens, the colder he sweats. These guys didn't just come here to make a mess, they really planned to do their Taiyang Xinjiu. I remembered. This guy is Lin Chen, who recently sent back news from God's domain. It's Lin Chen, who challenged the realm of the gods. I'm darling, how did they come here? How many stars are there between the realm of the stars and the realm of the gods? In an instant, when a strong man recognized Lin Chen's phantom avatar, the fighting spirit collapsed and the team was in chaos. The captain of the gods was horrified. Lin Chen? Did they actually hit the Taiyang Xinjiu? No, they want to fight inside and outside, and they should cooperate with each other, break through the Taiyang Xinjiu's defense line, and open up the internal battlefield. After returning to the gods, the captains have transmitted their voices to notify the god kings who are heading to the Star Tower. Taiyang Xinjiu, the top of the Star Tower. Lin Chen? The young man in the red robe looked scornful. I didn't expect you to be a bug, it really gave me a big surprise. This guy is weird. Lin Chen shook his numb fist, he's actually also practicing Teofusion Ju, sure enough. The genius of the direct line of the Protoss cultivates the same mentality as him. In addition to the incident of the Hui clan, and this time, it closely confirmed a certain idea in Lin Chen's heart. Among the 3 god races, there may be a fact that is so cruel that it is hard to look directly at it. Brush. 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 The divine light flickered, and 15 divine kings rushed over. Master, are you all right? Hearing this, the young man in the red robe was instantly murderous, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He said indifferently, retreat. The Songqing spear pointed at Lin Chen, and the young man in the red robe sneered, there are very few people of the same generation who can fight with me. Except for the bastards who have been canonized as the top 10 talents. Among the peers, this young master has few rivals. To deal with this kind of waste, this young master can easily crush it. Or do you think this guy has already stood at the level of 10 of them? The king of gods was sweating in cold sweat and his face was pale. The topic of the top 10 talents is taboo in front of the young master. If they go up to help, they will insult the young master's name. Yes. The god kings retreated, but they did not dare to retreat far. On the Star Tower, only Lin Chen and Fei Pao Youth were left. The thunder that shone with golden light burst out from the azure spear, and the young man in the red robe grinned. Remember this young master's name, Qin Junlin. Judging by your daring, to attack the Taiyang Xinjiu, you are qualified to die in my hands. The golden light was like a dragon, and the golden light of the god of war slanted into the sky, and finally turned into a gun body. The host opens the second form of the attached weapon of the golden god of war set, the god of war gun, with additional set features, power tearing. The god of war spear fell into his palm, and Lin Chen smiled sternly. Don't worry, I have beaten the number 1 in the god realm, and you will be no exception. Laugh. A golden thunder burst into the space, and Qin Junlin stabbed it with one shot, turning it into pure killing intent, transforming into a killing law. Wrapping the tip of the spear, Lin Chen stepped back and stabbed with one hand. The two spears intersected, the tip of the spear facing the tip of the spear, arousing the golden haze in the sky, like a wind blowing down the starry sky. God King? Lin Chen took a few steps back, and his expression became solemn. This is the first time he has seen such a young God King. Moreover, this person is still a god race, with a strong background, second only to Lin Xingchen. Chopsticks, you are not bad, ha 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 ha. Qin Junlin was awe-inspiring and laughed arrogantly, don't die too fast. Give this young master more stimulation. The spear shot out like a dragon, Qin Junlin stepped forward, and the Songqing divine spear danced like lightning, and stabbed Lin Chen in all directions. The host lifts the minimum consumption and continues to increase pure power. 40 billion waste power, 50 billion waste power. The golden light shines on the sky, Lin Chen holds the spear in both hands. The god of war spear smashes with one blow, the spear swirls around, and the head-to-head confrontation. Boom. 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 The two shot out from the Star Tower, and two golden divine lights danced with thunder and lightning, and flashed into the sky of the star field. The guns and guns clashed, and the aftermath of the fight was like a disaster that would destroy the world. The residual energy of pure power was like dozens of ancient mythical beasts colliding at the same time, and 20 god kings were shocked to retreat again and again. It's so strong, this is the first time this king has seen someone from his peers who can fight against the young master. This kid deserves to be the person who can bring the remnant soul of Emperor Lin Tian to the world. He really has a great appearance. Such domineering pure power, how did he cultivate it? The pure power of this kid has already approached the 4th level God King. The front line is under attack, are we going to act? Don't worry, the opponent doesn't even have the realm of the King of God, so he can't turn the waves too much, but this Lin Chen wants to focus on the idea. After all, the power of the poor bandit may also cause huge damage to the young master when he is dying. The God Kings didn't dare to get too far away. If Qin Junlin had 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, all of them would have to move their heads. Taiyang Xinjiu can be born, but Qin Junlin can't have an accident. His background is so terrifying. Clang. The starlight disintegrated, the two stood on the starry sky, and they fought. 400s of rounds. The tips of the guns collided again. When the two guns bounced, the airwave exploded. Consumes 5 million Heavenly Dao points, and the immortal spirit continues to activate. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chen did not use his gun, the law of the divine fist flourished, and under the blessing of the gust of wind and thunder, the pure power was raised again, and he punched Qin Junlin with one punch. Qin Junlin raised his hand and shook it. 8 desolate hell palms. The palm of his hand was spinning with 8 layers of divine light, with a faint death energy. 8 different visions of hell surged out of his palm, shrouding Lin Chen, and the palm of his hand was the center of hell. It's actually a red rank unique trick. The ordinary God King's red rank exercises at the bottom of the box are readily available in his hands. Boom. The fierce and incomparable divine fist is like a beam of divine light under the starry sky, smashing the 8 hells. The golden light diffuses, the divine light shoots out like broken rays, and the world is turned upside down. Qin Junlin sneered, the power of this move will erode divine power even if it is broken up. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen stepped on the gang and hurried, and his body quickly rushed through the shattering hell light. What? Resisting Master Ben's palm. Ignoring the erosion of the divine light of hell, Lin Chen swung it away with a punch. The light dimmed, and the space where the golden divine fist swayed, as if even the light could not escape the curved trajectory of the space. Qin Junlin patted his waist, and the magical mirror of the 8 colored candles flew out, covering the top of his head, and there were dozens of laws and divine powers forming a barrier to protect him. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's crazy punches kept hitting Qin Junlin. The universe light collapsed, and the light was distorted. From the third party's point of view, the fighting range of the two of them looks like darkness, and the pure power that blasts through the stars actually shatters the light completely. Lin Chen punched like a madman. Qin Junlin should have fought back, staring at Lin Chen's eyes. He suddenly felt a hairy feeling. Gotcha. The protective mirror on Qin Junlin's body was cracked, forcing him to step out of the body, retreating thousands of feet. His expression moved, and he said incredulously, "What kind of punch are you?" "An ordinary punch." "So cruel?" "Because you're having fun and I'm dying." Brush. The god of war spear flew back to his palm again. Lin Chen took 1,000 feet and swept away with one shot. The golden gun wind swept the galaxy, and where the golden light shone diagonally, all the stars exploded. Laugh. Qin Junlin swung his spear up, the blue-green tip of the spear tore apart the golden spear that swept the sky, and Qin Junlin looked solemn. In terms of the battle situation, Lin Chen was already bloodied at this time. And he, Qin Junlin, was still not injured at all. But Qin Junlin didn't feel that he had an advantage. Facing Lin Chen, he felt the terror in battle for the first time. Qin Junlin has come into contact with a lot of opponents who are stronger than Lin Chen, and there are 3 more gods who are stronger than him. But none of those opponents is more terrifying than him. Very good, Lin Chen of the 3-dimensional human race, this young master will no longer think that you are far inferior to me. Qin Junlin snorted coldly, "Come out, Xuanyan." Immediately, the Tiang Xinjiu shook, and the violently trembling star began to crack and burst into the sky. In the sea of fire, a scarlet god lion bathed in endless divine flames stepped on the waves of fire, and transformed into a body size of more than 10 meters. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This desolate ancient lion is comparable to the existence of the fourth-level God King, and is a few lines stronger than the Dragon King of the third-level sea. Its vitality, I am afraid that it is outrageous. However, the bloodline of this lion has come to an end, and it is difficult to grow. The existence of this level, in any realm, is also the existence of the king and hegemony. It is not too arrogant, and it is unlikely that even an ordinary God will surrender. Lin Chen, who made inferences from one fact, quickly realized, since it can be surrendered to the Protoss, it must be the Protoss who paid an unprecedented price to recruit it. This price is even possible only for the Protoss. What will it be? Riding on the lion, Chen Junlin had a gun in his hand and pointed at Lin Chen. You are worthy of this young master's full strength, and I will kill you with respect. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. It really came just right. A stream of pure qi and blood was separated, and Lin Chen's pure power decreased slightly, from 60 billion barren force to 50 billion barren force. Then, a dragon roar shook the starry sky. In the heavenly star region, Yi Qingguo, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly trembled, and when she turned to look in the direction of Xinghai, Mei Xing showed a hint of disbelief. Even Lin Chen, this is too outrageous. His divine dragon should not have broken through the Dragon King yet, but now it has skyrocketed several realms in a row? Is that dragon blood so defiant? Near the Xinghai, the kings of gods were stunned. The vast red gold dragon claws tore apart the divine light, and a domineering ancient dragon in the sky was born. Chen Junlin's pupils shrank. What is that? The dragon body of the ancient dragon is endless, like a galaxy entangled in a river, and the dragon body is surrounded by red dragon energy, which turns into a cloud and rises. The dragon has 5 claws, and the dragon head must be flying. The deep blue dragon scales hide the eternal light of the dragon. In the time and space of the ancient dragon flying, there is a layer of vacuum around the dragon body. Under that vacuum, it seems that even time has stopped. The god lion said in a loud voice, an ancient dragon with 2 bloodlines, Taishi and Taizhou, actually has the Taizhou bloodline that the great dragon masters of the dragon clan are also afraid of. Holding the god of war spear in his hand, Lin Chen stepped up on the dragon and faced Chen Junlin. A dragon that dominates the universe is rising, and it has formed a trend of rivalry with Chen Junlin's lion. Chen Junlin was moved. Where did this kid get this ancient dragon that I don't even have in my Protoss? A light screen appeared in front of Lin Chen. The refining of the ancient dragon blood of the ancient universe has been completed. Congratulations to the host. The dragon has broken through the triple realm of the Dragon King, and advanced to the triple Dragon King. Dragon King controls the bloodline instinct, eternal dragon line. This bloodline instinct is unique to the Taizhou ancient dragon. According to your own cultivation needs, energy can form its own time domain, and you can adjust your own cultivation time. Note, this bloodline instinct is affected by bloodline strengthening, gained an enhanced boost. Eternal Dragon Vein. This is the most powerful dragon blood instinct that Lin Chen has ever seen so far. No one. It is precisely because of it that the ancient dragon of the universe is the closest ancestor to the dragon. Only the Taizhou ancient dragon will become the dragon clan, the major dragon masters and dragon emperors, the most taboo existence. The more powerful the ancient dragon of the universe, the more able it is to adjust its cultivation time in the body. For example, the passage of one day in the four-dimensional universe can become a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years under the premise of a strong cultivation base in the ancient dragon of the universe. A day has passed since the outside world, and the Taizhou ancient dragon has been practicing for 10 years or 100 years. Time is the most indispensable existence for the ancient dragons in the universe. The most terrifying thing is that this bloodline talent can benefit from Lin Chen's bloodline enhancement. Lin Chen's current ancient dragon can control the time difference in the dragon's body by more than 10 years. One day in the four-dimensional universe, the cultivation time spent by the dragon body is 10 years, and the gain of bloodline strengthening is 670%. 67 years plus 10 years. Four-dimensional day, his dragon king can practice for 77 years. If the four-dimensional universe is calculated in 1 year, his dragon king can cultivate for more than 28,000 years. It has only been less than 3 days since Lin Chen's dragon king refined the dragon blood of the Taizhou dragon lord, but it has already passed more than 100 years in the dragon king's body. Comprehend the supernatural power of the bloodline, Taiyuyu Claw. When this bloodline is activated, it can stagnate the flow of time in part of the space. Stagnate for 1 second in the same realm, and surpass the creatures of the same realm. The effect is halved, and the effect decreases in turn. Note, this bloodline supernatural power is boosted by the bloodline enhancement effect. The Battle of Tianxinjiu is bound to be won. Lin Chen's eyes glowed with a strong fighting spirit. Almost at the same time, the Dragon King raised his claws and shook it. A few dragon claw marks cut across the void. There is no earth-shattering power. Some are just where the time stops, and the starlight stops flickering, as if frozen in this scene. An ancient dragon whose cultivation base is above the Dragon King's level can naturally affect the flow rate of time by attacking. Not good. The god lion let out a low roar, and spread out 100 pillars of fire. Like a winding fire dragon rushing out, slamming into the dragon mark. Qin Junlin danced with a gun and attacked directly. The sharp gun shadow penetrated under the starry sky and swept straight towards Lin Chen. Then, the Dragon King waved the second claw, the deep blue-green dragon light turned into a dragon claw of 1,000 feet, and the Taizhou claw blasted towards Qin Junlin, exploding a large piece of Taizhou divine light, covering Qin Junlin and the god lion under his feet. Immediately, the offensive of the lion and Qin Junlin's shot stopped like a stagnation in the void. Time is stagnant? Qin Junlin's expression changed slightly. Consume 100 million God-level Heavenly Dao points to activate God. In Godhead. God leads. Lin Chen shook it with a palm, and the pitch-black barrier descended, suppressing the ghosts and suppressing the gods and demons. God in Godhead plus Taiyuyu Claw. One move to seal people, one move to seal the situation. If Lin Chen doesn't make a move, it's already a killing move. Lin Chen jumped up into the air, swung his spear suddenly, and the golden spear hit the top of his head. The Dragon King flew up and swept his tail angrily. Boom! Boom! The ancient god lion and Qin Junlin were shot at the same time, and the god lion was bleeding. Although there is still a long way to go before breaking the defense, it is indeed weakening Qin Junlin's defense. Lin Chen and the Dragon King were smashing the bamboo, and their spear skills were stabbing and stabbing. Qin Junlin regrouped and immediately returned. Fire! The lion roared, stepped on the flames and came to kill, and the phantom of the nine-headed lion actually came to kill. The Dragon King swayed, the dragon's shadow stagnated for time, shuttled in a flash, and the etheric universe flickered to avoid the opponent's attacking supernatural powers, and slapped the top of the lion's head with a paw. The god lion opened his mouth and spit out a meteor-like flame rain, and the Dragon King changed his movements again. When avoiding the flame rain, he turned to entangle the ancient god lion with his dragon tail. The dragon's tail exerted its force and swung it towards the sky. The Dragon King threw the lion under a star, and on the contrary, slapped Qinjun Lin with a claw. The gun was swirling, the handle and body of the gun collided and stirred, and the two of them fought faster and faster. Only the afterimages of the two were left under the starry sky. One person, one dragon, one person and one lion, from the starry sky to the star field, it is continuous, and even begins to approach the extinction of the star sea. Although the separation of the Dragon King caused the pure power of the golden god of war set to decrease a little, the victory was that he and the Dragon King were connected in consciousness, and the cooperation between them was particularly tacit. Although the ancient god lion surrenders, its cooperation with Qinjun Lin is more inclined to fight each other, and they are not integrated. But even so, Lin Chen still played very hard. It seems to be gaining the upper hand, but in reality there are dangers everywhere. Lin Chen is a leapfrog battle, and the Dragon King is a leapfrog battle. The cooperation is dominant, but it still cannot be transformed into a decisive factor to decide the outcome. Not right. The God King watching the battle stared at the battle circle, and his heart was not good. I always feel that something is not quite right. Although this Lin Chen has a lot of cards, he is still a long way from defeating the young master. If this fight continues, based on the young master's background, it must be Lin Chen who will be consumed to death. What else does he plan to do? The god kings of all sides stared at Lin Chen, unwilling to let go of his every move, ready to intervene in the battle at any time. Boom! It was another fight, and the two sides separated. In the extinction of the Xinghai, Lin Chen blocked the extinction of the Xinghai with pure strength, while Qinjun Lin used the mirror to protect his body and resisted it head-on. The God Lion and the Dragon King are not so leisurely anymore, especially the Dragon King. Although they have the Tai Shi Divine Light to protect their bodies, they are always in a lower level. After being blasted by the extinction star for a few rounds, the divine light begins to dim. Sweat poured down like rain, his body was in turmoil, and when the blood swept across his eyes, Lin Chen was exhausted, and his divine power was exhausted by 70% to 80%. On the contrary, Qinjun Lin was still strong. Qinjun Lin wiped his lips. It's not that this young master is praising you. People below the God King can be like me. You are the first. Suddenly, a God King outside the Star Tower seemed to notice something, and his expression changed greatly. Not good. Young master, leave the Xinghai of extinction. This cold drink exploded like thunder. As soon as the words fell, the entire extinction star sea was like boiling water. The star sand beat violently, the light trembled, and suddenly became violent. Xingsha gathered, Qinjun Lin and Shunshur looked around in disbelief. The breathless Lin Chen grinned. Have you noticed it? Don't even think about going out once it's inserted into the sea. At this time, the sky is full of extinction star sea, and the two have already hit the extinction star sea with the most violent energy outside the star territory. The entire extinction star sea is like boiling water. The star sand trembles, keeps beating, and suddenly becomes violent. The starlight radiates in all directions, like a huge amount of sand, spinning The extinct starlight floating in the void, and a little golden light shoots out, which can tear the gods apart. In the vast sea of stars, every star is glowing with intense and violent energy, condensing into star sand and shooting out. Even the God King did not dare to approach easily. If a large number of them were involved, the God King would have to die in a very short time. Not good. Young master, leave the Shanghai of extinction. When the King of God exclaimed, his voice just fell. Boom. Above Lin Chen's head, a splendid and vast vortex of stars suddenly bloomed, covering all directions, constantly expanding, covering the sea of stars. The power of all kinds of stars began to be injected into Lin Chen's body. According to the laws of stars and time and space, divine power began to skyrocket, like a depleted kettle being refilled with water, and even began to hit a whole new realm. A star in the Shanghai vortex is shining brightly. Through the rotation of the vortex, it finally absorbs the divine power of Shanghai. What? Chen Junlin was stunned for a moment, then looked horrified. This lunatic is actually refining the energy of the extinct star sea? What a ridiculous joke. The violent nature of the extinction of the Shanghai, even the peak God King of the fifth level of perfection dare not inhale it. As strong as the King of Gods, the inside of the God's body is also the most vulnerable part of the body. Who dares to easily ingest such energy that can tear the King of Gods into the body? Why did he, Lin Chen, refine the power of the sea of stars? The degree of energy madness is far from being absorbed by the ordinary laws of stars. Even if it can absorb a very small amount, it will be destroyed by the madness of Xingsha, and will be self-destructed. The energy here cannot be absorbed by the ordinary laws of stars alone, but Lin Chen's blue stars can be tried. I bet right, the energy of the extinction of the sea of stars can be refined with the blue of the sea of stars. That's right, before Lin Chen didn't control the law of the stars, his blue sea of stars had not yet reached the state of perfection. After comprehending the laws of the stars, Shanghai Weilan, the auxiliary nature of the Red Order secret book, has achieved the power it should have. However, for Lin Chen, it is far more than that. First, because of Lin Chen's speciality, the law of stars can exert 10 times the power in Lin Chen's hands. Second, the cultivation method of Shanghai Weilan was not considered complete when it was not in control of the laws of the stars. Now that the cultivation is complete, it is possible to obtain a enhancement plus 670% effect gain, with 10 times the power of the star law and more than 6 times the power of the red rank cultivation technique. Lin Chen fought to the death, and in the true sense of the word, he was right. A large piece of extinct starlight blew like a hurricane, and Lin Chen opened his arms and unscrupulously included them into the blue sky of the star sea. When the dense starlight of extinction shot towards Lin Chen, the starlight of extinction in the space around Chen Junlin approached Lin Chen and shot towards his direction along the way. Clang! 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 Chen Junlin was forced to swing his gun in a row. The sharp gun bounced off the starlight, and Jinsha burst into flames. He wanted to escape, but more extinction stars surrounded him and the ancient God Lion. The ancient God Lion opened its mouth and roared, and the gods radiated in all directions, and the fire beat gold. However, Lin Chen's Dragon King seems to be all-pervasive, and he has accurately predicted the movement of each extinct starlight. Laugh. 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 The lion whose hair was torn and the blood of the beast roared screamed, its flesh torn apart, and a lot of its divine blood was swallowed by the Dragon King. Damn the ancient dragon of the universe. There is a kind of us fighting head on. The ancient god lion screamed in anger, and the extinction starlight shrouded around him grew more and more. It not only had to resist the extinction starlight, but also had to face Lin Chen's Dragon King, which was as powerful as the fourth-level God King was also suppressed and beaten. Not good. Hurry up and save the young master. If you don't save it, there will be an accident. Don't worry about the outcome, the head counts. The God Kings immediately rushed into the sea of extinction stars, and the violent extinction stars shot indiscriminately, forcing the God Kings to be unable to approach Qinjunlin. Lin Chen can't specifically control the extinction of Xinghai, but he can use the exercises to draw the extinction of Xinguang closer to him. This is the reason why he wants to pull Qinjunlin into the battle of the extinction of Xinghai. Half of the factors that determine the outcome have been satisfied, and the other half is up to them. The soul has insight into the distance, and Lin Chen looks outside the Tianxinjiu. In the Tianxinjiu battlefield, dozens of stars are connected into a line of defense, and the sky is full of war, full of fallen true gods. The 5 teams attacked from 5 different positions, and the route of travel was very tragic, almost killing their way out of the way. Even with the help of Lin Chen's phantom clone, the battle between the outer and inner lines of Tianxinjiu is still very difficult. If neither the outer or inner lines can open the gap, the inner and outer should be combined, and the Tianxinjiu will never be broken. There are 130,000 true gods here. In the past, everyone could rush to 10, relying on blitzkrieg battles and mobile battles. Today's tough battles are everyone's shortcoming, and the enemy's realm and numerical superiority will expand infinitely. Starlight overflows, Shenhua rushes into the sky, and tens of thousands of meters of starlight are intertwined and danced, nourished from the vortex of the sea of stars above Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen suddenly felt that the spiritual court was enlightened, the soul was transparent, and he understood the essence of the extinction starlight. Is this realm? Lin Chen looked ecstatic. Congratulations to the host, comprehend the law of transformation and the stars. As long as he has a thought, he can refine the extinction star C at a speed 10 times faster than before, and even control a small part of the extinction starlight's movement trajectory. Hold on for a while, and the nearby extinction starlight will soon be refined by him. Stabilize your mind, this child can only refine a small part of the extinct starlight, and cannot control the sea of stars. The gods and kings showed off their unique skills, and in the dazzling and intense extinction starlight, they were killed by them, and they could pick up Qinjunlin within 100 miles. Qinjunlin roared, 3-dimensional human race, use this kind of trick. Fucking despicable thing. Lin Chen didn't care, on the battlefield of life-threatening, you tell me what to do next. Why don't you say that you have cast a good child, so you can give birth to so many tricks? Raising his hand to aim at Qinjunlin, the stars of the Star Sea Azure Law flickered slightly, and Lin Chen shook it abruptly. Boom. The extinct Star Sea, which has been entrenched in the periphery of the Tianxinjiu, has begun to move on a large scale for the first time. He actually can control part of the extinct Star Sea. More extinction stars are approaching, my mentality is broken. The God Kings looked horrified. The golden god of war set disappeared in an instant, the hurricane raged into the galaxy, and the god wind swept across 3,000 miles. Using the ultimate function set, all attributes are increased by 50 times, 6,000 times, and 7,000 times. Open the second form of the attached weapon, Fengshen Bao, and increase the characteristic, absolute hit. The Fengshen wings flapped the bundles of divine wind and held, and Lin Chen pulled the crescent like extreme Fengshen Bao. Don't worry, on Huangquan Road, my Saya will guide you. Lin Chen smiled. Especially coldly. Consume 90 God level enhancement points to start strengthening the red level. Archery, the yellow spring Tai Bao. At the moment when the Fengshen Bao was aimed at, Chen Junlin's cold hair stood up, like falling into an ice cellar. As if being aimed at the soul by some sharp weapon, Chen Junlin's pupils shrank, revealing a rare fear. This divine Bao is not right. Taiyang Xinjiu, North and South battlefields. The sword light was vertical and horizontal, and between the sword light and the sword shadow, Shui Jianming led people around and made a surprise attack on the team in front of them that were fighting Shang Guanyun and others. Brother Shui, there are too many enemies, I'm afraid we won't be able to get through. When the two young men in commoner fought bloody battles, their eyes showed unyielding fighting intent. If you can't wear it, you have to wear it. Shui Jianming's eyebrows were sharp. If we can't kill it and can't complete the outer circle, the three teams will be wiped out. Call out. Call out. Call out. The three divine palms covering the sky were suppressed, Shui Jianming raised his sword and slashed violently, severing the three divine palms with one sword, breaking through the enemy's line of defense once again. Everyone, if you can't beat it, you can only prepare for the worst. In the depths of Shui Jianming's eyes, there was a trace of determination to live to death. At least 300 people must be covered, and for the rest, we will use our lives to make a way for them. I don't have much divine power. I will attract firepower to attract them. Later. You withdraw. I will explode the laws of my divine body and my divine soul. You can take the opportunity to cover more people up. Big Brother Shui. No. Captain, you can't die, I'll go too. The crowd hurriedly voiced. While the sword was splattering blood, Shui Jianming smiled casually, there is no such thing as 3, 6, or 9 in the team, I'm down, you all take my place and continue on. The blazing sword light suddenly soared, and Shui Jianming's eyebrows surged. With violent fluctuations in his soul, and the expressions of the true gods of the Taiyang Xinjiu surrounding him changed slightly. This lunatic wants to blow himself up. Back off, don't let him succeed. Boom. At the critical moment, a magic spear pierced through the sky, bathed in vast purple electricity, and came crashing down, carrying a rolling thunderstorm and smashing more than a dozen true gods. Shui Jianming was startled. This brother, don't be in a hurry to blow yourself up. When a loud laughter echoed in the void, the sound of breaking wind roared, a large number of figures descended, the breath was majestic, and the law was soaring to the sky. A handsome young man in a blue robe holds a magic spear and has two flexible fox ears on his head. His smile is full of kindness and enthusiasm. Shui Jianming said subconsciously, you are. The young man opened his arms, gave Shui Jianming a bear hug, and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, we are our own people. Brother Tai, we all know about your actions in the God Shadow Wind domain. I respect you in my heart. This battle is our share. Shui Jianming said in shock, are you from the Hui clan? A thunderous thought appeared in Shui Jianming's mind. Lin Chen once said that there might be foreign aid in this battle. If there is no foreign aid, perhaps this is the last battle of this team. It turns out that the foreign aid brother Lin Chen said refers to the Hui clan. this battle is still to be fought. At this moment, almost at the same time, a large number of true gods appeared in various battle circles outside the Tianqing territory at the same time. Tianxinjiu, southeast battlefield. With a knife like a dragon's teeth, she swept away hundreds of true gods. Elder Hui clan, and walked in the air. She was heroic, and opened the encirclement for Shang Guanyun and others. Feng Rong was indifferent. Elder Jun said, "What about that kid? I don't want to owe favors." When Shang Guanyun looked at her, the corners of her lips rose and she smiled knowingly. "He's in the Star Tower." The beautiful woman's eyes flickered, looking at the Star Tower in the Tianxinjuan, and muttering to herself, "Inside? He actually hid it inside? Doesn't he know what it means to be inside the Tianxinjiu? That is to have the most hateful Protoss Tianjiao in charge." No, maybe he knew that and deliberately chose to attack the Star Tower. No wonder there is no God King outside. The beautiful woman shook her head and laughed. What an unpredictable man. Just right, taking this opportunity, I have long wanted to look over the sky. In the star field, Elder Jun waved his hand, and a large number of Hui clan warriors appeared in response. The soldiers of the Tianxinjiu were shocked, and the people of the Hui clan actually left their territory? A god general with 9 levels of perfection came to Yakong, and said coldly, "Jun Lanqin, the above has warned you many times. Why do you want to leave your territory and violate my Tianxinjiu?" Elder Jun looked indifferent. "I can't stand you shit." The gods twitched the corners of his mouth and said solemnly, "What is the reward for this group of people? You set a price. As long as you take people away, we will pay you back at double the price. You are not qualified to give this reward." What they give is trust. The long knife pointed to the Star Tower, and Elder Jun showed a beautiful smile. "Can you afford this reward in your divine realm?" Extinguishing Xinghai, the god kings were completely dumbfounded. What kind of thing is his artifact? The old man is in the 3rd level of the God King realm. The source law of the God realm can only predict his movement trajectory. No, it's not that simple. It's not just his movement speed that's faster, but also the speed at which he refines the sea of stars. We are surrounded by more extinction stars, let alone saving the young. Master, we are also unable to protect ourselves. The god kings who were in the violent extinction star sea were completely in disarray. The ultimate function set improves the speed of all attributes, including the efficiency of running exercises. The extinction starlight refined by Lin Chen before was just the tip of the iceberg, and the entire extinction star sea became an entire line of defense. In the east of the Tianxinjiu, what if all the extinct starlights here were refined? The law of stars will inevitably become one of Lin Chen's main laws. Sigh. Between the stars, there is a wisp of Saya entwined by the divine wind, so fast that Qin Junlin can't react. When the shining arrow of the god slammed into the protective cover of the mirror, Qin Junlin was shot back by an arrow, and dazzling starlights exploded around him. His ancestor, why is this kid so fast? When Qin Junlin scolded, a violent tearing sensation came from the depths of his soul, and he suddenly said in awe, "This arrow technique actually burned my soul?" The soul was injured. Qin Junlin's perception was limited, but Lin Chen drew arrows like a storm. I want to see how hard this turtle shell can be under absolute hits. If I don't shoot through him, I won't be called Lin Chen. Some of his arrows are like azure blue, some are like black and yellow. Surrounded by the 4 laws of thunder, fire, wind, and star, and they shoot the opponent in a flash of divine light. These are the two styles of Huangquan Taiyi's Bao, which are Broken Soul and Huangquan style. One arrow shatters the soul, and one arrow shatters the divine body. The power of this red-level Bao technique is that it has a special attack method to deal with different enemies, and when it is released at the super speed of the ultimate function, the power skyrockets exponentially. Chen Junlin flashed a golden long qing between his eyebrows, as if he automatically sensed the crisis, and avoided Lin Chen's two saya. Chen Junlin roared, "Lin Chen, you want to kill yourself, right? This young master will accompany you to the end." Causal Destiny Eye. Made from the dragon eye of the Destiny ancient dragon, it is one of the great supernatural powers of the Protoss. He exposed another life-saving trump card, but in the face of Lin Chen, Chen Junlin had to use it. The extinction of the Xinghai is like a low tide, and when it ushered in the first unseen reduction in all ages, Lin Chen's Taiyi time and space, the divine power is like water filling a bottle, and is about to break through a new realm. The host is about to reach the 6th level of the God realm, and will soon meet the preconditions for the opening of the 10.0 version of the Tian Dao genus system. Death. He pulled the bow to shoot out a fierce divine light, and the divine star flickered, like a flying dragon dancing in the sky, bursting with the power of smashing the law, making the face of the divine king in the Xinghai Sea change slightly. Lin Chen's arrow technique has a special taste of restraint. Broken Soul, Yellow Spring, Dead Silence. One move kills the soul, and the blue arrow light is accompanied by ghosts. With one move, he broke his body, like a huge beluga jumping out of the sea of stars. One move breaks the rules, like a flying dragon dancing the universe. The 3 moves are perfectly superimposed, and the shadow is split in an instant. Brush. The speed of the 3-stroke arrow light is as fast as a flash, and it is difficult for Chen Junlin to clearly capture it. Only the cause and destiny. I can predict the trajectory of the arrow light again. The flame clouds under the lion's claws rose and drifted away, and the god lion carried Chen Junlin and avoided them together. Brush. 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 However, the strange thing is that the 3 sayas were transferred from the dimensional vacuum and shot back at Chen Junlin, forcing him to shoot back again. Where did this kid come from? So many tricks. Can't escape? Chen Junlin was furious, his blood was burning, and a huge phantom appeared above his head. He wielded the azure spear to sweep away Xingguang, and took the initiative to attack Lin Chen. Boom. 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 The arrow exploded, and Chen Junlin and Shunshe retreated. After being strengthened, the ultimate function set, and the blessing of instant light and shadow, Lin Chen's Huangquan Taigong exerted a power beyond ordinary red-level exercises. For Chen Junlin, a powerful attack is not terrible, but an attack that is too fast to react and cannot be avoided is a nightmare. Not to mention, he is still in the sea of extinction stars. Under Lin Chen's feet, the divine wind rose together, and the wind god wings flashed one after another. Lin Chen kept drawing arrows and shooting, and a steady stream of divine power emerged. If 10 arrows are not enough, 100 arrows, and if 100 arrows are not enough, 10,000 arrows. In Lin Chen's eyes, he played desperately, the speed of all attributes soared 9,000 times, and it was as fast as a beam of divine light that was constantly traveling through the sea of stars. Every time you move, a rain of arrows like 1,000 flowers will be shot, making the opponent hard to guard against. In this battle, he is not afraid of the exhaustion of divine power, and the extinction of Xinghai is the source of his energy. The Dragon King is like a mysterious ancient dragon that travels through the void. Every time he moves the dragon body and slashes the dragon claws, he breaks through the ancient gods and lions again and again. The host has obtained 80 billion points of god-level chi and blood, 45 billion points of god-level chi and blood, 90 million points of god-level Heavenly Dao, and 85 million points of god-level fire energy. Every time the Dragon King attacked the ancient god lion, he would eat away its chi and blood, and all the chi and blood attributes that fell would belong to Lin Chen. The flesh and blood of the lion is refined by the Dragon King, while the chi and blood are owned by Lin Chen. One person and one dragon have achieved an amazing transformation in this battle. Seeing that the divine power consumed by Lin Chen continued to make up for it at a rapid rate, Chen Junlin finally judged the final situation, and it was his turn to gamble his life. At this moment, Chen Junlin had to approve. This three-dimensional human race Lin Chen actually stands at the same level as the top 10 heavens of the god race. Except for those 10 people, no one can be better than him among the demons of the god race. Given time, if he is close to the realm of those 10 people, the top 10 in the god realm will definitely have his place as Lin Chen. Boom! The ancient god lion roared in the sky, and 10 pillars of divine flame erupted to prop up the extinction starlight, burning out the violent energy in the starlight. The lions also realized that it was time to gamble their lives. If they didn't kill Lin Chen and the ancient dragon, they would never be able to rush out of the sea of extinction. Except for the battle when I became a god, this is the second time I have to risk my life. Unexpectedly, this kind of monster was born outside the gods. Chen Junlin's eyes were deep, and the superb gun Long Yu in his hand was beating with a ray of blood-colored lightning. The law of thunder of the gods is even close to the attainments of the peak of the gods. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. This guy had reservations before. Suddenly, the ancient lion roared, his speed is so fast, what if he can't hit him? Chen Junlin smiled slyly, there is no such possibility, you should know who the great-grandfather of this seed is. With a large enough range to kill, there is no possibility for him to escape. Boom! The blood-colored thunder soared into the sky, like countless wandering dragons coming together, and when the flashing bright thunder light converged on the gun body, Lin Chen was instantly horrified. What is that? A death-like silence and suffocation strangled Lin Chen. A soul fire hidden behind Lin Chen faintly flickered, about to burn out. Lin Chen, let you see the pinnacle of the Protoss. Raising the gun with one hand, a supreme divine shadow that reigns over the heavens and the earth rises above Chen Junlin's head. The shadow of God stretched out the four-dimensional universe, as if approaching the ancestral realm of that origin. It was the bloodline that belonged to Chen Junlin and was transformed into an illusion, which gave him great blessings. God robbery. The next moment, Chen Junlin waved his spear, and the moment the tip of the spear slid through the void, a large area of blood light and lightning flashed across the four-dimensional void in front of him. Looking from a distance, the blood-colored thunder marks in the sky lined the void like thick tree roots, and the breath of the world permeated out, sweeping straight to Lin Chen. The scope of the attack is too great. Even the extinction of Xinghai has been swept away, and Lin Chen has no place to avoid it. Boom! In 1/10,000th of a breath, Lin Chen didn't use the bow, the palm of his hand was filled with the power of divine attraction that hides all things. And Lin Chen shot it with one palm. This palm divine lead barrier directly exhausted 90% of Lin Chen's God level Heavenly Dao value. Bang! The divine lead barrier unfolded, and less than 1/10 of his breath was crushed by the blood thunder that swept across the sky. 9-colored starlight rose from the palms of Lin Chen's hands, who was retreating rapidly, and 2 strokes of 9 robbery stars were thrown out of his hands, and Lin Chen's divine power plummeted. 2 strokes, 9 robbery stars. This is almost the full power that Lin Chen's divine power and laws can condense at this stage. The 10 9-color starlights of the instant light and shadows fell straight at a speed of thousands of times. Release the ultimate function suit. The host uses 4 pieces of Optimus God suit, the 4-piece set charge, 100%, characteristics, absolute defense. The lightning flashed suddenly, and the indestructible dark divine light on Lin Chen disappeared instantly. Energy consumption of Optimus equipment, remaining, 0%. A ray of azure dragon light flashed past, and the small area of emptiness around Lin Chen's body seemed to be stagnant. When the blood thunder was about to break through the defense of the celestial god suit, he disappeared like a ray of bright and extinguished starlight. Boom! 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 The next moment, a large-scale blood thunder exploded, causing a secondary impact, blasting the energy in the Xinghai to extinction, and within 1/3 of the Xinghai, the sky was thrown like a broken beam, and the star sand trembled. Died? Qin Junlin's eyes changed slightly. No. Boom. When the blue-colored Taizhou divine light emerged out of thin air, a figure shining with golden light rushed out and tore apart the flames of the ancient divine lion. The ancient god lion was preparing to protect the master, and the dragon king rushed out from the void and entangled the god body of the god lion. He actually avoided it? When his heart trembled, Qin Junlin swung his spear to block, and Lin Chen took the battle spear to the sky. Clang! Terrifying divine power erupted, and 2 divine spears flew out at the same time. Lin Chen didn't use the gun, the divine brilliance was shining, pure power was condensed crazily, and he punched Qin Junlin's body protection mirror. Click! The divine realm was broken, and the divine mirror that had been protecting him finally cracked. Death to Lao Tzu. Another punch was thrown, and Lin Chen's eyes were full of desperate killing intent. When Qin Junlin hit Qin Junlin in one punch, Lin Chen didn't stop at all, punching like a madman. The golden fist shrouded all the laws under his control, and the ultimate power fist with the golden god of war set beat Qin Junlin violently. Boom! 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 Do not! Qin Junlin let out a shrill scream, and when he was about to abandon his divine body and flee, Lin Chen slammed his heavenly cover with a palm. A destructive force that devoured hundreds of millions of creatures madly absorbed all of Qin Junlin's cultivation, blood, and soul. What? Qin Junlin was shocked. He actually has the law of devouring? The host consumes the remaining god-level Heavenly Dao value, activates the Godhead fragment, Great Destruction, and is extracting the target's blood, soul, cultivation base, and divine power. Get a lot of god-level chi and blood attributes. Get a lot of god-level spiritual power. Get a lot of thunder, wind, and dark attributes. Everything in Qin Junlin's body is passing away, his cultivation base, realm, soul, consciousness, as if he was swallowed into a ruined alien dimension, about to be shattered. No. How could this be? Grandpa, save me! Qin Junlin shouted madly. In the end, he turned into nothingness, and became a massive attribute light ball and more than a dozen attribute treasure chests. The realm of the gods. The blood of King's Landing has disappeared. A man in black sitting at the head of the hall, his face is cut like a knife. Cold and vicious, and his deep eyes seem to hide some giant beasts, which makes people tremble. Hee, it seems that someone wants to attack my Chen family. Pass me a secret order, and let the secret agent go to the desolate star territory, to investigate. In the hidden secret territory of the divine tree, above the vast and endless sky, one of the three wills suddenly awakened. My Chen family bloodline shows signs of falling. That supreme will, as if he had insight into the four-dimensional universe. His eyes fell straight to the vast and infinite star field of the gods. Is it God's desolate star territory? The killer seems to be the same guy who cultivates the Tai Fu Tian art. Could it be the gang of incompetent things? No, they don't have the courage and ability. Could it be that kid? Supreme Will didn't care too much, and after a while, he slowly closed his eyes. Forget it, it's just a junior. If you die, you will die. If you become the first ancestor, you will have no descendants. Heaven Star Territory, Extinction Star C. The 20 kings of gods trembled as if they had seen a ghost. It's over, Master is gone. Lin Chen, who stepped on the void, was covered in blood, panting, and he didn't even have the strength to help the Dragon King, for the time being. His god-level Heavenly Dao value is exhausted to zero, and even the undead Godhead can't heal him. Unbelievable surprise remained in Lin Chen's eyes. Amazing. The genius of the Protoss is so powerful. And ordinary God King, completely. Two kinds of creatures. I almost made a wrong bet. I didn't expect the genius of the Protoss to be so strong. Although he won, there was a rare trace of fear in Lin Chen's eyes. With that move just now, if Lin Chen chooses to use the ultimate function suit, or the golden god of war suit forcibly, he will definitely die. Lin Chen's divine enchantment barrier and double 9 tribulation star-faced Chen Junlin's last shot, but they couldn't last for a second. The charging of his 4-piece set of God of God can even be emptied in an instant. This is still under the premise that a part of the power is limited by the large number of extinct stars in the Sea of Extinction. If it wasn't for the previous move that delayed the time a little, and avoided the shot with the Dragon King's Tai Zhou flash, he would be Lin Chen, who died. Likewise, if Lin Chen did not lure the enemy into the depths and drag Chen Junlin into the Sea of Extinction, but fought against him in the Taiyang Xinjiu, Lin Chen would have little chance of winning. If it is said that the 3 crossing the boundary sea is the biggest crisis of the team, then the battle against Chen Junlin in the Taiyang Xinjiu is the biggest crisis of Lin Chen personally. Enjoying the highest resources of human civilization, practicing the best exercises, and possessing the strongest background forces, this is the genius cultivated by the Protoss. In Lin Chen's heart, a mountain seemed to emerge. There are still a group of geniuses like this in the 3 great Protoss. Maybe not much, but not less. Above him, there are the 10 geniuses of the God realm. But in a moment, Lin Chen shattered all negative emotions. Number 1 in the God realm can't stop him from Lin Chen's progress, and neither can the geniuses of the 3 major Protoss. Running the mind method, massive attribute light balls were incorporated into Lin Chen's body. Get 36 God-level enhancement points, 32 billion God-level rune energy, 32 million God-level Tian Dao value, 780 billion God-level essence, 725 billion God-level blood, 98.5 million dark energy. After his God-level Heavenly Dao value was replenished, he immediately continued to activate the indestructible Godhead to heal himself. At that moment, the attribute treasure box that fell in front of Lin Chen was The most he had ever seen. Some are full of red light, some are gorgeous, some are unprecedented treasure. Chests burning with 5 flames, some are magnificent and magnificent, like jewels inlaid, and some are ordinary, but seem to be hidden in a world. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded Lin Chen's eyes. Open the talent attribute treasure chest, the host will get the red rank. Talent fragment, 3/20. Open the talent attribute treasure chest, and the host obtains the red rank. Talent fragment, 4/20. Open the talent attribute treasure chest, and the host gets the red rank. Talent fragment, May 20th. Open the talent attribute treasure chest, and the host will get the red rank. Talent fragment, 6/20. Open the treasure chest of gods and get 1,000 billion god-level spiritual power. Open the talent treasure box and get 150 billion god-level talent points. Open the Heavenly Dao treasure chest and get 100 billion god-level heavenly Dao value. Open the attribute Godhead treasure chest, the host gets Godhead fragment. Great destruction, 2/3. Open the suit attribute treasure chest, and the host will get God of the Sky. Left leg armor. Open the treasure chest of the law of attributes, the host will obtain the seed of the law of thunder. Open the treasure chest of attribute laws, and the host will obtain seeds of dark laws. Obtain the supreme law treasure box. Note, this treasure box will randomly open attribute treasures related to the 10 laws. Open the exclusive treasure chest of the Protoss, and the host will get the red level intermediate exercise divine tribulation. This time the harvest is unprecedented. The majestic and vast attributes were refined into Lin Chen's body, and the injuries and consumption in the body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shenlong, return to the body. With a thought, Lin Chen took back the Dragon King, who was covered in bruises. And bruises. He looked down at the lion that showed a trace of panic under his feet, and ran the Shanghai blue again. Boom. A large piece of extinction starlight shot, some were refined by Lin Chen, and some passed through the ancient god lion. It can only resist all the extinction starlight that hits with its own injury. The ancient god lion was torn to pieces by the starlight, and his chi and blood attributes went straight. It screamed, "Human, this king is willing to surrender to you, show mercy." Lin Chen said indifferently, "I haven't seen the divine beast core equivalent to the 4th level god king, it's time to gain insight today." Gain knowledge? Damn, listen to this as human words. Hearing this, the ancient god lion said in awe, "No, this king still has a lot of hidden spatial coordinates, all of them are given to you, and I guarantee that you can become the god king. This king is still willing to be your servant, let this king go." Although the ancient god lion is powerful, it has given up the pride of being a god lion. If it were those dragon kings from Jiahai, I'm afraid they would rather die than give in. Lin Chen ignored his plea for mercy, and continued to refine and exterminate Shanghai. Just like the god king outside, when Lin Chen started refining and exterminating the starlight again, they had no way to retreat, they could only resist like cattle and sheep in the circle, and could not escape. The soul that was like a sea of water erupted from Lin Chen's eyebrows, and the power of the soul rushed to a new realm like a pool full of water. The host has advanced to the divine soul realm, Deshang. Then, as if it was a harbinger of strong winds and torrential rain, Lin Chen's realm began to break through, rushing to new peaks one after another. Congratulations to the host, advancing to the early stage of the 6th level of the gods. The host has reached the prerequisites for opening the 10.0 version of the Tiandao genus system. Please open the system to view. Boom. Thunder rolls in the sky, the sound of dragons reverberates through the star territory, and an increasingly terrifying momentum is brewing in the star territory, making countless powerhouses feel the extraordinary pressure. It's not over yet. The momentum of Lin Chen breaking through the realm this time is far more than the previous situation when he first arrived in the desolate star territory. The wind howled, and the golden rain fell. Almost at the same time, the Heavenly Star territory also ushered in two waves of power to break through the realm. The golden rain that filled the sky and nourished the earth came to the Taiyang, and countless powerhouses were shocked. It is the vision of being promoted to the God King. Breaking through the vision of the God King? Damn, what's the situation with this team? The leader of the 6th level breakthrough of the God realm is already so terrifying, and there are still people who break through the God King in battle? It's the internal battle situation. Some of them have become God Kings. The morale of Taiyang plummeted again, but the morale of the Hui clan and the 5 teams rose. It was Shen Lingshuang and Yi Qingguo. The latter stepped into the God King with Yi Homing's divine pill, while Shen Lingshuang realized new laws and principles in this battle, and also broke through the realm of the God King in one fell swoop. Its talent potential was not only stimulated to the extreme, but brought to a new peak. However, the extinction of Xinghai once again exploded the divine power. Fluctuations of the sky and latitudes. Congratulations to the host, advancing to the middle stage of the 6th level of the gods. A round of waves of divine power washed over Lin Chen, and finally reached the peak of the mid-6th level of the divine realm, and the realm of divine power slowly stagnated. However, other aspects are still surging at a terrifying speed. Lin Chen has a vortex of starlight above his head, and his feet are stepping on golden light. Then, 2 laws were transformed into 2 laws on the left and right sides. Slowly rotating like a whole, 1 thunder, 1 star. The host refines the seed of the thunder law, and comprehends the law of the gods, the law of thunder. The host refines a quarter of the extinction of the sea of stars, and comprehends the law of the gods and the stars. Thunder and starquake, a wave of energy fluctuations and violent vibrations, were transmitted. It seems that the Taiyang has ushered in a new master, and Lin Chen's ingestion of extinct starlight is more than 10 times faster. Lin Chen, step into a whole new realm. The pupils of the 20 God Kings shrank, and they were instantly dumbfounded. It's a motherfucker, is this still a human? He actually comprehended the laws of the 2 divine realms in such a short period of time? This Nima is called the 6th level of the God realm? Even the top God Kings can't do it. His cultivation of the 6th level of the divine realm and his understanding of the laws of the divine realm are actually stronger than ours? The 20 God Kings were astonished, as if they had never seen such a battle. After serving the gods for many years, several God Kings looked at each other, almost making up their minds. Their divine bodies suddenly skyrocketed, and they rushed towards the extinction starlight on the periphery desperately. Boom. 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 One after another, the God King blew himself up, shaking half of the star field. The extinct starlight in the sky was blasted away, like a beautiful fireworks surging under the nebula. Lin Chen was surprised that these God Kings actually blew themselves up. No, to be precise, it should be nearly half of the people who blew themselves up, and the remaining half kept rushing to the periphery with those souls who chose to blow themselves up. Although the group of God Kings who survived were seriously injured, they finally rushed out. Abandoning God's body and creating opportunities with self-destruction? It really is a group of old foxes, ruthless enough. Before Lin Chen could make a move, they retreated first. Although Lin Chen can choose to pursue these god kings with the ultimate function suit, he still has a more important goal, which is the ancient god lion under his feet. This ancient god lion is equivalent to the existence of the fourth-level god king. If it weren't for pulling it into the extinction star sea, and wanting to kill it, the price to pay is probably second only to the battle against Chen Junlin. If it can be killed, the qi and blood attributes obtained can just make up for the shortcomings of Lin Chen's body refinement, and it will be more conducive to the growth of the dragon. The ancient god lion was surrounded by the airtight extinction starlight, and the large extinction starlight cut its flesh and blood like a blade. It is in a different position from the 20 god kings. It is in the center. Especially if the Dragon King is still holding it. Every time he wants to self-destruct, he interrupts its blood with the Taiyu claw, and does whatever he wants to self-destruct not. A wisp of dark mist-like law rose up in Lin Chen's palm, adding a group of dark divine power to Taiyu time and space. The host refines the seed of the law of darkness and comprehends the law of darkness. He actually comprehended a new law again. Fire, thunder, stars, wind, and darkness are the 5 laws that Lin Chen has mastered at this stage. Lin Chen immediately activated the Phantom Rune. Consuming 140 billion rune energy, the Phantom Clone synchronizes the cultivation realm of the host's actual stage. In order to suppress the ancient god lion, although Lin Chen can't leave the team outside Xinghai to help the battle for the time being, he can at least allow the Phantom Clone to have the realm of the main body. The current Lin Chen's combat power is a few grades higher than the previous one. In a one-on-one duel, the Phantom Avatar is completely true to the double god King realm, and it can prevent the God King who just escaped from killing the Carbine. In a flash, Lin Chen turned on the system. Version 9.0 of the Heavenly Path Picking Genus System, host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, mid-levels of the 6th level of the spiritual realm, spiritual. Essence, 954 trillion. Ultimate strength, 30.45 million. Desolate power, meat shell awakening, plus 700%. God-level blood, 150 trillion. God-level spiritual power, 8,420 billion, soul realm Desheng stage. God-level martial arts essence, 5540 billion, God-level rune energy, 3950 billion, God-level heavenly Dao value, 189.8 billion. God-level talent points, 209.9 billion points, top set essence, 312 points. God-level strengthening point, 1,541 points. God-level attributes. Set column, Ultimate Gold God of War set charge 60%. Ultimate Aeolus set charge, 31%. 5-piece set of Optimus God, 100%. Talent column, available in 4D, Extreme God Possession, Momentum. Fragmentation, God Killer, Cooling, Divine Rebellion, Cooling, Ultimate. Heaven Rebel, Cooling, Red Shard, 620. Treasures with special attributes, Treasure Box of Supreme Law, Crimson. Intermediate Cultivation Technique, Divine Tribulation. Godhead column, Godhead Godhead, Undead Godhead, Godine Godhead, Shura. Natural Enemy Godhead Fragment, May 6th, Great Destruction Godhead Fragment. 2/3. Conditions for opening the 10.0 version of the Tiandao pickup system, kill more than 10 God-level creatures. The God-level Tiandao value is 1,000 billion points, and the God-level exercise essence is 10 trillion. Tian Dao Pickup System version 10.0 Function, turn on the law attribute. Function, the host can obtain the corresponding attribute, and control the law. Faster. Turn on the divine body function, the host can forge the supreme divine body. Refine the body at a faster speed, and break through the life limit. After a cursory look, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly fell on the supreme law. Treasure chest. This attribute treasure chest will randomly produce the top 10 law treasures. Among the 3,000 laws. Supreme Law Treasure Chest, this item can be said to be the best attribute. Treasure chest obtained after killing Qin Junlin. Although other Godhead fragments are precious, they are far less attractive. One of the top 10 Tao laws is enough to suppress countless heroes and evil spirits of the same generation. For example, the first mathematician in the God realm used the law of cause and effect, and could even resurrect Lin Chen. 10 laws, each of which is particularly against the sky. I don't know what surprises this treasure box will bring me. Opening the attribute treasure chest, a fist-sized crystal shard appeared in Lin Chen's mind. The host opens the treasure chest of the Supreme Law and obtains 3,000 avenues and the seed fragment of the Law of the 5 Elements, 1/2. Lin Chen was stunned. The 5 Elements rule? 3,000 avenues, the Law of 5 Elements, is the ancestor of all things and one of the sources of creating all things. Those who comprehend the Law of the 5 Elements can reverse the universe of the 5 Elements and possess the mighty power of creation. The golden line is indestructible, sharp and strong. The wood line is full of life, radiating the vitality of all things, and the water line has a long history, which is the power of the source. The fire element is eternal and immortal, it can refine hundreds of millions of fire energy, and the earth element can lead the galaxy and assimilate all the divine power of the earth element. If the host refines the complete seed of the 5 Elements law, he can control the 5 Elements law. If the host comprehends one of the 5 Elements laws, then he will pass through the 5 Elements and assimilate the highest attainments in the 5 Elements law. Hiss. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp slightly. Assimilating the 5 Elements, this means that if Lin Chen refines the seeds of the 5 Elements law, he will not only be able to control the 5 Elements law of the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Tao, but also assimilate the highest attainments in the 5 Elements. It is equivalent to possessing the fire law of the God realm, refining the seeds of the 5 Elements law. Lin Chen can not only obtain the other 4 laws, but these 4 laws will also use the 5 Elements law to reach the same realm as the fire law. It is equivalent to adding 4 kinds of laws of the divine realm out of thin air. If Lin Chen has a law to step into the realm of heaven, it is equivalent to the 5 laws, and the 5 elements also step into the realm of heaven. As expected of the top 10 laws, none of them can be compared to conventional laws. If I can get another shard, my combat power will be raised to 3 levels or more. Lin Chen was amazed. Moreover, the law of the 5 elements is not only better than the synchronization of the number of laws and the realm of the laws. 5 laws, 5 elements in one, the effect is far more than the gain of the 5 laws combined. Roar. The ancient god lion let out a mournful low roar. Human Lin Chen, this king is going to fight with you, and this king's clan will never let you go. The speed of refining and exterminating starlight gradually increased, and Lin Chen's expression was indifferent. When you choose the Protoss, you must be mentally prepared. The majestic chi and blood burning like blood flames seemed to burn the void. But the Dragon King bit and devoured its flesh and blood again and again. The host obtained 950 billion god-level chi and blood, 390 billion God level. Qi and blood, 850 billion God level qi and blood. Lin Chen's pure power of divine body is soaring. Moreover, the dragon veins of the Dragon King are derived at a speed visible to the naked eye. A God Lion, comparable to the 4th level God King, unless he is besieged by the peak God King, it is too difficult to kill it. Its flesh and blood was swallowed by the Dragon King, and the God level Qi and blood attributes it dropped were quickly absorbed by Lin Chen. The red divine flame burned violently from Lin Chen's divine body, and the violent and unparalleled divine power was like an unstoppable real dragon, racing all the way. This time, Lin Chen's pure power ushered in an unprecedented surge. From hundreds of thousands of barren forces, to millions, tens of millions of barren forces, to breaking 100 million. It's not over yet. System, I want to awaken the meat shell, the highest stage. Consumes 1 billion God-level Heavenly Dao points, and begins to awaken the 8th stage of meat shell. Consumes 10 billion God-level Heavenly Dao points, and begins to awaken the 9th stage of meat shell. Consumes 100 billion God-level Heavenly Dao points, and begins to awaken the final stage of the flesh shell. Boom. Lin Chen's qi and blood were powerful enough to burn mountains and rivers by an inch of blood. How is this possible? Before his death, the ancient god lion burst into disbelief, and the huge god lion's pupils stared at Lin Chen. It can't believe that a human race can soar to this level of blood at such a terrifying speed. Sigh. The dragon claws of the Taizhou ancient dragon smashed the last inch of the lion's flesh, and the dazzling dragon teeth shattered its divine bones and swallowed everything in it. In the end, a gigantic amber divine beast core was suspended in the void, and there were also 4 attribute treasure chests. The host opens the supreme talent treasure chest and obtains red order fragments, 7/20. The host opens the supreme talent treasure chest and obtains red order fragments, 8/20. The host opens the god-level qi and blood treasure chest and obtains 1,000 trillion god-level qi and blood. Open the Heavenly Dao treasure chest and get 30 billion god-level Heavenly Dao value. The Dragon King opened the dragon's mouth and swallowed the amber divine beast core. Even though his body was covered in bruises, the dragon's body became more and more brilliant. Almost at the moment when the ancient god lion fell, 1 person and 1 dragon stopped all activities in their hands, and suddenly turned into 2 rays of light and rushed out of the extinct star sea. 1 person and 1 dragon rushed into the inner line of the Tianxinjiu at the fastest speed. Boom. 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 Dragon King and Lin Chen attacked separately, wearing the ultimate function suit, and blasted through the inner line of Tianxinjiu at the fastest speed. Lin Chen suddenly shouted, "Cover the wounded and retreat." The blue light in the palm of the hand appeared, the ultimate function Bao appeared, and many true gods were horrified. Sigh. When the sonic boom swept across the starry sky, when all the true gods heard the sonic boom of the kamikaze, the god's body was penetrated, the flesh and blood were separated, and the god's bones were broken. It's Brother Lin Chen. Let's leave it to Brother Lin, let's back away first. Everyone in each team looked happy, and rushed out of the inside line, and cooperated with everyone outside, and evacuated the wounded first. Like a meteor shower blooming under the stars, groups of arrows swept across the void with invincible arrows. It is like the divine light of bright and extinct, mixed with the sharp laws of stars, penetrating thousands of true gods. This Saya can't avoid it. Has the young master been fighting with such people all the time? The trend is over. The true gods who disappeared under the arrow light kept wailing, and they couldn't even escape. There are afterimages left on the arrows pulled by the fingertips. Lin Chen's fighting spirit is even more violent than before, as if he wants to clear all the enemies in the shortest possible time. Even if there is one less compatriot to die, he will use the fastest speed to clear the enemy. In about a quarter of an hour, a large number of stars were riddled with holes and corpses in the entire vast celestial star field. The Hui people stared at this scene in a daze, and looked at Lin Chen, who was standing beside the star tower, and a sense of awe arose spontaneously. If he had come up with such means in the Hui clan, they wouldn't be able to trap him even in the divine demon wind region. At least 50,000 true gods fell into his hands, almost blood-washing the star field, and one person carried the record of half the team. Looking at this star field from afar, the defense line of the Protoss, who once claimed that the God Lord could not be broken even when he came, was broken by a team. When the kamikaze disappeared and the ultimate god of wind was withdrawn, Lin Chen supported the ground with one hand. His soul and power seemed to be exhausted, and there was a deep exhaustion between his pale brows. Lin Chen. Zhao Enren came from the sky and helped Lin Chen up. Lin Chen said, "How many people do we have?" Zhao Enren immediately said, "There are more than 2,000 people left in each team, adding up to 12,000. If it weren't for the support of the Hui clans compatriots, even if we won, we would have wiped out the entire army." Lin Chen said solemnly, "Let everyone rest for 3 days, we will use the fastest speed to capture Jiujia Mountain." Zhao Enren's expression changed slightly. 3 days? It's too hasty. You see how badly you are injured, and the price everyone paid for this battle is too high. 3 days is not enough to recover from your injuries. A ray of divine light flashed across his eyes. Lin Chen looked to the other side, and said solemnly, "There are only 3 days, there is no time. My bloodline has already faintly felt that he has stepped into the desolate star territory." Zhao Enren was startled. "Who?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen said word by word. "Lin Xingchen. Divine desolate star territory, a ray of starlight slants on the crimson continental plate, and there is divine light opening up in the void. The golden avenue of endless starlight slowly extends down from the sky. Then, a mighty team descended from the sky, with stars and radiance, powerful and domineering. A knife chi cut through the avenues of flowing clouds, the world destroying. Thunder surged like a sea of thunder, and 9 rounds of scorching sun emerged from the starlight, reflecting the team like stars supporting the moon. The true gods who were retreating in the crimson continent opened their eyes in shock, released their divine power, activated the law, and stared at the team in disbelief across the distant stars. That team has the breath of God's domain. Lian Baijia, the king of sword gods in the divine realm, Yun Tianqing, the king of softness, and Qi Huijin, the Bihai god. They are all the proud sons of the divine realm who were second only to the Protoss in the last era. What is the holy place to lead this team? Hundreds of true gods hiding nearby stars could not help but hold their breaths. When the mighty team of gods came, the one in the center of the team was a young man in white. The white robe is better than the snow, standing with his hands behind his back. His face is cold and handsome, his eyebrows are sharp, his golden pupils are like seeing everything, and he carries a sharp sword light that is soaring to the sky, as if even the soul must be seen through by him. He was carrying a sword entwined with 5-color clouds, like the rainbow. Light in the sky around the scabbard, and the divine light of the universe was hidden in the body of the sword. Unsheathed is already a sharp edge in the world, if it is unsheathed, it is hard to imagine what a sharp and peerless divine sword it is. When the footsteps of the galaxy flickered, the young man with golden eyes suddenly moved his eyes, and his eyes looked into the distance in a blink of an eye. His blood was throbbing. This person is Lin Chen. His whole body glowed with sword energy, as if a divine sword energy was being released all the time, and there was a faint shadow of the sword god on the top of his head in the shape of a sword drawn. A blue-haired woman beside her was surprised and said, "Brother Lin? Why do you have the will to fight? Could it be that there is an enemy over there?" Lin Chen showed a cold smile, an old rival. The blue-haired beauty couldn't help but be moved, and the other geniuses in the divine realm next to her were also particularly splendid. What kind of character is Lin Chen, who single-handedly singled out all the geniuses in their divine realm? There are even more suspicions from various forces that he is the first genius of the god realm that was left behind. With the current strength, the 10 existences that are second only to the Protoss. And, sooner or later, you will have to step into that level of talent. Who is the old opponent who can become a character like him? The blue-haired beauty couldn't help asking, besides the Protoss, is there anyone else who can be your opponent, Brother Lin? Who is this person? Lin Chen raised his head and laughed loudly, "A man who can make me happy." Lin Chen, keep your life as Emperor Shi's tomb before taking it. The next day, in the Tianqing territory, the Hui people witnessed the vast and immortal sea of extinction with their own eyes. For the first time, they ushered in signs of disappearance, such as witnessing miracles. They were astounding. Elder June, who still had the charm, looked into the sky with her beautiful eyes, and when the starlight from hundreds of millions of years ago shone into the Taiyang Xinjiu again, she was a little dazed. She couldn't help sighing. It's really time and circumstances have changed. And a new generation of kings has appeared on the stage of history. Even the God Lord can't solve the extinction of Shanghai. He can completely cut off the source. That's a bad word, Elder June. The cold female voice came, and Shang Guanyun arrived from the sky. She showed a rare smile. He is no longer interested in being a king. Here, all living beings are equal. After speaking, 3 scrolls of jade slips were thrown out. Elder June stretched out his hand to catch it, and when he unfolded the jade slip and read it for a while, he couldn't help but be moved. This is it. Shang Guanyun picked up the blue silk and said with a smile, "This is the pill recipe collected in the Tianqing domain." He specially improved some formulas for the Hui clan to treat the wounds on the Hui clan's compatriots and the traces left by the gods. The harvest of the Taiyang Xinjiu is extremely rich, from the treasures of heaven and earth to the secret realm of medicinal materials, the stars full of rare minerals, to the secrets of the exercises, the inventory of artifacts, etc., everything. If there are only 3 days of rest, everyone will not have enough time to harvest these resources, just to be able to share it with the Hui clan, and the Taiyang Xinjiu even decided to hand it over to the Hui clan to become the second stronghold of the Hui clan. However, the storage of artifacts is still scarce for Lin Chen. He couldn't be sure if dismantling the artifacts here would reach the maximum charge of the Golden God of War suit. The more you reach the later stage, the more difficult it is to increase the recharge. Even if you collect all the artifacts, there is a high probability that it will not exist here and reach 100%. Elder Jun's expression was complicated, and she couldn't help but bend over and bow as arrogant as she was. "Thank you Lin Chen for me, this kind of favor." is too great for the Hui clan, and if the clan chief is here, I will be grateful to him. Shang Guanyun helped her up and said softly, Elder is polite, why do you talk about it yourself? At this time, some young people from the Hui clan gathered around excitedly. Can we join you? This sister, we also want to be you and fight to kill the enemy. The Protoss and us have a mortal feud. Today's battle is too exciting. Please. Let us join you. Shang Guanyun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course, we are very welcome. The extinction starlight gradually dimmed, and when the last extinction starlight disappeared, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. Congratulations to the host, completely refining and destroying the sea of stars, and the law of stars has reached the high level of the gods. Congratulations to the host, advancing to the late stage of the 6th level of the gods. Lin Chen's divine body has undergone earth-shaking changes from before. His body refinement surpassed hundreds of millions of barren powers, and he finally stepped into the realm of a god king. With the blessing of the awakening stage, it even increased tenfold. The god-level chi and blood attributes dropped by the ancient god lion helped Lin Chen cross the shocking gap. 10 stages of awakening of meat shell, ultimate power, 1.5 billion desolate power. Congratulations to the host, the main body Dragon King has broken through the quadruple Dragon King. This time, Lin Chen ushered in an unprecedented soaring rise. Under the Lord of God, there are only a handful of people who can threaten him. However, his law of stars is still a long way from the legendary Tianyi realm. That is a realm that is comparable to the way of heaven, and only a god can enter. Although the energy of Mia Xinghai is huge, cultivating the law of Tianyi realm not only requires the same amount of energy, but also requires a deep enough understanding. Lin Chen's understanding of the laws of stars is only in Xinghai Blue, and more needs to be practiced. The cultivation technique of the star system is fine. The strength ushered in a skyrocket, but Lin Chen no longer had the joy of his youth. His figure flashed, and it turned into starlight and fell on a floating star. In a sea of flowers swaying in the star field. The scenery here is beautiful, and it is as quiet as a paradise on earth. Thousands of steels stand here, with the names of the compatriots who died in the first battle in the Taiyang Xinjiu engraved on them. Lin Chen looked here, speechless for a long time. They entrusted their lives to Lin Chen, who pursued this path, with no complaints or regrets. When they sacrificed, they fought until the last trace of their soul died, and they kept going forward. The answers they sacrificed for will be inherited by us. Taiyang Xinjiu was taken down in the Three-World Sea, the Dark Star Sea. When they were gathering with a group of true gods and several god kings, the expressions of the two god masters changed slightly. Taiyang Xinjiu, but Qin Junlin with the Qin family is in charge, and the extinction of the Xinghai has become a natural barrier. Even if there is a strong attack by the gods, it may not be able to win. In the end, what method did the other party use to break through the Taiyang Xinjiu? If there is such a whole card, why not use it in the first place? Or the two thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Or they have grown enough to break through the Heavenly Star territory in such a short period of time. The most shocking thing is that they were able to reach the Taiyang Xinjiu in such a short period of time. Could these guys not even stop after entering the godly desolate starfield? A god in black had a gloomy expression on his face. I can't imagine that he can break the sky and the stars. Lin Chen, this seat really underestimates him. Another white-browed god lord stroked his beard and pondered, it seems that even if we join forces, we may not be able to win him 100%. The two gods have extraordinary experience. When they knew that Lin Chen and others could storm the Tiang Xinjiu, they realized that just the two of them could not guarantee 100% of Lin Chen. Looking at each other, the thoughts of the two gods came to mind at the same time. Send the message back and tell several high-level officials to let the Chen family take action against him. When necessary, maybe we should be at a high level above the God Emperor. I can't believe that such a ruthless character can appear outside the three major gods. This old man dares to assert that if he doesn't kill him as soon as possible, given time, he will definitely stand on the same level as the top 10 gods in the god realm. Let's go. We also enter the godly desolate star territory. It would be great if we could flank this sun's team with the members of the god race. The mighty god's domain team disappeared from the dark star sea. The Battle of Tiang Xinjiu has alarmed the powerhouses of many starfields, and the storm is surging. Even the powerhouses in some distant galaxies are throbbing. The extinct star sea in the Tiang Xinjiu seems to have disappeared. You are overtraining and talking in your sleep, right? No. The energy of the extinction starlight seems to have really disappeared. What's the situation? Could it be that there is a divine master with great powers born? The vision of the Tiang Xinjiu has shaken many forces, and some powerhouses have sent spies to inquire about the situation in the Tiang Xinjiu. In the Tiang Xinjiu, the 6 phantom clones sat cross-legged, and the blood-colored lightning flashed from the sky like a catastrophe. The phantom clone continued to bathe around the blood thunder, tempered, and condensed into the eyebrows and even the soul. Activating the attribute transfer function is strengthening the target designated by the host, accelerating the fusion of cultivation memory, God. Level Heavenly Dao value of 1.2 million, consumes God level strengthening points. Consumes 195 billion souls of God level exercises, and is integrating the cultivation memory of the middle level red level exercises, divine tribulation. The red level intermediate exercise, the Spear of Divine Tribulation, uses the power of the Thunder Law to cast the thunder of destruction. When the Thunder Spear of Divine Calamity is used, it covers a large area of 4-dimensional space. When it touches the enemy, the thunder of Divine Calamity will instantly explode from the inside of the enemy. Destroy all life unless the law of the same level is encountered, otherwise the attack cannot be weakened. Note, Divine Tribulation will stimulate all bloodline potential, and the user's bloodline potential will be accompanied by the absolute special effects of this spear technique. After one hit, it will enter a short period of weakness of the law, and the law of the lightning system cannot be used temporarily. Divine Tribulation, this is the highest ranked red rank combat skill that Lin Chen has practiced, none of which is one. This technique was dropped from Qinjun Lin, and it is still the full version. Regarding its power, Lin Chen has already experienced it personally. He has exhausted his organs, gambled his life, and was almost overturned by the opponent's shot, which shows the horror of this shot. If I can step into the realm of the King of Gods, I will definitely surpass that Qinjun Lin with this spear. Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the high altitude of the continental plate, was born and destroyed every inch of blood thunder in his palm. His 3 laws of the thunder element, fire element, and star law are already in the realm of divine attainments, and because of the particularity of the mind technique, they are 10 times stronger than the ordinary divine attainment laws. If you can step into the realm of the King of Gods, the divine power of the law can be promoted to a whole new level. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and his soul was faintly immersed in memories. When Qin Junlin used that gun, he felt an aura of origin. A pure breath from the origin of all things. It seems to be the Protoss, the biggest difference from the human race. Especially the three phantoms condensed by the blood on his body, and there is even a phantom of a god tree, and the origin of all the aura is derived from the god tree. What exactly is that divine tree? Maybe when I have enough strength, I can go to the divine realm to find out. Lin Chen faintly felt that the phantom of the divine tree was alive. Moreover, it is very similar to Qi Luk Lingji. No, it's better to say that the Qi Yun Lingji looks like it. It's like the origin of Qi Luk spirit plant comes from it. A ray of divine soul condensed into the distance. Lin Chen looked at the direction of Jiujia Mountain, and his heart was particularly heavy. If the enemy of Taiyang Xinjiu is 10, then the enemy of Jujishan is 100. That is a special star field where the Zerg, Phoenix, Dragon, Demon, Azura, God, Human, and Gods gather together. Jiujia Mountain is equivalent to the boundary between the major regions of the Desolate Star Territory. If you want to join the friendly forces on the other side in a short time, there is only one breakthrough. How crazy is a team that doesn't even have a god lord, but has to cross the Jiujia Mountain and attack the top powerhouses of the various races in the godly Desolate Star region? Even though Lin Chen's strength has skyrocketed, he has no absolute certainty. At this time, Lin Chen thought, the system, the cooling time of the talent. Can it be applied to the bloodline talent of the ancient dragon? Lin Chen's Dragon King can independently decide the training time. If the system can adapt, then his three major talents can now skip the cooldown. Answer to the host, yes. The host and the ancient dragon are originally one body. As long as the host is possessed by the ancient dragon and opens the system in the state of running the bloodline talent, it can be counted in the bloodline talent of the ancient dragon. In an instant, Lin Chen's expression was particularly wonderful. In one thought, a dragon roar was possessed, and every inch of Lin Chen's flesh and blood seemed to have transformed into the blood of an ancient dragon, with a few strands of golden brilliance in the blue sky. Immediately, only the cultivation time in Lin Chen's body became extremely slow, as if he was isolated from the four-dimensional flow of time. At that moment, Lin Chen opened the talent bar again. Orange level high-level talent, Godslayer. The cooling was successful. The stronger the enemy, the more the number, the stronger the talent, the more talent points are needed, and the higher the host's basic cultivation base, the more talent points are needed. Orange rank top talent, Divine Rebellion. The cooling was successful. The stronger the enemy's divinity, the stronger the talent. Consume talent points. To activate, the higher the host's basic cultivation, the more talent points are needed. The strongest orange level talent, the ultimate rebel. The cooling is successful. The ultimate destruction, ultimate instant kill, and consumption of talent points are activated. The higher the host's basic cultivation, the more talent points when activated. Calm like Lin Chen, he couldn't help clenching his fists with excitement. Came back. The strongest trump card. Moreover, this time, there is the blessing of the bloodline talent of the ancient dragon, which is far more than before. As long as he has enough talent points, theoretically, he can always activate Ultimate Heavenly Rebel. Under the Lord of God, breaking the defense is instantly killing. Taking back the joy in his heart, Lin Chen's expression was serious. Even though the Ultimate Heavenly Rebel could not be limited by time, it would definitely consume a huge amount of Heavenly Dao every time it was used, and this trump card was not enough for him to abuse it. After receiving a series of acceptance rings, Lin Chen stepped into the air and floated up. Zhao Enren, who was not far away, frowned, and she said with a worried look, "Do you have to do it to this extent?" Lin Chen, whose soul is constantly condensing, smiled casually, "With my current state of the soul, it should be no problem. We need to fight hard, because every battle may become our last battle." Boom! The divine wind whistled, the hunting sounded, a pair of divine wings as thin as cicada wings unfolded, the feather belt was attached, and Lin Chen used the ultimate wind god again. Despite the changes in the outside world, Lin Chen raced against time and sacrificed a large number of pill furnaces. In less than a moment, Danxia was enveloped, and the Dan furnace was suspended in the sky. There are god-level medicinal materials all over the sky floating in the sky. There are rare god fire beads, 5 gods grass that baptizes souls, tyrannical dragon marrow that quenches chi and blood, star sea core from Jiutian, and so on. Lin Chen's hands formed a seal, the divine wind suddenly rose, and the divine soul was like a galaxy that was also detonated, running at thousands of times the speed in an instant. The host is using the ultimate function suit, and the speed of all attributes is increased, 9,000 times, 10,000 times. Call out! Call out! Call out! A series of divine medicinal materials were rotated to remove impurities, and tens of thousands of ninth-order heaven and earth treasures were purified into pure energy at an unprecedented speed. The divine wind whistled, and crisscrossed, the strange ninth-order heaven and earth treasures began to be fused. Some hidden old monsters have just arrived outside the Tianqing territory, and are planning to inquire about the truth, including some old-fashioned god kings. They just released the soul probe, and they saw Lin Chen, who was standing in the Taiyang Xinjiu. What? Hey, what kind of battle is that? My god, he is refining dozens of pills at the same time. How fast? This kind of alchemy speed is unseen and unheard of. Who is this person holy? At that moment, the powerhouses who came from the nearby star fields also witnessed this almost miraculous scene. As if not terrifying and dying, the momentum of Taiyang Xinjiu's breakthrough in the realm is getting higher and higher, and with the mighty momentum of Lin Chen's alchemy, it has attracted more powerhouses to stop. However, no one dares to cross the line. Everyone knows very well what a team of crouching tigers, hidden dragons, lines of defense as strong as Taiyang Xinjiu were also destroyed by this team. Without the strength of the God Lord, I dare not rashly investigate the strength of this team. Elder Jun stared blankly at the star body shrouded in Danxia, and muttered to himself like a dream. In the end, how many jaw-dropping miracles are you going to create? In less than 12 o'clock, the divine rainbow shone through the world, and the 9-colored and gorgeous Danxia shrouded the star where Lin Chen was located, and was born with a strong Danxiong. Those who hear it tremble with heart palpitations, and those who see it are amazed. A Danhong soared into the sky, and then more divine-grade Danhongs appeared like rainbows surging in the heavenly star region, making many hidden old monsters stunned. 100 divine pills above the middle grade were born at the same time. No, it's not just that simple. Look carefully, among the more than 100 divine pills, there are at least 10 divine pills that are above the top grade pills. The Red Order alchemy handprints that I have seen in my life are not as fast as this sky-defying medicine. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the magical elixir that had transformed into Various strange shapes in the sky fell into the palm of his hand. There was a trace of exhaustion between his brows, which was consuming violently, but the excitement was greater than the fatigue. His medicine refining skills are completely different from those before. When refining medicine in Shenzhou before, just to refine a high-grade Shendan, he still needs to. Now that after many trials of life and death, the spirit of the soul has broken through the great achievement, and with the blessing of the mind, the spirit of the soul has increased 10 times the strength of the same level. Using the ultimate function set to refine medicine, it can even refine more than 100 divine pills of middle grade or above in one day. Then, he sealed up 120 divine pills and handed them over to Zhao Anren. This batch of divine pills is suitable for consumption from the 5th level to the 9th level of the gods, and hand them over to those compatriots who are facing bottlenecks. Lin Chen solemnly warned. Hey, don't force yourself too hard. Zhao Anren sighed and turned away. Taiyang Xinjiu, face you a mountain. At the top of the snow-capped mountain, a group of stars emerged, revolving around Lu Qixin, who was covered in blood. When he opened his eyes, there was the light of a divine star, his sword, eyebrows and star eyes, especially sharp. In the desperate battle in this Taiyang Xinjiu, his mental method finally reached perfection, not only broke through a new realm, comprehended a new law, but also achieved a complete Taiyi Futianjue. He is now at the early stage of the 9th level of the God realm. In Lu Qixin's Taiyi time and space, a bright red divine sword made of pure laws was suspended. This knife is tempered with his blood, sharpened with his flesh and blood, and born with the sacrifice of his soul. When urging this knife, his divine power and laws will temporarily skyrocket a notch. This is the miracle passed down by Emperor Futian. It turns out that it is an unprecedented mental method. Lu Qixin was shocked. Suddenly, an azure blue sky filled with strong brilliance shot into Lu Qixin's eyebrows and merged into his mind. In his Taiyi time and space, the bright red divine saber stood tall and strong, with a mighty divine might, soaring like a dragon. Everyone, this is the last blessing to strengthen when you have a complete mind. Lin Chen's voice transmission echoed in Lu Qixin's ears. Tang Jianghai, who was not far from him, opened his wonderful eyes and was still shocked. He was obviously undergoing the same transformation as Lu Qixin. All those who have completed the complete Teofusion art in this battle have obtained Lin Chen's enhancement. A ray of colorful long rainbow came from the sky, and when the rainbow light disappeared, a person with a graceful figure appeared, with a charming smile. Yi Qinggu said, "There is still a period of cultivation, right? Take it well. I will protect the law for you." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, "Those who know me are goblins." Yi Qinggu shrugged and said with a sly smile, "I'll take it as if you're complimenting me." Lin Chen asked curiously, "How does it feel to be a god king?" Hearing this, Yi Qinggu was stunned for a moment, and immediately circled around Lin Chen, the ribbons fluttering, like a 9-day mysterious girl, with both the fairy-like appearance and the charm of a witch. Yi Qinggu nodded slightly and thoughtfully. "It's very different from the 9 heavens of the god realm. Thinking about how lucky you were to be able to fight beyond the level before." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I'll catch up with you soon." "Really?" Yi Qinggu smiled, "I hope you can show it with your actions." Lin Chen flipped his palm, and a beautiful and exquisite jade box dropped his palm, which contained a 3-colored divine pill. Seeing this divine pill, Yi Qinggu and Lin Chen smiled knowingly at each other. The 3rd level reversal pill can be taken under the 8th level of the gods. If the person who takes it refines it perfectly, it can improve the realm by 2 to 3. There is a 50% probability of ordinary refining, and an 80% probability of refining with the law of fire. Although it is the best time to take the 7th level of the gods, but to face the capture of Jiujia Mountain, you must go all out. Now, it's time to take it.